Chapter 2874. After Qin Shao left, the worldlet became quiet, even silent. In front of a lake, two figures stood there, looking at the surface of the lake, which was as calm as a mirror. The thoughts of the two seemed to be reflected in the lake, solidifying. There were no waves, just like an ancient well. "Don't you regret doing this?" "Regret? Alas, do I have a choice? I have no choice. This should be my best choice. I have no other choice. I really have no other choice. Aren't you afraid that Qin Shao will blame you in the future?" "I have thought that Qin Shao will hate me in the future. If he hates me, I can die in his hands." "Alas, forget it, forget it. This matter is really unsolvable. It's just that you have suffered, sister. Perhaps this is my fate. I accept it. We're too weak to resist." Yes, fate is something that even reincarnation supremacy can't completely get rid of, right? How can we, mere ancient sages, resist it? We are all very humble, but we can do a great thing. For this, we are willing to sacrifice everything, including our lives. Hopefully, one day we will get what we want. Then, our lives will have meaning, and our lives will have value. What's the use of living for a long time in this world? If there is no value in living, no matter how long you live, you are just a living fossil. There are some things that have to be done, that have to be sacrificed, and that have to be pioneers. The people who do these things are not fools, but fearless heroes. Yes, sister, we will not turn back. We will never change our minds. Sacred Academy. Prince Zhongyang and the others knew that Qin Shao had returned safely. They were wild with joy, and their sorrow turned into joy. Especially Meng Dali, who hugged Qin Shao exaggeratedly and said with snot and tears, "Brother Qin Shao, you are back alive. I almost went with Wu Fengcheng to choose your grave. I was afraid that one day you would be tortured to death by the Jade Lake Divine Ground. Thank goodness you're still alive. I think if you don't come back soon, the three of us girls will become haggard. Look, look. Yuan has lost weight." Yuan was stunned by Meng Dali's words. He looked at Meng Dali in confusion and said, "Have I lost weight?" "No, I feel like I've gained some weight." Ming Yuexin and Princess Xiaoyu glared at Meng Dali and ignored him. "You two are really my good brothers. I'm not dead yet, and you've already chosen a seat for me." Qin Shao curled his lips and looked at Meng Dali and Wu Fengcheng. Wu Fengcheng immediately shook his head and waved his hands, indicating that he had been wronged. "Brother Qin Shao, this idea was Meng Dali's. I only slightly participated." Ha ha ha! With Meng Dali around, there was no need to worry about the atmosphere being bad. "By the way, Qin Shao, how did you get out? Could it be that Holy Sagely helped you?" Prince Zhongyang suddenly asked. Everyone looked at Qin Shao curiously. They were very concerned about this question. Yuan didn't know whether her father helped or not. She was also very curious. If Ming Yuexin hadn't stopped her, she would have asked her father to help. Qin Shao shook his head. "It wasn't my master. It wasn't Holy Sagely? Then what else could it be?" Meng Dali's eyes suddenly widened. He seemed to have remembered something. He pointed at Qin Shao and said, "Oh, I know. Good Qin Shao. You're so bad. You pretended to be so reserved before. In the end, you still obediently bowed down to the Jiuxuan Saintess, right? You should have said so earlier. It's not a shameful thing. It's such a wonderful thing. Brother, I've been dreaming of this. Unfortunately, God didn't give me this chance. If I had this chance, I would have been so happy that I wouldn't even think of home. Not to mention the Jiuxuan Saintess. Even if the Jade Lake Sacred Ground sent 10,000 Saintesses over, I would be able to get them all pregnant. Damn it. I want to be the Holy Prince Consort so much that I've gone crazy. What a pity. It's really a pity. God is jealous of my talent. He didn't give me this chance. Brother Qin Shao, you don't know how envious I am of you. I'm so envious of you." "Shut up. Stop talking." The three women, Princess Xiaoyu, Ming Yuexin, and Yuan, were surprisingly synchronized and had a tacit understanding with each other. They shouted at Meng Dali in unison. After being scolded by the three women, Meng Dali immediately understood the situation. He obediently shut up and made a gesture of sealing his mouth. He didn't dare to provoke these three women. He couldn't afford to provoke any of them. Zhang Yang wanted to say something as well. However, when he saw the three ladies flipping out, he immediately swallowed the words that he was about to say back into his mouth. All right, let's stop joking. Let's talk about serious matters. Did you discover anything during this period? Qin Shao waved his hand and asked seriously. He really didn't know how to answer this question. Could he say that the Jiuquan Saintess had saved him? If he said that, wouldn't he be questioned? He didn't even know some of the details. He couldn't answer at all. Therefore, he might as well not talk about it. Seeing that Qin Shao had changed the topic, Meng Dali tactfully didn't ask any more questions. Shaking his head, Meng Dali said, "It's still the same. There's no progress. I really don't know where that prodigy is hiding. I suspect that he has already left the immortal domain. He's definitely not in the immortal domain. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been unable to find any clues after searching for so long. The prodigy is definitely behind these two incidents. Otherwise, he wouldn't have fled the immortal domain and hidden himself. This despicable guy better not be caught by us. Once we catch him, we'll definitely let him know how the word death is written." Prince Zhongyang suddenly frowned. Seeing the change in Prince Zhongyang's expression, everyone turned to look at Prince Zhongyang. Did something happen? Sure enough, Prince Zhongyang immediately said in a deep voice, "The prodigy has returned to the Saint Academy." What? The prodigy had returned to the Saint Academy? Swaggering back to the Saint Academy? That's not right. This wasn't quite what they had imagined. If the prodigy was really behind these two incidents, would he still dare to return to the Saint Academy? Wouldn't he be walking right into a trap? Didn't the prodigy know that Qin Shao and Princess Xiaoyu were looking for him? He actually dared to return? What's going on? This should have been great news. However, Qin Shao and the others vaguely felt that something wasn't right. This wasn't a good omen. Perhaps reality would give them another unexpected blow. "Let's go and find the prodigy," Qin Shao said coldly. No matter what, they had to find the prodigy first. Whether it was him or not, they had to ask him clearly before they knew. Everyone nodded. The group didn't hesitate and immediately set off to look for the prodigy. In the end, they found the prodigy in the Saint Academy's cultivation field. This was usually a lively place. Basically, the students of the Saint Academy could be seen here at any time. Qin Zhao's group of 8 could be considered to have arrived in a grandiose manner. They surrounded the Heaven's Pride as soon as they arrived. Everyone had more or less heard about Qin Zhao's younger brother, Qin Yi, and the Xinhua clan's matter. Therefore, there were some discussions about this matter in private. At this time, seeing Qin Shao and the others surrounding the prodigy, it naturally attracted everyone's attention. This news also quickly spread in the Saint Academy. Many people heard the news and came to see how this matter would develop. Being stopped by Qin Shao and the others, and also feeling the cold eyes of Qin Shao and the others, the prodigy frowned deeply and looked at Qin Shao and the others in confusion. After glancing around, the prodigy opened his mouth and said, "I don't know. How did I, the prodigy, offend you? I've been away from the immortal realm for some time. As soon as I came back, I was surrounded by you and looked at with hostility. What's the meaning of this? I, the prodigy, really don't know. How did I offend you? What's the matter? Why don't you say it directly? It just so happens that many of our fellow disciples from the Academy of Sacred Arts are here as well. Let's have a look. Could it be that you want to bully me, the prodigy, by relying on your numbers? Or is it that you, Qin Shao, are holding a grudge because of what happened before and want to make trouble for me? Although I, the prodigy, am alone, I'm not afraid of you. If you have anything to say, I, the prodigy, will take it. At this time, the prodigy was like a very strong man. He straightened his back and stood there with a determined face. More and more people came to watch, and there were some whispers in private. Xiaodong Ho came, and Fu Zhongshuan also came. They stood in the crowd and just watched silently. Qin Shao looked at the prodigy with cold eyes and asked, "When did you leave the immortal realm?" The prodigy raised his eyebrows and his face became cold. He also looked at Qin Shao coldly and said, "Why? Do I, the prodigy, have to report to you, Qin Shao, before I do anything? Without your permission, Qin Shao, I can't leave the immortal realm? Do I need to tell you when I left the immortal realm? Who do you think you are, Qin Shao? Why? Do you think that you can bully me, the prodigy, just because you brought people here? You can suppress me with your numbers? I have to admit that the prodigy's strength is indeed not as good as yours, Qin Shao. My popularity is also not as good as yours, Qin Shao. If I fight with you, I will definitely be at a disadvantage. But so what? We don't have the same ideas. Well water does not interfere with river water. If I don't provoke you, you shouldn't provoke me. Otherwise, even if I die, I won't let you, Qin Shao, have an easy time. The prodigy's words really made Qin Shao very unhappy. But thinking about it from another perspective, it was understandable. This matter could not be rushed. If he wanted to convict the prodigy, he could not make an arbitrary judgment based on his own subjective will. Everyone had to be convinced. Qin Shao calmed down and said again, "Prodigy, you misunderstood. I didn't mean that. We didn't come here with the intention of suppressing you with numbers or anything of the sort. It's just that we have something to ask you. That's why we did this. Maybe it's a little offensive, but we have no other choice. It doesn't matter if you understand or not. We'll still do the same. You can think that we have numbers and we can bully you. It's up to you. If we don't get to the bottom of this matter, we will never give up. We will not wrongly accuse anyone or impose any crime on anyone. But we will never let anyone go. No matter how strong he is, how powerful his background is, how treacherous and cunning he is, we will find him. So, please cooperate with us, Prodigy. Thank you. Author Cruel Death. Third update, I beg for flowers. Chapter 2875. Tian Jiao chuckled. He looked at Qin Shao and said, "What if I don't cooperate? Why? Do you want to attack me here?" Qin Shao looked at Tian Jiao coldly and said, "Then you will know if you try." Tian Jiao waved his hand angrily and said, "You are a bunch of scoundrels. You are unreasonable." I just returned to the Saint Academy. I don't want to be entangled with you. If you have something to say it quickly. Qin Shao said again, "I have already asked my question. When did you leave the immortal domain? Where have you been during this time?" "Left the immortal domain? Haha, why must I leave the immortal domain? Can't I be in the immortal domain?" Tian Jiao laughed and replied. Hearing this, Qin Shao frowned. Tian Jiao didn't leave the immortal domain? He had been in the immortal domain all this time? How could this be possible? There were so many of them, and they had used so many resources to search for this heaven's chosen. However, they didn't manage to find any clues at all. There was no trace of this heaven's chosen in the immortal realms at all. If this heaven's chosen was in the immortal realms, where could he have gone to? Could he really hide so deeply? Impossible, you can't be in the immortal domain. Don't try to lie to us. Tian Jiao, I think you should tell us the truth. Prince Zhang Yang pointed at Tian Jiao's nose and shouted. Tian Jiao glanced at Prince Zhang Yang angrily and said, "If you want to condemn someone, why worry about the pretext? You say that I can't be in the immortal domain. Then show me the evidence. If you can prove that I'm not in the immortal domain, then I, Tian Jiao, will be at your mercy today. I won't even frown if you want to kill me or cut me to pieces." Tian Jiao's words were so firm and confident. It didn't seem like he was lying. What was going on? Could it be that Tianjiao had been hiding in the immortal domain all these years? Then he must have hidden too deeply. They couldn't find any trace of him. It wasn't impossible to say that this was a possibility. Okay, even if you were in the immortal domain all these years, then where have you been all these years? You asked us to take out evidence to prove that you weren't in the immortal domain. Then shouldn't you also take out evidence to prove that you were in the immortal domain and prove where you were during this period of time? Qin Shao didn't continue to argue with the genius on this issue. The Heaven's favorite chuckled, "Why would I need to tell you where I've been? If you can't find me, then I must have gone to a very mysterious place. That's my fortuitous encounter. It's the fortuitous encounter that helped me break through to the second step of the ancient saint stage. Do you think I'll tell you?" This was heaven-defying. Not to mention the others, even Qin Shao was shocked by Tianjiao. Although he had also broken through to the second step ancient saint realm, he had obtained many opportunities and benefits from the Guyong City Lord Mansion. That was how he managed to break through to the second step ancient saint realm. That kind of great opportunity could only be found by chance. Moreover, even if he had the same great opportunity, he wouldn't be able to reach such heights without his own heaven-defying talent and potential. However, Tianjiao had also broken through to the second step ancient saint realm in such a short time. Tianjiao was the first student in the Sacred Academy to break through to the immortal domain. Qin Shao thought that he had won back 10% of the competition and that he would be the best in the second step ancient saint realm. But he didn't expect that Tianjiao had also broken through to the second step ancient saint realm. In terms of talent and potential, Qin Shao had always thought that Tianjiao was far from being comparable to him. There was also Zhang Yang, Xia Dongho, and Fu Zhongshuan. They should be able to suppress Tianjiao. But now, it seemed that he had underestimated Tianjiao. Such a situation was indeed beyond Qin Zhao's expectations. It was also beyond everyone's expectations. But this was an ironclad fact that was right in front of them. They had no choice but to admit it. If what the Heaven's favorite said was true, then forcing him to reveal the location of his fortune would be too much. It would be like forcing a bandit to do something he couldn't do. Prince Zhang Yang and the others also looked at Qin Shao helplessly. What should they do now? After all, they were in public. All the students of the Sacred Academy were watching. They couldn't cross the line. No, this whole thing seems to have been meticulously planned. Tianjiao has left the Sacred Academy for millions of years. When he returned, he didn't return to his place of cultivation. Instead, he came here. It's as if he was deliberately waiting for us to come. Tianjiao said that he had obtained an opportunity and that he couldn't reveal the location of the opportunity. This is directly blocking all of our words. Even if he had really obtained an opportunity, I still don't think that Tianjiao has such a heaven-defying talent and potential to break through to the second step of the ancient saint realm. Moreover, his aura is relatively stable. He didn't just break through. He should have broken through for a while and his realm should have stabilized. If Tianjiao has secretly worked for the Bloodbath Alliance and received help from the Bloodbath Alliance to break through to the second step of the ancient saint realm, then the explanation is much more reasonable. There must be something wrong with Tianjiao. There must be something wrong. Other than him, I can't think of a second possibility. His every move now is obviously a plan to deal with us. Every step is very difficult for us to take. Qin Shao shook his head in his heart. He didn't believe Tianjiao's words. Although Qin Shao didn't believe Tianjiao's words, the situation was already in Tianjiao's hands in advance. In front of the Saint Academy's disciples, Qin Shao and the others naturally couldn't be unreasonable. After thinking for a long time, Qin Shao looked at Tianjiao with a solemn face and said, "Tianjiao, you might not know, or you might have heard. During the time you were away from the Saint Academy, my brother was used and framed. He committed a grave mistake and accidentally killed a member of the Xia clan. The Xian Hua clan was also annihilated. My two good brothers, Xiao Dao and Fatty Kai, both their true bodies and avatars were destroyed. They can't be resurrected. It's obvious that they're targeting me. Tian Jiao sneered and looked at Qin Shao with anger. He said, Qin Shao, oh Qin Shao, I finally understand. So you're here to denounce me. What, are you trying to pin a crime on me? Then I'm sorry, I won't fall for your tricks, Qin Shao. I won't let Qin Shao pin a crime on me. There is a deep enmity between the two of us, an enmity that cannot be resolved. Yes, if I have the chance, I will do whatever it takes to deal with you. So, it's normal for you to suspect me, I can understand. But suspicions are just suspicions. Everything needs to be based on evidence. Without evidence, you want to convict me forcibly? Then let's see if you have the ability to do so, Qin Shao. You, Qin Shao, have offended many people. Why do you only suspect me? Besides, as far as I know, the annihilation of the Xian Hua clan has something to do with the Bloodbath Alliance, right? Your brother's matter also has something to do with the Bloodbath Alliance, right? As far as I know, you, Qin Shao, have always been at odds with the Bloodbath Alliance. You've dealt with the Bloodbath Alliance's forces several times. So, isn't it normal for the Bloodbath Alliance to take revenge on you? What, you, Qin Shao, don't have the ability to settle this score with the Bloodbath Alliance, so you want to find someone to vent your anger on. Then I, Tianjiao, want to tell you that you're wrong. I, Tianjiao, have never been a master who can be manipulated by others. I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you. Either you take out evidence to prove that I have something to do with this matter, and show it to everyone to judge. If you can take out conclusive evidence, not only will you not let me go, the Saint Academy will also not let me go. If you can't take out evidence and still want to pester endlessly, then let's fight. I've lost to you twice, Qin Shao, but I believe I won't lose to you again this time. You're also a second-step ancient saint, and I'm also a second-step ancient saint. Neither of us is taking advantage of the other. Obviously, Tianjiao was trying to force the Saint Academy to abdicate. Qin Shao naturally didn't have conclusive evidence. If he did, would he still need to talk so much nonsense? Wouldn't he just come up and fight? The problem was that he didn't have any evidence at all. Everything now was just speculation and speculation. Even if everyone in the Saint Academy supported Qin Shao in their hearts, it was unreasonable to act forcefully without evidence. If he couldn't stand on the side of reason, it would obviously be very disadvantageous for Qin Shao and the others. Qin Zhao's face darkened. Tianjiao, I don't want to fight with you, nor do I want to forcibly convict you of any crime. You're right. I really don't have any evidence now. If I did, I wouldn't have said so much and done so many useless things. It's precisely because I don't have any evidence that I can only use the stupidest method to eliminate people one by one. I will look for all the people I suspect and eliminate them one by one. Tianjiao, you're the most suspicious. I'll eliminate you first. Although there's a deep grudge between us, I won't take the initiative to provoke you. It doesn't matter if you want to prove your innocence, or if you want to clear your name, or whatever you want to say. If you insist on being so uncooperative, then I have no choice but to use my fists to do the talking. It's not humiliating for you to prove your innocence, is it? Let's not beat around the bush, and speak frankly in front of everyone. If it's one, it's one. If it's two, it's two. There's no such thing as suppressing you or not. I've asked the question clearly, and you've answered it clearly. Then, it's naturally over. It's a very simple thing. There's no need to make it so complicated, right? Even if it's a place of opportunity for you, you've already obtained the opportunity. I believe there's nothing left there, right? Moreover, we don't have to enter the place of opportunity that you mentioned. We just need to use time reversal at the entrance to confirm that what you said is true. Then, you can prove your innocence. It's such a simple thing. Do you have to make it so complicated? Today, in front of everyone, I'll also say something to you. If I've wronged you, I'll solemnly apologize to you in front of everyone. Qin Shao had no choice but to go all out. He had to force the prodigy to prove his innocence. Tianjiao had a good grasp of the situation, so Qin Shao could only push him to his death. Tianjiao's face darkened, and a dim light flashed in the depths of his eyes. The atmosphere at the scene seemed a little oppressive and tense. Tianjiao, I think it's better for you to prove your innocence. It's not a bad thing for you. Besides, if you've been wronged, Qin Shao will apologize to you. If you continue to refuse, it won't be justifiable, right? Fu Zhongshuan suddenly said. As soon as Fu Zhongshuan spoke, everyone agreed. Emotionally, most of them were definitely on Qin Zhao's side. Chapter 2876. Under everyone's pressure, after weighing the pros and cons inwardly, the chosen one finally made a compromise. Okay. Since you guys must do this, then I will do as you wish. The innocent knows they are innocent, and the muddy knows they are muddy. Although I am indeed annoyed inwardly, I will let it go. How about this? I will let you guys meet someone, then everything will be clear. Hearing the chosen one's confident words, Qin Shao and the others could not help but look at each other. Inwardly, they had a bad premonition. That's not right, the chosen one had come prepared. If he was truly behind these two matters, since he dared to swagger back to the Holy Academy, it meant that he had prepared for everything. Otherwise, it had nothing to do with him. The chosen one waved his hand and a figure quickly congealed before him. When he saw the person before him, instantly, Qin Shao narrowed his eyes and a trace of coldness flashed across his eyes. The person before him was not unfamiliar to Qin Shao. However, not only was he familiar, he was also someone that Qin Shao hated bitterly. He was someone that Qin Shao had always wanted to deal with. The person before him was holy warrior Qin Yanjin of the Qin Qin clan, the true murderer of his teacher, Red Dust Guest. Since he was from the Qin clan, although Qin Shao had found the Qin clan last time, he could not do anything to Qin Yanjin. Even now, Red Dust Guest had not been resurrected. How could Qin Shao forget the revenge of his teacher's death? Qin Yanjin was also someone that Qin Shao wanted to kill. However, Qin Yanjin was a person of the Qin clan and had always stayed in the Qin clan. How could it be an easy task to kill him? Qin Yanjin had always been a great enemy in Qin Zhao's heart. Naturally, when enemies meet, their eyes would be exceptionally red. When he saw Qin Yanjin, Qin Zhao's murderous intent had been aroused. However, clearly, the Qin Yanjin before him had not arrived in person. People outside the Holy Academy could not enter. The Qin Yanjin before him was only an energy clone. Qin Yanjin's energy doppelganger glanced at Qin Shao, and a strange sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Qin Shao, didn't you want me to prove my innocence? I guess you won't believe anything I say. So, I simply found a strong witness. Holy warrior Qin Yanjin is from the Qin clan. In the recent few million years, I have been a guest in solitary training at his mansion and never left the Qin clan. This should be enough to prove my innocence, right? The prodigy said to Qin Shao. Qin Yanjin's energy doppelganger smiled and said, Yes, I can vouch for this prodigy. Everything he said is true. Not only me, but many people in the Qin family can testify together. Some people in my residence can also testify. Perhaps it's because the prodigy is a guest in my residence, and spends most of his time in seclusion with me. Thus, the number of people in my residence who know about this can be counted on one hand. Furthermore, I've also instructed them not to spread this news. Hearing Qin Yanjin's words, Qin Shao frowned deeply. Was it possible? Could this really be the case? Anyway, from the moment he saw Qin Yanjin, Qin Shao would not believe a single word he said. If it were someone else of the same status, perhaps Qin Shao would consider it. However, Qin Shao did not believe Qin Yanjin, absolutely not. He, the chosen one, could walk together with Qin Yanjin? Both of them were his enemies. Was there really such a coincidence in the world? It was said that the enemy of my enemy is my friend. It was not a simple thing for the chosen one to walk together with Qin Yanjin. It was suspicious in itself. Chosen one, when did you become so close to holy warrior Qin Yanjin? Staying in his residence for millions of years and enjoying such high treatment, this is the courtesy of a distinguished guest. Princess Xiaoyu asked in a cold voice. Obviously, she was also very skeptical about this matter. Ah! Before the chosen one could answer, holy warrior Qin Yanjin laughed and looked at Princess Xiaoyu, saying, "Young lady, it's not appropriate to say that. Making friends depends on fate. When a tortoise stares at a mung bean, when you see eye to eye and have the same interests, you will naturally feel that 1,000 cups of wine are not enough. Brother chosen one and I met in a place of opportunity. That is fate. It just so happens that we have the same interests and can chat together. Naturally, we have become sworn friends. Why can't I invite him to my residence to discuss the Tao and improve together? What's wrong with that? Do we have to have known each other for a long time to do this? This logic is not quite right, is it, young lady?" Princess Xiaoyu was speechless for a moment. If this was the case, it was indeed hard to refute. However, anyone with discerning eyes could see that there must be something wrong. Princess Xiaoyu did not believe that the heavenly son would be on such good terms with Saint Qin Yanjin. "You, holy warrior Qin Yanjin, can't prove it by yourself, can you? To be honest, I'm not completely convinced by your proof. Even if I believe it, I can't convince everyone," Qin Shao said in a deep voice. Qin Yanjin looked at Qin Shao and chuckled, saying, "Lord Qin Shao, I know you have a grudge against me. You see me as an enemy. So, if you don't believe me, then I can understand. It's your business whether you believe me or not. I won't force you to believe anything. It's you who insisted that the chosen one prove his innocence. Well, now that he has proven his innocence, I will vouch for him with my reputation. Now you, Qin Shao, don't believe my words. Haha, what's wrong? Everything must be done to satisfy you, Qin Shao? If you are so overbearing, why do you need the chosen one to prove his innocence? Wouldn't it be easier to just convict him? Humph! The chosen one also snorted and said, "We are from the same sect. I don't owe you anything, and you have no right to order me to do anything. I only agreed to prove my innocence because we are from the same sect. Even if I don't prove my innocence, what can you do to me? I'll say it again. If you have evidence, show it to me. If you do, not to mention you, Qin Shao, even the Saint Academy won't let me off. If you can't show me evidence and still want to be so arrogant, I'm sorry, but I won't serve you anymore. That's all I have to say. Qin Shao, it's up to you to believe me or not. If you have anything to say, just do it quickly." Obviously, the chosen one was prepared to be stubborn to the end. After so much foreshadowing, he was completely in the right. It seemed that he had been cooperating, but Qin Shao had been aggressive. If Qin Shao still wanted to do something, he would be criticized by others. Indeed, if he were to put himself in the chosen one's shoes, he would be considered very cooperative if he could do this. If he wanted to go further, it would be a bit too much. After all, they were all people with status and had their own pride. How could they let others interrogate them as if they had committed a crime? Qin Shao finally understood why the chosen one was so confident and swaggered back to the Saint Academy. It turned out that everything had been part of his plan from the beginning. Everything had been calculated by him, and everything was in his grasp. If he acted rashly now, he was afraid that he would be criticized by others. That was not a good thing. It could even be said that it would have the opposite effect. Once his fellow disciples of the Saint Academy turned to support the Chosen One, the situation would be very different. What should he do now? Qin Shao also had a headache. Now he was really in a dilemma. He could neither advance nor retreat. He was in a dilemma. What should he do? From the bottom of his heart, Qin Shao really wanted to take action directly. If he could solve it with his fists, it would be simple and straightforward. It would not be so complicated. But he could not do that. He could not do that. Qin Shao tried hard to suppress his emotions and not let himself be so impulsive and reckless. Prince Zhang Yang pursed his lips and said, "Holy Master Qin Yanzi, it's not that we don't believe you. We are very willing to believe you. It's just that we don't quite believe that he is the Chosen One. And we all know that you and my brother Qin Shao have been at odds for a long time. There have been some grudges between you since a long time ago. As the saying goes, the enemy of one's enemy is one's friend. You and the Chosen One have a common enemy. So you are born to be friends. We can't help but suspect that you, Sacred Venerate Qin Yanjin, would deliberately help the prodigy because of this relationship? Don't get me wrong. I'm just talking about our guess. Of course, it might not be true. So, Holy Master Qin Yanzi's empty words can't completely testify for the Chosen One, right? Actually, this matter is indeed quite complicated to say the least. But if you want to talk about it, it's actually quite simple. As long as either the Chosen One or Holy Master Qin Yanzi is willing to swear with your soul that what you said is true, it will be absolutely convincing. Then, everyone will completely believe it. So, why don't the two of you consider it? In this way, this matter can be settled once and for all. Everyone will be happy and won't be in a deadlock here. Swearing with one's soul did not seem like a very big deal. In fact, it was quite a simple thing. However, experts were actually very resistant to such things. Even if it was a small matter, no matter how real it was, no one would be willing to swear with one's soul easily. Qin Shao would definitely be very unwilling to do so. Qin Shao would definitely be very unwilling to do so. Therefore, the crux of this matter is how you think about it. That's right. It's very simple. Swear with your souls. Then, I'll absolutely believe it. Otherwise, I'll definitely not believe it. Meng Dali immediately chimed in. Yuan also nodded at once. That's right. Why don't you just get someone to swear with their soul? It's not that troublesome. Really, it's obviously a very simple matter. Why do you have to make it so complicated? Chosen One, you can solve this matter by yourself. Why do you need someone to testify for you? What's the use of that? Isn't it just empty words if you get someone to testify for you? It's still not enough to completely convince us. If you want us to be completely convinced, swear with your soul. It's so simple. Princess Xiaoyu stared at the Chosen One. She naturally wanted the Chosen One to swear with his soul as well. There was absolutely no way he could lie about this. If this matter could not be confirmed, she would not be satisfied. That's right, Chosen One. Swear with your soul. In fact, it's not a big deal. We believe that you're innocent, but you have to prove yourself. Chosen One, Holy Master, we also believe in you. Swear with us. The onlookers also started to kick up a fuss. Chapter 2877. Ha ha ha! All of a sudden, the Chosen One laughed wildly. After laughing for a while, the Chosen One finally stopped. He glanced at the crowd coldly and finally fixed his eyes on Qin Shao. Qin Shao, do you really think I'm a pushover? Do you really think you can step on my head and do whatever you want? That's right. I, the Chosen One, have been defeated twice by you, Qin Shao. Even my clone was killed by you, Qin Shao. In front of you, Qin Shao, I, the Chosen One, am a loser. At least, I used to be a loser. Therefore, even though you, Qin Shao, are so aggressive and bullying me, many of my fellow disciples in the Sacred Academy are still on your side. They want me, the Chosen One, to listen to your orders obediently and not to resist. Resistance is a crime. I, the Chosen One, would like to ask you all, what crime have I committed? You want me to prove my innocence? I was unwilling to do so. You all spoke together, and I agreed. I even found Saint Qin Yanjin, who was willing to testify for me. Saint Qin Yanjin is a member of the Qin clan. He is a high-level figure with a high status in the Qin clan. Can't you believe his words? You still want to force me to swear on my soul? Does that mean you still won't believe me after I swear on my soul? Do you really think I, the Chosen One, am a pushover that you can bully? Then I'm sorry. I, the Chosen One, have to resist this time. If you want me to swear on my soul, I'll leave you with 2 words. No way. The Chosen One's resistance was sonorous and forceful. Some people felt that he had indeed gone too far. It sounded like the Chosen One was a pitiful person. Originally, the Chosen One was very eye-catching in the competition for the Holy List. He had advanced triumphantly and steadily ranked in the top 3. In the end, he was defeated by Qin Shao with 1 sword strike. He was extremely disappointed. Then, the first student to become an ancient sage was defeated by Qin Shao, and he even lost his doppelganger. Therefore, all the geniuses seemed to be suppressed by Qin Shao all the way. They were completely restrained by Qin Shao. With Qin Shao around, he would never be able to shine as a genius. Thinking about it this way, geniuses were indeed quite pitiful. A person who was so dazzling, so proud, and so talented had been suppressed to the point of being unable to raise his head. What kind of sorrow was this? What kind of pain was this? Perhaps only the Sky Prides themselves knew this the best. Qin Shao knew that Tianjiao was trying to gain sympathy, but he had to admire his brilliant means. Everyone's emotions were indeed stirred up by him. The atmosphere at the scene had obviously changed a lot. Under such circumstances, it was really difficult for her to make a move on him. What a good means! Tianjiao was indeed very good. He put himself in the position of the victim and did a good job to win everyone's sympathy and turn it into a helping hand for him. If Qin Shao still wanted to make a move on him, he would probably end up as a target of public criticism. But this was not the end. Tianjiao's eyes fell on Qin Shao again, and he continued. Qin Shao, I know what you're thinking. You just think that I, the Chosen One, have been defeated by you and that I'm an easy target to bully. So, no matter what happens, blame it on me, the prodigy, first. It doesn't matter if it's my Heaven's Chosen's doing or not. Just directly believe that it's my Heaven's Chosen's doing. On the surface, you pretended to be very sanctimonious and gave me a chance to prove my innocence. However, when I proved my innocence, you, Qin Shao, brought up so many problems. In the end, you, Qin Shao, have the final say. You can do whatever you want. Humph, I, the Chosen One, am a student of the Sacred Academy. I'm also a person with a reputation. How can you, Qin Shao, convict me like this? You want to convict me of nothing more than to convict me of being a spy of the Bloodbath Alliance. You want to nail me to the pillar of shame so that I will never be able to rise again. You, Qin Shao, are really able to think of such a crafty scheme. You forced a student of the Sacred Academy to be a member of the Bloodbath Alliance. Are you trying to make a move on me or to ruin the reputation of the Sacred Academy? Is there really such a deep hatred between me, Tianjiao, and you, Qin Shao? Do you, Qin Shao, have to use such a vicious means to deal with me and frame me? The justice is clear. Aren't you, Qin Shao, afraid of retribution? I, Tianjiao, may have been defeated by you before, but this time, I won't refuse you. I won't be controlled by you. If you want to frame me like this, how can I, Tianjiao, just sit and wait for death? Tianjiao continued to lead the crowd, stirring up the crowd's emotions, and harvesting sympathy and support from the crowd. Obviously, the situation was slowly becoming unfavorable to Qin Shao and the others. What the? Meng Dali couldn't help cursing angrily. Tianjiao, you can't slander me like this. I just want you to make a soul oath. It's so simple. You can say everything directly and everyone will believe in it. How dare you drag it into this? You're really something. We didn't mean to force you, but we also didn't use force on you. Don't you feel guilty for saying such things? Then you, Meng Dali, are helping the evildoer. Don't you feel guilty? Tianjiao retorted. You, Meng Dali's face turned green with anger. Who are you talking about? Who the hell is helping the evildoer? No, what do you mean by helping the evildoer? We're doing justice for the heavens, okay? We're doing justice, okay? I think you're the one who has a guilty conscience, right? You don't dare to admit it, and you even made up so many reasons. I admire you for your talent. Humph, the heavens have their own conclusions. Tianjiao snorted coldly and replied. Both sides were in the right, which confused the crowd. Who should they believe? Emotionally, they were naturally more willing to believe Qin Shao and stand on Qin Zhao's side. However, the words of the Sky Pride earlier on did seem to make sense as well. The actions of Qin Shao and the others were indeed a little overbearing. If they were in Tianjiao's shoes, they would definitely be unwilling to do so. That's enough, Qin Shao suddenly shouted. He looked at Tianjiao coldly and said, It seems that the older, the wiser. No wonder you dare to be so bold. Okay, I admit it this time. Today's matter ends here. However, I won't stop here. I'll definitely get to the bottom of this. As long as Tianjiao can't prove his innocence, I won't let you off. I'll follow you closely until I find out the truth. I, Qin Shao, will tear apart any hypocritical face in the end. And I, Qin Shao, believe that day won't be too far away. It won't be. Tianjiao snorted coldly and said expressionlessly, Suit yourself. You can do whatever you want. But don't blame me for not reminding you. Don't provoke me again. You, Qin Shao, and I have long been minding our own business. We'll go our own ways. If you provoke me again, don't blame me for being rude. If you can find evidence, then you can denounce me. If you can't find conclusive evidence, then you'd better stay away from me in the future. Otherwise, I won't be as easy to talk to as I am today. If we can't get along, then there's no need to say anything more. Goodbye. After saying that, Tianjiao waved his hand and left. Qin Shao and the others didn't look too good, but they could only watch as Tianjiao left. What else could they do? There was no way to stop Tianjiao. If they made a move now, it would obviously be helping Tianjiao. Let's go, Qin Shao said in a deep voice. He quickly left with the crowd, leaving behind many onlookers. There was an uproar and heated discussion. This matter was indeed very thought-provoking. Xia Dongho and Fu Zhongshuan stood at the side without saying a word. The two of them looked at this matter with the attitude of an expert. Xia Dongho, what do you think? Fu Zhongshuan suddenly asked. Xia Dongho frowned slightly and said, I've been investigating this matter all these years, but there hasn't been any progress. This matter is too strange and mysterious. The operation is very tight and seamless. There are no clues left behind. The only thing I'm sure of is that it has something to do with the Bloodbath Alliance. Moreover, it's the involvement of the Bloodbath Alliance's elite forces. These two incidents are very targeted, and they have a very good understanding of the situation. That's why there's such an effect. Therefore, I think it's very likely that there's a spy in the plan. That's why there's such an effect. If it's just the strength of the Bloodbath Alliance, the possibility is not high. The person who secretly cooperated with Qin Shao must have a deep hatred for him. Speaking of Qin Zhao's guess, it's not wrong. But whether it's Tianjiao's doing or not, I can't say for the time being. But judging from Tianjiao's performance today, I think he's a little more suspicious. Yes, I also think Tianjiao is a little more suspicious now. What he did just now was nothing more than to gain sympathy and to win everyone's support. That's why he went to restrain Qin Shao and the others, so that they won't dare to make a move on him. Fu Zhongshuan also nodded and said in deep agreement. The two of them had the same idea. After a pause, Fu Zhongshuan continued, if this is really the case, Tianjiao has become very scary now. This person is not a good person to begin with. If he goes astray and falls into the devil's path, he will become even more terrifying. We have to be careful of this person in the future, lest we get bitten by him. Humph. Xia Dongho chuckled with a hint of disdain. If he becomes a demon, my sword will not spare him. On the other side, Qin Shao and the others returned to Qin Zhao's place of cultivation. Everyone's mood was not very good. They did not expect to be defeated so badly by Tianjiao in this confrontation. They clearly knew that this matter definitely had something to do with him, but there was no way to convict him of a crime. Qin Shao, what are we going to do now? This Tianjiao is too cunning and scheming. If we can't take him down in one fell swoop, it will be much more difficult to deal with him next time. And I don't think he will leave the Sacred Institute in a short period of time. In the Sacred Institute we can't act recklessly. Damn it, too despicable and shameless. Mengda cursed angrily. Qin Shao frowned deeply. He was really at his wits' end. He also wanted to know what to do now. No one had a good idea, and they were all having a headache. They did not expect Tianjiao to play such a trick and make a fool of them all. It was indeed difficult to deal with Tianjiao now. Author Ken Shang say, third update, the hardworking savage Shang is back. There's one more update tonight. Everyone, throw your fresh flowers over and give Savage Shang some motivation. He hasn't even made it into the top 10 on the Fresh Flowers leaderboard. This really makes Savage Shang blush with shame. I feel like this is a disgrace to the Absolute Theurgy book. This is our honor. I hope everyone will protect it with Ken Shang and fight together. Chapter 2878. I don't believe you. Why don't we wait for an opportunity? I don't believe that the prodigy will stay in the Sacred Academy forever. He will leave eventually. As soon as he leaves the Sacred Institute, we'll capture him and bring him to a safe place. Then, we'll interrogate him properly. I don't believe that he won't tell us the truth. Meng Dali spat out his saliva and suddenly said fiercely. Wu Fengchen grinned and said, You are a bandit. A bandit is a bandit. What's there to be afraid of? Since the prodigy is acting so shamelessly, why should we be polite to him? Let's just kill him. Meng Dali had a bad temper. They were really forced into a corner and had no other choice. The prodigy had indeed found himself a good protective umbrella. They couldn't take him down just now. As long as the prodigy continued to hide in the Sacred Academy, Qin Shao and the others would feel helpless. How could they take him down? They couldn't touch him at all. Taking action against the prodigy in the Sacred Academy would not only violate the Academy's rules, but also cause gossip. When the commotion came out, most likely many of his fellow disciples would stand on the prodigy's side. This was what the prodigy wanted to see, right? If he really did that, he would first ruin his reputation. Not only would he ruin his reputation, but he also wouldn't be able to do anything to the prodigy. At that time, even if he was in the right, he would become unreasonable. If the prodigy schemed again, he would most likely be condemned by everyone. Therefore, the current move was very crucial. How to take it was the most important. The prodigy had forced him into such a dangerous situation. It was indeed a smart move. I don't believe you. The Bloodbath Alliance's tentacles are getting more and more rampant. They even dare to extend their reach into the Sacred Academy and the 100 schools of thought. The prodigy is definitely loyal to the Bloodbath Alliance. That Qin Yanjin must have also become a pawn of the Bloodbath Alliance. Damn it. A high-ranking figure of the Qin clan from the 100 schools of thought has become a member of the Bloodbath Alliance. He even dares to testify for the prodigy in such a high-profile manner. Isn't this equivalent to telling us his identity? He's really arrogant enough to treat us as nothing. He doesn't put us in his eyes at all. I'm thinking that the entire Qin clan has fallen? Meng Dali said angrily. Wu Fengqing immediately stopped him. Meng Dali, your words are getting more and more ridiculous. You can't spout nonsense like this. Qin Yanjin's tea is only Qin Yanjin's alone. Qin Yanjin is a second-step ancient saint, but he can't play a decisive role in the entire Qin clan. The 100 schools of thought are the cornerstone of China. They are the staunch protectors of the human world. How could they work for the Blood Killer Alliance? That's impossible. If it really comes to that, then it would be terrifying. The Bloodbath Alliance has always kept a low profile in the Immortal region. They don't dare to extend their reach. Meng Dali smacked his lips and shrugged. I'm just saying. I don't really think that the Qin clan has fallen. It's indeed impossible. If the Qin clan has fallen, then the Immortal region is in danger. I don't believe that the Bloodbath Alliance can be so powerful. The Immortal region is the strongest sanctuary in the Great Thousand Worlds, except for the Great Path Sanctuary. How would the Bloodbath Alliance dare to go against the Immortal region? Wouldn't that be courting death? However, Qin Yanjin must have become a traitor. Sooner or later, I'll drag him out and let him know how to write the word death. Qin Shao said in a low voice, Don't worry, Qin Yanjin is mine. I'll take care of him sooner or later. Let's not think about this for now. Let's think about how to deal with the Heaven's Pride. Since he has returned, we can't stop. We must take him down as soon as possible. His wishful thinking is good, but it may not be invulnerable. His return to the Holy Academy is a false start. He's overconfident. Hearing Qin Zhao's words, everyone's eyes fell on Qin Shao. Prince Zhang Yang frowned and asked, Qin Shao, do you have a solution? A solution? Everyone's spirits were instantly lifted. Qin Shao looked at everyone with deep eyes and said in a low voice, There's no good solution, but there's a crazy solution. I've thought about it, and this matter is almost unsolvable. There's no good way to deal with the Heaven's Pride. If we want to deal with the Heaven's Pride, the only breakthrough we can make is to make good use of his conceit, his arrogance, and his deep hatred for me. This is the only breakthrough. As long as we can make good use of this breakthrough, we can definitely make him admit it himself. What we need to do is to make good use of this point, then we can convict him. Hearing Qin Zhao's plan, everyone fell silent. Obviously, this plan was not specific. There were still many things involved in it, and they all needed a good solution. Based on this general plan, no one could see anything practical, and it was difficult to predict the success rate. The Heaven's Pride is so cunning. I'm afraid it's impossible to make him admit it to you in person, right? Meng Dali said after thinking for a while. Qin Shao nodded and said, Of course it's very difficult, but it's not completely impossible. It all depends on how you plan this matter and push it forward. Just like how the Heaven's Pride schemed against us, he had planned everything in advance. That's why he dared to swagger back to the Saint Academy. He also predicted our series of actions, and he made use of our series of actions to complete his plan. In the end, we became his protective umbrella, and he mercilessly checkmated us. This is the brilliance of the plan. What we need to do is to devise such a brilliant plan to trap the Heaven's Pride. I already have a specific plan in mind. Listen to it and see if there's anything that needs to be improved. Therefore, Qin Shao explained the plan in detail, which even he thought was crazy. Everyone listened attentively. After listening to it, they fell silent and began to analyze and ponder. Meng Dali was the first to speak again. Qin Shao, you're as smart as a ghost. Your mind is full of dirty tricks. However, I have to say that your plan this time is beautiful. It's really not bad and it's really crazy. You've schemed against all of us, and even got Dean Yinglong involved. But I say, Brother Qin Shao, are you so sure that you can get Dean Yinglong involved? Will Dean Yinglong listen to you? Besides, the Heaven's Pride must be watching you now. If you do anything, you won't be able to escape the Heaven's Pride's eyes. If you go to see Dining Long, I'm afraid the Heaven's Pride will be on guard. He won't give you the chance. Qin Shao nodded and said, Yes, Meng Dali, you're right. The Heaven's Pride will definitely keep a close eye on me. So if I do anything, he will be aware of it and be on guard. This is a bad part, but at the same time it's also a good part. It can also be used to make a fuss. There are two sides to everything. It depends on how you make good use of it. If you use it well, it's a sharp sword, a sword that kills without spilling blood. If you don't make good use of it, you'll hurt yourself. I have to see Dining Long in person, but I can't let the Heaven's Pride know that I'm going to see Dining Long. I can't let any of you go to see Dining Long, otherwise, the Heaven's Pride will be aware of it. Even if we can't ask Xia Dongho and Fu Zhongshuan to help us, the Heaven's Pride will be suspicious. And this is the first problem that we have to face. How to overcome this problem is the most important step. Meng Dali scratched his head and said in confusion, If we can't do this and can't do that, then how can we overcome it? Isn't there no solution? Slap. Prince Zhang Yang slapped Meng Dali and said angrily, Are you stupid? The so-called no is just that we can't let the Heaven's Pride know. If we can avoid the Heaven's Pride, then everything will be fine. The Heaven's Pride will keep an eye on Qin Shao, but he won't be the one monitoring Qin Shao. Even if he is the one monitoring Qin Shao, he won't be able to find out where Qin Shao is cultivating. So, we just have to find a way to avoid the Heaven's Pride surveillance. Isn't that much easier? I don't believe you. So that's how it is. I understand. Meng Dali patted his head and suddenly felt relieved. He immediately laughed and said, Then don't talk so much nonsense. Brother Qin Shao, just give us the order and assign the task to us. Let's take action. I can't wait. I want to take down the Heaven's Pride as soon as possible. I can't let him get away with it. The Sacred Academy had always been incomparably dull, and nothing new would happen. Everyone lived in peace. They cultivated on their own and lived a very stable and peaceful life. There weren't many students in the Sacred Academy. Everyone was usually busy with cultivation. They got along well with each other, and there was a sense of camaraderie. But recently, many things happened in succession in the Sacred Academy. First of all, Princess Xiaoyu couldn't take it anymore. She rushed to the Heaven's Pride's cultivation place, destroyed it, and beat him up. The Heaven's Pride didn't attack Princess Xiaoyu because they were from the same school. However, this matter naturally violated the rules of the Sacred Academy and provoked the elders to take action. Princess Xiaoyu was imprisoned in the Holy Prison and was punished severely. Princess Xiaoyu became the first student to violate the rules of the Sacred Academy and the first student to be locked in the Sacred Prison. Such a matter naturally caused a heated discussion among the students of the Sacred Academy. Many people were very protective of the fairer sect. After all, Princess Xiaoyu was still a girl. Moreover, she was a very popular woman in the Academy of Holy Light. There were many men who adored her. However, in the discussions of the students, they all felt that Princess Xiaoyu was indeed too impulsive. The Heaven's Pride became a victim and won a lot of sympathy. Many people even began to stand up for the Heaven's Pride. Not long after Princess Xiaoyu's accident, something new came out. This time, Qin Shao and the others had a major internal disagreement. They argued endlessly and became the big news of the Sacred Academy. Qin Shao and the others were a famous group in the Sacred Academy. They were a group of 4 men and 4 women. They were as close as brothers and sisters, and they almost became sworn brothers. But even if they didn't become sworn brothers, in the hearts of the people, they were as close as sworn brothers and sisters. But maybe the accident of Princess Xiaoyu was the trigger. In addition, Qin Shao had been angry and wanted to settle accounts with the Heaven's Pride. The new hatred and old hatred made it difficult for Qin Shao to bear. So, there were internal differences and it gradually evolved into a quarrel. Under the extreme quarrel, Qin Zhao's anger was ignited, and the quarrel evolved into a fight. Meng Dali and Wu Fengqing were seriously injured by Qin Shao on the spot. Zhang Yang was also seriously injured in order to stop the fight. Author Cruel Death. Chapter 2879. In the end, he was so agitated that he angered the god of Yinglong world, who ordered him to imprison Qin Shao in his cultivation place for 100 million years. He was not allowed to leave. Such a punishment could be said to be very heavy, causing the whole Saint Academy to sigh. Qin Shao, that was a symbolic figure of the Saint Academy, ranked first on the Saint ranking, the Immortal Realm's #1 genius, and Li Dui's personal disciple. With so many halos around him, his brilliance shone the entire Immortal Realm. However, Qin Shao seemed to have gone mad, as if he was possessed by the devil. Therefore, Yinglong world also imprisoned him, so that he could calm down, reflect on his mistakes, and return to the right track. These few things could be said to have caused an uproar in the entire Saint Academy. Not only the Saint Academy, but also the entire Immortal Realm. For a time, countless topics about Qin Shao were brought up. Qin Shao had always been a hot topic. His deeds could always cause a stir in the Immortal Realm, and naturally this time was no exception. Furthermore, the commotion this time was definitely not small. This time, Qin Zhao's reputation could be said to have a great impact and damage. Saint Academy, the cultivation place of the geniuses. Humph, Qin Shao, oh Qin Shao, what tricks are you playing? A trick of self-injury? Princess Xiaoyu was sent to the Saint prison, she should have asked for it. There shouldn't be a problem. She is already in the Saint prison, she can't cause any trouble. The Xian Hua clan was annihilated, and her only brother, Xiao Dao, is also dead. I can understand Princess Xiaoyu's feelings, it's normal for her to go crazy. Qin Shao, you're acting so crazy. Don't you feel like you're exposing yourself too much? Based on your relationship, can Qin Shao really be so ruthless to Prince Zhang Yang and the others? You want to play the trick of self-injury, trying to lure me in? Haha, do you really think I, the geniuses, am so easily fooled? However, since you, Qin Shao, want to lure my prodigy into your trap, then my prodigy will fulfill your wish. You just want to meet me, right? Then I'll send myself to your door to make you happy. I'd like to see how capable you are. The geniuses laughed sinisterly for a while, then got up and went out. It was Qin Zhao's place of cultivation. Although Qin Shao had been imprisoned, it was fortunate that his place of cultivation had not been completely isolated. However, given World God Raindragon's orders, Qin Shao didn't dare to take even half a step away from where he was training. As for the others, they did not dare to come close to Qin Zhao's cultivation place at this time. Thus, for a time, this place seemed to have become a forbidden area of the Sacred Academy, a desolate place. Within the hall, Qin Shao sat cross-legged by himself with his eyes closed as he meditated and cultivated. Suddenly, the corners of his eyes twitched. He knew that someone had come. It was the fish that had swum over. However, this big fish was clearly not that easy to catch. Making him take the bait was definitely not an easy task. Qin Shao continued to close his eyes. Suddenly, a figure condensed in front of Qin Shao. Qin Zhao's expression suddenly changed, and he opened his eyes. When Qin Shao saw the prodigy in front of him, his eyes suddenly turned cold and gloomy. A wave of anger gushed out of him. He seemed to have gone mad, and he became somewhat ferocious. Obviously, Qin Shao was very angry and hateful towards the geniuses. When enemies met, it was natural for their eyes to blaze with hatred. After his anger subsided, Qin Shao snorted coldly and said, "An energy clone. It seems that your real body is already outside my cultivation place. How dare you, the geniuses, barge into my cultivation place?" The geniuses spread his hands and laughed. "Ha ha ha, isn't this what you want to see, Qin Shao? Haven't you been waiting for me to come to your door? I'm here today to fulfill your wish. What? Don't you welcome me? If you don't, then I'll leave. It's just an energy clone. I'll give it to you as a gift. Qin Zhao's expression became even colder. He looked coldly at the geniuses and said, "Since you're here, you're a guest. Although I don't welcome you since you're here, let's have a chat." "You're right. I've been waiting for you to come to my door. You're quite tactful, aren't you? To think that you'd come knocking on my door. However, why did you send an energy clone here? What's the meaning of this? Why? Are you afraid? Are you afraid that I've dug a hole for you to jump into?" Ha ha ha. The geniuses laughed again and said, "Yes, you're right. Haven't you been digging a hole? Haven't you been waiting for me to jump into it? Qin Shao, you've been digging so hard. You've been looking forward to it. Therefore, I can't bear to see you like this, so I came to your door. Isn't it good to fulfill your wish? My real body wants to come in, but this is your territory. Without your permission, my real body can't come in. Why don't I be a good person to the end and send myself to my death? Let my real body come in. I'll give you a chance to set me up. How about that?" Seeing the geniuses speak so confidently, Qin Shao couldn't help but frown deeply. Qin Shao naturally knew that the geniuses were not fools. In fact, he was a very shrewd person. He absolutely couldn't be underestimated. The geniuses were definitely a cunning old fox. Since he dared to come, he must have made all the preparations. It was definitely not easy to set him up and let him walk into a trap. However, no matter how difficult it was, he had to do it. If it were so easy to succeed, it wouldn't give him such a headache, and he wouldn't have taken such a crazy path. Now, it was a difficult and fierce battle. Whoever could control it in the end would be the winner. In such a battle, both the truth and the lies had to be mixed together. There was only one ultimate goal, which was to make the geniuses admit that those two things had something to do with him. However, if he wanted to lead the geniuses to this path, he had to compete with him in a battle of wits and courage. Since the geniuses dared to come in person, Qin Shao actually had some confidence in his heart. From the moment the geniuses came to his door, he had given him a great opportunity. Although the prodigy himself was full of confidence and came with absolute confidence, he was still very confident. However, this kind of excessive confidence often turned into conceit. In the end, he was defeated by this kind of conceit. The key now was to see how Qin Shao would control this matter and guide it. Humph! Qin Shao glanced at the geniuses disdainfully and said sarcastically, "You're talking as if you'll dare to come in if I let you in. This is my place of cultivation. In my place of cultivation, if I do something to you, as long as it's not too excessive, my superiors won't say anything. Don't talk nonsense. I'm just asking you, do you dare to come in? Do you think I don't know what you're thinking? You just want to see me make a fool of myself after seeing that I've been imprisoned. You just want to make fun of me and make fun of me. You want to build your happiness on top of my pain? I think you've made a mistake. I've already been imprisoned. It doesn't matter if I make some trouble." In the face of Qin Zhao's half-threatening, half-provoking and half-provoking words, the geniuses shook his head and laughed. "Interesting, really interesting. Qin Shao, oh Qin Shao, do you only have these few simple moves after using them again and again? Don't you think such a low-level provocation is too old-fashioned? Is it too retarded? You're using such a method to deal with me. I really feel like you're humiliating me. It seems that you haven't made any progress in these years. You're still so naive and retarded." In the face of the genius's mockery, Qin Shao shrugged and said, "The trick doesn't have to be brilliant. The key is whether it's useful or not. A useful trick is a good trick, no matter how low level it is. A useless trick, no matter how brilliant it is still bullshit. I, Qin Shao, am not like you, who has lived 2 lives and who knows how many epochs of the universe you've lived. I, Qin Shao, am still young. I've only lived for more than 50 million years. Compared to a prodigy like you, of course, I'm far inferior. So, there's no need to play any tricks in front of a cunning old man like you. Isn't that asking for a rebuff? It's better to be straightforward and play something simple and useful, isn't it? If I say so, you'll definitely fall for it. You'll definitely come in with your real body. So, of course, I don't have to try so hard to use any tricks. If you use too many tricks, you'll be too weak. Aren't you tired? The geniuses looked at Qin Shao and chuckled for a while. After laughing, he said, "Interesting. It seems that you, Qin Shao, are becoming more and more interesting. You're also a little self-aware. You're not as arrogant as you used to be. To be honest, I'm really not used to a Qin Shao like you. You're deliberately pretending to be weak to me. You don't have any good intentions. Haha, on the surface, you don't seem to want to use any tricks, but in fact, you're hiding a lot of trouble in your belly. I know what you're thinking, what you're scheming, and what you want to do. All your thoughts, all your plans, all your tricks, in fact, are transparent to me. I've already known them like the back of my hand. I can see through everything with one glance. Why? Because your tricks are too inferior and too childish. In front of me, they can't be called tricks at all. I know what you want to do with one glance. All along the way, you people have been playing the trick of injuring yourself to gain my confidence. You've been using all kinds of tricks, even at the expense of your reputation, to set up this big plan. You're just trying to confuse me and lead me into your trap step by step. It sounds like a perfect trap, a very clever one. Perhaps it can confuse others. However, it's a pity. In the eyes of the geniuses, it's really too childish and retarded. What do you want to play? All your tricks have long been under the control of the geniuses. Do you think you're still capable of playing with me? Do you think you can still trick me? Do you think you can still trick me into falling into your trap? After listening to the genius's analysis, Qin Zhao's expression did not change at all. Instead, he chuckled. After laughing, he made a gesture of invitation. Go ahead. Get lost. I don't welcome you here. However, the geniuses did not hurry to leave. Instead, he smiled and said, What's wrong? I've seen through all your plans. Are you angry out of embarrassment? TSK, TSK, TSK. I'm really happy to see you so frustrated. I'm very happy to see you like this. You're angry out of embarrassment and want to drive me away. Are you admitting defeat? Get lost. Qin Shao roared angrily. He pointed at the genius's nose and shouted, So what if I'm angry out of embarrassment? So what if I can't trick you? So what if I'm imprisoned? Geniuses, don't be complacent too early. One day, I'll kill you with my own hands. And that day won't be too far away. Geniuses, just you wait. If I don't kill you, I, Qin Shao, swear that I'm not human. Chapter 2880. Wow, wow. Tianjiao clicked his tongue and looked at Qin Shao with a smile. He was really in a good mood. Looking at Qin Zhao's furious look, Tianjiao's heart was filled with relief. It was too satisfying. He would only be happy when Qin Shao was unhappy. He would only be happy when Qin Shao was in pain. Anyone can say harsh words, but it's useless to me. The prodigy wagged his finger at Qin Shao and smiled. He continued, Although I know that you're just putting on an act to confuse me and lure me into your trap, that's all. But I'm still very happy to see you like this. It's a rare scene to see you put in so much effort to pretend to be in pain, anger, and madness in front of me. I quite like it, even though I know it's all fake. But it doesn't matter. Life is like a play, and it all depends on acting skills. As for your acting, Qin Shao, it's still lacking a little. But it doesn't matter. I'll be happy with you. Whatever show you put on, I'll play along with you. What do you think? Do you want my real body to come in and talk to you? Let's see if you have the ability to make me fall into your trap, Qin Shao. Qin Shao sneered. He said disdainfully, You already said that I was tricking you. I dug a big hole and waited for you to jump into it. I was deliberately scheming against you and plotting against you. Since you've seen through it, why are you still so polite? Why do you have to come to me? It's not like you're asking for trouble. Haha, you want this opportunity, don't you? I'm a person who likes to help others achieve their goals. Although you're my opponent, my enemy. But for me, I just like to see you defeated. I feel very happy when I see you hate me but can't do anything to me. Didn't you say it yourself? I want to build my happiness on top of your pain. Only then will I be happy. The Heaven's Chosen laughed. There was a ruthless and wild energy in his bones. He also had the determination to ruthlessly humiliate Qin Shao and trample Qin Shao under his feet. The genius had suffered great losses in Qin Zhao's hands several times. He had been defeated twice by Qin Shao. Even his doppelganger had been killed by Qin Shao. This deep hatred made it impossible for the genius to give up so easily. Now that he had found an opportunity, the genius would not let go of Qin Shao easily. He would not let Qin Shao have an easy time. He would definitely trample on Qin Shao to vent his anger. How could he let go of this great opportunity so easily? Even if the Heaven's Chosen knew that there was great danger, he was still willing to jump into this pit. Even if there was really a pit, he firmly believed that he could cross this pit and would not fall into it. He did not think that Qin Shao had such ability, shrewdness, and calculation. He did not think that Qin Shao had such ability, shrewdness, and calculation. Not to mention other things, he had lived tens of thousands of times longer than Qin Shao. He believed that he was much more experienced than Qin Shao in all aspects. What kind of schemes had he not seen before? Qin Shao, a brat who was still wet behind the ears, wanted to scheme against him. How could it be so easy? With such absolute confidence, the Heaven's Chosen was not afraid of anything. While he knew that Qin Shao was scheming against him, he was also scheming against Qin Shao. Therefore, it all depended on whose scheme was more brilliant. However, he had full confidence in himself. Therefore, he was not afraid of directly delivering himself to Qin Zhao's door. He was not afraid of sending himself to the edge of Qin Zhao's pit. He wanted to see if Qin Shao had the ability to trap him into a big pit. And Qin Shao had already predicted that he would have such thoughts. The Heaven's Chosen was an extremely conceited person. When he was in the Fumo Immortal Palace, he was extremely arrogant. Except for the Fumo Immortal Palace Master, he did not take anyone seriously. To him, no one was worth mentioning. They were far from being on par with him. In fact, he wasn't even willing to take a second look at them. When he was in the Fumo Immortal Palace, Qin Shao was just a small ant to him. It was just that he did not want to kill Qin Shao. Otherwise, he could have easily killed Qin Shao in the Fumo Immortal Palace. His conceit was still in his bones, and it would be stronger at this time. After tens of millions of years, he had been suppressed by Qin Shao. He was suppressed until he could not breathe. He was suppressed until he lost his brilliance. He hated Qin Shao to the core. Now, he could finally turn over and play with Qin Shao. How could he miss such a great opportunity? If he let Qin Shao go like this, it would be too easy for Qin Shao. It would be a great loss for him. If he did not take this great opportunity to humiliate Qin Shao, trample on him, he was afraid that he would not have another chance in the future. Therefore, he brought out his extreme conceit, his arrogance that looked down on everything. When he was scheming against Qin Shao was also scheming against him. The two of them were like two peerless masters. They seemed to see through each other and were constantly scheming against each other. There was a scheme in a scheme, and there was a scheme in a scheme. Truth and falsehood were all mixed together, making it difficult to distinguish between them. Life was like a play, and it all depended on one's acting skills. At this time, the two of them were actually acting. They were both desperately releasing their acting skills and doing their best to deal with each other. Well, you want to jump into the pit, don't you? Then why don't you come in? In my place of cultivation, do you think I'm afraid of what you, the chosen one, can do? Oh no. In fact, I should be hoping that you, the chosen one, can do something here. In this way, I will have a good reason to deal with you, won't I? In terms of conspiracy, shrewdness, calculation, and cunning, perhaps I, Qin Shao, am still too inexperienced. I knew that you were the culprit. You are definitely related to both of these incidents. I accused you on the spot. In the beginning, when everyone was supporting me, you still fought back and even turned against me. Everything has already been within your calculations. You've made me truly recognize a terrifying genius. You even made me feel like I was back to the time when I was in Fu Xiu's immortal palace. Looking at you is like looking at an invincible god. Maybe I can't compare with you in other aspects, but when it comes to fists, I, Qin Shao, have always been confident. I won't play games with you. Don't let me find a chance to play games with you. Once I have a chance to play games with you, it will be the time of your death. Qin Shao didn't play games. He pointed at the chosen one's nose and said so bluntly. It was obvious that he, Qin Shao, would kill him sooner or later. Don't be so arrogant as to say it out loud. Qin Shao knew very well that he couldn't hide from the chosen one's eyes. It was meaningless to play games. On the contrary, he would expose all his plans. Therefore, Qin Shao simply came straight to the point and exposed everything. He didn't hide anything. I'll expose everything in front of the chosen one. I want to see which one is real and which one is fake. If he couldn't win, he would use the stupidest way. At this time, Qin Shao was indeed a little confusing to the chosen one. At least, he couldn't completely understand him. This was a little different from the Qin Shao he imagined. However, he was still extremely conceited and incomparably confident in himself. This strength supported him. Therefore, the chosen one was still not afraid of anything. He walked in with his real body. The chosen one waved his hand and isolated the hall, so that Ah Dong and Wu Qi couldn't hear the sound inside and see the situation inside. Oh, I thought the chosen one was really fearless. It seems that you are still very careful in your actions. Are you still playing with restrictions in my cultivation place? Qin Shao sneered. The chosen one smiled faintly and said, I just don't want our conversation to be heard by others. They are just some servants who can't be put on the table. How can the servants listen in when the master is talking? That's not good, right? You are the master, so you should act like one. You can't be too casual. That's not good. Qin Shao nodded and said in agreement, Yes, you are right. That's indeed the case. Since you, a sky pride, prefer to be quiet, then I might as well go deeper. After saying that, Qin Shao also made a move. He cast a few restrictions and used the law of space to make the place even more sealed. Even if a second step ancient saint came, he wouldn't be able to enter. What do you think, chosen one? Don't you think I'm a good friend? Qin Shao said with a smile. The smile on the genius's face became even more mysterious, with a sense of mystery and eeriness. There seemed to be a knife hidden in this smile, and it was an extremely sharp knife. That smile was a little scary. After laughing, the chosen one looked deeply at Qin Shao and said, Why? Do you want to kill me here? A cold light flashed across Qin Shao's mouth. He said in a deep voice, Yes, didn't you already see through everything? Didn't you already know what I was going to do? Didn't you give birth to needles a long time ago? Don't you know what I'm thinking? So, don't you know what I want to do? I just want to kill you first. The chosen one made a please gesture to Qin Shao. He wasn't worried at all. He said methodically, If you are not afraid of death, then go ahead. If you can kill my chosen, then I'm useless, and I deserve to die. Of course, even if I really die in your hands, Qin Shao, you will immediately come down to die with me. I won't lose anything if you are with me. You should know that my biggest wish now is to kill you, Qin Shao. It is not only my biggest wish, but also my life goal. At least, it is my life goal recently. You will feel uncomfortable if I don't kill you. Why don't you try? What if you can really kill me? You should have a dream, right? What if it comes true? In fact, I also want to kill you. But to be honest, although I am extremely conceited, I really don't have the confidence to kill you, Qin Shao. This makes me very distressed and conflicted. Hearing the Chosen One's words and seeing his reaction, Qin Shao was also guessing what the Chosen One was thinking at this time. It was definitely not an easy task to scheme against a genius like him. If he neglected any small detail, he was afraid that all his efforts would be in vain. Therefore, Qin Shao was very careful. He didn't dare to neglect any details. He was always paying attention to the Chosen One and guessing what he was thinking. You sure are dreaming. Qin Shao chuckled and said, If I wanted to kill you, I would have done it long ago. Would I give you a chance to talk so much? I want to kill you with my fists, but I am not stupid enough to exchange my life for yours. You really think highly of yourself if you want to exchange my life for yours. Don't daydream about such a good thing. Chapter 2881. Of course, even if you do, you don't have the strength to kill me. Besides, I believe you, Qin Shao, won't be so stupid as to pay a life for a life. As for you, Qin Shao, you've always been a steady and cautious person. So, aren't you tired of pretending to be crazy all these years? The genius nodded and said. Qin Shao curled his lips and said, As long as I can kill you, it doesn't matter if I'm a little tired. It doesn't matter. It's not a big deal. As long as I can trap you, I think I can bear it even if it's 10 times or 100 times more tiring. Ha ha ha. The genius laughed out loud. It's a good idea, but unfortunately, reality is often cruel. It's a good idea, but it may not work. Reality might give you a resounding slap in the face. Qin Shao shrugged and said, So, let's wait and see. Who knows, maybe I'll really succeed. You said that you should have a dream. What if it comes true? Yes. The genius nodded. That's right. You can give it a try. So, where do you plan to start? Qin Shao curled his lips and said, Do I still need to try? Didn't you deliver yourself to my doorstep? The prodigy said, That's right. I've delivered myself to your doorstep. But why do I feel that you, Qin Shao, don't have the ability to do anything to me? I'm here to make myself feel good. I'm here to build my happiness on top of your pain. What's the effect? Qin Shao asked. The genius smiled and said, The effect is very good. At present, it's basically reached my expectations. Of course, it's still not enough for my goal, so I think there are still some areas that can be improved. In fact, Qin Shao, you don't have to waste your effort. I know your thoughts, and your calculations like the back of my hand. Since I dared to come here, I have already calculated everything. I calculated that you can't do anything to me. No matter what, you can't do anything to me. Although this is your place of cultivation, there are only the two of us here. There is not even a single outsider. Oh, that's not right. Perhaps there are 2 outsiders. Don't you still have 2 spirit beasts? They should be in your inner world, right? Let's just say that they are foreigners. But so what? First, you can't get any solid evidence to prove anything about me. Second, you can't kill me directly. What else can you, Qin Shao, do? Besides, you don't have any helpers. Princess Xiaoyu was sent to the holy prison by me, and she's having a much harder time than you. Prince Zhang Yang was taken away by Emperor Xian Yuan a long time ago. It is said that he is no longer in the immortal region. As for Yuan Yuan and Ming Yuexin, they were sent out on a mission. The remaining Meng Dali, Wu Fengqing, and Princess Ru Xian are not even worth mentioning. Even if they want to, they can't do anything for you. Their every move is under my nose. They have been estranged from you. They have never come to you. So, Qin Shao, you're just a loner now. To be honest, I really feel that you are a little pitiful. Really pitiful. Oh, by the way, do you know what people outside are saying about you now? I'm afraid you don't know, and you don't want to know, do you? Forget it, forget it. Seeing that you are so pitiful, I won't say it, lest it irritates you. With a cold face, Qin Shao looked at the chosen one gloomily and said coldly, Are you very proud to see me in such a sorry state? It's okay. The prodigy pursed his lips and said, Well, at best, you're in a bit of a sorry state, but it's not that bad. That's why my mood can't really reach its peak. So, I came to see you. I want to see if I can use the power of anger to make my mood better. Are you so sure? Qin Zhao's voice became even heavier. Not only did his voice become heavier, but his mood also became heavier. His expression had already become very unsightly. The chosen one laughed again and said calmly, Because I can see through you, but you can't see through me. I can know you like the back of my hand, but you know nothing about me. I know all of your plans and all of your moves. How can you possibly defeat me? How can you trick me? Your plan is actually very simple. You just want me to come to you, then make me confess and admit that I did those two things. Am I right? Qin Shao said coldly. Do you mean you dare to admit that you did those two things? I want you to admit it. I have always wanted you to admit it, because this is my only way. I have no other choice, but I know you don't dare to admit it, even if I beat you to death. That's right. No one would admit it even if they were beaten to death. It's normal that you, the chosen one, don't dare to admit it. I have indeed been having a headache over this matter. I have been thinking about this matter and plotting this matter. Didn't you say that you know me like the back of your hand? Didn't you say that you know what I am thinking and all my plans? Then, why don't you help me figure out what I have to do to make you admit that those two things were indeed done by you, the prodigy? You do have enough confidence. As long as you are in the Saint Academy, I can't do anything to you before I get conclusive evidence. Soft methods won't work, and hard methods won't work either. No matter what, as long as I dare to do anything to you, you will definitely find a way to make me suffer. In the end, I will still be the unlucky one. And you can watch me put on a good show and vent your anger at the same time. But this may not be enough for you to vent your anger, right? Ha ha ha. The chosen one chuckled and shook his head, saying, It's such an inferior method of provocation again. It's really vulgar and stupid. There is no skill in it at all. Qin Shao, is this all you have? Well, after all, you are still too young. If you don't suffer more, how can you grow up? But, Qin Shao, have you ever thought about this? Even if I admit to those two things in front of you right now, and that it was indeed my prodigy who did those two things, what can you do? What can you do? If I admit to it in front of you, do you think you have conclusive evidence? Aren't you too naive? Qin Shao frowned. After a long silence, she said, What else can I do? The chosen one laughed disdainfully, saying, Since you are so naive, I will teach you well. Well, I will teach you for free. Don't be too grateful. First, you have no way to use treasures such as memory crystal balls with recording functions, so you can't record everything here. I will not give you the chance to record it. Second, I have used special means to set up a restriction in this space. In this restriction, the space will be disrupted, so even if you use time reversal, there is no way to restore the scene at that time. Of course, if you can ask sagely to come, then maybe you can restore it. Third, no one else can break in here, only the two of us. If you have to add the two spiritual beasts in your inner world, then it will be 3 people. It's a pity that your spiritual beasts can't testify for you. Their testimony will not be recognized. So, even if I admit to those 2 things in front of you right now, what can you do about it? Do you think you've got evidence? But in fact, you can't get any evidence at all. You can't take away your so-called evidence at all. Do you think you can just rely on your mouth? Who will believe you? Even if they believe you, what can they do? Without conclusive evidence, the Sacred Academy will not convict me. Boom. Qin Shao was stunned on the spot, as if he was struck by lightning. Is it really like this? Does that mean that no matter what, there is no way to deal with me? How can this be? Qin Zhao's eyes flashed with a complicated look, and he suddenly became a little agitated. Gritting his teeth, Qin Shao suddenly looked coldly at the prodigy and said, "Do you really think that I, Qin Shao, have to rely on the Sacred Academy to deal with you? I, Qin Shao, have always been a person who does not abide by the rules. I have always been a person who only believes in myself and not others. So, do you really think that I will entrust this great hatred to the Sacred Academy and wait for conclusive evidence to accuse you? If you really think so, then I can only say that you, prodigy, don't understand me at all. Of course, I don't dare to kill you in the Sacred Academy. If I kill you, I will die. I certainly won't do such a stupid thing. But I don't believe that you, prodigy, will hide in the Sacred Academy for the rest of your life and never leave. You, prodigy, only have this body left. Can you stay in the Sacred Academy forever and never leave? You can wait, I can wait too. You can wait, I can wait too. There is a saying in my hometown, it is never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. For me, Qin Shao, to take revenge, let alone 10 years, even if it takes 10,000 universe epochs, I can still wait. I won't forget and will always guard you, Heaven's Pride. I, Qin Shao, just want to confirm whether those two things were done by you, prodigy. Although I am very sure that it was done by you, prodigy. But if I can hear you admit it yourself, prodigy, I will be more relieved. Do you really think that I have done so many things over the years to deliberately plot against you, prodigy? Humph, I don't have the time to plot against you, prodigy. At the very least, even if I plot against you in the Sacred Academy, I may not be able to avoid killing you. Even if I can kill you, you won't be killed by me, Qin Shao. How unpleasant would that be? My enemies, I will deal with them with my own hands. Therefore, a prodigy like you can only die in my hand. Prodigy smiled evilly and looked at Qin Shao with deep eyes. At this time, no one knew what he was thinking. Qin Shao looked at Prodigy with cold eyes. Prodigy also looked at Qin Shao with deep eyes. The two looked at each other, and fierce sparks flew. No one knew what the other was thinking. The two seemed to be in an invisible competition, which was incomparably fierce and violent. The atmosphere became extremely oppressive, as if the space would explode at any time. After a long time, Qin Shao suddenly shouted angrily, "Get out of here, prodigy! You are just a hypocritical and insidious villain who dares not to admit what you have done. I don't want you to admit anything. It is enough that I have decided in my heart. Just wait and see. If you have the guts, don't ever leave the Sacred Academy. Otherwise, when you leave the Sacred Academy, it will be your death day." Chapter 2882. Ha ha ha! Seeing Qin Shao fly into a rage out of humiliation, extreme hatred, and extreme helplessness, the Heaven's Chosen laughed happily. He was in a good mood again. What he wanted was this situation, and what he wanted to see was Qin Zhao's reaction. The more unhappy Qin Shao was, the happier he was. He laughed so recklessly, so happily, and in his laughter was the proud posture of a winner. "Okay, then you can wait, Qin Shao. I'm really not in a hurry. It's not so easy for you, Qin Shao, to kill me. You must have the opportunity first, and you must have the strength. Opportunity, maybe you will have it later. But strength, I'm afraid you won't have it anymore." The Sky Pride looked at Qin Shao smugly as he spoke with a playful look on his face. After saying that, Tianjiao chuckled again and said, "You just want me to admit whether those two things have anything to do with me. You've schemed and done so many things, set up so many traps, used so many means, and racked your brains. Isn't it all for this? Since you, Qin Shao, are so persistent, then fine. I, Tianjiao, shall grant you your wish this once? I can really tell you today. You guessed right. I was the one who did those two things. You can't get me, but can't I get the people around you? Your brother is the person you care about most, but he is too frivolous and naive. He acts impulsively. This is the best person to use. So, I borrowed your brother's hand to kill the children of the Xia family without any effort at all, and let your brother commit a heinous crime. How about this? Isn't it very clever to kill with a borrowed knife? Gotcha! Gotcha! Qin Zhao's fists were about to be crushed, and his emotions were surging, and his anger was monstrous. The boundless rage was like a flood or a ferocious beast, incomparably turbulent. Qin Shao was truly enraged right now. He wanted nothing more than to kill that genius right there and then. The impact of that incident on Qin Yi was too great. Not only did it have a great impact on Qin Yi, but it also had a great impact on himself. He hasn't given an explanation to the Xia family yet, and this matter can't be avoided. He has to face it and do what he has to do. Qin Yi was also affected by this incident. Now he can only hide in Langya Heaven and can't come out. If this matter is not solved, then Qin Yi can't leave Langya Heaven for a day. This time, Qin Shao was selfish and took Qin Yi away from 9 Continents College. This made people in the world criticize Qin Shao, which obviously has a great impact on Qin Zhao's reputation. However, Qin Shao had no other choice. He definitely could not watch his own brother die just like that. If this matter was really done by Qin Yi alone, Qin Shao may not be like this. Let Qin Yi's avatar make an explanation, which can be regarded as a profound lesson for himself, which is not a bad thing. But Qin Shao was very clear that this time, Qin Yi was also used by others. It was an unintentional move. There is a mistake, but the crime should not be fatal. And the culprit of all this is Tianjiao. Although Qin Shao knew it for a long time, at this time, listening to Tianjiao admit it personally, the feeling is naturally very different, so that Qin Shao can't wait to kill Tianjiao. Resisting the urge to explode was an extremely painful thing. Looking at Qin Zhao's extreme anger, and having to forcibly suppress himself, Tianjiao's heart was very happy. He has been waiting for so many years, but he has been waiting for this day. He wants to torture Qin Shao with his own hands and let him live a life worse than death. Simply killing him would be letting him off too easily. Killing is always just an inferior means of revenge. It's more fun to torture a person. Tianjiao has been crazy for a long time. Everything he did was just to torture Qin Shao. This is all his purpose. I can understand that you schemed to frame Qin Yi. After all, he is my brother, my closest relative. His business is my business. What about the Xinhua clan? The Xianhua clan is innocent, isn't it? Why do you have to be so cruel? Why do you have to annihilate the Xianhua clan? Qin Zhao's eyes were red. He clenched his fists and asked coldly. Tianjiao laughed. The Xinhua clan is also something you care about. As long as it is something you care about, I want to destroy it. Only in this way can I make you suffer extreme pain. As long as it can make Qin Shao suffer, I am willing to do it, regardless of everything. I know that you, Qin Shao, are a person who values friendship and righteousness. You came from the universe, and the immortal realm is not your hometown. I have no way to deal with your hometown. But there are not many people you care about in the immortal realm, so I naturally have to find a way to destroy them one by one. First your brother Qin Yi, then the Xinhua clan, then Fatty Kai and the Free City. In the end, there are only a few people in your hometown left. No hurry, none of them can escape. I will deal with them one by one, ha ha ha. How is it, Qin Shao? Are you very angry? Do you want to kill me? Do you want to do it? Why don't you do it? Now is a good time for you. I personally sent you to your cultivation place and admitted these things. Why don't you dare to do it? Obviously, Tianjiao is provoking Qin Shao, using this method to provoke Qin Shao and suppress Qin Shao. This is a very good thing for Tianjiao. If he can make Qin Shao unhappy, he will be happy. And this method is obviously extremely vicious. Qin Shao also found it difficult to suppress his emotions. Only by doing his best to suppress them did he manage to not explode on the spot. Qin Zhao's heart is really very painful. He is struggling very much. He wants to kill Tianjiao at all costs first. But Qin Shao is also very clear that it is not so easy to kill Tianjiao. Geniuses weren't people that he could kill just because he wanted to. Since the Heaven's Pride had dared to come and provoke Qin Shao again and again, he naturally had some confidence that he wouldn't be killed by Qin Shao so easily. If Tianjiao does not have this little confidence, then he is really stupid to send himself to Qin Zhao's door. Tianjiao, you are really crazy. You are a student of the Sacred Academy, a righteous person, but you are willing to degrade yourself and become a demon. If you have any problems, you can just come at me. Why do you have to hurt the innocent? If you do this, you are guilty of the most heinous crime. Once your ugly face is exposed, you will not be tolerated by the righteous path. Do you think you can still live? Do you think you can live by defecting to the Bloodbath Alliance? Humph, you're just burying yourself and ruining your bright future. Tianjiao, you are a top genius and a student specially trained by the Sacred Academy. You are 5th on the holy list. You can be said to be very good in all aspects. As long as you are given time and are willing to work hard, your future will be boundless and your achievements will be extraordinary. You will have a bright future. But you secretly defected to the Bloodbath Alliance. Don't you think it is a pity that you have fallen so low? Pity? The muscles on Tianjiao's face twitched fiercely, and his expression suddenly became ferocious. He looked at Qin Shao with gloomy eyes. You also know it is a pity? But isn't it all thanks to you, Qin Shao? If it weren't for you, Qin Shao, would I, Tianjiao, have ended up like this? Step by step, it is all because of you, Qin Shao. It is all because of you, Qin Shao, that I have no way out, no way back. It is you who has always been above me, stepping on me, making me unable to raise my head, making me unable to see the light of day. How can I, Tianjiao, be willing to do this? How can I be willing to be suppressed by you for the rest of my life? Therefore, I naturally have to resist. Naturally, I can't do this. As long as it can deal with you, Qin Shao, I am willing to do it. If I don't do it, I'll go mad sooner or later. Sooner or later, I'll ruin myself. Isn't it better now? Do you know why I broke through to the second step of the Ancient Saint stage so quickly? It is because of the Bloodbath Alliance's help that I am like this. As long as I work for the Bloodbath Alliance, I can continue to gain benefits, improve my realm, and become stronger. At the same time, I can deal with you. Why wouldn't I do something that can kill 2 birds with 1 stone? Crazy. He was really crazy. He was completely crazy. In order to deal with him, Tianjiao was willing to go to such lengths. This was a real case of qi deviation. Qin Shao really didn't want to say anything to such a person. It was better to let him die. Even if he said one more word, Qin Shao would feel that it was a waste of breath. Such a person was completely hopeless. Killing him would be enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens. I hate the Bloodbath Alliance the most in my life. As long as I meet a member of the Bloodbath Alliance, I will do everything I can to kill them. Tianjiao, you have already committed heinous crimes. Not only will I not let you off, but the Sacred Academy will also not let you off. The righteous people in the world will not let you off either. Your crimes and your face will be exposed, Qin Shao said coldly. Ah! However, the Heaven's Chosen did not get angry. Instead, he laughed wantonly. There was a hint of complacency in his laughter. There was also a hint of playfulness and disdain in his laughter. Tian Jiao looked at Qin Shao and clicked his tongue. Qin Shao, oh Qin Shao, why are you still so naive? You are so naive that it is laughable. I have told you so much, but you still don't understand? You haven't improved at all. Don't you have the slightest awareness? Since I dared to come here, it means that I've already calculated everything. I've already seen through you. All of your methods are within my expectations. Since I dared to come, naturally, I have already prepared everything. I am not afraid of any tricks you can play. I have already admitted that those 3 things were done by me. I have already admitted that I have already cooperated with the Bloodbath Alliance and worked for the Bloodbath Alliance. What can you do to me? Yes, you have heard me say it yourself. You have evidence, but can you take it out? Your mouth alone cannot be used as evidence. No one will believe you. You cannot convict me, Tian Jiao, of any crimes. Ha ha, I know that you have been scheming. I know what you are trying to do. So, I will fulfill your wish. I will fulfill your wish. But so what? Even if I fulfill your wish, you still can't do anything to me. How does this feel? Not bad, right? Qin Zhao's face darkened. She said coldly, "Don't you think it is a little too early for you to be so smug?" Tian Zhao shrugged and pursed his lips. Too early? I don't think so. Haven't I always been so smug? I came here to be smug in front of you. Chapter 2883. Are you done laughing? Qin Shao asked. The Heavenly Legend smiled and said, Almost. Of course, I can laugh a little longer. Qin Shao chuckled. Suddenly, a strange smile appeared on his face and he said, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. Your laughter is over. Now, it's my turn to laugh. Your turn to laugh? The smile on the Heavenly Legend's face faded a little. He looked at Qin Shao with deep eyes. What did he mean by it was Qin Zhao's turn to laugh? What did he mean by that? Subconsciously, the Heavenly Legend felt that something was wrong. Was there something wrong? What was Qin Shao up to that he didn't know? It didn't make sense. It couldn't be. Everything should be within his calculations. There shouldn't be any tricks. Even if he admitted it personally, what could he do? It couldn't be used as evidence. Qin Zhao's 2 spirit beasts couldn't be used as evidence. There was no recording of what he said at that time. How could he convict him based on Qin Zhao's words? There shouldn't be any loopholes in all this. There shouldn't be any problems at all. It was perfect. The Heavenly Legend thought carefully in his heart. Then, he felt relieved. This time, his action could be said to be impeccable. There was no way that Qin Shao could catch him in any way. Therefore, there was no problem at all. Qin Shao deliberately said this just to scare him. Qin Shao, you're still so stubborn at this time. Okay, then let me see how you can laugh. The Heavenly Legend shook his head and chuckled. He looked at Qin Shao disdainfully. Qin Zhao's face was expressionless. He just stood there and looked at the Heavenly Legend coldly. All of a sudden, a divine and powerful aura descended. It could suppress everything in this world and make this world surrender under the feet of this divine and powerful aura. Feeling this powerful aura, the Heavenly Legend's face suddenly changed. Suddenly, it became distorted and ugly. He was extremely panicked. Along with this divine aura, a stalwart figure also walked out of the void. He stood in front of the Heavenly Legend with a majestic face. His eyes were like a divine aura. It was irresistible. Yinglong, the god of Yinglong world, after seeing the person in front of him clearly, the Heavenly Legend's face suddenly turned pale. His body became weak and he almost fell to the ground. He looked extremely panicked and his body trembled violently. The god of Yinglong world. It's over, it's over. It's all over now. At this moment, the genius even had the heart to commit suicide. To think that something that he had not expected to happen even if he was beaten to death. The genius glared at Qin Shao furiously. By now, he had finally understood everything. This was all part of Qin Zhao's plan. He hated He was furious, and he was incomparably mad. The higher you climb, the harder you fall. He thought that this time, he had completely played Qin Shao in the palm of his hand. He had manipulated Qin Shao and severely humiliated Qin Shao to vent his anger. But he didn't expect that the one who had the last laugh was not him, but Qin Shao. Irony. Shame. This was really a great irony. Qin Shao, I'm going to kill you. The Heavenly Legend's anger had reached the extreme. It was unbearable. He roared crazily and rushed toward Qin Shao. He wanted to kill Qin Shao. But the god of Ing Long World was here. How could he let the Heavenly Legend do whatever he wanted? Humph, arrogant! The god of Ing Long World snorted coldly. With a wave of his hand, a powerful force of law directly suppressed the Heavenly Legend. The Heavenly Legend was forced to kneel on the ground, unable to move. Although the Heavenly Legend roared crazily, struggled, and resisted, there was no way for him to break free. In front of the god of Ing Long World, he naturally had no power to resist. He knew that he was done for. He had killed himself with his own hand. He thought that he had already won, but he didn't expect that he would be tricked by Qin Shao like this. What went wrong? It didn't make sense. How could the god of Ing Long World appear here? How in the world had Qin Shao been able to convince World God Raindragon to help out with something like this? And hadn't he been monitoring this matter? Recently, no one had gone to find the god of Ing Long World. How could Qin Shao get in touch with the god of Ing Long World? What was going on? What the hell was going on? What went wrong? The Heavenly Legend was very puzzled. He didn't know what was going on at all. Looking at the struggling genius on the ground, Qin Shao laughed coldly and said, "This is called, those who commit too much injustice will bring about their own destruction. You asked for it. Serves you right. You are very smart and good at calculation. You can know everything in my heart like the back of your hand. Playing tricks? Maybe I'm not as experienced as you are. But if you can plot against me, can't I, Qin Shao, plot against you? Beating someone at their own game is always the simplest way, isn't it? Since you can see through all my calculations, since you can know everything about me like the back of your hand. Well, I'll let you do that. I'll expose everything to you. I'll give it all to you. Because only in this way can you have enough courage and confidence to step on me fearlessly. You even dare to admit in front of me that those things were done by you. You admit that you have already joined the Bloodbath Alliance, received benefits from the Bloodbath Alliance, and worked hard for the Bloodbath Alliance. This irrefutable evidence is enough to sentence you to death. It's enough to prove my innocence. It's enough to kill you. I really want to kill you with my own hands, but I won't act on impulse. Even if you don't die in my hands, as long as I can kill you, it's enough. Even if it's for the people of the Xinhua clan, the people who died in the Free City, and my brother Qin Yi, it's enough. Yes, you are in control of everything. That's right. Logically speaking, I really have no chance of winning. But this world is ruled by justice, so justice will definitely defeat evil, and light will definitely illuminate the darkness. You've been monitoring me and Prince Zhongyang, paying attention to all of our movements. I, Qin Shao, really can't find any teachers in the Saint Academy, but there are always ways. Don't forget, the god of Ing Long World is only a clone in the Saint Academy, but his real body is still with Emperor Xianyuan. Zhang Yang was summoned by Emperor Xianyuan, so naturally he can see the god of Ing Long World. Then I'll talk to the god of Ing Long World about this. Do you think the god of Ing Long World will believe me, or you? As long as you dare to come to my door, as long as you still have your extreme conceit, then I have a way to make you talk. As long as you talk, the evidence will be irrefutable. I can't testify for myself, and my spiritual beast can't testify for me, but the god of Ing Long World should be able to testify for me, right? Poochie. The genius could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Now he finally understood what was going on. He had thought of everything, but he had missed this. Yes, the god of Ing Long World in the Saint Academy was just a clone of him. The god of Ing Long World was a follower of Emperor Xianyuan. Prince Zhongyang went to the Emperor Xianyuan, so naturally he could see the god of Ing Long World. This was something that none of the geniuses had thought of. What he didn't expect was that the exalted world god Rain Dragon, the dean of the Sacred Institute, would be so cooperative with Qin Shao. He had actually been hiding in the shadows this entire time, waiting for him to confess to his crimes. Something like this didn't seem like something a world deity could do at all. After all, the god of Ing Long World was not an ordinary world god. Among the world gods, the god of Ing Long World had an extremely high status. The god of Ing Long World was a figure in the same period as the Emperor Xianyuan. He had accompanied the Emperor Xianyuan to conquer the country. No one knew how powerful the god of Ing Long World was. Many people said that the god of Ing Long World might be the most powerful person after the reincarnation supremacy. Although it was just a rumor, no one had ever objected to it. Although it had not been acknowledged by many people, the fact that no one objected to it at least explained something. World God Rain Dragon was an exalted figure. In fact, his status in the immortal realm was not much lower than that of the reincarnation supremacy. It could even be said that the Emperor Xianyuan and the god of Ing Long World called each other brothers instead of monarch and minister. It was precisely because of this that the Heaven's Chosen had never expected such a situation to happen. This was something that he had not expected. It was indeed something that he had neglected. It was said that a single mistake could lead to everlasting sorrow. It was indeed so. A single careless move had actually caused him to fall into a situation where he had lost everything. How laughable was this? As the saying goes, cleverness leads to the downfall of cleverness. The more intelligent a person is, the more common the problem, which is extreme self-confidence and conceit. I always feel that everything is within their calculations. They know everything like the back of their hands. The situation is completely under their control. There will be no trouble. What I'm using is just the heart of a prodigy like you. I have long known that you think this way. You think that you know me like the back of your hands. None of my calculations can escape your eyes. If I don't do this, how can you admit all this in front of me so easily? If you don't admit all this, even if I can persuade the god of Ing Long World, in fact, I can't do anything to you. Unfortunately, you are too conceited. You want to trample me to death. You want to humiliate me. You want to give me a great blow and make me collapse. It is precisely because of this that you dare to admit everything. But it is a pity that you have lost this battle. This is what happens when you think you are clever. Lost. The Heaven's Chosen laughed wildly at himself. How ironic this was. He had lost so miserably and thoroughly that he did not even have a chance to make a comeback. The most ridiculous thing was that this time, he had lost to himself, not to Qin Shao. He had been too conceited. He had been too self-righteous. He had wanted to trample on Qin Shao to death. He had already trampled on Qin Shao enough, but he still wanted to trample on Qin Shao further. It was his conceit that led to his carelessness. That was why he had ended up like this. Yes, as long as he clenched his teeth and refused to admit it, no matter what means Qin Shao had, he would not be able to defeat him. But it was too late to say all this now. It had become a fact, and it was useless to say more. Qin Shao, I hate you, I hate you, I hate you, ah ah ah. The Heaven's Chosen roared crazily and struggled desperately. His expression was distorted to the extreme, and his emotions were extremely violent. If he were to let him go now, he would definitely kill Qin Shao at all costs. Everything that he had done, everything that he had worked so hard for, had completely collapsed at this moment. It was sad and ridiculous. God of Ing Long World, thank you for your help. The truth is now known to the world. Qin Shao thanked the god of Yinglong World. The god of Yinglong World waved his hand and nodded to Qin Shao with a smile. I will take him away first. This matter will be known to the world. Author Cruel Death Happy Lantern Festival, everyone. Chapter 2884. What? Tianjiao defected to the Bloodbath Alliance. This scum is not worthy to be a student of Sacred Institute. He is a disgrace to our Sacred Institute. How can there be such trash in our Sacred Institute? Yes, it's too abominable. We have wronged Qin Shao. It turns out that Tianjiao is the one behind all this. This person is too insidious and cunning. I knew Tianjiao was not a good person. Him defecting to the Bloodbath Alliance is no exception. This Bloodbath Alliance is too arrogant. They dare to extend their tentacles to our Sacred Institute. This is simply a provocation to our Sacred Institute. I can't tolerate it. Why don't we go and make a petition so that our Sacred Academy can move a muscle and squeeze the Blood Killer Alliance? That's right, they are indeed too arrogant. They dare to behave atrociously in our Bloodbath Alliance. Aren't they courting death? We can't blame the Bloodbath Alliance. We can only blame Tianjiao for his own depravity. I don't think the Bloodbath Alliance has the guts to provoke us. It must be Tianjiao himself who went to the Bloodbath Alliance. He can't blame others. Yes, Tianjiao is too sinister. He is a complete villain. This kind of person deserves to die 10,000 times. Killing him 100 times is too easy for him. Xia territory, Xia clan, a place. Two middle-aged men stood there side by side. Both of them looked very serious and cold. In their deep eyes there was a flash of light that made people tremble. These two people were obviously not easy to deal with. The aura emitted from their bodies was extremely powerful. If Qin Shao was here at this time, he would definitely recognize who one of them was. It was Xia Jun, Xia Laming's father. Previously in Zhuzhou College, Qin Shao had a good fight with Xia Jun. Xia Jun's son died in the hands of Qin Shao, which made him furious. He wanted to kill Qin Yi as soon as possible, but he was forcibly taken away by Qin Shao. Therefore, Xia Jun hated Qin Shao very much at this time. He was very unhappy. Xia Jun, the Sacred Academy, has already announced to the world that he secretly joined the Bloodbath Alliance. Qin Shao was right before. His brother Qin Yi was indeed deceived by the Chosen. Lei Ming's death was also related to this prodigy. The Heavens Chosen personally admitted to this matter, and the god of Yinglong World announced it himself. It shouldn't be fake, another middle-aged man said in a deep voice. Saint Master Xia Jun snorted coldly, but the hatred in his eyes did not weaken at all. He shouted, "So what? Even if what Qin Shao said is true, so what? So what if there's a Heavens Chosen behind this? The prodigy defected to the Bloodbath Alliance and committed a heinous crime. The Sacred Institute will execute him. We don't even need to do anything. He's already dead. The Heavens Chosen is going to die, and so is Qin Yi. No matter what the reason behind this is, my son Lei Ming died in the hands of Qin Yi. I don't need to know the reason, I just need to know the most direct murderer. Just because of this, I want to kill Qin Yi, which is also a reasonable thing to say. Qin Yi, I will kill him. If Qin Shao wants to stop me, then I will kill him first." Another middle-aged man frowned deeply and said, "Xia Jun, calm down a little. We can understand your mood very well. We are also very angry. But things have happened. Don't be immersed in anger and hatred. Don't always carry such intense emotions. Qin Yi has been sent to Langya Heaven by Qin Shao. It is impossible to kill Qin Yi unless Qin Yi will leave Langya Heaven. But think about it, Qin Shao will not let Qin Yi leave Langya Heaven. Qin Shao is, after all, the #1 seed student of the Sacred Institute and the disciple of Li Sheng. He did not directly offend our Xia family. I'm afraid that we will not only offend the Sacred Institute, but also offend Langya heaven. This is not a joke. Qin Shao, you'd better not move. Xia Jun clenched his fist and hammered hard and said, Qin Yi can't move and Qin Shao can't move. Can we only swallow this matter? Could it be that my son Lei Ming's clone was killed for nothing? Could it be that the Xia family's face has been slapped for nothing? Don't you want the dignity of our Xia family? This matter, we can't just let it go, we can't. Another middle-aged man shook his head and said, Well, of course we can't just let it go. Qin Shao still has to be dealt with, but we can't kill him. Didn't he say that he would give us a satisfactory explanation? Besides, the god of the Yinglong world has also asked our ancestor, and our ancestor said to give Qin Shao some time. For the time being, let's endure it first. Don't make too much trouble, otherwise, I'm afraid our ancestor will not be happy. Only then did Xia Jun fall silent. His eyes flickered with an extremely complicated expression. The Chosen One was arrested by the god of the Yinglong world himself, and his crime was announced to the world. Even the god of the Yinglong world directly announced to the world that the Sacred Institute removed the Chosen One. The crime of the Chosen One was spread back to the southern wilderness and to the Fujin Ridge. Originally, the southern wilderness was proud of the Chosen One, not to mention the Fujin Ridge. The prestige of the Chosen One in the Fujin Ridge has long surpassed that of the Palace Master. As soon as his crime was announced to the world, the Fujin Ridge was quickly erasing the traces of the Chosen One. The most complicated mood was the Palace Master. To him, this was the best card in the world. Unfortunately, he didn't play it well. Of course, he couldn't blame himself. He just didn't have such good luck. Originally, there was Princess Xiaoyu, the Chosen One, and Qin Shao. If the three of them could get along peacefully, their combined strength would shine brightly in the entire immortal realm. With the help of the three of them, it wouldn't be difficult for the Fujin Immortal Palace to dominate the southern wilderness. But now? The Chosen One's crime was monstrous. He sided with the Bloodbath Alliance and was about to be executed by the Sacred Institute. He was the scum of the immortal realm and would never be able to rise again. What about Princess Xiaoyu? Although the Fujin Immortal Palace Master and Princess Xiaoyu were still master and disciple, it was obvious that Palace Master Fuzong could no longer call himself Princess Xiaoyu's master. The Xian Hua clan was exterminated, and Xiao Dao died a tragic death. Princess Xiaoyu probably wouldn't return to the Fujin Ridge in the future. It was probably wishful thinking to expect Princess Xiaoyu to help him. As for Qin Shao, it was needless to say. This was fate. Palace Master Fu sure lamented over this for the umpteenth time as well. It was all his fault for having such a bad life. Of all the people he could have chosen, he just had to pick a genius. On Qin Zhao's side, everyone came back and gathered together for a celebratory feast. Ha ha ha, this feels great. I've finally taken care of that cunning genius. It seems that no matter how calculating he is still no match for our Qin Shao. Qin Shao, have you been promoted to the most cunning old fox? I'll have to call you Old Fox Qin from now on. Meng Dali laughed heartily. Everyone was in a good mood. After convicting the Chosen One, Princess Xiaoyu was naturally acquitted. Qin Shao was the one who came up with this plan from the very beginning. He asked everyone to cooperate and set up the plan step by step. Only then did they manage to defeat the genius. Prince Zhongyang put his arm around Qin Zhao's shoulder and said, "Brother, I used to think that I, Zhongyang, was the only one among the younger generation in terms of talent. But now, it seems that you and I can fight to a draw. Not bad, not bad. If your looks were better, you could be as good as me. But looks are given to us by our parents. It can't be changed. So, brother, you are destined to be just a little bit worse than me in this life. But it's just a little bit. It's okay. We are brothers." Hearing Prince Zhongyang's shameless words, the others were already used to it. Meng Dali laughed and said, "I don't believe you." Yuan pouted and said unhappily, shameless Zhang Yang, you are nothing compared to my brother Qin Shao. Here, you are at most the second most handsome. Meng Dali and Wu Fengqing are almost the same as you. Bah, Yuan, don't think that you can slander me at will just because you are cute. If you go against your conscience again, I will sue you for slander. You are not cute anymore, Prince Zhang Yang retorted sarcastically. The habitual bickering between the two of them caused everyone to laugh heartily. They laughed, they were happy, they drank, they bragged, and they bickered. Qin Shao pursed his lips and said with a straight face, "This time, I have to thank everyone for their cooperation and sacrifice that we were able to take down the prodigy so smoothly. Especially Princess Xiaoyu. She risked her life and was directly sent to the Saint prison. And Zhang Yang, Dali, and Fengqing, you were also badly injured by me. If you want to thank me, how can you leave me out? It is my duty to deal with the geniuses. No matter what price I have to pay, it is what I should do. It is everyone who helped me take revenge. I, Xiaoyu, am grateful to you. I'm really happy and honored to be able to meet all of you," Princess Xiaoyu said. Her Xian Hua clan was exterminated. If there was one person who suffered the most and hated the geniuses the most, it was obviously Princess Xiaoyu. Therefore, the person who should be the most grateful was indeed Princess Xiaoyu. Prince Zhang Yang smiled and waved his hand. "Haha, we are all on the same side. Don't be so sour. If you say more, you will be treating us as outsiders. The 8 of us are a family just like brothers and sisters. We work together. No matter who is in trouble, it is the 8 of us. This is our greatest friendship, the most ironclad relationship, and the most sincere affection. I hope that no matter how time changes, no matter how we change, we will never forget the purest, truest, and deepest friendship between us, a friendship of life and death. I hope that whether it is now or in the future, it can be maintained until the end of time. Originally, I wanted to say that we should swear on our souls that we will live and die together. We may not be born in the same year, month, and day, but we will die in the same year, month, and day. But after thinking about it, I don't think it is necessary because we have already sworn to be brothers in our hearts. I also believe that we can do this without swearing. Those things are nothing more than a ritual. As for the ritual, it's more like there's an external force binding us. It's not so pure and real. I think our friendship is the purest and truest. It can withstand any test and does not need to be bound by anything." Everyone nodded their heads heavily, deeply touched by his words. Qin Shao nodded in agreement and said, "That's right. I think Zhang Yang is right. I have known him for so long, and for the first time, I feel that his words are very reasonable and full of philosophy. If Zhang Yang says that he is very talented now, I will definitely admit it. Let's not talk too much. I also hope that the 8 of us can live and die together and live forever. Come, let's drink to our purest, truest, deepest, and greatest friendship. Cheers." Author Cruel Death. Originally, the first chapter was released earlier, but because of the backstage review, it was released much later. Chapter 2885. Good things usually did not last long. Soon, bad news spread. The prodigy who was imprisoned in the Holy Prison and awaiting trial at the Holy College had escaped. Logically speaking, a prodigy should not have the ability to leave the Holy Prison. Therefore, it was inferred that he had been rescued by the Bloodbath Alliance. To be able to quietly kidnap a prodigy from the Holy Prison of the Holy College under the nose of the god of Inglong World, their methods could not be said to be weak. For a prodigy, the Bloodbath Alliance had mobilized such a force. It was obvious that the Bloodbath Alliance valued the prodigy very much. The Holy College immediately responded and announced to the world, and even to the 8 regions, that they had issued a bounty for the prodigy in the Great Thousand World. The identity of the prodigy was completely confirmed. Saint Qin Yanjin of the Qin family had also gone into hiding and disappeared. The Qin family also tried their best to clarify this matter, trying to cast aside the negative impact that Qin Yanjin had on the Qin family. Since the prodigy had been identified as a member of the Bloodbath Alliance, Qin Yanjin, who had tried his best to testify for the prodigy, obviously could not escape from being involved. At the very least, he was definitely worthy of being suspected and investigated. Now that Qin Yanjin's identity was unknown, everyone naturally thought that he had absconded to avoid punishment. However, the Qin family refused to admit this point and made some far-fetched explanations. They also said that the Qin family would definitely give the world an explanation. In fact, the world did not want Qin Yanjin to really join the Bloodbath Alliance and secretly work for the Bloodbath Alliance. After all, the Qin family was the surname of the 100 schools of thought, the representative power of the 9 continents of Huaxia. If even the people of the Qin family joined the Bloodbath Alliance, it would be simply too terrifying. Therefore, due to the influence of this matter, the human world could not help but set off a mighty movement against the Bloodbath Alliance, specifically to attack the power of the Bloodbath Alliance. Some people even took the opportunity to cause trouble and wiped out many forces that were suspected to be part of the Bloodbath Alliance, or some other forces that were innocent. As a result of this massive movement, the human world was in a state of turmoil. Of course, this was just a small matter, and it wouldn't have much of an impact. Qin Shao and the others did not care about this matter. They were more concerned about the fact that the prodigy had been rescued by the Bloodbath Alliance. If Qin Shao had known this would happen, he would have killed the prodigy at that time. Although doing this, the Bloodbath Alliance's prodigy, it was better than letting the prodigy escape, right? Since the Blood Killer Alliance valued Tianjiao so much, and Tianjiao had nowhere else to go, he would definitely devote himself to the Blood Killer Alliance. He would become the Blood Killer Alliance's minion, a demon, and a dark force. The prodigy's strength was not weak, and he was also very cunning. If the Blood Killer Alliance helped him, he would definitely become even stronger. And he would be a great disaster. However, it was too late to say this now. The Bloodbath Alliance's prodigy would not appear in the celestial realm for a while. Therefore, the most important thing now was to take care of his own matters and immerse himself in cultivation as soon as possible to increase his strength. Only then would he have the ability to protect himself and the people around him. The enmity between him and the Heavens Chosen would never be resolved. It would never be resolved until one of them was dead. The next time the Bloodbath Alliance's prodigy came out, it would be incomparably crazy. Therefore, Qin Shao had to be prepared for everything. He had to work harder in his cultivation. He could not stay in the Saint Academy. He had to go out and explore. Qin Shao went to Hu Ling's Wind Cloud Academy to see Bailey Fusu and young Master Yu. Both of them had broken through to the 4th step, Heavenly Venerable Realm, and were considered very powerful. Bailey Fusu and young Master Yu had their own paths. Qin Shao was more at ease with them. After all, they had good conditions in all aspects and were developing well in the celestial realm. Everything was going smoothly. If they continued to develop at this rate, as long as they were given time, they would definitely be able to break through to the Saint Realm. Qin Shao was more worried about the Desolate Land's big brother. They were now in Tianshan City. Although they had the care of the Tianshan City Master, their resources were still limited. Moreover, the cultivation environment was indeed a little bad. Of course, their talent and potential were not particularly outstanding. Compared to Bailey Fusu and young Master Yu, they were much worse. Although the Tianshan City Master was very powerful and had always been in charge of Tianshan City. However, Qin Shao could not help but worry now. If one day the prodigy came back, the first to attack would be either Bailey Fusu and the others or Tianshan City. It was more likely to be Tianshan City. After all, Bailey Fusu and the others were in the Wind Cloud Academy. The Wind Cloud Academy belonged to the Hu clan. There were also experienced third-step ancient saints in the Wind Cloud Academy. There were also many ancient saints in the Wind Cloud Academy. With the Hu clan behind them, the prodigy would not easily attack the Wind Cloud Academy. Therefore, Qin Shao was still a little worried about Tianshan City. He also made a trip to Tianshan City to talk to the Tianshan City master about this matter. The Tianshan City master was not afraid of anything, so Qin Shao could rest assured. However, after thinking about it and seeking the opinions of the Desolate Land's big brother, Qin Shao decided to let them stay in Langya Heaven for a while. Firstly, as long as they went to Langya Heaven, it would be the safest. Qin Shao could be completely at ease. Secondly, Langya Heaven's cultivation environment. It would indeed be much better than Tianshan City. In fact, Qin Shao had this idea for a long time, but he had not been in a hurry to do it. In the past, there was no special need. Now, Qin Shao still felt that it was necessary. Qin Shao also asked Bailey Fusu and young Master Yu for their opinions, but they were obviously unwilling to go back to Langya Heaven with Qin Shao, so Qin Shao did not force them. Instead, he gave them a few treasures in case they needed them. Qin Shao brought the Desolate Land's big brother and the others to Langya Heaven and settled them down. Qin Yi and Chang Mingyue were very happy when they learned that the Desolate Land's big brother and the others had come. They finally had company. Although they had completely integrated into the environment of Langya Heaven over the years, they were still outsiders after all. When they saw the Desolate Land's big brother and the others, they naturally felt more cordial. They were people from their hometown. Qin Yi and Chang Mingyue were quite well behaved in Langya Heaven over the years. They didn't make any trouble, which made Qin Shao a little relieved. After settling everyone, Qin Shao went to see the fifth brother, young Master Feng Yi. Oh, isn't this the first holy prince consort of the Jade Lake Sacred Land? It hasn't been 10,000 years yet. Sixth brother, how can you be willing to leave the beauty and run back to Langya Heaven? Hee, why can't your body bear it? When young Master Feng Yi saw Qin Shao, he immediately made fun of him. Qin Shao looked embarrassed. He smiled bitterly and said, "Fifth brother, don't make fun of me. Holy Prince Consort, I really can't bear it. If it wasn't for Yuan's bad idea, I wouldn't be so embarrassed, and my bad reputation would be spread out. Sigh, my innocence in this life has been ruined just like that. I'm afraid I'll be labeled as the Holy Prince Consort for the rest of my life." Young Master Feng Yi came over and patted Qin Shao on the shoulder. He couldn't help but smile on his face. "I can only sympathize with you spiritually. So it's not that I want to criticize you, but the Jiuxuan Saintess is also a great beauty. She was sent to your mouth and you didn't even eat her? Isn't it shameful? You don't know, but many people say that you are not a man at all. Some say that you must be weak in that aspect or have some problems with your sexual orientation. It's said that a man who is not romantic is a waste of youth. You are now a teenager, why are you so conservative? As long as it doesn't overflow, it's okay. You are a little too conservative. I, your senior brother, have envied you once." Qin Shao was speechless. He shook his head and still didn't change his mind. He said, "Even if everyone thinks so, I still don't think so. It doesn't matter. Anyway, I insist on doing what I want to do. That's fine. I can let myself down, but I can't let others down. This is unfair to everyone. Besides, I'm still young. I won't have many thoughts about the matters between men and women." Young Master Feng Yi pursed his lips and smiled. He pointed at Qin Shao, but no one knew what he was trying to say. However, young Master Feng Yi didn't say anything. Instead, he pulled Qin Shao to sit down and took out some good wine and dishes. He started drinking with Qin Shao. After a few cups of wine, young Master Feng Yi said seriously, "Sixth brother, I think you have really gotten into trouble this time. I didn't expect that the Bloodbath Alliance would be so arrogant as to directly rescue someone from the Saint Academy. They actually managed to rescue someone from under the nose of the Long World God. It's really not simple. It seems that the Heaven's Pride will become a very important chess piece of the Bloodbath Alliance. And this chess piece is most likely used to deal with you. So, in the future, the prodigy will definitely go all out to deal with you, sixth brother. Sixth brother, you must be more careful in the future. You must be prepared early. Don't be caught off guard. Qin Shao nodded and said, Yes, fifth brother, I think so too. I also know this. So, I sent some people from my hometown to Langya Heaven to get rid of my worries first. It's not that easy for the Heaven's Pride to deal with me. Even if he has the help of the Bloodbath Alliance, I don't believe that my hard work and cultivation will be surpassed by his opportunistic tricks. In terms of strength, I want to make sure that the Heaven's Pride will never be able to beat me. With absolute strength, no matter what the Heaven's Pride does, it will all be in vain. Yes, that's right. As long as our fists are hard enough, no one can scheme against us. Young Master Feng Yi nodded and asked, Then, sixth brother, what do you plan to do next? Haha, fifth brother, I've come to find you. I'm not waiting for you to give me an idea or something, to show sixth brother the right path. Qin Shao smiled at young Master Feng Yi. Young Master Feng Yi smiled and pointed at Qin Shao. However, he had expected this. He slapped his thigh and said, Okay, for such a small matter, I can still help. Qin Shao immediately said, Then why don't you help me with another matter first? The truth about the Heaven's Pride has been revealed to the world. My brother Qin Yi was used by the Heaven's Pride. I've been thinking about how to give the Qin Xia family an explanation. Now that the Heaven's Pride has admitted his guilt, I only need to revive Xia Laming's clone and apologize. I think it should be enough. For this matter, I also want to solve it as soon as possible to give my brother Qin Yi true freedom. Not only physical freedom, but also mental freedom. This will have a huge impact on his cultivation. Chapter 2886. N. Young Master Feng Yi nodded and said, Yes, no matter who it is, this matter will have some effect on their body and mind. It's best if we can solve it quickly. This matter is a mistake for Qin Yi, but it's also a trial, a lesson, and a chance to grow. It's not necessarily a bad thing. But if we want to solve this matter, there's still some trouble. That brat from the Summer Clan was killed by a strange power from the Bloodkill Alliance. Although that brat from the Summer Clan was only a fourth-step Empyrean, his cultivation was very low. Originally, if you want to revive a fourth-step Empyrean brat, sixth brother, it's almost the same if you go all out. And you also have the help of Baby Mo, that third-step Empyrean Saint Realm Divine Beast. However, the Blood Killer Alliance's power is extremely strange and powerful. Furthermore, it has an extremely powerful backlash. If we want to revive Xia Laming, we will have to endure that terrifying backlash. We will have to pay quite a price. According to Senior Brother's speculation, at least a fourth-step Empyrean Saint Realm existence needs to go all out and pay a certain price to successfully revive that summer brat. Qin Shao nodded. Of course, he knew this. If it was easy, he would have done it long ago and didn't need to ask young Master Feng Yi. In fact, Qin Shao was always unwilling to ask, but if he wanted to cultivate to the fourth-step Empyrean Saint Realm, he didn't know how long it would take. It might be measured in hundreds of millions of years, or it might be measured in epoch. Either way, one had the courage to do it. But to break through to the fourth-step Empyrean Saint Realm was easier said than done. The main thing was the problem of time. Qin Shao wanted to solve this matter as soon as possible, so he had the cheek to ask young Master Feng Yi. Senior brother, I can help you with this and revive that brat from the Summer Clan. However, after reviving that summer brat, I reckon I'll have to rest for a while. Right now, I have to make a trip to the Great Tao Sacred Realm. So, for this matter, how about we wait for your senior brother to finish his business in the Great Tao Sacred Domain and return? Young Master Feng Yi said again. Qin Shao nodded at once and said gratefully, Okay. Thank you in advance, fifth brother. By the way, fifth brother, are you going to the Great Tao Sanctuary? Do you have something important to tell me? Young Master Feng Yi smiled and said, It's nothing too important. I just have an old friend who has been inviting me to do some things together. So I picked a time to go. Oh, by the way, Qin Shao, weren't you worried about not having a good plan for the next step? Why don't you make a trip to the Great Tao Sanctuary with me? The Great Path Sanctuary is the head of the 8 Great Sanctuary and the first sanctuary to be born in the great wide world. Moreover, it's a very inclusive sanctuary. The Great Path Sacred Realm can be said to be a paradise for cultivators, as well as a paradise for adventurers. Walking around in the Great Path Sacred Realm should be of great help to your cultivation. You're now in the second step Ancient Saint Realm. If you want to improve your realm, it's obvious that cultivating behind closed doors is definitely not going to work. So, you have to go out more, see more of the world, experience the many wonders of the great wide world, and improve your abilities in all aspects. With more experience and more knowledge, one's horizons will naturally widen. Cultivation will also become much easier. The Great Path Sacred Realm is really a place worth visiting. Yes, it just so happens that this is a good opportunity. I should be staying in the Great Path Sacred Realm for a while. It's a good opportunity to bring you and Yuan there. Yuan has always been clamoring to go to the Great Path Sacred Realm. In the past, her realm was too low and her strength was too weak, so she was not allowed to go out. Now that she's in the first step Ancient Saint Realm, it's time for her to go out and see the world. Hearing fifth brother's words, Qin Zhao's heart was suddenly moved. He also felt that it was a great opportunity to go to the Great Path Sacred Realm and experience it. Hearing fifth brother say that he could bring Yuan along, Qin Shao could not help but think, Fifth brother, why don't we bring a few more people? Bring Zhang Yang, Ming Yuexin, and Princess Xiaoyu? No. Young Master Feng Yi immediately waved his hand and said, There can't be too many people. If there are too many people, it will be too ostentatious. Besides, I'm not used to bringing so many people to the Great Path Sacred Realm at once. This is a responsibility. If you want to go, I'll bring you and Yuan. Otherwise, you can go alone. It's cultivation, so it's not good to have too many people. Qin Shao nodded. What he said made sense. If there were too many people, it would be more like going out to play, not to cultivate and experience. It was still okay to go with only Yuan. Since fifth brother said so, then so be it. He was originally asking for his help, so he could not ask for too much. Yuan happened to be in Langya Heaven, so there was no need to wait for Yuan to rush back from the Sacred Academy. Soon, Qin Zhao's group of 3 set off for the Great Path Sacred Realm. Thinking of going to the Great Path Sacred Realm of her dreams, Yuan's mood was especially good. She was very happy along the way. With young Master Feng Yi leading the way, the journey was naturally safe and smooth. It only took 10,000 years to reach the Great Path Sacred Realm. Looking from afar, one would find a very obvious problem. Wow, the Great Path Sacred Realm is really big. It feels like it's at least twice as big as our immortal region. And it's so beautiful, so beautiful. It's like a magnificent and dazzling gem. It's so beautiful. This is the Great Path Sacred Realm. Yuan screamed excitedly from afar. The Great Path Sacred Realm was unquestionably the most powerful among the 8 sacred realms. It was also the largest and the most beautiful sacred realm. It was fully deserving of being the head of the 8 sacred realms. The Great Path Sacred Realm had always been crowned as number 1. But what was interesting was that the Great Path Sacred Realm was a very open and inclusive sacred realm. Just like in the immortal region, you would rarely see people from other sacred realms. The first time Qin Shao saw people from other sacred realms was in the 8 Sacred Realms Palace. The second time was in Guyong City. But those belonged to the forces outside the 8 Sacred Realms. But the Great Path Sacred Realm was more like the center of the 8 Sacred Realms. The beings from the other 7 Sacred Realms liked to gather in the Great Path Sacred Realm. So, in the Great Path Sacred Realm, there were many people from other sacred realms. They took root in the Great Path Sacred Realm and formed many forces. Basically, in the major cities of the Great Path Sacred Realm, one could see the figures of the beings from the other 7 sacred realms. But other than that, the Great Path Sacred Realm also has many places where the beings from the other 7 sacred realms gather. They built cities and territories that belonged to the people from the other 7 sacred realms. Oh, this Tang City in front of you is one of them. This Tang City was originally built by an ancestor from the immortal region. It was also named after his surname. I don't know how many years have passed since then. That city Lord Tang is no longer in this world. His descendants seem to still be living in Tang City. The current Tang City also doesn't have a city lord. It's under the control of a few major forces. As for you guys, you can start from here. Slowly understand the Great Tao Sacred Realm and explore it. I still have things to do. I won't bring you guys along. When it's time to leave, I'll come find you. Good luck. Young Master Feng Yi pointed at the huge city in front of them and said to Qin Shao and Yuan. They had already arrived at the Great Path Sacred Realm. Qin Shao was already prepared and nodded. Let's go, let's go. Yuan was even more straightforward. She waved her hand impatiently at young Master Feng Yi. This move hurt young Master Feng Yi a little. Shaking his head, young Master Feng Yi said to Qin Shao with a serious face, "Sixth brother, since I'm not here, I'll leave little junior sister to you. You can protect little junior sister well. If something happens to little junior sister, then I'll hold you responsible." Okay. Senior brother Feng Yi, let's go. We'll be fine. Yuan urged again. After that, she pulled Qin Shao and walked towards Tang City. Let's go, Qin Shao. Let's go first. Don't mind senior brother Feng Yi. He's really getting more and more long-winded. Cough. Only Yuan would dare to talk to young Master Feng Yi like that. Qin Shao shook her head and smiled. She signaled goodbye to senior brother Feng Yi with her eyes. This little girl, she's really... Young Master Feng Yi was so angry that he bitterly smiled. Looking at the two's departing backs, young Master Feng Yi's face revealed a deep and strange smile, causing others to not understand what he meant. Little girl, senior brother can only do this much for you. The rest is up to you. Qin Shao let Xiao Gu, Baby Mo, and Jing Yang out. The two saw that they'd arrived at the Great Tao Sacred Realm and were especially excited. Of course, their excitement was mostly because they wanted to play. Especially Baby Mo. He was even more childish than Yuan and especially playful. Yuan and Baby Mo were more like a pair of master and servant. Qin Shao suspected that if they spent more time together, Baby Mo would betray her and submit to Yuan. The most excited one was Jing Yang. This time, after knowing that they'd come to the Great Tao Sacred Realm, Qin Shao specially brought Jing Yang along. Qin Shao hadn't forgotten about the matter of his master, Old Man Luha. He'd been waiting for this opportunity. Since he'd come to the Great Tao Sacred Realm this time, he naturally had to take a look at this matter. If he could directly avenge his master, Old Man Luha, that would naturally be the best thing. When Jing Yang returned to the Great Tao Sacred Realm, he was so excited that he stood rooted to the ground. He was so emotional that his eyes quickly turned red. How many years has it been? It's been dozens of universe epochs. I, Jing Yang, have finally returned to the Great Tao Sacred Realm. Master, if you know this in the underworld, you'll definitely be incomparably gratified, right? Ha ha ha, Great Tao Sacred Realm, I, Jingyang, have returned. Master, don't worry. Young Master has already grown very powerful. Young Master will definitely avenge you. Young Master will definitely finish what you weren't able to do back then. Those who harmed you back then, I hope they're still alive. Young Master will definitely make them pay the price for what they did back then. Definitely. Jing Yang was incomparably emotional as he looked up at the sky and sighed deeply. 2 streams of tears flowed down his face uncontrollably. How many years had he, Jing Yang, waited for the words of his old master before his death? After waiting for a long time in the darkness, under the 1 in a billion hope, he'd finally waited for this day. This feeling, this pain, without experiencing it personally, there was no way to understand it. Qin Shao patted Jing Yang's shoulder heavily. His heart was also somewhat heavy. It could be said that Jing Yang and his master, old man Lu He, had contributed greatly to his current achievements. Qin Shao would always remember this great kindness in his heart. Author, Ken Shang, where are the fresh flowers? Are there no more? Brothers and sisters who love fresh flowers, please vote for Ken Shang. I'm still ranked 10th on the fresh flowers list, which really makes me feel ashamed. During the new year, the updates were slow, so Ken Shang didn't have the face to ask for fresh flowers. Now that the updates have resumed, the fresh flowers are still pitifully few. Chapter 2887. After a long while, Jing Yang's emotions gradually calmed down. He had waited for this moment for far too long, which was why he couldn't suppress his emotions. Now, he had finally returned to the great Tao sacred realm. He was getting closer and closer to avenging his old master. Jing Yang's mission in life was to avenge his old master. Jing Yang, can you tell me the specifics of the situation now? Qin Shao asked. He had asked Jing Yang a few times before, but Jing Yang refused to say much each time. He only said that the time wasn't right. Now that they were in the great Tao sacred realm, the time was right. Jing Yang nodded and looked eagerly at Qin Shao. He said, "Young master, this matter is rather complicated and slow to explain. Young master, please listen to me patiently." Jing Yang began to talk, and Qin Shao and the others listened carefully. First, he talked about the basic situation of the great Tao sacred realm. The great Tao sacred realm was not divided into 3 realms like the immortal domain. The 3 realms were completely isolated and not connected to each other. It was very difficult to go to each other's territory. The great Tao sacred realm was also divided into 3,000 realms. However, the 3,000 realms of the great Tao sacred realm were like the territories of the immortal domain. Of course, each realm of the great Tao sacred realm was not as large as the territories of the 9 states of Huaxia. The 3,000 realms divided nearly 90% of the great Tao sacred realm's territory. The rest of the land belonged to various factions, or to some secret and forbidden areas. The 3,000 realms of the great Tao sacred realm each had a realm lord. The realm lord ruled over that realm. Of course, the 3,000 realms were not the true ruling power of the great Tao sacred realm. The true ruling power of the great Tao sacred realm was the Yuan clan, the Beast Mountain, the Jiutian Tao Palace, the Celestial Palace, and the Xuanji sect. The 3,000 realms were basically equally divided and controlled by these 5 supreme powers. They were divided into 5 regions, and each supreme power ruled over one region. Other than these 5 supreme forces, below them were the 3,000 sector lords. This was very different from the celestial realm. For example, in the 9 provinces Huaxia country, it was a boundless territory governed by the 100 schools of thought, which was divided into 100 surnames. Each surname was an incomparably huge force. As for the 3,000 sector lords, only those who were capable could become them. Anyone could challenge the realm lord, and the winner would get the position. Those who obtained the title of realm lord would be recognized by the 5 great surnames, and would be bestowed with the supreme authority to manage and rule a realm. The Realm Lord had the authority to command all the living beings in this realm. All power was at his disposal. Generally speaking, world overlords were either world deities or fourth-step Empyrean saints. Thinking about it, 3,000 sector lords, just this alone was an incomparably powerful force. The Great Tao Sacred Region was unquestionably the strongest of the 8 regions. Even the 3,000 sector lords were domineering enough. Just the fact that there were 3,000 world overlords meant that there were at least 3,000 ancient saints of the fourth step. There were also plenty of world deities as well. In the celestial realm, ancient saints of the fourth step were extremely rare, and there wouldn't be many of them. It would be considered not bad if there were several hundred of them, right? But in the Great Tao Sacred Region there were several thousand of them. How terrifying! Old Man Luha was a member of the Lu clan of the floating Luo realm. Originally, the Lu clan could be considered a relatively powerful force in the floating Luo realm. In the entire floating Luo realm, they could be considered as a force with some reputation. As for Old Man Lu He's story, it was more melodramatic. It was so melodramatic that Qin Shao and the others were very angry when they heard it. This was especially true for Xiao Gu, who couldn't stop himself from cursing. Qin Shao was so angry that he also wanted to curse. To put it simply, Old Man Luha had picked up an abandoned child when he was young. Since Old Man Luha had no other biological siblings, he treated the child as his biological younger brother. When the father saw that he was happy, he became benevolent and adopted the child. He treated the child as his own son and adopted the child as his own. But how to put it? Old Man Lu He's father was very strict. Since young, his foster son's talent and potential were stronger than Old Man Lu He's. However, he was smarter, so smart that he was somewhat cunning. He always liked to take advantage of opportunities. Therefore, he always made Old Man Lu He's father unhappy and would often be punished. However, the foster son couldn't sense Old Man Lu He's good intentions. He only felt that Old Man Lu He's father was too biased. An adopted son was an adopted son. After all, he wasn't his biological son. No matter how hard he worked, how good his talent and potential were, or how successful he was far inferior to his biological son. After a long time, it naturally slowly grew. Jealousy and hatred grew, and it grew deeper and deeper. However, his foster son was extremely shrewd and cunning. On the surface, he called Old Man Luha his brother. He would always give in to his older brother, side with his older brother, and help his older brother. Old Man Luha was a person who valued friendship and righteousness. Naturally, he didn't expect that his brother, who had grown up with him and lived with him for countless years, would always want to scheme against him and his family. In the end, his foster son broke through to the second step of the ancient saint realm. After his wings were fully hardened, he began to make a move on Old Man Luha and the Lu clan. In the end, the outcome was obviously very bad. Old Man Luha died miserably in his hands. Old Man Lu He's father and the Lu clan also suffered. As for what happened after that, Jing Yang didn't know. After all, he hadn't always been by Old Man Lu He's side. Therefore, his knowledge of the situation was limited. This was the general situation. To put it simply, Old Man Luha had picked up an ingrate. The Lu clan had raised such a heartless foster son. She was worse than a dog. Not only did he not remember the Lu clan's kindness in raising him, but he also repaid kindness with enmity. He was incomparably deranged. This kind of person was the epitome of being ungrateful to the point of incisiveness. Such a person was simply infuriated by both men and gods. When Qin Shao and the others heard this, they were furious and cursed loudly. Even Yuan cursed a few times in anger. She had never cursed before, but when she learned that such a person existed, she really couldn't hold herself back. "Young master, Remember this old dog's name. His name is Jigao Suo, Jing Yang said angrily. Jigao Suo. Qin Shao recited the name in his heart and remembered it. It was the name of his master, Old Man Lu He's great enemy. This person was also someone he wanted to kill. After calming himself down, Jing Yang continued, Young master, we have just arrived in the Great Tao sacred region. We are still very unfamiliar with the environment here. Although I have lived in the Great Tao sacred region before, my knowledge is still very limited and limited to the Fulu realm. I am not familiar with other places, such as the Zilin realm here. I am completely unfamiliar with it. Several dozen epochs have already passed. After such a long time, many things might have changed with the passage of time. We know nothing about the Lu clan's current situation or the situation with that old dog, Jigao Suo. If a worker wants to do his job, he must first sharpen his tools. Therefore, I don't think we need to be in a hurry. We have already waited for several dozen epochs. Waiting a little longer won't make much of a difference. Since he had come this time to avenge his old master, he had to be fully prepared. If we weren't fully confident, I wouldn't have suggested you take action. There will be ample time in the future. Young master, you will have plenty of opportunities to do this. There is no need to be in a hurry. If you can take revenge this time, then do so. If not, it will be the same the next time you come. The most important thing right now is to figure out the situation before we make any plans. Young master, this is the first time you have come to the Great Tao sacred region, and Princess Yuan Yuan is also here. Young master, there is no need to be in a hurry to avenge the old master. Qin Shao thought about it and nodded. Jing Yang's words did make sense. When doing things, it was better to have a plan and be organized. One couldn't act rashly. That would only ruin things. Indeed, the matter of revenge couldn't be rushed. It wouldn't make much of a difference. Only by making all the necessary preparations could one succeed. Several dozen epochs ago, Jigao Suo was a very powerful second-step Empyrean saint. Now that several dozen epochs had passed, it was unknown how much he had grown. Whether or not he was still in the Fulor world was also not a definite thing. Therefore, even if they rushed to the Fulor realm now, they might not be able to find Jigao Suo. It was because of this that Qin Shao suppressed the impulsive flame in his heart. It was better to take this matter slowly and consider it at length. All right, Jingyang, you can return to the inner world first. I will discuss with you if there is any news, Qin Shao said to Jingyang. Jingyang nodded. It was indeed a little strange for a second-step Empyrean like him to follow a group of Empyrean saints like Qin Shao. Therefore, he would rather stay in Qin Zhao's inner world. It was more comfortable. Qin Shao, Yuan Yuan, Baby Mo, and Little Gu walked toward Tang City. Yuan Yuan and Baby Mo were holding hands. They were so happy that they looked like little girls who were leaving home for the first time. When the two of them were together, they brought the word cute to its peak. Therefore, they attracted a lot of attention along the way. The rate of turning heads was 200%. Everywhere they passed, people stared at Yuan Yuan and Baby Mo. There were even some shameless men who were almost drooling. A hint of greed flashed in their eyes. However, when they sensed the powerful aura exuding from the two women, they immediately dispelled any thoughts of seducing them. Tang City was indeed a place where people from the 7 domains gathered. The people on the streets were all living beings from the 7 domains. They all exuded different auras. Different styles of clothing were mixed together, showing a very exotic atmosphere. Empyrean saints were not valuable here. They could be seen everywhere. Although Empyrean saints were mainly here, Empyrean saints were very common here. Therefore, when those Empyrean saints saw Qin Shao and the others, they were not surprised at all. They did not deliberately respect them either. They just glanced at them casually and did not pay much attention to them. To them, Empyrean saints were not high and mighty in this place. They did not receive such good treatment. They were the same as them. They were just slightly stronger than them. It was said that everyone below Empyrean saints were ants. Logically speaking, Empyrean saints were ants in front of Empyrean saints. They were a huge level lower. Empyrean saints should be respectful and reverent in front of Empyrean saints. They should be regarded as gods. However, this principle was broken here. Empyrean saints and Empyrean saints were equal. This feeling was even stronger than what Qin Shao felt in Guyong City. It was not that it was bad, but it really needed some time to get used to it. Author Kan Shang continues to write. Thank you for the flowers. Thank you very much. Chapter 2888. The all-knowing book spirit wasn't useful here. She didn't know the situation here, so she couldn't provide any information to Qin Shao. Therefore, they could only rely on Qin Shao and the others to find out about the situation in Tang City. Fortunately, Tang City wasn't that big. In such a city, the strongest existence was probably a second-step ancient saint at most. It was unlikely that there would be a third-step ancient saint. After all, it was just a small city. While there were many ancient sages in the area, the ones he had met along the way were mostly ancient sages of the first step. Moreover, many of them were old antiques who had lived for a long time. As for the younger ones, they should be people who had just come out to explore the world. There should be a lot of people like Qin Shao and the others who came out to explore the world. If they wanted to inquire about information, the first place Qin Shao thought of was a restaurant. This was the place where information gathered and spread. If they wanted to know about the situation in Tang City and other places outside of Tang City, going to a restaurant was obviously a very good choice. In any city, most of the shops should be restaurants and inns. Therefore, such a place was very easy to find. As long as they stood on the street, they would definitely be able to see it with a glance. Yo, you must be people from the immortal domain, right? Ha ha ha, it's better to meet by chance than by invitation. Our immortal's home restaurant is opened by people from the immortal domain. Look, I'm also a person from the immortal domain. I also cultivate the immortal Tao. Since you are people from the immortal domain, of course you should go to a restaurant opened by people from the immortal domain to have a drink or two, right? The owner of our restaurant is very hospitable and attached great importance to his hometown. Therefore, when people from the immortal domain come to the restaurant, all the dishes are 20% off. Moreover, there are many free gifts and incomparably warm hospitality. Dear guests, please come in. The waiter will lead the way. Just as Qin Shao and the others were looking for a restaurant, a thin man who looked like a waiter jumped out and looked at Qin Shao with a smile on his face. The waiter was obviously very discerning. He could see at a glance that the group of 4 was led by Qin Shao. Therefore, as long as he could deal with Qin Shao, the matter would be settled. For Qin Shao, it didn't matter where he went. Since there was a restaurant opened by people from the immortal domain, he would go and have a look. Following the waiter, the 4 soon entered the immortal's home restaurant and entered a private room. The waiter was enthusiastically recommending all kinds of dishes to Qin Shao, but Qin Shao obviously didn't care about it. He wasn't here to drink. Waiters. The waiter suddenly laughed and said to Qin Shao, "Of course there's no problem. This little one is known as the little smart person of Tang City. I know everything about Tang City, big and small. I should be able to tell you a thing or two about anything." Heh, but, sir, can't you order the dishes first before listening to what I have to say? Hearing this, the hot-tempered Shao Gu snorted. Didn't we order the wine and dishes? We ordered a lot. The waiter smiled awkwardly at Shao Gu and said, "This guest must be joking. This little bit of food isn't even enough for one person to eat. I estimate that it's only enough to fill the gaps between one's teeth. How can it be called little? It's very little. Maybe this sir doesn't go to restaurants very often. People who go to restaurants, especially big shots like you who are in the ancient saint realm, can drink for at least 100 years, or even 10,000 years. I'm afraid that you can't even eat and drink for half a day. Qin Shao understood the meaning of these words. It seemed that the waiter was also taking a commission based on this. Since that was the case, then forget it. Let's be extravagant for once. Qin Shao increased the amount by 10 times, then gave the waiter some chaos source stones. Only then did the waiter tell Qin Shao and the others about the situation in Tang City and the basic situation of Zilinjie. The realm lord of Zilinjie was actually from the Sword Cultivator Sanctuary, not the Great Path Sanctuary. Only then did Qin Shao and the others know that many of the 3,000 realms in the Great Path Sanctuary had realm lords from the other 7 realms and not from the Great Path Sanctuary. And the number of realm lords from the other 7 realms was not small. According to the waiter, there might be 200 to 300 of them. In other words, almost 1/10 of the 3,000 realm lords were not from the Great Path Sanctuary. It seemed that many of the people from the Immortal Domain were realm lords from the Great Path Sanctuary. Now that was interesting. It was said that the realm lords from the other 7 realms would have more people from the other 7 realms. For example, the realm lord of Zilinjie was from the Sword Cultivator Sanctuary, so it was also a place where people from the other 7 realms gathered. There were many cities like Tang City in Zilinjie where people from the other 7 realms gathered. In particular, there were more people from the Sword Cultivator Sanctuary in Zilinjie. They were also the most powerful and barbaric people. With the sector lord supporting the people of Sword Cultivator Sanctuary, it naturally helped to raise the flames of the people of Sword Cultivator Sanctuary. In Zilinjie, even people from the Great Path Sanctuary did not dare to provoke people from the Sword Cultivator Sanctuary. Qin Shao was a little relieved. It was no wonder that there were no ancient sages of the Sword Cultivation Path walking in Tang City. There were other ancient sages of the Sword Cultivation Path, but there were no ancient sages of the Sword Cultivation Path. It seemed that ancient sages from the Sword Cultivator Dao had a very high status in Zilinjie, so they would not walk around casually. Speaking of this, the waiter specially told Qin Shao and the other 3 not to offend ancient sages from the Sword Cultivator Dao in Zilinjie. Otherwise, if they did not do it well, they might get into big trouble. Moreover, the waiter proudly said that ancient sages from the Sword Cultivator Dao also had shares in the Immortals' home restaurant. As for Tang City, no matter what, there was no city lord or anything like that, nor was there any obvious ruling power. The strongest one should be an adventure team from the giant sword gang. The reason why they were called the strongest was that they were indeed very strong. Secondly, they were all from the Sword Cultivator Dao, so naturally, no one dared to provoke them. In this way they naturally appeared to be the strongest. When the giant sword gang stomped their feet, the entire Tang City would shake. The waiter also said proudly. The owner of the restaurant and the giant sword gang were sworn brothers, so no one dared to provoke their restaurant in Tang City. No one dared to behave atrociously in their restaurant. Hearing the waiter's proud words, Qin Shao felt a little strange. He had a feeling that something bad was going on. Qin Shao also asked the waiter if he knew anything about the Wuluo world. The waiter directly shook his head, saying that he had never even left Tang City. He knew nothing outside of Zilinjie. Since he could not get any information, he could only leave it at that for the time being. After sending the waiter away, Shao Gu curled his lip. As he drank his wine, he said unhappily, "What the hell is this? He cheated us of so much money and only said such trivial things. This money was wasted. It's not worth it. That's all. I can ask anyone on the way. This waiter thinks too highly of himself. He also thinks too highly of his restaurant. Damn it. If he pisses me off, I'll tear down this restaurant." Qin Shao shook his head and smiled. He knew that Shao Gu was just venting his emotions and would not do anything rash. "Forget it, Shao Gu. Let's go." Ask the waiter to come over and settle the bill, Qin Shao said. This restaurant was really a scam. Their food was really expensive. However, Qin Shao was too lazy to care about anything. However, not long after Qin Shao and the others left the restaurant, an ancient sage quickly came over with dozens of fourth-step, heavenly venerables and surrounded Qin Shao and the others. The middle-aged ancient sage looked coldly at Qin Shao and the others and shouted, "Stop. You can't leave." Qin Shao frowned deeply and glanced at those people. These people were obviously from the Immortals' home restaurant. Qin Shao recognized the ancient sage in the lead. He was the shopkeeper of the Immortals' home restaurant. He had seen him when he entered the restaurant earlier. The shopkeeper of the restaurant led a group of subordinates to stop them. What was the meaning of this? "Get out of my way!" Xiao Gu was furious and shouted. He glared at the shopkeeper and said, "Damn it! Do you really think we're easy to bully? We drank such expensive wine and ate such expensive dishes in your restaurant, but we didn't say anything and paid the price. Yet you still want to block our way? Do you think we're critically ill if a tiger doesn't attack a cat? If you don't want to die, just stand there. If you don't get out of my way, I'll eat you. Get out of my way. If this was the immortal realm, I would have eaten you. Who gave you the courage to be so arrogant?" The shopkeeper of the restaurant glanced at Xiao Gu coldly and snorted disdainfully. He said softly, "I don't care where you come from. I don't care if it's your first time in Tang City or your first time drinking in our restaurant. But you still have to abide by the rules. Paying for your meal is a matter of course. You can't afford to dine and dash anywhere, can you? The few of you drank so much wine and ate so many dishes in my restaurant. You didn't pay up, so you just patted your buttocks and left. Do you really think that this is a small city in the immortal domain, where you can eat without paying? Since you've come to Tang City and entered our restaurant, you have to abide by the rules here. You can't pay less for the wine and dishes. You can leave after you've paid." "What?" Qin Zhao's frown deepened. Did they run into a black restaurant? They had clearly settled the bill with the waiter just now. How could they dine and dash? Did they bring people to surround them just to rob them? Wasn't this a little too blatant? Wasn't this too arrogant? Even if it was a black restaurant, they shouldn't play like this, right? Playing like this was simply insane. Who would dare to enter their restaurant like this? That's not right. This restaurant's business was still quite good. Although the food was indeed more expensive and a little black-hearted, it wasn't to the extent that people would scoff at it. It was still acceptable if they didn't pay too much. But what was the meaning of this move now? Directly robbing in broad daylight? Once such a reputation spread out, who would enter this restaurant? No, it didn't make sense. Such a big restaurant shouldn't make such a low-level mistake. What was going on? No, the situation here was definitely not so simple. This was not a simple case of robbery. Qin Shao immediately knew that something must have happened. Xiao Gu was about to get angry again, but he was pulled back by Qin Shao and retreated behind him. Xiao Gu gritted his teeth. It was so hard to endure, but since Qin Shao had spoken, he naturally obeyed. "Shopkeeper, are you sure you're not mistaken? We have already paid the waiter just now. How can you say that we are eating a free meal?" Qin Shao said. The shopkeeper of the restaurant frowned slightly, looked at Qin Shao and said, "Is that so?" But the waiter and the old man didn't say so. Since this fellow cultivator said that he had paid, in order to figure out this matter, I wonder if you can come back to the restaurant with me. I'll call the waiter over and confront him face to face. If he misunderstood you, the old man will apologize to you. Author Cruel Death. Here comes the 4th update. Please continue to ask for flowers, everyone. Chapter 2889. As long as one wasn't a fool, one would know that there must be something fishy going on. It couldn't be so simple. Not to mention the waiter of such a big restaurant, even the waiter of a small tea house would not make such a low-level mistake. When doing business, regardless of whether it was shady or not, it would generally follow the principle of credibility. No matter how shady a place was, there would still be some basic credibility. If he took the money and said that he didn't take it, then it was no longer shady. It was daylight robbery and the nature of a bandit. "I don't believe you. Old man, you look very bad. Get lost, get lost. If you don't know what's good for you, don't blame me for being impolite." Xiao Gu had a bad temper. If it weren't for Qin Shao stopping him, he would have already made a move. Why would he talk so much nonsense with them? The restaurant manager chuckled. His face was full of confidence, as if he had a card up his sleeve. He was not afraid that Qin Shao and the other three would make a move. After all, they were 4 ancient sages. However, the restaurant manager still did not take Qin Shao and the other 3 seriously. After laughing, the restaurant manager said again, "Gentlemen, our restaurant is open for business. We are really not afraid of being smashed by anyone. We are all people of the immortal region, so I am more polite to you. There is nothing excessive about it. I just want to invite the 4 of you back to confront each other and explain the problem clearly. If this is a misunderstanding, then it's nothing. The old man will naturally handle it and give the 4 of you a satisfactory explanation. If the 4 of you refuse to cooperate again and again, the old man will think that the 4 of you really want to eat and dash here and there. Then, the old man will not be polite. Although the 4 of you are all ancient sages, I'm afraid you are far from being able to behave atrociously here. Hey, how dare you threaten us? You are quite arrogant. Do you believe that I won't tear down your restaurant?" Xiao Gu was even more unhappy. Wasn't he looking down on them too much? Did he want to use this small restaurant to bully them? Not to mention this small restaurant, even if the entire Tang City was added together, it probably wouldn't be qualified. Tang City wasn't a big place to begin with, and it didn't have any powerful forces. The powerful forces were here. This shopkeeper was really used to being a local tyrant. In his eyes, there was no one who crossed the river. He felt that whoever came to this territory, they could settle down. Given Xiao Gu's explosive temper, he wouldn't waste words and would just directly attack. However, Qin Shao didn't want to make a big scene as soon as he arrived, so he still wanted to wait and see what kind of tricks the other party was going to play. After all, as a newcomer, Qin Shao wanted to keep a low profile. "Okay, we'll go with you," Qin Shao said. Hearing Qin Zhao's words, the shopkeeper's lips curled into a sly smile, as if his evil plan had succeeded. Soon, the shopkeeper led Qin Zhao's group of 4 to a very large private room. This private room was obviously very high-end and was used to entertain distinguished guests. The shopkeeper didn't call the waiter over. Instead, he took out a bill and handed it to Qin Shao, saying, "This is the amount you spent just now. You can leave after you settle this bill." Qin Shao glanced at the amount on the bill. It was actually 100 times higher than before. Just that small amount of things just now had cost 300,000 Chaos Source Stones. Now that it had increased by 100 times, it became 30 million Chaos Source Stones. Moreover, there were many more things on the bill that they hadn't ordered at all. 30 million Chaos Source Stones. An ordinary ancient sage would only be able to take out 30 million Chaos Source Stones if they went bankrupt. Although Qin Shao could easily take it out, how could Qin Shao admit to such an amount? "You old man, I knew you were very bad. You wanted to scam us, right? Dream on." Xiao Gu took the bill angrily and tore it to shreds. Qin Shao looked coldly at the shopkeeper of the restaurant and chuckled. He was calm and composed and didn't seem worried at all. He said, "Just say it, shopkeeper. What is it that you don't have to beat around the bush? Why don't you just say it directly? We are all sensible people. Such a despicable method is truly laughable." "Ha ha ha!" The shopkeeper laughed out loud. He looked at Qin Shao with a somewhat appreciative gaze and said, "Not bad, not bad. Young people still have some eyesight. You're also tactful enough and straightforward enough. In that case, things will be easy. Let me introduce you to someone." As soon as the innkeeper finished speaking, a young master in luxurious clothes walked out. His forehead was very high, and there was a hint of foppishness between his brows. The corners of his lips curled up into a devilish smile. One look at this person, and one would think of an ignorant and incompetent foppish young master. His face was full of arrogance. He was definitely an arrogant person. Such a person was either very strong or had some background. Relying on the fact that he had a big backer, he could do whatever he wanted. The aura of the person in front of him was only that of a one-step ancient saint. No matter how strong he was, he couldn't be that strong. Therefore, the possibility of the latter was more likely. Looking at the shopkeeper's respectful manner towards him, it was enough to see this point. Qin Shao had never liked such a young master. In fact, he was even a little disgusted. As soon as the young master walked out, his gaze landed on Yuan's body. His eyes were filled with greed, and he did not hide it at all. This was a domineering aura. It was as if he was telling everyone that this woman was his prey. Being stared at by this young master with such an improper gaze, Yuan felt very uncomfortable all over. She couldn't help but shrink behind Qin Shao and stick close to Qin Zhao's body. Qin Shao could even feel some softness on his back. Qin Shao knew that this was Yuan's body. However, at this time, he naturally couldn't deliberately avoid Yuan. He could only let Yuan stick close to him. Baby Mo was not afraid of anything. She comforted Yuan and even hugged her in her arms. She looked like she wanted to protect Yuan. The actions of these two people looked very delicate, cute, and moving. Such a delicate action made the young master like them even more. The evil smile at the corner of his mouth deepened. The greed that flickered in his eyes showed that he was determined to obtain Yuan. Qin Shao finally understood what was going on. It turned out that the culprit was Yuan. It turned out that Yuan was chosen by this young master. That was why the shopkeeper of the restaurant cooperated with this young master to put on such a show. What was the background of this young master? Was it the owner of this restaurant, or was it someone related to the Giant Sword Group? Everyone, let me introduce you. This is young Master Qiao Jian, a member of the Giant Sword Group. Young Master Qiao Jian's brother, young Master Qiao Hong, is the leader of the Giant Sword Group. He is also recognized as the strongest person in Tang City. Young Master Qiao Jian is an honored guest of our restaurant. He is also a close friend of our restaurant owner. The restaurant owner said to Qin Shao and the other three with a warm face. Qin Shao snorted coldly in his heart. It was as he had guessed. He really was a member of the Giant Sword Group. The only people who could cover the sky with one hand in Tang City were the members of the Giant Sword Group. So he was the brother of the leader of the Giant Sword Group. No wonder he was so arrogant and domineering. He was a complete playboy. His ruffian nature was very strong. Qin Shao had always hated such people. And then, after listening to the restaurant owner's introduction, Qin Shao did not have any reaction. He looked like he did not care and asked indifferently. Hearing Qin Zhao's words, the restaurant owner almost choked and spat out a mouthful of saliva. He stared at Qin Shao with his old eyes and said, "What's wrong? Although it's your first time in Tang City, it should be your first time in the Great Path Sanctuary, right? You asked the waiter so many questions just now. Don't you know the Giant Sword Group's background in Tang City? The old man introduced young Master Qiao Jian to you in such a grand way. Do you still not understand? I think you are playing dumb, right? Young man, I think you are quite smart. Don't play dumb." Qin Shao chuckled indifferently and said, "It's our first time in Tang City. It's also our first time in the Great Path Sanctuary. That's right. We know some basic information about Tang City. The giant sword group is the most powerful force in Tang City. We know this. But what does this have to do with us? First, we won't stay in Tang City for long. We are just passing by and will leave soon. Therefore, everything in Tang City is just a passing cloud to us. We are not interested in it, nor do we need to understand it in depth. Second, we don't need to make friends with the giant sword group. It doesn't mean anything to us. That's why we're not interested in what you're saying to me. Since this is a misunderstanding, we are too lazy to pursue it. Can you let us go? The restaurant owner almost choked and spat out a mouthful of blood. This tone was a bit frivolous. As long as one was not a fool, one could understand the situation in front of them. This guy could still say such frivolous words? Mr. Qiao Jian laughed evilly. He pointed at Yuan Yuan and said with a big smile, "You guys can get out. This girl wants to stay. Beautiful, cute, tasteful. I like this kind of woman. I really can't stop. Pooh pooh pooh." Yuan Yuan suddenly snorted at Mr. Qiao Jian angrily and said angrily, "Go to hell, you ugly monster. You have a bad heart. You are a shameless bastard. I hate people like you. Stay away from me. I feel disgusted when I see you." Mr. Qiao Jian was not angry at Yuan Yuan's scolding. Instead, he laughed happily and said, "You are a bit shrewish. You have a personality different from other people's shrewdness. This kind of shrewdness is cute and charming. Too interesting. She is truly a rare beauty that only appears once in a million universe epic. He. It seems like the heavens are not unkind to this young master. They actually sent such an interesting beauty to this young master's side. Yes, if it is a gift from God, I will definitely get it." Hearing Mr. Qiao Jian's shameless words, Yuan Yuan shivered in disgust. She had goosebumps all over her body. She was so disgusted. After saying that, Mr. Qiao Jian's eyes were full of disdain. He looked at Qin Shao, Baby Mo, and Xiao Gu with some threat. He shouted coldly, "Why don't you three get out of here? Do you want me to invite you out? Before I get angry, get out of here as far as you can. Don't make trouble for yourself. Otherwise, I'll end your journey in the Great Path Sacred Realm right here." "Humph, you don't know how high the sky is. You don't have any eyes at all. You dare to come out like this. I am afraid you won't even know how you died." Chapter 2890. The manager of the restaurant also chimed in. As the saying goes, a wise man submits to circumstances. When you go out, you have to recognize reality. This is not the immortal region. Since we're all from the immortal realms, this old man is kindly reminding you all. Don't regret it when the time comes. That would be too late. It's her fortune to be chosen by young Master Yi Jian. She should be happy. Not everyone has this kind of good fortune. For young people, young Master Yi Jian doesn't have much patience. Don't think about provoking him. Otherwise, you won't be able to bear the consequences. Qin Shao looked at the manager of the restaurant calmly and said coldly, "Senior, you also came out of the immortal region. As people who came out of the immortal region, not only do you not care about your hometown, but you also cheat the people of the immortal region. I'm afraid that after you left, your conscience has been eaten by dogs? What's the difference between a heartless person and a pig and a dog?" "Ha ha ha." The manager of the restaurant laughed instead of being angry. He looked at Qin Shao with a pitiful and amused expression. After sizing him up, he joked, "Sometimes, when I hear such childish and ridiculous words from you young people, I really feel like laughing. Hometown? How long has it been since the old man left the immortal region? The old man himself doesn't remember. What people of the immortal region? The immortal region is so big, do I know you? Do I need to talk about feelings with you? Do you have even the slightest relationship with this old man? So you really think that in the eyes of the old man, You're different from the others? In the great Tao sacred realm, you have to learn to accept everything. Whether it's the 8 great sacred realms, the great 1,000 secret realms, or the life in the endless universe, they're all equal. There's only the difference between high and low. There's no difference between hometown and not hometown. Talking about feelings, that's only for you. Feelings to us are worthless. Do you understand? In this world, only benefits are eternal. You see, the old man gave you a very vivid lesson for free. It's worth it. Reality was often so cruel, so naked, so merciless, and so resplendent with all your feelings. In fact, Qin Shao knew about this, but he didn't like it either. After all, there was still a process between knowing and fully accepting. Then do you really think that the giant sword group can cover the sky with one hand and do whatever you want in Tang City? Qin Shao asked again. This time, without waiting for the innkeeper to answer, young Master Qiao Jian smirked and said, "Sorry, the giant sword group can cover the sky with one hand in Tang City. They can do whatever they want." So, to this young master, the 4 of you are just 4 slightly stronger ants. Although the 4 of you are all in the Empyrean Saint stage, once you arrive in Tang City, you won't be able to do anything. I'm sorry, but they'll all have to obediently submit to our giant sword group. If this young master wants you to die at midnight, you won't be able to live past midnight. It's the good fortune of 8 lifetimes that this young master likes this cute little girl. Don't try to provoke my little patience. The consequences will be very serious. I'll give you 3 more breaths to get out. If you don't leave after 3 breaths, then leave your lives here. To be honest, in front of a beauty, this young master really doesn't want to see blood. Young Master Qiao Jian's words were incomparably frivolous. This was an arrogant tone, the contempt of a king who suppressed everything. It was as if he was the only supreme god here. No one dared to go against his will. Such an arrogant and domineering aura really made people feel very uncomfortable. If Qin Shao hadn't stopped Xiao Gu again and again, Xiao Gu would have already attacked. Although Xiao Gu's strength wasn't very strong, his temper was definitely very bad. Miss Yuan, this bastard is too despicable. His face is also extremely ugly. I'll go teach him a lesson for you. See if I don't tear his stinky mouth. Xiao Gu grinned and turned his head to say to Yuan. Yuan nodded in agreement. Okay, go ahead. Tear it apart. Oh, Yuan. Not bad, not bad. This name is a perfect match. Just hearing it makes me feel that it's cute. TSK, I really like it more and more. Facing Xiao Gu's attack, young Master Qiao Jian was very daring. He displayed the aura of an expert. He still stood there like a mountain. It was as if he didn't care about Xiao Gu and didn't care about him at all. This was a kind of extreme contempt. It was the same feeling as when a giant dragon saw an ant coming to kill it. Did the giant dragon need to care about an ant's provocation? Obviously, it didn't. Young Master Qiao Jian's eyes were still greedily looking at Yuan and calling out her name. The enraged Lil Gu rushed to the front of young Master Qiao Jian. Xiao Gu was from the Beast clan. He wasn't good at other techniques. His strong points were his wild power and strong defensive ability. The Beast race had always been stronger in terms of strength. Therefore, Xiao Gu's fist crashed toward young Master Qiao Jian. The strong power seemed to want to smash young Master Qiao Jian into meat paste. However, before Xiao Gu could reach young Master Qiao Jian, hundreds of swords flew out from young Master Qiao Jian's body. The swords whistled through the sky. Hundreds of swords whistled and formed a strong sword formation. It directly formed a huge barrier, blocking Xiao Gu's path. Xiao Gu couldn't even get close to young Master Qiao Jian. Xiao Gu's fist heavily hit the sword formation. However, he couldn't break the sword formation. The sword array had completely blocked Xiao Gu's attack. Moreover, countless sharp sword lights rushed toward Xiao Gu. Fortunately, Xiao Gu's defensive ability was strong enough. He could only use his body to resist the attack of the sword light. "Break for me!" Xiao Gu shouted angrily. However, he still couldn't break young Master Qiao Jian's sword formation. Xiao Gu's strength wasn't very strong, but he wasn't weak either. In the first step Empyrean Saint stage, he could be considered to be in the upper middle tier. However, in front of young Master Qiao Jian, he clearly felt that he was much weaker. It seemed that young Master Qiao Jian's strength was really strong. Xiao Gu had been holding back his anger for a long time. He finally had a chance to attack, but he couldn't take it down. Naturally, he was unhappy. The anger in his chest burned. He started to attack crazily. However, the difference in strength was not something that could be made up for with just a bit of anger. "Haha, you're just a beast with some brute strength. You really don't know your own strength. You're just a frog at the bottom of the well. So pitiful." Saint Sun Qiao Jian glanced at Xiao Gu and said disdainfully. After he finished speaking, he suddenly waved his hand. Suddenly, the sword qi in his hand became incomparably turbulent and howling. Under the turbulent sword lights, they gathered at one point and attacked fiercely. Under such a sword, Xiao Gu was sent flying. Xiao Gu was in so much pain that he rubbed his chest. His clothes were torn apart. If it was a human, a large wound would have been left on his chest. Although Xiao Gu wasn't injured, he was obviously defeated and sent flying. He looked a little embarrassed. Xiao Gu had a bad temper. How could he admit defeat so easily? He wanted to continue. He hadn't transformed into his original form yet. This wasn't his strongest state. "Xiao Gu, you're not his opponent. Come back." Qin Xiao stopped Xiao Gu. Although Xiao Gu was unhappy, he knew that his strength wasn't as good as young Master Qiao Jian's. If he continued to fight, he would be the one at a disadvantage. So, he should leave it to his master. Seeing Xiao Gu retreat, young Master Qiao Jian gave a disdainful smile. Clapping his hands, he looked at Qin Xiao with disdain and said, "Looks like you're the leader of the four. Come, that beast doesn't have much strength. It seems like your strength should be the strongest. Go ahead, let this young master see how capable you are to dare to be so untactful here. Don't say that I'm bullying you. How about the three of you come together and leave my Miss Yuan behind? I'll bring 2 beasts with me. This combination should be okay. It'll save you the trouble. Come at me together." "Go to hell. Who's yours?" "Humph." Yuan scolded angrily. She wanted to do it herself. Baby Mo was also unhappy. Although she was a member of the beast race, it was still intolerable for her to be called a beast. Qin Xiao sneered. Taking 2 steps forward, he looked at young Master Qiao Jian coldly and said, "Are you very strong?" Young Master Qiao Jian glanced at Qin Xiao. Curling his lips, he replied indifferently, "It's okay. At least in the first step of the ancient saint realm, it's hard for anyone to gain an advantage over me. It's more than enough to deal with frogs at the bottom of a well who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. But in front of a beauty, I don't want to be too bloody. Otherwise, if it was any other time, you would all be lying on the ground. Why would I give you the chance to talk so much nonsense? It's a pity that my benevolence is not cherished by you guys. Come. Boy, come out. It looks like you want to fight. A hero saving a beauty? You want to be a hero? Ha, there are many people who want to be heroes in this world. But most of the time, they're all cowards. A hero is not something a person like you can be. You people don't have any self-awareness. You're so ignorant. Come fight. Come at me all at once. Today, I'll open your eyes. I'll let you know how big this world is." Young Master Qiao Jian was still blindly confident. He disdained Qin Xiao and the others, but he also had absolute confidence in his own strength. The manager of the restaurant shook his head with a smile. He looked at Qin Xiao and the others with sympathy. He muttered in his heart, when you go out to experience the world, you have to pay a price. This world is like this. The road of cultivation is extremely long and cruel. Humans can either stay in their nest for the rest of their lives and live an ordinary life, or they want to be more exciting and travel the world. Then, they will truly feel how terrible and cruel this world is. Many people would die under such cruel circumstances. Only a few lucky ones are able to hone themselves and grow stronger. Survival of the fittest is the most basic survival rule in this world. Young people should always pay some tuition fees. Over the years, I've personally witnessed the deaths of countless ignorant Empyrean saints. Ancient saint realm? Humph, it's just the beginning of the real high-level cultivation. In the great thousand world, a one-step ancient saint realm is not worth anything. To be able to travel the great thousand world to experience the world, the minimum requirement is to be an ancient saint realm. It's not easy for a first-step Empyrean saint to be able to survive for so long. Chapter 2891. Qin Zhao's eyes suddenly turned cold. His expression changed and his gaze instantly turned cold. It was a sign that he had entered the state of battle. It meant that Qin Zhao had made his move. In the next moment, Qin Zhao appeared in front of young Master Ye Jian. He was only 2 fists away from young Master Ye Jian. At such a close distance, if Qin Zhao attacked young Master Ye Jian, he wouldn't even have the chance to dodge. He wouldn't be able to react in time. With such a fast speed, young Master Ye Jian and the manager of the restaurant were both shocked. This. What's going on? The restaurant manager's face instantly turned pale with fright. His eyes widened as he stared at Qin Zhao with a dumbfounded expression. For a moment, he really couldn't believe it. Wasn't this speed too inconceivable? In an instant, he appeared in front of young Master Ye Jian. Young Master Ye Jian did not even have the chance to react. It was scary just thinking about it. He broke out in cold sweat. So fast! Young Master Qiao Jian's mouth was wide open in shock. He was shocked. Even the prideful smile on his face froze in an instant. Not only did it freeze, but it also shattered in an instant. He was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. If Qin Zhao had directly attacked him just now, he wouldn't even have had the chance to react, right? It was too scary. Just thinking about it made him scared. This feeling was simply like the feeling of an apprentice meeting a top expert. It was the feeling of being completely crushed in all aspects. Therefore, not only was his arrogance shattered in an instant, but his confidence had also completely collapsed. His powerful aura in front of Qin Zhao instantly disappeared, dropping to 0. The battle had not started yet, but young Master Ye Jian had been defeated. He did not even have the courage to fight. This was a complete suppression of aura. It defeated the opponent invisibly. Of course, this required the support of powerful strength in order to achieve such an effect. No matter how strong young Master Ye Jian was, he was just a first-step ancient saint. Qin Zhao was not just a second-step ancient saint. With his strength, if he attacked with all his strength, a third-step ancient saint would not be Qin Zhao's opponent. Hence, it was not difficult for him to crush Mr. Qiao Jian. Just one move was enough to let young Master Ye Jian know that he was not his opponent. As long as he completely suppressed young Master Ye Jian in terms of aura, it would be easy. Kneel down. Qin Zhao and Mr. Qiao Jian stared at each other at a close distance. They could feel each other's breath. Their eyes were like 2 swords facing each other, each showing their sharpness and sharpness. However, it was clear that Qin Zhao had completely crushed young Master Ye Jian in all aspects. Especially in the battle of confidence, young Master Qiao Jian was utterly defeated. He was completely crushed by Qin Zhao and was trampled under his feet. Qin Zhao's aura became stronger and stronger. Young Master Ye Jian became weaker and weaker. In the end, his body trembled. It was a fear that came from the bottom of his heart. Under the suppression of Qin Zhao's powerful and sharp aura, young Master Yijian was afraid. It was an involuntary reaction. The atmosphere was extremely oppressive. It was so quiet that even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. The air seemed to have solidified. The shopkeeper and the others were completely stunned by Qin Shao. The sudden roar, the strong impact, and the previous influence of the atmosphere were stacked together. Suddenly, it formed an invincible power that struck deep into one's soul. The roar was like the wrath of a god. This shout also broke the last line of defense in young Master Qiao Jian's heart, the line of defense that he was struggling to support. Plop! Young Master Yijian could not control himself. Perhaps it was a subconscious action. With a plop, he knelt down in front of Qin Shao. Of course, it was not only the aura that suppressed him. Qin Zhao's last roar was also driven by the power of his heart. The heart power attacked young Master Yijian completely. With the cooperation of these forces, it achieved such an effect. Young Master Yijian, the arrogant young Master Yijian, the high and mighty young master, was now obediently kneeling in front of Qin Shao. Not only did young Master Yijian kneel down, all the ancient Saint Realm guards in the restaurant also knelt down. In fact, the shopkeeper's legs also went soft and he almost knelt down. When he knelt down halfway, he suddenly reacted. He quivered and immediately stood up. There was a lingering fear in his heart. He had almost knelt down. That would have been really embarrassing. However, when he stood up, his eyeballs almost fell out. Young Master Yijian, at this moment, he saw young Master Yijian kneeling in front of Qin Shao. The shock brought by this naturally made him speechless. The great young Master Yijian was kneeling in front of others in Tang City? This was not only a great humiliation to young Master Yijian, but also a great humiliation to the giant sword group. Where did this young man come from? How daring, how daring! The way the shopkeeper looked at Qin Shao finally changed. How did he meet such a powerful guy? Oh no, young Master Yijian was going to suffer a great loss. The key was that this was his immortal home restaurant. If the giant sword group wanted to punish him in the future, his restaurant would not be able to escape. This time it was really a big trouble. At this moment, the shopkeeper really wanted to cry but had no tears. He even had the thought of dying. What was this? How could such an unlucky thing happen to his restaurant? If he had known this would happen, he would have persuaded young Master Yijian not to have any ideas about the girl. Great, now he had kicked a hardboard. However, since things had come to this, he could only bite the bullet and walk to the end. Haha, boss, well done. You should trample on that bastard like this. Xiao Gu was finally happy. He was in a good mood. Yuan was also happy. He cheered for Qin Shao and wanted Qin Shao to continue trampling on him. Such shameless people, their faces should be trampled on. Damn it, young Master Yijian finally reacted. How could he kneel? He, young Master Yijian, had never knelt to anyone in his life. He did not expect that the first time he knelt was to a kid from the immortal region. How could he tolerate this? Young Master Yijian's expression suddenly became ferocious and furious. He tried his best to stand up and resist with all his might. However, how could Qin Shao allow him to do as he wished? Kneel for me. Qin Shao harumphed coldly. He pushed his heart power to the extreme. At the same time, the power of several great laws formed an invisible mountain and pressed down heavily on young Master Yijian's body, binding him and pressing him down. In front of Qin Shao, how could young Master Yijian resist? Therefore, no matter how he resisted, how he struggled, how he was angry, how he screamed, he could not break free from Qin Zhao's restraining power. He still knelt there, looking extremely miserable. He was destined to swallow this humiliation himself. Bastard, let go of me. Otherwise, it will be too late for you to regret. Young Master Yijian cursed angrily as he could not break free. Qin Shao chuckled and looked at young Master Yijian with disdain. He said, "Let go of you? Why should I let go of you? At this time, you're still so stubborn. Don't you think it's funny that you're still trying to threaten me? I know you're from the Giant Sword Group. I know your brother is the leader of the Giant Sword Group. I know your background, but I'm not afraid. So, what do you think you can use to threaten me? Just by relying on your stinky mouth? Even if your stinky mouth has been soaked in a cesspool, even if it has been blessed, I'm sorry, but it can't threaten me. I don't care if your Giant Sword Group can do whatever you want in Tang City. I'm sorry, but I'm not afraid of your Giant Sword Group. You're the one who sent your face to me to be slapped. Originally, I really couldn't be bothered to deal with a shameless person like you. However, you insisted on seeking death and sent your face to me. I had no choice but to slap you twice to give you a vivid lesson. I believe that after this lesson, you'll remember it in your heart." "Oh right. What did you just say? You want us to regret it? Speaking of which, we're still young and have just come out to explore. We really don't know what regret looks like. Why don't you teach us so that we can learn something?" Puff! Young Master Qiaojian almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Qin Shao had slapped him in the face for all the big words he had just said. His face was almost swollen. How the hell would he know that this was the situation? If he had known, he wouldn't have spoken so boldly just now. At this moment, he really wanted to cry but had no tears. He really had the impulse to bury himself. This was the first time he had lost so much face. "Who are you? Aren't you a first-step ancient saint?" Young Master Qiaojian asked in a deep voice. Qin Shao curled her lips and said, "I'm just a nobody. It's not worth mentioning. You won't know me even if I tell you. As for whether I'm a first-step ancient saint or not, it's not important. What's important is that you've provoked us. So we can't let you go so easily. I remember every single one of the vicious words you said just now. Although I'm not a very vengeful person, I'll usually take revenge on the spot. So, I want to ask you, young Master Qiaojian, what do you want to say now?" Obviously, Qin Shao wanted to give young Master Qiaojian a chance to admit his mistake, so that he could step down and end this matter. After humiliating young Master Qiaojian, Qin Shao could stop now. However, it depended on young Master Qiaojian's attitude. He didn't want to cause trouble, but if there was a problem, Qin Shao could definitely fight to the end. If he could just muddle through. However, young Master Qiaojian obviously didn't appreciate Qin Shao's good intentions. Young Master Qiaojian laughed angrily. He stared at Qin Shao with a crazed and ferocious face. He gritted his teeth and said, "I'll spit on you. Humph, I don't care who you are. I don't care what kind of background you have in the immortal region. Here you're all nothing. I'm very sorry to tell you that you've committed a big crime. You're dead. Your lives are over. Just wait. My big brother and the others will be here soon. Your death will come soon. In Tang City, no one has dared to provoke me. Since I was born, no one has dared to treat me like this. You're dead. You're dead." Author Cruel Death said. Third update. Chapter 2892. Yo, Big Brother. This bastard is quite stubborn. Big Brother, continue to step on him. Step on him hard. Don't give us face. Torture him to death. Let's see how stubborn he is. He still doesn't believe us, Xiaogu shouted. He was a person who liked to watch a show and was not afraid of anything. If Qin Shao let him go, Xiaogu would definitely eat young Master Qiaojian. He was courting death if he dared to have any ideas about Yuan Yuan. Humph, even if this bastard apologizes, I won't forgive him. Qin Shao, don't be polite. Kill him and cripple him first, Yuan Yuan said, still looking angry. Hearing Yuan Yuan's fierce words, Qin Shao shook her head and smiled. Yuan was really a little bad now. But how should he put it? It was better than a blank piece of paper, right? If she was really a blank piece of paper, it would not be suitable for her to stay outside. It would be better for her to stay in Langya heaven. However, it was obvious that Yuan did not want to stay in Langya heaven. Since she was outside, she should learn to be bad. As long as she did not forget her original intention and did not change her nature, it would be fine. She only needed to slightly change the things that could be changed. This was also good. Even if it was a little fierce, the feeling when Yuan said it was completely different from Xiao Gu's. Yuan said it in a very cute and playful way. It was the kind of words that didn't make people feel that they were harsh words. Since young Master Qiao Jian did not know what was good for him, Qin Shao would not be polite. There was a limit to his kindness. Stop it, stop it. Just as Qin Shao was about to attack Mr. Qiao Jian, an angry shout came. A golden-robed old man walked out. His face was covered with a layer of frost. His eyes were cold and his expression was furious. He rushed over as fast as lightning. As soon as he walked out, he pointed at Qin Shao and shouted angrily. Then, 4 figures with powerful auras quickly appeared and stood behind the golden-robed old man. The manager of the restaurant quickly walked over and stood behind the golden-robed old man. All 5 of them were ancient saints of the first step. The golden-robed old man also had the aura of a first-step Empyrean saint, but his aura was much stronger than that of the innkeeper and the others. He was most likely a first-step Empyrean saint. If he guessed correctly, then the old man in gold should be the owner of the Immortal Home restaurant. He should be the best friend of young Master Qiao Jian that the shopkeeper mentioned. With young Master Yi Jian's arrogance, those who could interact with him shouldn't be weaker than him. From this, one could infer that the golden-robed old man's strength was not below young Master Qiao Jian's. His strength was definitely formidable. At the very least, he was definitely in the upper echelons of Empyrean saints. He even had 5 first-step Empyrean saints behind him. This was a force that could not be underestimated. It was no wonder that he could open such a big restaurant in Tang City. It was impossible for him to not have some power. The golden-robed elder's eyes fell on Qin Shao. His gaze was incomparably deep. He sized up Qin Shao as soon as he arrived, wanting to see who Qin Shao was. He actually dared to eat a bear's heart and leopard's guts, daring to harm young Master Yi Jian in Tang City. But what made the golden-robed old man frown was that he couldn't see through Qin Shao. He couldn't see the depth of the young man in front of him. Was his cultivation level too high, or was his method of hiding his aura too good? Obviously, Qin Shao belonged to the latter. He deliberately hid his aura, not wanting others to know that he was a second-step Empyrean saint. Therefore, the golden-robed old man was puzzled. He felt that Qin Zhao's aura was unfathomable. He couldn't tell whether he was a second-step Empyrean saint. But to be able to beat young Master Yi Jian to the point that he couldn't fight back, he should be a second-step Empyrean saint. But no matter what, even a second-step Empyrean saint wouldn't be able to behave so atrociously in Tang City. Who are you? Do you know where you are? Do you know who he is? Your action is really arrogant. Aren't you afraid of the consequences? The golden-robed old man asked Qin Shao in a deep voice. Qin Shao glanced at the golden-robed old man, pursed his lips and said casually, "You're the owner of the restaurant, right? You're also from the Immortal region. Speaking of which, we're from the same hometown. But now it seems that in the Great Thousand World, being from the same hometown is a very cheap thing. It's useless at all, so I won't bother with you. Since we're all practical people, let's talk about something practical. I know what you want to ask, so don't talk so much nonsense. I'll tell you directly. This is between us and young Master Yi Jian. It has nothing to do with you. Let me give you a piece of advice. Don't get involved. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences." It was simple and straightforward, but it was filled with a sense of overbearingness. If Qin Shao was ruthless, it would be very terrifying. The golden-robed old man's face suddenly turned gloomy. This was a blatant warning to him. He didn't take him seriously at all. It was a kind of contempt. No matter what, he was a well-known figure in Tang City. In Tang City, he was an existence that no one dared to provoke. After standing in Tang City for countless years, he could be considered to have built a foundation. Who wouldn't be polite and respectful when they saw him? Today, he was looked down upon by a foreign kid. Wasn't this the same as humiliating him? How could he tolerate it? The golden-robed old man's face turned gloomy and cold. It was very ugly and scary. Young man, it's better not to be too arrogant. If you stop now and let young Master Yijian go, there might be a chance for things to turn around. If not, then I'm afraid, when he said this, the golden-robed old man's cold eyes swept over little Gu Yuanyuan and baby Mo. He continued, "You're not the only one who will be unlucky. Your friends will also be implicated. The choice in life is very important. Often, a choice can determine a person's fate, even the life and death of a group of people. So, young man, you should think twice before you do anything. After all, there's no medicine for regret in this world." Even at this time, the golden-robed old man still looked down on Qin Shao with a superior attitude. He was considered an experienced person. He had secretly sized up Qin Shao and the other three. The four of them had just come to Tang City and the Great Path Sacred Realm for the first time. They all looked very young. They should have just broken through to the ancient Saint Realm and came out to experience it. For such people, even if they had some background, it was useless. Yuanyuan and Little Gu were both ancient saints realm of the first step. Baby Mo was a ancient saint realm of the third step and had the bloodline of a divine beast. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Qin Shao had asked Baby Mo to conceal his aura. Therefore, in the golden-robed old man's opinion, Baby Mo was only a ancient saint realm of the first step. As for Qin Shao himself, he had concealed his aura as well. The golden-robed old man couldn't see through him, so he assumed he was a second-step ancient saint realm cultivator. At best, they were a second-step ancient saint realm cultivator and three first-step ancient saints. No matter how strong they were, they couldn't be that strong. In front of the giant sword group, they were far from enough. Therefore, the golden-robed old man naturally didn't think much of Qin Shao and the others. "Yes, you're absolutely right, Senior. There's no medicine for regret in this world. That's why, before everyone does something, they should show kindness 3 times before they act. Whatever you do, you should consider the consequences. So, only by doing more good deeds and less evil can you guarantee a better life. I, Qin Shao, have always followed this principle." Qin Shao nodded and said in deep agreement. Hearing Qin Shao agree with him, the golden-robed old man's expression softened a little. He continued, "Yes, that's right, young man. Young people are frivolous and impulsive. This is a common problem. Now that things haven't developed to the point of no return, there's still room for redemption. Therefore, young man, quickly let go of young Master Qiao Jian. If you continue, there's no turning back. At that time, it'll be too late for regret." However, Qin Shao clearly didn't intend to let go of young Master Qiao Jian. He shook his head and said, No, Senior, I think you're mistaken. I've always agreed with what you said, and I've always treated it as my basic principle. Therefore, I've always done the same thing. Because I've followed this principle, I've done this kind of thing. To do this, I've done it 3 times. I agree with what you said because I want young Master Qiao Jian to hear it. He shouldn't agree with this principle. Therefore, people don't use their brains when dealing with things. That's why they act arrogantly and do whatever they want. I think you should tell young Master Qiao Jian more about this kind of principle. Maybe he can be saved. The golden-robed old man thought that Qin Shao was going to stop, but he didn't expect Qin Shao to change the topic and directly attack him with a sword. He was so angry that his face suddenly turned green. He pointed at Qin Zhao's nose and almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. The golden-robed old man's face quickly darkened. He stared at Qin Shao with extreme anger. Young Master Qiao Jian was also angry, but he still didn't want to lower his head. He continued to say fiercely, "Young man, you're Qin Shao, right? I'll remember you. I'll let you be proud for a while. Soon you'll cry. I'll make sure you can't even cry. Now, I'll return the humiliation you gave me back to you 10 times, 100 times. And those people, none of them can escape." Daring to threaten him? Qin Shao wasn't afraid of other people's threats the least. Qin Shao raised his head to look at the sky. His eyebrows slightly arched, and the corners of his mouth curved into a cold smile. The main character is here. Qin Shao felt a group of powerful auras quickly approaching. Soon, more than 10 figures descended and surrounded Qin Zhao's group. These people all released powerful auras. Their auras weren't less than the golden-robed old man's. Apparently, they were all very strong. The leader was a tall and strong man who looked 70% similar to young Master Qiao Jian. However, he was obviously much stronger than young Master Qiao Jian. His face was cold and resolute, with a trace of fierceness. This wasn't something that young Master Qiao Jian, who looked like a playboy, could compare to. Without guessing, this person must be the leader of the giant sword group, Yahong. Judging from his aura, he was a second-step ancient saint. However, his aura was extremely strong. Among the second-step ancient saints that Qin Shao had seen, Yahong was probably the strongest. To be able to become the leader of the giant sword group and lead so many ancient saints, it was enough to show how strong Yahong's strength was. Other than Yahong, there were 2 more second-step ancient saints. In other words, based on the current situation, there were already 3 second-step Empyrean saints and a dozen first-step Empyrean saints in the group of giant swords. It was no wonder that the giant sword group could dominate the entire Tang city. Author Cruel Death 4th Update, Begging for Flowers. Chapter 2893. The giant sword group came with a supreme aura. It was as if the only king in the world had arrived. Once they arrived, everything in the world had to bow down to them. Trembling was the right way to open the world. "Big brother, save me!" Seeing that Commander Yahong had arrived, young Master Yijian immediately grabbed onto a life-saving straw and hurriedly asked for help. When the giant sword group arrived, their powerful aura had already pressed down, causing the air here to completely solidify. The atmosphere was extremely tense and oppressive. The air was filled with the thick smell of gunpowder, which made people afraid. The golden-robed old man and the other 5 quickly retreated to the side. There was no need for them to participate. The giant sword group would take care of everything. They only needed to watch the show. The golden-clothed old man was hoping that guild leader Yahong would not vent his anger on their restaurant. The wind was rustling and the place was rustling. Under this kind of pressure, Xiao Gu felt very uncomfortable. Luckily, he had enough confidence. He knew that his big brother would protect him, so he could quickly adjust himself. He wasn't afraid of anything. If it was an ordinary first-step ancient saint, he would probably be frightened. Qin Shao, on the other hand, had a calm and composed look on his face. His expression did not change at all. "Shut up, you be ****starred. Unexpectedly, Commander Yahong's reply to young Master Yijian's call for help was a stern reprimand. It was a reprimanding tone. Being reprimanded by his big brother, young Master Yijian was clearly stunned. He looked at his big brother in a daze. Commander Yahong angrily glared at young Master Yijian and continued to reprimand him. "You're a disappointing guy. You've been causing trouble for me all day. You need your big brother to clean up for you. You've caused so much trouble for me all these years. Every time I've lectured you, you wouldn't listen. Yijian. How many times do you need your big brother to teach you before you can remember and listen? If you continue like this, you'll kill yourself sooner or later. Big brother can't protect you for the rest of your life, nor can he wipe your ass for the rest of your life. The key is for you to understand right from wrong, walk the right path, and cause less trouble. Do you have any reason to ask Big Brother for help? Big Brother, Young Master Qiao Jian was at a loss for words. He wanted to force an explanation. However, Commander Yahong clearly didn't give Mr. Yijian a chance to speak. Instead, he cupped his fists apologetically to Qin Shao and said, "I'm sorry, Lord Qin Shao. I apologize on behalf of my brother. I hope you can be magnanimous and not lower yourself to his level. This bastard has been spoiled by my parents since he was young, so he can't change his bad habits. I don't know how many times I've taught him, but he still won't change. Fortunately, this incident didn't cause any irreparable losses. It can be considered a blessing in disguise. I'll definitely teach this bastard a lesson when I get back. I also hope that the few of you will let this matter rest and not bicker with him." They thought that trouble was coming and that a battle was about to happen. They didn't expect that Commander Yahong didn't help Mr. Yijian vent his anger. Instead, he apologized to Qin Shao and the others so sincerely. He wanted to settle the matter. Logically speaking, when the giant sword group's power was placed here, they had an obvious advantage. At least in the eyes of outsiders, the giant sword group had an absolute advantage. However, Commander Yijian didn't use his strength to bully the weak. Such a matter caused Qin Shao and the other three to be very surprised. Especially Xiao Gu. He directly scratched his head and looked at Commander Yahong in confusion. Then, he looked at Yuan and Baby Mo. He was very puzzled and muttered, "What the hell is going on? That's not right. Why does it feel like this isn't normal at all? What the hell is this? Damn, I still want to have a big fight. I haven't fought in a long time. My hands are getting calluses. They're itching." Yuan and Baby Mo were also dumbfounded. The situation had changed too quickly. Baby Mo glanced at Xiao Gu disdainfully and said jokingly, "You, forget it. You're the weakest in the giant sword group. I'm afraid you can't even beat him. If you want to fight, I'm afraid you can only find that shopkeeper to fight." Ba. Baby Mo, don't look down on people. No, don't look down on beasts. We're all beasts. Is it appropriate for you to look down on me like this? Xiao Gu smacked his lips and said indignantly, "Who says I can only fight with that shopkeeper? Aren't there 4 other first-step Empyrean saints? Besides, aren't there those 4th-step Heavenly Venerables fellows? I can't beat the giant sword group. Can't I take care of these little bastards?" Qin Shao looked deeply at the sincere Commander Yahong. He curled his lips and smiled faintly. "There's a saying in my hometown. It's called not hitting a smiling person. Since Commander Yahong is so righteous and took the initiative to apologize to us, if I, Qin Shao, still insist on not letting it go, it would seem that I'm very stingy. Well, it's normal to get into a fight when we're outside. It just depends on whether you've crossed that line or not. As long as you haven't crossed the line in my heart, then I, Qin Shao, can muddle through. Since you, Commander Yahong, are willing to give us face, I, Qin Shao, am naturally willing to take a step back. As long as you're willing to stop, then we won't pursue anything further. We're just passing by Tang City and we'll leave soon. We don't want to create any enmity. That will only affect our mood, won't it?" Commander Yahong laughed and nodded repeatedly. He said in great agreement, "Yes. What fellow Qin Shao said is very true. Actually, it's not a big deal. It'll be resolved if we talk it out. The key is that the wrong side will bow their heads and admit their mistake. Fellow Qin Shao is also a righteous person. I, Yahong, respect people who are righteous the most in my life. If possible, I really want to make friends with you. Haha. Want to make friends with me? Qin Shao chuckled in his heart. Forget about it. Although Qin Shao wasn't disgusted with Commander Yahong, he was still disgusted with his younger brother. Making friends with the brother of a person he disliked wasn't a good thing. So, of course, he couldn't make friends with him. Besides, there was no need for this. He was about to leave Tang City. He had only met Yahong once. Then I'm afraid that I, Qin Shao, won't have the fortune to make friends with Commander Yahong. Since this matter is over, we have other things to do. We'll take our leave first. Qin Shao wasn't hypocritical. He directly said and rejected Commander Yahong's offer to make friends. Qin Shao let go of young Master Yijian and prepared to leave with Yuan Yuan and the others. There wasn't much to stay in Tang City. It was better to leave early. Young Master Yijian quickly retreated behind Commander Yahong. Commander Yahong glared at him fiercely. He wanted to say something, but he didn't dare to say anything. Young Master Yijian was obviously not a generous person. He was even a vile person who held grudges. Although he was hiding behind guild leader Yahong, his eyes were like that of a venomous snake and a wild beast as he stared at Qin Shao with a sinister and ruthless expression. If looks could kill, young Master Yijian would have killed Qin Shao 1,000,000 times. Lord Qin Shao, please wait, Commander Yahong shouted when he saw that Qin Shao was about to leave. Qin Shao stopped and turned to look at Commander Yahong. His eyes turned cold and he said in a deep voice, "What's wrong? Does Commander Yahong regret and don't want us to leave here?" "Ah." Commander Yahong raised his head and laughed. He waved his hand and said, "No, no, no, Taoist Qin Shao must have misunderstood. I didn't mean that. If I really wanted to do something, I would have done it just now. I wouldn't have said so much and scolded my brother so badly, right? I am indeed very sincere in apologizing to fellow Taoist Qin Shao. As for this younger brother of mine, I also hate him for not living up to my expectations. Sigh, it's not easy to be a brother. It's really not easy. Forget it, forget it. Let's not talk about these troublesome things. It's like this, fellow Taoist Qin Shao. In order to express my apologies, I would like to invite you all to my place for a few drinks. I would like to express my apologies with some wine. It can be considered a more formal apology. At the same time, I also respect young geniuses like Taoist Qin Shao. At such a young age, you've already cultivated to the second step of the ancient realm. You're a true genius. I, Yahong, respect and admire such a monstrous genius like Taoist Qin Shao. Therefore, I've long wanted to make friends with you. Haha, of course. Making friends wasn't something that could be forced. Just like the relationship between men and women, a forced melon won't be sweet. It's okay. Taoist Qin Shao doesn't have to feel burdened. I'm just casually saying that. I'm not demanding anything. But even if we can't make friends, we should be able to get to know each other a little, right? Although Yahong was very sincere in his invitation, Qin Shao and the other three were clearly not interested. Therefore, Qin Shao also directly refused. Commander Yahong, I'm very sorry. We still have things to do. We can only thank you for your invitation. Let's part ways here. Qin Shao had made Commander Yahong despair twice, which made young Master Yijian very unhappy. In the end, he couldn't hold it in and exploded in anger. He pointed at Qin Zhao's nose and shouted angrily. Qin Shao, what's with your attitude? My big brother is so polite to you, but you keep rejecting him. You really think you're something? Shut up. But before young Master Yijian finished speaking, Commander Yahong sternly scolded him and glared at him. He said sternly, "If you don't listen to me, I will lock you up so that you can reflect on your actions. Hurry up, apologize to Lord Qin Shao." Commander Yahong's voice was so strict that young Master Yijian didn't dare to resist. Young Master Yijian clenched his teeth. Although he was full of anger, he was afraid of his big brother's prestige and still said to Qin Shao, "I'm sorry. This apology is not sincere at all. You don't even know how to apologize?" Ha ha. Xiao Gu curled his lips and said. This made young Master Yijian's expression very ugly. He clenched his fists and hatred filled his chest. But he couldn't vent it. What kind of pain was this? This was a pain that made people want to go crazy. Commander Yahong said again, "Dao friend Qin Shao, I'm sorry. I apologize to you again. So you see, fellow Daoist Qin Shao, please give me, Xiao Hong, a chance to express my apology. I've already asked someone to prepare some wine and dishes. Fellow Daoist Qin Shao, please give me some face. Other than some wine, I think there's something else that Dao friend Qin Shao might be interested in. Can you give me some face?" Chapter 2894. Originally, Qin Shao really didn't want to say anything more. It was better to leave directly and save some trouble. He didn't want to be entangled too much. Qin Shao didn't need to care whether leader Yahong was a hypocrite or not. As long as he didn't provoke him, everything else didn't matter. However, this guild leader Yahong was playing with the suspense, and it had indeed aroused some of Qin Zhao's interest. If there was something he was interested in, what could it be? Since he, guild leader Yahong, said so, then he must be serious about it. No matter what leader Yahong wanted to do, Qin Shao felt that he could still go and take a look. Anyway, he wasn't afraid of anything. It wouldn't be so easy to plot against him, Qin Shao. Thinking of this, Qin Shao agreed. Since leader Yahong invited me so kindly, then I'll accept. I'll go and disturb you. Ha ha, straightforward people, I like. Then, fellow Qin Shao, please come this way. Also, 3 friends, please. Captain Yahong laughed heartily and made an inviting gesture to Qin Shao and the others. The group of people from the giant sword group led the way in front. On the way, Xiao Gu couldn't help but say, "Big brother, I always feel that these people are not so kind. Is it really okay for us to go with them like this?" Qin Shao pursed his lips and looked at Xiao Gu with a smile. "Not bad, your brain has finally opened up a little." Ah? What did he mean? Was he praising him or scolding him? Xiao Gu scratched his head and looked at Qin Shao with a puzzled expression. Baby Mo glared at Xiao Gu and scolded with a smile. "You're stupid. Master knows that there is a tiger in the mountain, but he still goes to the tiger's mountain. It's also called that. If you don't enter the tiger's cave, you won't get the tiger's cub. With me here, I'm not afraid of them playing tricks. I'm just afraid that they can't take out any benefit. So, why do you care so much about them? You just need to follow Master." Qin Shao shook his head and smiled. "Okay, don't quarrel. Just listen to my orders and don't ask too much." "Oh, right." Xiao Gu also shut up. In any case, he didn't know anything, so following his master was definitely the right choice. The mansion of the giant sword group was built in the most prosperous place in Tang City. The mansion was built to be incomparably grand and illustrious, showing their powerful strength and status. The giant sword group had already become a huge force in Tang City. However, there weren't many real members of the giant sword gang. There were only about 20 of them. Of course, these 20 or so true members were all exceedingly powerful, and they were all extremely powerful. Mr. Qiao Jian's power was at the bottom of the giant sword group. Other than these 20 true members, there were tens of thousands of cultivators who worked for the giant sword team. They called themselves members of the giant sword team. In fact, there was no lack of ancient saints among them. In this way, the giant sword group was enriched and turned into a huge organization. This should be one of the ambitions of the giant sword group. They wanted to slowly and completely control this city. If they could take root in Tang City and completely dominate this city, it would be very good. In the Great Path Sacred Realm, Any force that could dominate an area and become a local emperor had some strength. Looking at the situation, the giant sword group should have this ambition. Commander Qiao Hong treated Qin Shao and the other three with great hospitality and accompanied them throughout the whole process. After drinking and eating to their heart's content, Commander Qiao Hong got down to business. Brother Qin Shao, it's like this. Earlier, we found a place of opportunity. If the information we have is correct, it should be a treasure trove left behind by an extremely powerful fourth-step Empyrean saint or even a world deity. The value of the place should be immeasurable. If we can get it, it will definitely be a great harvest for us. It's even possible that our cultivation and strength will be greatly improved and benefited. So, I invited Brother Qin Shao and the others to come over. Firstly, I want to express my apologies. Secondly, I want to see if there's any possibility of cooperation. Let's go and get this big treasure together. After this round of drinking, Commander Qiao Hong also felt that the distance between him and Qin Shao had narrowed a lot, so he also called him brother, which seemed to be more intimate. Intentionally or unintentionally, it was obvious that Commander Qiao Hong was narrowing the distance between him and Qin Shao. This kind of friendship was nothing, but from the beginning, Qin Shao knew in his heart that it was impossible for him to have any interaction with Commander Qiao Hong. Therefore, he naturally felt a little awkward when he rejected this matter from the bottom of his heart. Qin Shao put down his wine glass and looked at Commander Qiao Hong. Commander Qiao Hong, I believe in your sincerity, but there are some things that I think we still have to make clear in advance. I'm a straightforward person, so I think Commander Qiao Hong can also be straightforward. After all, we're not fools. Everyone has their own things to do. It's meaningless to play some low-level trick. Ha ha ha! Commander Qiao Hong laughed and nodded. He agreed deeply and said, That's right. Brother Qin Shao is right. I agree with what you said very much. My sincerity is definitely not just what I say. I believe Brother Qin Shao can also see it. Since I want to cooperate with Brother Qin Shao, I naturally have to make things clear in advance. Everything has to be done properly. Besides, cooperation has to be consensual. It can't be forced. I don't mean anything else. I mainly want to express some apologies. As for cooperation, that's another matter. Brother Qin Shao, just take it as a listen. If you feel a little interested, we can talk about it in detail. If you're not interested, just take it as a listen. It's nothing. Since he had already said so much, it would be inexcusable if he didn't listen to him. Since Qin Shao came to drink this wine, he was a little interested in what Commander Qiao Hong said. After all, he came to the Great Tao's sacred realm to adventure and gain experience. Naturally, he had to find something interesting to do. Otherwise, it would be a waste of time and wouldn't be of any help to his cultivation. Cultivation was to go out and gain experience. Experience was one thing, but doing some interesting things. Only when there was some adventure and some adventure could it be called adventure. So, without some magnificent experience, without some wind and rain tempering, how could it be possible? Commander Qiao Hong, I have a few questions. First of all, discovering a land of opportunity and treasure is a huge stroke of luck. This is something that can only be chanced upon and not sought after. Since you found a big treasure, you shouldn't want it to be known by outsiders. You should keep it for yourself. Why tell us? You also want to rope us in. Isn't that equivalent to giving us a big gift? If we really want to join, then we have to get a share. We naturally won't do things that don't benefit us. Qin Shao continued to ask. Commander Qiao Hong said with a serious face, If we have full confidence, do you think I will still say this to you, Brother Qin Shao? We have already discovered it, but we haven't gotten this treasure yet. That means we have tried, but we haven't succeeded yet. It's very painful to say. We have tried twice. Each time, we sacrificed a brother's clone, but we failed. So, we are also very helpless. We have been looking for some partners, but we haven't found the right one. It wasn't until I met Brother Qin Shao today that I had this idea. After all, in the land of Tang City, Brother Qin Shao, you may know that there are not many experts in the land of Tang City. So, it's difficult for us to find a special candidate. Brother Qin Shao, you're a second-step Empyrean saint, and I can tell that your 3 friends are very strong. Most importantly, Brother Qin Shao, your strength is very strong. I estimate that you are not inferior to me. So, if Brother Qin Shao joins us to help, I think we can give it another try. Of course, this matter is still quite dangerous. I don't want to hide this from you. After all, it is very likely that there will be some accidents when the time comes, and we will have to pay a price. So, you have to consider this carefully. Guild leader Yahong's words were still very sincere, and there was nothing wrong with them. Qin Shao continued to say, since Commander Qiao Hong also said that there is a great danger, then I wonder what Commander Qiao Hong can use to tempt us and make us willing to take this risk? Ha! Commander Qiao Hong laughed again and said, first of all, I think Brother Qin Shao should be a man with courage, aggressiveness, responsibility, and courage. He is a young genius with vigor and vigor. Young people still have a drive to cultivate desperately in their bones. Brother Qin Shao, all of you have come out for nothing more than adventure and experience. Since that is the case, I clearly feel that this is a good opportunity for all of you. If you want to train yourself, then you naturally need to do some dangerous things. Only in this way can you stimulate yourself. Opportunities often coexist with danger. I think I don't need to explain this most simple truth. This is one of the benefits. I believe it is also the most important and most attractive benefit for you. Secondly, once you successfully get the treasure, then we will allocate a certain amount to you. If you really succeed, then it will be a great fortune for you. Of course, making a fortune is secondary. The most important thing is that it may be of great benefit to your cultivation. This is priceless. How will the specific benefits be distributed? After you join in, we will talk about this matter in detail and strive to reach a point where both of us can accept and be satisfied. Of course, this must be distributed according to merit. Contribution is the most important. After listening to Commander Qiao Hong say so much, Qin Shao also became thoughtful. He was silent for a moment, as if he was analyzing this matter, and weighing the pros and cons. Yuan and the other 2 wanted to be relaxed. This matter was left to Qin Shao to decide. In any case, they followed Qin Zhao's footstep. There was nothing wrong with it. Qin Shao was still there hesitating. Commander Qiao Hong couldn't help but say, Brother Qin Shao, this is a rare opportunity. It would be a pity to miss it. I think no matter what, let's try it first. If there is a chance, we will fight. If there is no chance, we are not stupid. We will definitely retreat. There is nothing to lose by trying, right? Chapter 2895. In fact, Qin Shao had already decided in his heart, but he deliberately hesitated to show that he was very serious. If he wasn't interested from the beginning, Qin Shao definitely wouldn't have agreed so easily. Since he agreed to come and drink this wine, it meant that he was interested from the beginning. Since he was interested, he naturally wouldn't give up so easily now. Okay, we can cooperate. Qin Shao finally agreed. After Qin Shao agreed, Leader Yahong discussed with Qin Shao about the specific distribution of benefit. In general, Leader Yahong was very sincere, so Qin Shao didn't bargain much. In the end, everything was settled. After that, both sides didn't hesitate and immediately set off. On Qin Zhao's side, 4 people participated. As for Leader Yahong's side, he also sent out 4 people. 3 second-step ancient saints were in the lineup, and 1 first-step ancient saint formed the lineup of these 4 people. The giant sword group didn't send out many people, but in fact, at the critical moment, the second step ancient saints were the most important. Therefore, the first step ancient saint wasn't important. If not, leader Yahong wouldn't have spent so much effort to invite Qin Shao and the others to join the cooperation. To put it bluntly, Qin Shao was the only one who was valuable in his eyes. Only Qin Shao was valuable. As for Yuan and the other two, they were completely incidental. On the giant sword group side, the only ones who could play a key role were the 3 second step ancient saints. The team of 8 people set off. A few years later, everyone came in front of a huge chasm. The chasm was located between a mountain range, and it was as if it was directly cut open. It was unknown how long it was, how deep it was, and how wide it was. From afar, one could feel a sharp sword chi surging out from the chasm, causing people to be afraid and not dare to approach. This was the place of treasure and opportunity that leader Yahong mentioned. From afar, one could feel a terrifying and dangerous aura. There must be extreme danger hidden in the chasm. However, it made sense. Without such danger, it would be impossible for there to be a hidden treasure. Qin Shao sized up the ravine as he approached. He was also astonished. Every section of this chasm is so neat and the line is also incomparably straight. It doesn't look like it was formed naturally, but rather man-made. What kind of person could create such a huge chasm? Moreover, this chasm is actually filled with terrifying and sharp sword chi. It's bottomless, and it's impossible to see what's inside this chasm or what dangers exist. Looking at this chasm is like looking into an abyss. It will make people feel an indescribable sense of fear. It's not that simple. Qin Shao shook her head and said. Guild leader Yahong nodded and said, Yeah, brother Qin Shao, you guessed right. This chasm isn't naturally formed. It's man-made. It's said that this chasm was created millions of universe eras ago. When a reincarnation paragon of the Sword Cultivator Sanctuary was traveling here, he suddenly had an inspiration and created a powerful secret manual. That's why this chasm was left behind. This chasm is 10 billion miles long, and it's unknown how deep it is. It's said that no one can walk to the deepest part of this chasm. It's said that the deepest part of this chasm contains the powerful sword chi and sword intent of the reincarnation paragon. Even if a world god went down, he would be smashed to pieces and wouldn't be able to survive. However, there's also a saying. It's said that if anyone dares to take the risk and walk to the deepest part of this chasm, they can cultivate and comprehend the Tao of sword cultivation, and even obtain a trace of the reincarnation paragon's inheritance. There are many sayings. As for which one is true, it's unknown. At least I've never heard of anyone who has really walked to the bottom of this chasm. We've also tried, but it's impossible. It's far from being possible, so we didn't dare to try too much. The treasure trove we found is in this chasm, in the depths of that chasm. Our problem is how to find the treasure trove and get close to it. Based on the information we have, it's not difficult to find the treasure trove. What's difficult is how to get there. Walking in this chasm is very difficult and dangerous. You might be in danger at any time. This chasm is filled with endless sword chi. Even the sword chi is very terrifying. In addition, the whistling sword wind also carried an extremely powerful killing power. If you're not careful, you might die here. Qin Shao was surprised. This chasm was really man-made. It was left behind by a reincarnation paragon. TSK, just thinking about it was terrifying. It was too terrifying. A sword could actually leave such a chasm. This was not the scariest part. The scariest part was that even though millions of universe epochs had passed, this chasm was still filled with powerful and terrifying sword chi. It had become an extremely dangerous place. It was too incredible to think about. It was simply unbelievable. What kind of power did the reincarnation sovereign use at that time to leave such a chasm? Qin Shao could not help but have a small question in his heart. Was the reincarnation paragon really that powerful? To be honest, Qin Shao did not think that his master Li Xing could be that terrifying. He was also at the level of the reincarnation paragon and had received some guidance from his master. Although it was not much, he did not feel that there was any qualitative leap in his cultivation. Was this chasm really left behind by a reincarnation paragon? However, it seemed that the most powerful realm in the Great Thousand World was only the reincarnation paragon. Perhaps there was a difference between the strong and the weak among the reincarnation paragons. His master had not been a reincarnation paragon for long, so he might belong to the weak kind. Shaking his head, Qin Shao threw away these distracting thoughts in his heart. Let's not care about this first. We'll talk about it after we break through. Commander Yahong had only heard some legends, but it might not be true. Things that happened millions of universe epochs ago were too long ago. It was possible that things would change as time went by. Brother Qin Shao, before we go down, I still want to remind you that it's very dangerous down there. The one-step ancient saint realm is extremely dangerous down there. If you're not careful, you might lose your life. So, Brother Qin Shao, can you consider letting the three of them stay here and wait for us, or put them into your inner world? Commander Yahong suddenly said. However, before Qin Shao could answer, Yuan was the first to disagree. No, I want to follow you. How can I miss out on such a fun thing? Don't worry, I can protect myself. Don't worry about me. Yuan did not agree, and Baby Mo did not agree either. She also wanted to follow her master. However, Qin Shao said, how about this? Yuan will follow me. Baby Mo, you and Xiao Gu will stay here. Baby Mo and Xiao Gu wanted to protest, but Qin Shao glanced at them. Seeing Qin Zhao's gaze, the two of them had no choice but to swallow the words that were about to come out of their mouths. They could only nod obediently. Commander Yahong then said to Qin Shao, although Xiao Shan is a small ancient saint, I'm afraid that an ordinary two-step ancient saint is no match for him. Therefore, it's fine for him to follow us. He can have more strength. Qin Shao nodded and did not object. It was up to Commander Yahong to decide. Thus, the team of 8 became 6 people. The 6 of them began to move and entered the chasm. After sending off the 6 of them, Xiao Gu sat there with an aggrieved expression and muttered, You're bullying me because I'm weak, right? Is it my fault that I'm weak? It's not my fault at all, okay? I want to be strong too, but my body doesn't allow it. It doesn't allow it. What can I do? Big brother, you're so mean. You won't let me go to such a fun place. Perhaps I can be of help at a critical moment. Slap. Hearing Xiao Gu complaining about his grievances, Bao Mo couldn't help but give Xiao Gu a tight slap in the face. He pouted and said, You feel wronged? I'm the one who feels wronged. I'm clearly a third-step ancient saint, but I'm being treated as a one-step ancient saint and left here. How wronged am I? I'm clearly the strongest here, okay? Even Master might not be a match for me. I can't even go with you. Who am I supposed to tell? Hearing Baby Mo's words, Little Gu's heart instantly felt at ease, and he immediately felt relieved. Haha, that's true. With Baby Mo accompanying me, I won't lose out. Slap. Baby Mo kicked him again and said grumpily, You pig brain, you're not a pig beast. You're an ancient giant beast after all. Although you don't have the bloodline of a divine beast, you're not inferior. Can't you use your brain a little? What do you mean by that? Xiao Gu was confused. He looked at Baby Mo and said unhappily, Baby Mo, we're both beasts and Master's spirit beasts. Don't think you can bully me just because you're strong. If you bully me again, I'll cry in front of you. Do you believe me? Baby Mo was so angry that he wanted to kick Xiao Gu again, but Xiao Gu cleverly dodged. Are you stupid? Master told us to stay here and gave us a meaningful look. There must be a reason for that. Master is so smart, he must know that this matter isn't so simple. That's why he asked us to stay here and act as backup. Even you feel that Commander Yahong might not be reliable. How could Master not know? With Master's personality, he definitely wouldn't have asked us to stay here. Even if you, little Gu, aren't strong enough, this Bao Bao is very strong. Even if Master wanted to keep a low profile, he could have kept us in his inner world. He definitely wouldn't have left us here casually. That's not Master's style. So, since he left us here, there must be a reason for him to do so. We're staying here to guard this place. We're very useful. This is an important task that Master gave us. Hearing Baby Mo's words, Xiao Gu tried his best to analyze. After thinking for a while, Xiao Gu slapped his head and became excited. That's right, Baby Mo, you're absolutely right. Yes, Master's style isn't like that. When there's really danger, Master would have kept us in his inner world instead of staying here. Since Master asked us to stay here, he must want us to stay here and do something important. That explains it. I finally understand. Baby Mo rolled his eyes at Xiao Gu. He squatted under a tree and drew small circles. Chapter 2896. Qin Zhao's group of 6 carefully moved forward in the chasm. Just as Leader Yahong had said, the chasm was very dangerous and sword chi could be seen everywhere. Some of them came one by one, which was fine as they wouldn't be hurt if they were careful. But sometimes it was like a crazy rainstorm, where thousands of sword chi came rushing over, which was a little scary. In this chasm, if one was careless, one's life would be in danger. It was indeed true that ordinary first-step Empyrean saints would have a slim chance of survival if they were to enter this place. The more they walked in the chasm, the more shocked Qin Shao was. He thought more than once in his heart, was this chasm really caused by a reincarnation supremacy of the Sword Cultivator's sanctuary? Qin Shao felt that it was a little impossible. Even a reincarnation supremacy wouldn't have such great strength, right? The main thing was that this chasm had existed for millions of universe epochs. After such a long time, the sword chi in the chasm was still so powerful and terrifying. Even after such a long period of decline, it was still able to retain such a powerful force. It was truly inconceivable. After all, Qin Shao was the personal disciple of reincarnation supremacy. Therefore, he naturally had some doubts about it. On the way, Qin Shao even expressed his doubts to Leader Yahong. However, Leader Yahong smiled and said that they were just insignificant ancient saints. In front of reincarnation supremacy, they were just weak ants. How could they guess the strength of reincarnation supremacy? Anyway, Leader Yahong believed in this legend. Qin Shao could only smile. They were indeed weak ants in front of reincarnation supremacy, but ants might be able to guess the strength of a giant elephant. Besides, he was a personal disciple of a giant elephant. Qin Shao also discussed this with Yuan Yuan. Yuan Yuan thought for a while and said, "If my father goes all out, he should be able to do it. However, I don't know if he can maintain such great strength for millions of universe epochs." He carefully moved forward in the chasm. Finally, he was blocked by a huge storm of sword chi. This huge storm of sword chi occupied the entire chasm and penetrated tens of millions of feet from top to bottom. It looked like a huge devouring whirlpool. The group also stopped in the distance. If they got closer, the sword chi there would be very strong and dangerous. From afar, they could feel the terror of the huge storm of sword chi. If someone with weaker strength saw this, they would have long been in awe and would have taken a detour. This detour could be avoided, but it was obvious that Leader Yahong's goal this time was here. Leader Yahong pointed at the huge storm of sword chi and said to Qin Shao, "Brother Qin Shao, the treasure place I told you about is in that huge storm of sword chi." Qin Zhao's gaze was also sizing up the huge storm of sword chi. He frowned and said, "Leader Yahong, you can't see anything from here. That place is completely occupied by the storm of sword chi. It's very fierce and dangerous. I can't see the situation inside. I don't know how Leader Yahong is so sure that there's a great treasure place inside. Moreover, it's not easy to enter that huge storm of sword chi. I can clearly feel that it's very dangerous." Qin Zhao's meaning was very clear. If he couldn't be 100% sure that there was a great treasure inside, Qin Zhao definitely wouldn't take such a big risk. Qin Zhao also felt the dangerous aura. How could it be so easy to enter that huge storm of sword chi? There was nothing worth Qin Zhao to take such a risk. Qin Zhao definitely wouldn't take such a risk. It wasn't worth it. Leader Yahong said, "Brother Qin Zhao, don't worry. I'm very sure. That's why I want to take a risk. Riches and honor are sought in danger. If I wasn't 100% sure, then I wouldn't be like this. Moreover, I've already tried twice before. I've already lost the lives of 2 brothers. We've paid so much. How could we risk it for something uncertain? Let's go. Let's go a little further. There's a place over there. I'll make Brother Qin Zhao believe me." Since Leader Yahong said so, Qin Zhao naturally didn't say anything. He tacitly agreed with Leader Yahong's actions. Under Leader Yahong's lead, the 6 people slowly pushed forward. Leader Yahong and the others had the previous 2 experiences, so they were more familiar with this place. They could successfully avoid most of the dangers and reduce the degree of danger to the lowest level. In addition to the strength of the 6 people, they naturally reached the front of the huge storm of sword chi without any danger. They were already very close. Moreover, the position of the 6 people at this time was very good. It was like a blind spot. There was no sword chi surging there. Therefore, it was very safe there. They didn't need to resist or dodge the sword chi at all. They could stand there at ease. That was a safe zone, but that safe zone wasn't big. It was estimated that if they squeezed, it could only hold a dozen people. Outside that space, it was full of sword chi. It was very dangerous. Just by standing there, one could clearly see the sword chi whizzing past them. It was quite frightening. However, those sword chi wouldn't enter here. It was very strange, which made Qin Zhao very surprised. Originally, they were already close to the huge storm of sword chi. It should be very dangerous. It should be full of sword chi and had already begun to surge. However, they didn't expect that there would be such a place. It was really interesting. Qin Zhao continued to look inside the huge storm of sword chi, but he still couldn't see the situation inside. It was full of whistling and violent storm of sword chi. The space was completely distorted. There were countless faults, cracks, and broken points in the void. Therefore, there was no way to see the situation inside. "Brother Qin Zhao, watch me." Leader Yahong seemed to see the doubts in Qin Zhao's heart. He patted Qin Zhao's shoulder and said to Qin Zhao. After saying that, Guild Leader Yahong made his move. Both of his hands quickly formed a series of hand seals. Waves of power poured into the huge sword chi storm, forcibly paving a path. Through that path, it directly seeped into the sword chi storm. Soon, on the inside of the cliff, a hole appeared. Through the hole, one could vaguely see some buildings and other things inside. Moreover, on a stone wall, a few words could be seen. "The Unfettered One was here." Seeing this, the void quickly recovered. The vision disappeared and returned to its original state. Leader Yahong also withdrew his power. This was all he could do. The Unfettered One was here. Qin Zhao saw this line of words and couldn't help laughing. Was this graffiti? Who was this Unfettered One? Leader Yahong continued, "Brother Qin Zhao, we discovered this situation by accident. After looking up a lot of information, we finally know who this Unfettered One is. The Unfettered One is an expert who is free and unfettered. Long before the universe era, he was an extremely fierce existence of the 4th step of the ancient saint realm. However, he pursued freedom, so he wasn't very famous. Not many people know his name. There are very few records about him in the great Tao sacred realm. We were lucky to know this. We were even more fortunate to have obtained a notebook of his. It recorded all kinds of strange stories about the Unfettered One's travels. His handwritten notes are also one of his signature features. We just happened to get that one. It's the record of the treasure inside. According to the Unfettered One's notebook, there is a big treasure inside. He was traveling here and found it by accident. Moreover, the treasure has existed for a long time, but no one has ever entered it. The Unfettered One wasn't interested in these things, so he didn't take anything and left everything behind. Not only did he record this situation in his notebook, but he also left a glimmer of hope for the future generations. If they see his notebook, they can try and see if they can get the big treasure. In fact, we didn't really believe it at first. However, after checking some of the records of the Unfettered One, we began to believe it. Therefore, we came to take a look. Sure enough, according to the instructions of the Unfettered One, we really saw the cave inside and saw the words left by the Unfettered One. Therefore, we completely believed everything that was said in the notebook. There is a big treasure inside the huge Sword Chi storm. As long as we can pass through the barrier of the Sword Chi storm, we can get the big treasure inside. Hearing Commander Yahong's words, Qin Shao began to believe that what Commander Yahong said should be true. Such a story should be very difficult to make up. Moreover, it was indeed very serious. There was no doubt that it was true, but whether it was good or not was a big question mark. Of course, Qin Shao didn't deliberately care about this. This Sword Chi storm is too big. Moreover, it's incomparably turbulent and airtight. It's an impenetrable barrier. It's not that easy to pass through this Sword Chi storm safely. It's too dangerous. Yuan shook his head and said. Commander Yahong said seriously, yes, of course it's very dangerous. If it was that easy, we would have done it long ago. If it was really that easy, then I'm afraid that the big treasure wouldn't have been left until today. It would have been taken away long ago. This place isn't a particularly hidden place. The reason why the treasure hasn't been taken away by others is because there is this natural barrier protecting this place, making it difficult for people to enter. Moreover, not many people know that there is a big treasure inside. Therefore, even people with strength might not think of entering to take a look. Most of them will take a detour. However, what we need to do is precisely to enter that Sword Chi storm. Qin Shao curled his lips and said, Commander Yahong, you also know that it's very difficult and very dangerous. If that's the case, are you really confident that with us, we'll be able to successfully enter and obtain the treasure? Commander Yahong smiled and shook his head. If you say that I have absolute confidence, then it's obviously impossible. If I really have absolute confidence, then I'm afraid that I would have thought of a way to pull someone over. But opportunities will definitely not be sent directly to your hands. You will definitely need to work hard, try and fight for it. Only then will you be able to obtain it. There's no absolute confidence, but there's still some hope. We can give it a try, right? Author Cruel Death 4th update, asking for flowers. In this way, Brother Qin Shao can rest assured, right? Hearing guild leader Yahong's words, Qin Shao laughed in his heart. It sounded like they were going to face it together, bear it together, and face the risks together. But after thinking about it carefully, he understood. He, guild leader Yahong, didn't dare to really let Qin Shao go in alone. If he really let Qin Shao go in alone, wouldn't it be up to Qin Shao to decide what was inside? In the end, most of the benefits of the great treasure would probably fall into Qin Zhao's pocket. Therefore, it was necessary for him to make such a move. But when it came to speaking, sometimes it was just so charming. No matter what, it was definitely a skill. Different sayings conveyed different meanings. Yuan pouted. She also wanted to go in together. Qin Shao transmitted to Yuan, you stay outside. These people might not have good intentions. I will go in with guild leader Yahong. If they do anything, you act according to the plan. Unless you have no choice, try not to make a move. If you make a move, try not to reveal too much of your strength. I want to see what tricks they want to play. At most, there will be some treasures left behind by a fourth-step ancient saint. There won't be much to gain from it. Since Qin Shao had already said so, Yuan could only reluctantly agree. She didn't care about the treasures. She just felt a little curious and wanted to go in and have some fun. But it was better to think about the overall situation. Brother Qin Shao, what do you think of this plan? Guild leader Yahong asked. Qin Shao seriously sized up the storm of sword chi. He frowned and thought for a while. After weighing the pros and cons in his heart for a while, he finally said, "All right. Since I have such an opportunity, I will feel somewhat unwilling if I don't give it a try. Moreover, guild leader Yahong really trusts us. He directly brought us here and told us a lot about the situation of the treasure trove. If I were to cower now, I would appear to be too disloyal. It would be somewhat unreasonable. Besides, we cultivators shouldn't shrink back in the face of an opportunity. Instead, we should work hard to grasp it firmly." "Ah!" Guild leader Yahong laughed heartily. He nodded repeatedly and said, Yes, Brother Qin Shao is right. I think so too. I really wish I could have met Brother Qin Shao earlier. If we had met earlier, maybe we could have become good friends." Could they become good friends? Qin Shao laughed in his heart. This was still a big question mark to be answered. It was still unknown whether he could pass this stage. Since Qin Shao had agreed, the group began to make a detailed plan for the next step. As soon as the plan was made, the 6 of them began to take action. Leaving Yuan alone outside, Qin Shao wasn't worried about anything. With Yuan's strength, guild leader Yahong might not be able to do anything to him. Furthermore, Yuan had a life-saving method on her. If she really had no other choice, she would still have a life-saving method. Moreover, Baby Mo was still here. If something really happened, Baby Mo could come over to help in a short period of time. With Baby Mo's strength, he could easily sweep through the entire giant sword group. It should not be a problem. It was precisely because of this that Qin Shao could be at ease. He was not afraid of guild leader Yahong and the others playing any tricks or trick. Attack! Following the order, Qin Shao and the others attacked with all their strength at the same time. Of course, Qin Shao and Yuan were holding back, so they naturally couldn't really attack with all their strength. If they really attacked with all their strength, it would probably scare guild leader Yahong and the others. Therefore, Qin Shao only used the power of the law of immortal Tao and the law of space, as well as the heaven-splitting sword art. With such a move, it was enough to make his strength not much weaker than guild leader Yahong. Yuan also erupted with power that was close to the second step of the ancient saint realm, which made guild leader Yahong and the others look at him in a new light. Such a cute little girl, they didn't expect her strength to be so good. No wonder she dared to follow them. However, they only looked at her in a new light and didn't care too much. The combined power of the 6 people formed a terrifying force. Like a giant sword, it directly stabbed into the sword chi storm. The powerful force forcibly tore open a hole. Guild leader Yahong and Qin Shao didn't hesitate. After the 2 of them looked at each other, they quickly rushed over and directly entered the hole that was torn open. As soon as they entered the hole, the 2 of them felt as if they had entered a confusing maze. Spatial faults could be seen everywhere in front of them. The space was distorted to the point that it was out of shape and there were broken holes. Moreover, in the sword storm, the space inside was constantly changing and tearing. It was very terrifying. Once they were torn apart by the spatial fault, Qin Shao and the others would be in danger. It was definitely not a joke. Confusion, distortion, and rupture. Moreover, for the time being, the storm of sword chi was torn apart and temporarily repelled, making this place appear calm and tranquil. If the power dissipated and the sword chi storm returned, it would become even more terrifying. It was even possible that they would die inside. Brother Qin Shao, hurry up. I'll listen to your command and assist you. Guild leader Yahong said anxiously. Qin Shao nodded and didn't hesitate. He immediately analyzed the distorted space in front of him. Qin Zhao's law of space had already been cultivated to the small success stage. In terms of level, it was still not bad. To Qin Shao, it was naturally not a difficult task to create a space in this place. In fact, as soon as Qin Shao came in, he could almost understand how he came back with a glance. He could find a relatively safe route that could enter the treasure trove in a very short time. But Qin Shao obviously couldn't do so. If he did, he would only expose himself. For the time being, Qin Shao couldn't be completely sure that guild leader Yahong had ulterior motives and wanted to use him. But there was no way to be sure that guild leader Yahong didn't have any ulterior motives. Under such circumstances, Qin Shao would definitely be careful and on guard. Whether it was true or not, it would depend on what guild leader Yahong did later on. Even if it was real gold, it still needed to be refined by fire. Qin Shao led guild leader Yahong and deliberately took some wrong paths, deliberately creating some difficulties. There were even a few times that it was very dangerous and almost life-threatening. In this way, at the last moment, guild leader Yahong became incomparably nervous. In the end, they walked through the passage and arrived at the treasure trove. The two of them jumped into the cliff cave and finally quieted down. They were completely safe. At this time, the power of the others also dissipated and disappeared. The sword chi storm returned once again, annihilating and swallowing the place, becoming incomparably terrifying. Ha ha ha! Guild leader Yahong laughed loudly. He was in a good mood and seemed a little excited. Li Shi, brother Qin Shao, you are indeed Li Shi. You are worthy of being a genius who has mastered the law of space. It seems that I have found the right person to pull you, brother Qin Shao, into the group this time. Otherwise, I'm afraid I don't know how long it would take for me to reach the treasure trove. Brother Qin Shao, let's do as we discussed earlier. We'll divide the treasures according to the method we discussed earlier. This time, your contribution is the greatest. Let's divide according to what I said. What do you think? Qin Shao nodded and said, All right, let's do as guild leader Yahong said. I don't believe it, I don't believe it. Commander Yahong's expression. Qin Zhao's brows furrowed slightly. He was even more certain of his previous guess. If she was a fox, her tail would be exposed sooner or later. It was impossible for her to hide it so well. If you don't believe it, then check it yourself. I've already checked. I also hope there are treasures, Qin Shao said coldly. Commander Yahong's eyes flashed with a strange light, but he quickly recovered. Commander Yahong said, Sorry, brother Qin Shao. I was too excited just now. Of course, it's not that I don't believe you. I just don't want to believe that there are no treasures here. Logically speaking, Senior Xiao Yaozi wouldn't make such a joke. What we got is Senior Xiao Yaozi's personal notes. It's recorded that there are treasures here. So, when we came in and saw that there was nothing, we naturally felt a little disappointed. Qin Shao shook his head. I was also thinking about this problem just now. I think we might have come too late. Someone else beat us to it. Didn't you say that Senior Xiao Yaozi was a powerful existence who was a 4-step ancient saint 10,000 epochs ago? The notes you got. It's very likely that it was left behind by Senior Xiao Yaozi a long time ago. It's been so long. Maybe someone else has already gotten it and taken the treasures. Or perhaps there was a dangerous existence that just so happened to discover this place and conveniently took away the treasures. That is also very possible. According to Senior Unfettered Z, the treasures here are enough to make even fourth-step Empyrean saints go green with envy. So, if other powerful existences entered here, they definitely wouldn't let it go. I think the biggest possibility is that we're too late. Hearing Qin Zhao's words, Commander Yahong fell silent, and his face became gloomier. He certainly didn't want things to be like this, but now it seemed that this was more likely. So what if he didn't believe it? There was no way to change the facts in front of him. Qin Zhao didn't care. Although he was a little disappointed at first, he soon calmed down. Of course, it was best if there was an opportunity. If there wasn't, then there was no need to force it. Sigh. After a long while, Commander Yahong let out a long sigh and shook his head. He bitterly laughed helplessly. If that's the case, then the biggest possibility is that we came too late, so we missed this great treasure. Sigh, but there's nothing we can do about it. Since that's the case, we can only do so. Forget it, let's go. Let's go out. So the two of them retreated empty-handed. Going out was the same as going in. Commander Yahong asked Yuan Yuan and the other three outside to work with them to create a passage. Then, the two of them left together. However, with the experience of coming in just now, it was much easier to go out. The two of them quickly came out. When the two of them were about to leave the passage, Commander Yahong suddenly attacked Qin Zhao. And the moment he attacked, it was obvious that he was ruthless. Commander Yahong suddenly attacked Qin Zhao with all his strength, vicious and vicious. Qin Zhao had always been on guard against Commander Yahong. Naturally, he had already expected that Commander Yahong was up to no good and wanted to attack him. So, Qin Zhao was already prepared. When Commander Yahong attacked him, Qin Zhao quickly reacted. Moreover, Qin Zhao could be considered to be bold. In this narrow passage, the two of them were so close to each other. If one side suddenly attacked, it would be difficult to dodge or fight back. In terms of time, there would be some delay, and it would bring him a lot of trouble. But Qin Zhao was not afraid of anything. He was very bold. Even if Commander Yahong suddenly attacked him, he could still remain calm and had a plan to deal with it. Commander Yahong, your foxtail finally showed. You finally bared your fangs to me? Qin Zhao coldly snorted and said to Commander Yahong. Ha ha ha! Guild leader Yahong laughed out loud. It seems that you, Qin Zhao, have been prepared for this. Did you expect this? It seems that you are much smarter and cleverer than I thought. But, so what? Even if you expected it, it's useless. Since you're already involved, you've already fallen into my trap. You won't be able to get out of it and you won't be able to escape. So, Qin Zhao, you'd better accept your fate and accept your death. You humiliated my brother and challenged the dignity of our giant sword group. Do you really think I can easily forgive you? I was so friendly with you before and even acted so well. It was just to lure you and take advantage of you. What a pity, I'm unlucky. I was a step too late and the treasure was taken by someone else. Since there is no treasure, I will naturally vent my anger on you first. Qin Zhao sneered and said, It seems that your acting is still very good. You deserve to be called an old fox. You old foxes are very good at acting. I have to say, I am a little bit deceived by you. Fortunately, I never trust anyone easily, so even if I feel that there is nothing wrong with you, I will not believe you easily. Besides, I feel that I am not very good to you, so I have been resisting you from the bottom of my heart. I have already guessed that you would be like this. Since you have already guessed that I would be like this, you still dare to cooperate with me? You are really not afraid of death, are you? Leader Yahong sneered and asked. Was he not afraid of death? Didn't he know that there was something called the bold with skill? Qin Shao chuckled and did not explain anything. At this time, Leader Yahong's fierce offensive had already reached Qin Shao. Qin Zhao's figure moved and disappeared from that place in an instant. He was nowhere to be seen. Where was he? Commander Yahong's power completely missed. It didn't hit Qin Zhao's body, but Qin Shao had already disappeared without a trace. Where was he? Where did he go? Leader Yahong was also instantly dumbfounded. What was going on? Suddenly, Leader Yahong had a bad premonition in his heart. His face instantly became a little ugly and dignified. Not good, not good, not good. Sure enough, just as Leader Yahong's feelings surged in his heart, he felt a very strong sense of danger coming from behind him. Before he could react, an incomparably sharp sword chi surged from behind him. What a powerful movement technique! How did he do it? What a sharp and overbearing sword chi! There is danger! Leader Yahong was shocked and quickly turned around to fight back. Sure enough, he saw that Qin Shao had already arrived behind him. But as soon as he made a move, he clashed with Qin Zhao's sword chi. His face instantly turned pale. The sharp and domineering sword chi was unstoppable and peerless. Leader Yahong's power could not be blocked at all. He could not block it at all. He was crushed like a dried twig. Not only that, but at the same time, there was a powerful force that surged over. It was like a huge mountain that fiercely smashed into Leader Yahong's body, sending him flying backward into the turbulence of the sword chi storm. Not good, not good, not good. Danger? Guild Leader Yahong was scared out of his wits once again. His face had long lost all color. However, under Qin Zhao's two attacks, he had no way of blocking them at all. Even though he attacked with all his might, he was still defeated and was sent flying. On the other side, Qin Shao did not tangle with Leader Yahong. He directly flew out of the passage. Leader Yahong was directly sent into the turbulence of the sword chi storm by Qin Shao. Immediately, a terrifying spatial tearing power enveloped him. At the same time, the sword chi storm rushed back and sealed the passage. Hurry up and read it. Chapter 2899. Once the passageway was sealed, Commander Yahong naturally had no way to walk out of the terrifying sword chi storm. At this moment, the sword chi storm and the distorted space surged. Even the terrifying tearing force brought by the spatial rupture smashed onto Commander Yahong's body. At the moment when the passageway was sealed, Commander Yahong's extremely angry and desperate voice could be heard. Ah, no, no! The despair in this voice was obviously more dominant. It could be seen that Commander Yahong's situation was very bad. His life was in danger and he was basically going to die inside. Outside, the other three people were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. The three of them really didn't expect that Commander Yahong would be sent into the sword chi storm by Qin Shao. The last person to leave the passageway was actually Qin Shao. One had to know that Commander Yahong had already planned everything. Moreover, he suddenly attacked Qin Shao. Logically speaking, Qin Shao shouldn't be able to react at all. Even if he reacted, there was no way he could resist Commander Yahong's attack. In the end, he would definitely be schemed against by Commander Yahong and be sent into the sword chi storm. He would be swallowed by the sword chi storm and killed inside. Everything should be going according to this script. However, he didn't expect the situation to be reversed in the end. Commander Yahong could be considered to have gone for wool and come home shorn, right? He didn't expect that his sneak attack on Qin Shao would actually cost him his life. Why would such a situation happen? There was only one possibility, and that was that Qin Zhao's strength was far above Commander Yahong's. That was why he could turn the tide and reverse the situation at the time of danger. That was why such an ending happened. This made the three people even more shocked. For a moment they couldn't believe it. Qin Shao was also a second-step ancient saint. Among the second-step ancient saints, Commander Yahong's strength should be very strong. They were both second-step ancient saints. How could Qin Zhao's strength be much stronger than Commander Yahong's? This was a very inconceivable thing. It was simply incomprehensible. If he was much stronger than Commander Yahong, then he should be a third-step ancient saint. Could Qin Shao, who was only a second-step ancient saint, be that strong? Brother Qin Shao, as you expected, these people have been scheming against us. They are really a group of bad people. Yuan quickly retreated to Qin Zhao's side. Suddenly, the sound of an explosion came from within the storm of sword qi. A hole was forcibly cut open in the sword qi storm, and a figure rushed out of the hole in a very sorry state. He staggered and almost fell to the ground. The person who came out was naturally none other than guild leader Yahong. At this time, he was in an extremely sorry state. His body was covered in blood, as if he had just come out of a blood pool. His body was covered with ghastly wounds and bloody wounds. It was a frightening sight to behold. Moreover, his aura was also somewhat weak. It was obvious that he had gone through a life and death battle, risking his life to come out alive. Commander! When the other three saw guild leader Yahong walking out, they all became nervous and worried. They quickly went to guild leader Yahong's side. Qin Shao looked at guild leader Yahong. He did not expect him to be able to walk out of the sword qi storm alive. It seemed that he should have some life-saving trump card that saved his life. Otherwise, with his strength, it should be impossible for him to walk out alive. However, this was not important. If he was not dead, then he was not dead. It was not important. It was naturally the best thing to be able to kill him directly. Qin Shao was giving him a taste of his own medicine. If guild leader Yahong died in the sword qi storm, it would save Qin Shao a lot of trouble. If not, it did not matter. It was not difficult for Qin Shao to kill guild leader Yahong. Qin Shao was completely confident that he could easily kill guild leader Yahong with his sword. It was already very clear in the exchange just now. Guild leader Yahong's strength was relatively strong. However, in front of Qin Shao, he was still far from enough. Given Qin Zhao's current confidence, unless he was facing an extremely powerful third-step Empyrean saint, he would be able to treat them with indifference. Qin Shao, guild leader Yahong, who was covered in blood, looked even more ferocious. At this time, he was like a wild beast that had gone mad. That pair of eyes flickered with a gloomy and terrifying light. He stared at Qin Shao, looking very frightening. Those two words were like a clap of thunder as they were firmly enunciated. There was extreme anger in his words. He was almost killed by Qin Shao in the sword qi storm. He used all his trump cards to barely come out of the sword qi storm and save his life. At this time, guild leader Yahong naturally hated Qin Shao to the bone. He hated him very much. Qin Shao looked at him indifferently. He looked at guild leader Yahong with a light and casual expression. He curled his lips and said with a chuckle, "Not bad, guild leader Yahong. It seems that you still have some strength to be able to come out alive. I thought that you only knew how to play some tricks. It seems that you also have some strength. But it doesn't matter. What matters is that you have already provoked me." Guild leader Yahong gritted his teeth and sneered. He looked at Qin Shao fiercely and said, "So what if I have provoked you? Qin Shao, you are so young. I didn't expect you to be so shrewd. It seems that you have already begun to suspect me from the beginning. However, you can endure it and pretend to cooperate. Your acting is still not bad. I am a little puzzled. Since you knew from the beginning that I was scheming against you, why did you pretend to cooperate?" Qin Shao chuckled and said, "Guild leader Yahong, I was just praising you for being a smart person. Why are you not smart now? Is there still a need to say this question? Don't you know in your heart? If I had directly rejected you at that time, would you have been so kind to let people leave the restaurant? I'm afraid that if I had rejected you, you would have revealed your ferocious face and directly attacked me, right? Although I don't want to harm you, Guild Leader Yahong. However, I don't want to cause too much trouble. Moreover, your guild leader Yahong said that there was something that I was interested in, so I naturally wanted to see what it was that was worth my interest. So, I naturally cooperated with you, Captain Yahong, to put on such a show. Aren't you the same, Guild Leader Yahong? You also know that from the beginning, I didn't completely trust you, but this isn't important to you, is it? Guild Leader Yahong nodded and said, Yes, it doesn't matter to me whether you completely trust me or not. As long as you are willing to cooperate with me, that's enough. As for whether you are sincere or have ulterior motives, it doesn't matter. What I care about is whether you are willing to participate or not. Anyway, in the end, we will have to shed all pretense of cordiality, so it doesn't matter whether you believe me or not. It seems that while I am scheming against you, I am also being schemed against by you. But perhaps both of us actually knew all of this long ago. It's just that we have a tacit understanding with each other and didn't reveal this matter. Instead, we silently cooperated with each other. So now, it's time for us to have a showdown. I have thought of many possibilities, but I really didn't expect that we would have a showdown in such a form. Now that things had developed to this point, Guild Leader Yahong was both angry and helpless. He also didn't expect that he would actually suffer a big loss from a young boy. But all of this, he would get it back. He would definitely get it back. Guild Leader Yahong looked coldly at Qin Shao and said, Qin Shao, oh Qin Shao, I admit that I have underestimated you. However, you are also a little too happy, a little too arrogant. So what if you know all of this? Even if you dodged my sneak attack just now and escaped this calamity, so what? Do you really think that I will let you go? Qin Zhao's gaze turned cold as she looked at Guild Leader Yahong and said, I know that you will definitely not let us go easily, but there is no other way. I have no choice at all. From the beginning, I had no choice. I had to face all of this. Just as the saying goes, the tree wants to be quiet, but the wind won't stop. We just happened to pass by Tang City, and we just took a stroll in Tang City. We drank some wine, and trouble came knocking on our door. Moreover, we couldn't get rid of it. What can we do? That's why what's going to come will come. Even if we want to escape, we can't. But since we can't escape, then we have to face it bravely. Humans have to struggle and grow up in the face of fate. So, there is nothing to say about this matter. We have no choice but to deal with all of your orders, Guild Leader Yahong. But before that, I have something to be honest with you, Guild Leader Yahong. Guild Leader Yahong frowned and looked at Qin Shao with a puzzled face. After thinking for a while, he still couldn't think of a reason, so he couldn't help but ask, What is it? Qin Shao curled her lips and smiled proudly. I already knew that you, Guild Leader Yahong, had bad intentions, so do you really think that I will do my best to help you check that cliff cave? Do you really think that if I really found something, I will tell you, Guild Leader Yahong? Since I have already guessed that you, Guild Leader Yahong, would scheme against me, how could I not think that even if I got the treasure, you, Guild Leader Yahong, would still not let me go? You will still find a way to snatch all the things. So, do you really think I need to help you, Guild Leader Yahong? Now, I might as well tell you frankly. In fact, there are some situations in that cliff cave. Although I didn't check it specifically, there are mysteries in it. I think the real treasure should be in that mysterious place. Since Senior Xiao Yaozi left the notes, it must be true. It can't be false. In fact, there should still be treasures in there, but you can't see it. I won't help you find it. What? Hearing Qin Zhao's words, Guild Leader Yahong suddenly trembled with anger. His eyes were spewing out intense anger, almost forming into flames. Guild leader Yahong snorted coldly and said, "Qin Shao, don't try to provoke me. Do you think I will believe your words? There is obviously nothing in there. Don't try to make such a lie to provoke me, or want to use it as a bargaining chip. It is absolutely impossible for me to let you go. I don't think you should make such a small calculation. This little trick can't escape my eyes. I won't believe you at all, you know? You'd better keep your thoughts to yourself. Things have come to this point, I can't let you go. You all should obediently accept your death. NBSB, hurry up and read it." Chapter 2900. Qin Shao smiled faintly and said, "Believe it or not, that's your business, but I think you, Captain Yahong, have always been very puzzled in your heart. In that cliff cave, there are no traces of other people coming here. At least, there are no traces of other people coming here for a long time. There are no other auras. Perhaps it's possible that someone else got here a long time ago. If it's someone who got the notes of Lord Xiao Yaozi, since they have already come in and obtained the treasure, it's impossible for the notes to be spread out. I think that with the thinking of a normal person, this possibility is almost zero, right? If it's just an existence like Lord Xiao Yaozi, the possibility is actually very small. This cliff cave should have existed for a very long time. When Lord Xiao Yaozi found it, no one had been inside. That means that, in fact, people with ability generally won't come to this kind of place. Even if they came, they wouldn't deliberately go to the Sword Chi Storm to see the situation. After all, there should be a lot of Sword Chi Storms like this in the chasm. It's not eye-catching. So, do you really think that I'm lying to you? In fact, Captain Yahong had some doubts in his heart. When he heard Qin Zhao's words, he had already begun to doubt in his heart. However, he felt that this was Qin Zhao's trick to save his life, so he didn't want to pay too much attention to it. However, the temptation of the treasure was indeed not small. Captain Yahong hesitated in his heart. After weighing the pros and cons, he said, "Okay, Qin Shao. Don't you just want a chance? Then I'll give you a chance. As long as you can bring me in again to get the treasure, then I can consider letting you go. But don't try to play any tricks. The lives of those two beasts are in my hands. And your friend must also stay as a hostage." "Ha ha." Qin Shao laughed and shook his finger. No, I think Captain Yahong has misunderstood. I definitely won't bring you into the treasure trove again. Since our cooperation has fallen apart, do you think I will bring you in again? That treasure, I can clearly take it all for myself. Why should I share it with you? You're thinking too much. I'm just telling you. I don't have any other thoughts." Playing with him? Hearing Qin Zhao's teasing words, Commander Yahong's face immediately turned gloomy and unsightly. He glared at Qin Shao angrily. "How dare you? You're about to die and you still dare to trick me?" He was simply courting death. Commander Yahong was enraged. His murderous aura soared as he stared coldly at Qin Shao and said coldly, "Those two beasts have fallen into my hands. Are you two going to obediently surrender? Or should I do it myself? Are you an idiot?" Qin Shao scolded without any trace of politeness. If death is inevitable, who would surrender without putting up a fight? Who wouldn't fight to the death? "I think you've been acting superior for too long, haven't you? You can even say such naive and idiotic words. I really feel anxious for you. Don't talk so much nonsense. Please start your performance." Commander Yahong was quite angry. What a sharp-tongued brat. Someone who dared to talk to him like that wasn't even born yet. This brat actually dared to be so arrogant in front of him. This was simply unforgivable. "Bring them over." Following guild leader Yahong's words, a group of figures rushed over. Qin Shao had long known that Xiao Gu and Mo Baobao had fallen into the hands of guild leader Yahong and the others. Of course, this was Qin Zhao's idea. Otherwise, with their strength, how could they possibly catch Baby Mo? When Baby Mo showed his might, even Qin Zhao was afraid. There were more than 10 figures in that group, and young Master Ye Jian was among them. Including Commander Yahong's group of 4, the Giant Sword Group's main force members could be said to have all come out. Such a lineup wasn't small at all. At this moment, young Master Ye Jian and the others caught Baby Mo and Xiao Gu and detained them. A group of people also quickly surrounded Qin Zhao and Yuan Yuan. All of them were murderous, and their eyes were fierce like wolves and tigers. Their wolfish nature had been suppressed for a long time. Young Master Ye Jian's eyes were full of greed and viciousness as he looked at Yuan Yuan. His smile was very eerie. Little girl, do you think you can escape from my hands? None of the women that this young master fancies can escape from this young master's palm. You should feel very honored to be chosen by me. Little girl, I'll now give you a chance to turn over a new leaf. If you obediently obey this young master and serve this young master well, this young master can consider sparing the lives of these 2 beasts. As for that Qin Zhao, he dared to step on me and humiliate me like that. I won't forgive him. He'll definitely die. Little girl, if you don't know what's good for you and don't obey me, then then don't blame this young master for being merciless and ruthless. I'll definitely get you. You can't resist. Instead of being forcefully taken by me, why don't you obey me? This way you can save 2 people. Why not? If you obediently obey me, I can even give Qin Zhao a quick death. I won't let him die so painfully. I'm afraid he doesn't want to suffer a fate worse than death, right? Ha ha ha, Qin Zhao, didn't you have fun stepping on me before? Do you really think my big brother will side with you? I'll take back all the grievances that I've suffered from you. I've given you the choice. I'll give you 3 breaths of time to consider. Time is of the essence. Yuan Yuan angrily stared at young Master Ye Jian and said, I choose you to die. People like you shouldn't live in this world. You're a bastard, a shameless rogue. You're a disaster. Ha ha. Facing Yuan Yuan's scolding, young Master Ye Jian didn't get angry. Instead, he laughed. So what if I'm a disaster? Little girl, you're too naive and pure. In this world, those who live well are disasters like me. Haven't you heard of a saying? Good people don't live long, but disasters live for 1,000 years. Therefore, not only will this young master be alive, I will also live well. The path of cultivation is long and arduous. Only a fool would blindly cultivate. The joy of cultivation is to make yourself happy, comfortable, and carefree. If you want to do something, then do it. I don't have any other hobbies. I just like to drink wine, flirt with girls, and step on clowns. That's what I want to do. Being a sanctimonious hypocrite isn't a good thing. Pooh pooh pooh. Yuan Yuan scolded again. I believe that karma exists in this world. It's not that it doesn't exist. It's just that the time hasn't come yet. Once the time is up, your karma will descend. Since the beginning of time, evil will never prevail over good. The darkness will always be illuminated by the light. Those who are unjust will die. People like you won't have a good ending. Ha ha ha, naive. You're still too young. Young Master Ye Jian laughed again. He looked at Yuan Yuan with a playful gaze. Evil will never prevail over good. That's just bullsh*t. This world is already filled with darkness and evil. The so-called light? It's just a bit of afterglow curled up in the corner. Relying on this bit of light to illuminate the darkness? What a laughable thing that is. All right, time's up. Little girl, hurry up and tell this young master your choice. Yuan Yuan gave young Master Ye Jian a disdainful look and said, I choose you to die. Didn't I say it before? Is there something wrong with your brain? Young Master Ye Jian's face darkened. He snorted angrily. I'm giving you face, but you don't want it. If you don't obey, then I'll use force. After all, I only need your body, not your heart. To me, it doesn't make much of a difference. Then, young Master Yijin said to Leader Yahong, Big brother, go kill that Qin Shao. Leave this girl to me. Don't hurt her. When I'm done playing, I'll reward her to the brothers. This young lady is definitely a stunner. Leader Yahong laughed eerily. His gaze locked onto Qin Shao. Like a poisonous snake, he stared at Qin Shao. Do it. Suddenly, an order was given. But what surprised Leader Yahong was that the order wasn't given by Leader Yahong, but by Qin Shao. Who was he giving the order to? Just as Leader Yahong and the others were confused, Baby Mo suddenly attacked. The two first-step ancient saints who were holding Baby Mo sensed great danger approaching. But Baby Mo didn't give them a chance to react. He attacked directly. A powerful force instantly penetrated their saint bodies. The scorching flames directly burned the two of them. The terrifying force quickly devoured their lives and soul consciousness. It was irreversible and dragged them to death. Ah! No, 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 I don't want to die. The two first-step ancient saints didn't even have a chance to resist. They died in Baby Mo's hands. Baby Mo didn't hesitate when he attacked. He attacked directly. Her sudden attack caught the two first-step Empyrean saints completely off guard, and they were hit by Baby Mo's attack. Under Baby Mo's powerful strength, it was only natural that he would lose his life. Mo Baobao was a third-step ancient saint. If he unleashed his full strength, he would be able to fight a fourth-step ancient saint. Therefore, killing two first-step ancient saints wasn't a difficult task for him. Such a scene suddenly made all the people of the giant sword group dumbfounded. They were all dumbfounded and stood on the spot like wooden stakes. They were all petrified and shocked to the point of no return. His gaze towards Baby Mo became incomparably fearful. How could this be? What kind of strength was this? Third-step ancient saint? Everyone in the giant sword group was dumbfounded. Leader Yahong and young Master Yijin were so shocked that they couldn't speak. Their faces instantly turned pale. They weren't fools. How could they not know that they were really unlucky this time? They had provoked someone they couldn't afford to provoke. It's over. It's over. It's over. What should they do? Run. Leader Yahong immediately said to young Master Yijin. Then he gave an order to the others. Kill them together. Although the giant sword group followed Leader Yahong's lead, they weren't fools in the current situation. If they charged forward, wouldn't they be courting death? Why would they do such a thing when it was obvious that they were going to die? Thus, once guild leader Yahong's words fell, everyone scattered and fled in all directions. No one dared to go and hold back Qin Shao and Mo Baobao. At this time, it was best to run. Chapter 2901. You want to leave? All of you better stay here. Don't even think about leaving. If you don't want to die, stop right there. Qin Shao snorted coldly. With a wave of his hand, the light magic cube flew out and formed a huge cage, trapping everyone inside. At the same time, he used the space law to completely isolate the space. It was double insurance to ensure that no one could leave. The people from the giant sword group tried their best to escape, but they were all blocked. They couldn't escape. Seeing that they couldn't escape, many of them started to panic. They didn't know what to do and were filled with fear. Such a crisis was something that they had never experienced before. What should they do? What should they do? The people from the giant sword group started to panic, including leader Yahong and the two second-step ancient saints. They all panicked as they smelled the scent of death. Admit defeat and don't move anymore. There were already many people from the giant sword group who didn't dare to move anymore. If they resisted, they would die. Those who resisted were all killed by Baby Mo one by one. Qin Zhao's gaze locked onto leader Yahong and young Master Yijin. To Qin Shao, He only needed to capture these two culprits. As for the others, they weren't important. If they wanted to resist, he didn't mind killing them. If they begged for mercy, he would let them go. Big brother, what should we do? Are we going to die? Big brother, think of something. Young Master Yijian panicked. He saw Baby Mo's terrifying strength and knew that his big brother was at a disadvantage when he fought with Qin Shao. Then, he saw that Qin Shao had completely sealed the place so that no one could escape. Seeing this, he knew that he had offended someone he couldn't afford to offend. All of this happened because of him. He, young Master Qiao Jian, was naturally the main culprit. Therefore, he should be the one responsible for all of this. Shut up! Leader Yahong scolded and said angrily, "You only know how to cause trouble for me. How would I know what to do? This time, I'm going to die because of you." This time, his big brother was scolding him from the bottom of his heart. Young Master Qiao Jian felt really bad and wronged. The other members of the Giant Sword Squad either died or admitted defeat. Those who admitted defeat obediently went to the side. Shao Gu yelled at them and reprimanded them. It was only at this time that Lil Gu could show off a little. There was nothing he could do about it. Being weak was his weakness. Under Baby Mo's relentless attacks, there were only 5 people left in the Giant Sword Squad. They raised their hands in surrender. Along with the Cliff Hong Guild and young Master Yijian, the 2 brothers. In the blink of an eye, the Giant Sword group of more than 20 people had been reduced to only 7 people. It was truly shocking. The one who felt the worst was Leader Yahong. He had watched as Baby Mo massacred his Giant Sword gang, even sacrificing a second-step Empyrean saint. Such a huge loss was a devastating blow to the Giant Sword Regiment. It was a heavy blow to the Giant Sword Regiment. One must know that many people in the Giant Sword Squad had already sacrificed their clones. They were only left with their original bodies. But now that even his original body was dead, he was truly dead. Mo Baobao's move had directly weakened the strength of the Giant Swords by at least 50%. But the scary thing was that it wasn't over yet. Leader Yahong only felt that the Giant Sword Squad that he had painstakingly created was going to be finished. And all of this was because of his ignorant and incompetent brother. It was all because of him. At this moment, Guild Leader Yahong really had the urge to kill Mr. Yijian. But he also hated himself. It was because of his extreme protectiveness that such a situation had occurred. At this time, the Giant Sword Squad had either died or surrendered. Only Leader Yahong and young Master Yijian were left. Baby Mo glared at the 2 of them. As soon as Qin Shao gave the order, she would come over and kill them. Therefore, under the suppression of Baby Mo's powerful aura, Leader Yahong and young Master Yijian's nerves were stretched to the extreme. This was the aura of death. Qin Shao, who are you? Under the oppressive atmosphere, Leader Yahong couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. He couldn't help but ask. Qin Shao pursed her lips and said, "Who I am isn't important. What's important is that you've offended me. Actually, this matter itself isn't that big of a deal. In the beginning, I didn't want to pursue anything. I could just muddle along and turn big things into small things. Once everyone was harmonious, everything would be over. But you, Guild Leader Yahong, just had to scheme against me like this. You just had to send us to our death. You went too far. Since you, Guild Leader Yahong, won't give us a way out, then do you expect me to give you a way out?" After that, Qin Zhao's gaze landed on the trembling young Master Yijian. She said, "And you, young Master Yijian, I really want to tell you that you're a toad that wants to eat swan meat. Your dreams are great, but reality is cruel. You're not only a toad, but a shameless, despicable, and perverted toad. How do you 2 brothers want to die?" Leader Yahong and young Master Yijian's faces were incomparably pale and ugly. How to die? They didn't want to die. But in such a situation, how could they keep their lives? How about this? I'll give you a chance. You two brothers can attack together. As long as you can take 10 moves from me, then I'll let you live. How about that? Qin Shao suddenly said. Such arrogant words, under normal circumstances, would definitely be seen as a great humiliation by Leader Yahong. But at this moment, Leader Yahong seemed to have caught a life-saving straw. His eyes lit up as he saw a glimmer of hope. If it was just 2 against 1, he didn't have much confidence in winning against Qin Shao. However, if it was only 10 moves, then there was still hope. In a hopeless situation where they had no choice, seeing such hope, Commander Yahong and young Master Yijian naturally had a strong desire to survive. Both of their eyes lit up as they saw the hope of survival. Qin Shao, are you sure we only need to take 10 moves from you and you'll let us go? Leader Yahong asked in a deep voice. Qin Shao nodded and said, Of course, I, Qin Shao, always keep my words. As long as you can take 10 moves from me, then I'll let you two go. I won't go back on my words. You don't have to worry about me playing word games. I really don't want to do that with you. Not only will I not do anything to you, but my friends won't do anything to you either. They'll let you go and won't pursue anything. Of course, the premise is that you can really take 10 moves from me. Are you sure you won't go back on your words? Leader Yahong asked again worriedly. Qin Shao said with certainty, I won't go back on my words. Ah. After getting Qin Zhao's confirmation, Leader Yahong couldn't help but laugh out loud. Qin Shao, you're too arrogant and self-righteous. You don't put me in your eyes at all. I, Yahong, was able to establish the giant sword group and rely on my own efforts to get to where I am today step by step. I didn't get to where I am today by luck. I relied on my hard work and my fists to get to where I am today. To be honest, I'm not afraid of many people in the second step of the ancient saint realm. Even if I'm not as strong as you, Qin Shao, I can still take 10 moves from you. However, I only need to exchange 10 moves with you. I have absolute confidence in that. There won't be any problems. I, Yahong, have been roaming the underworld for so many years. I've accumulated some experience, and I'm definitely worthy of my reputation. Although I don't like your arrogance, I like your way of doing things this time. Since you're so confident, Qin Shao, bring it on. I'd like to see how you're going to kill the two of us within 10 moves. Mr. Qiao Jian laughed happily. Big brother, I like people who are overconfident. You want to kill the two of us within 10 moves? This was simply the biggest joke in the world. I know your strength, big brother. You're definitely the #1 person in Tang City. The number of second-step ancient saints who have lost to you is at least 80, if not 100, right? It's just 10 moves. Big brother, you can easily take it all by yourself. There's no need for me to make a move. The two brothers regained some confidence and felt good about themselves. Brother Qin Shao, isn't it a little inappropriate for you to do this? You're not ruthless enough. Isn't it a little too easy for these two bad guys? Yuan pouted and suddenly said. Qin Shao looked at Yuan, thought for a moment and nodded. Yes, you're right. I was too gentle. Since Yuan isn't satisfied, I'll be more ruthless. Let's do it this way. 5 moves. 10 moves is a little too much. The damage isn't deep enough. 5 moves should be enough, right? 5 moves? Yuan blinked and said, Why don't Brother Qin Shao let Yuan do it? I think my 5 moves should be enough. Your 5 moves are still a little too much. Ahem, alright. Qin Shao curled his lips and changed his mind again. 3 moves then. I wanted to keep a low profile. It seems that my strength doesn't allow me to do so. Forget it. Since my strength doesn't allow me to do so, I won't keep a low profile. 3 moves will do. Yes. Brother Qin Shao is the best. Do your best. Yuan nodded with satisfaction. These two people seemed to be having a very funny conversation, but to Captain Yahong and the other man, Every word was like an incomparably sharp knife, ruthlessly slicing and twisting on their souls. Every word was like a heart-rending. Every word was a heavy blow to their soul wills, ruthlessly stimulating them, and even humiliating them. 3 moves? He actually only allowed them to block 3 moves? Wasn't this a great humiliation to them? No matter what, he was still a second-step Empyrean saint. He had defeated dozens of second-step Empyrean saints before. At the very least, he had never met a worthy opponent in the second-step ancient saint realm. He had never been defeated. Qin Shao actually said that he would kill the 2 brothers in 3 moves. Wasn't this a great humiliation to him? Wasn't this a great humiliation to them? Captain Yahong was originally in a good mood, thinking that he had a chance to live. But now, he was more angry and full of hatred for Qin Shao. He was furious, he was filled with hatred, but he could only grit his teeth and endure it. What could he do? His life was still in Qin Zhao's hands. He had no choice but to lower his head. Humph, Qin Shao, it's too early to boast. Be careful not to bite your tongue. 3 moves, right? You said it. Don't go back on your word, Captain Yahong snorted coldly. Chapter 2902. Killing someone in 3 moves. That was incomparable confidence and arrogance. Qin Shao also had some arrogance in him. It was just that he would not easily reveal it. Humph, I want to see how you, Qin Shao, kill me in 3 moves. Commander Yahong snorted coldly and waved his hand. A golden tortoise shell flew out and enveloped Commander Yahong and young Master Yijian. At the same time, Commander Yahong exerted all his power and formed a boundary. It combined with the golden tortoise shell to form an unbreakable protective umbrella. This was where Commander Yahong's confidence came from. It was not only his own protective power, but also his life-saving treasure. The combination of these 2 factors gave Commander Yahong absolute confidence that he would be able to withstand 3 moves from a 3rd-step ancient saint. He did not believe that Qin Shao had the ability to kill him. How could he tolerate such humiliation? Come on, Qin Shao. It's the first time I've met someone as arrogant as you. Then let me give you a good lesson and give you a deep lesson. Captain Yahong said with a crazy face. He wanted to take revenge for the humiliation that Qin Shao had given him. Teach him a lesson? Qin Shao laughed when he heard that. Just based on guild leader Yahong, he still wanted to teach him a lesson? Since he wanted to teach him a lesson so much, he would teach him a lesson. Qin Shao was about to make a move when Yuan ran over and said, Brother Qin Shao, why don't you let me play for a while? How about I try it first? If it doesn't work, I'll let you do it. Play? Was this kind of thing fun? Commander Yahong spat out a mouthful of blood when he heard Yuan's words. How could he say that he was playing with their lives? Alright, I'll let you play first. Since Yuan had spoken, Qin Shao was generous. With Qin Zhao's approval, Yuan immediately jumped with joy. Great, we can have fun. Big brother Qin Shao, step to the side and watch this lady. Although Qin Shao had been switched from a 2nd-step Empyrean saint to a 1st-step Empyrean saint, Commander Yahong wasn't happy at all. This was a great humiliation to him. His dignity was once again being ruthlessly rubbed against the ground. It was a great humiliation. To him, Xiao Hong, such a thing was an extraordinary humiliation, a humiliation that he could not accept. He was so angry that his whole body was trembling, and his teeth were grinding. Yuan made a move. With a wave of her jade-like hand, a flying knife of Li Xing flew out from her jade-like hand. Li Xing's flying knife had 1 number, 3 numbers, and 9 numbers. Soon, there were 9 Li Xing's flying knives. Each of them was a saint artifact level Li Xing's flying knife, and their quality was not inferior to the one that Li Xing had given to Qin Shao. It was the first time that Qin Shao had seen Yuan use Li Xing's flying knife. Yuan Yuan had never used her Li Sheng's flying knife before, but this time, she finally used it. Obviously, the flying knife was Yuan Yuan's most powerful move. At this time, Yuan Yuan also used all her strength to deal with Commander Yahong and Qin Shao. Li Sheng's flying knife? Someone from Li Sheng's sect? Commander Yahong frowned when he saw Yuan Yuan use Li Sheng's flying knife. He had heard of the Li Sheng Gate before. However, he didn't pay much attention to it. Li Sheng's sect was only deeply rooted in the immortal realm. This was the Great Path Saint realm, and there was no trace of Li Sheng's sect. So, even if they were from Li Sheng's sect, so what? Here, even if they were dragons or tigers, they had to lie down. The 9 Li Sheng's flying daggers in Yuan Yuan's hand seemed to have transformed into a real dragon, bringing with it a peerless sharpness. It whistled through the 9 heavens, causing the world to tremble. The space clearly felt the powerful force from Li Sheng's flying knife. Under the sharp sharpness, the space seemed to be torn and pierced. Qin Shao watched Yuan Yuan's move, and he clearly felt that Yuan Yuan's attainment in the flying knife was still above his. However, this was also a very normal thing. Yuan Yuan's attainment in the flying knife was originally higher than Qin Zhao's, so it was not strange that she had been suppressing him. After all, the main focus of Qin Zhao's cultivation was on the cultivation of Dao. He did not put much effort into the flying dagger. He spent less energy and time, so naturally there would not be too much improvement speed. But Yuan Yuan was different. Her father was Li Sheng, the creator of the flying knife. The blood flowing in Yuan Yuan's body was the bloodline of the flying knife. No matter in terms of bloodline inheritance, talent potential, or environmental resources. Regardless of which aspect, Yuan Yuan had an absolute advantage over Qin Shao. In addition, she was ahead of Qin Shao at the beginning, so it was very normal that she was still firmly suppressing Qin Shao now. Yuan Yuan's flying knife had already reached the advanced level, and her use of Li Sheng's flying knife had obviously reached a very high level. At this time, for Yuan Yuan, controlling Li Sheng's flying knife was simply a matter of free will. Flying knife, go! Yuan Yuan suddenly shouted and waved her jade-like hand. The 9 Li Sheng's flying knives, which had been impatient for a long time, whizzed out and turned into streaks of flowing light, flying toward Commander Yahong and his companion. The way of the flying dagger was originally extremely domineering, extremely sharp, and extremely fierce. He pushed the power of the sharp light to the extreme. Once this kind of extreme power burst out, it had a kind of invincible power that could sweep the heavens. The 5 people of the giant sword group, who were curled up in a corner, were all trembling with fear at this time. The way they looked at Yuan Yuan had completely changed. Only now did they know that this cute and immature little girl was so terrifying when she was angry. Her strength had actually reached such a level. They were afraid that even if the 5 of them combined their strength, they would only end up dead. She was clearly only at the first step ancient saint realm, but the strength she displayed was so powerful to such an extent. It was too terrifying. It was true that one could not judge a book by its cover. The giant sword group was completely finished, wasn't it? The giant sword group, which dominated the land of Tang City, was originally thought to have great development and great achievements, was going to be finished just like that? In life, one could not afford to make a single mistake. A wrong step was probably the end of the whole game. 9 Li Sheng's flying knives flew across the sky, whistling through the 9 heavens, with the momentum of a violent wave that could destroy everything, and the power to destroy all fiercely attacked. Rays of sharp light directly collided with the huge golden turtle shell. The 9 Li Sheng's flying knives fell heavily one by one, colliding with a loud sound like the sound of the sky. It was as if lightning had descended from the 9 heavens. Every single one of them was earth-shattering and heaven-shaking, causing the entire world to tremble. The huge golden turtle shell's defensive ability was indeed very strong. Under such a peerless sharp light, it was actually able to withstand and did not break. In the collision of forces, it was still able to withstand. Humph! Seeing this, Commander Yahong also sneered with a somewhat complacent look. While laughing, Commander Yahong said, "This is the shell of the 9-Abyss Black Turtle. The 9-Abyss Black Turtle is the descendant of the ancient divine beast Xuanwu. It has a strong divine beast bloodline and can be considered half a divine beast. Its turtle shell is extremely hard, and its defensive ability is extremely strong. Even an ordinary fourth-step Empyrean saint wouldn't be able to break the tortoise shell. You're just a little girl. Even if you're very strong, you can forget about breaking my 9-Abyss Black Turtle shell. Do you think it's so easy to kill me, Yahong? One move has already been used. There are still 2 moves left. What other abilities do you have? Show them all." Commander Yahong was indeed proud. At this moment, he felt that he had vented some of his anger and regained some of his dignity. As long as he blocked the first move, the rest would be stable. Moreover, the 9-Abyss Black Turtle's shell had not reached its limit to block the first move. Moreover, even if the 9-Abyss Black Turtle's shell had reached its limit, didn't it still have its own defensive power? How could it be so easy to kill him, Yahong? Even if he stood there and did not defend, an ordinary third-step ancient saint would not be able to kill him with an all-out attack. This thing is really hard. I can't even break it. Are you unhappy? Yuan pouted, her face full of displeasure. She wanted to do it herself. She did not expect to be thwarted as soon as she made a move. Qin Shao smiled faintly and walked over. Yuan, let me do it." "No." Yuan immediately refused. She said to Qin Shao, "Brother Qin Shao, please let me try again. Anyway, there are 3 chances. I think 1 is enough. There's no need to try 3 times. So, let me try again. If it really doesn't work, I'll let you finish the 3rd time, Brother Qin Shao." "I can't do it. I can't even break this turtle shell." Qin Shao coughed dryly. "1 move?" To be honest, Qin Shao was not completely confident that he could kill Commander Yahong in 1 move. After all, he had a powerful life-saving treasure, his own defensive ability, and a strong life force. No matter what, he was an extremely powerful second-step ancient saint. It was not easy to kill him. Under the protection of such a defensive power, it was possible that an ordinary fourth-step ancient saint might not be able to kill him in 1 move. If Yuan's second attempt didn't have any effect, then the final pressure would completely fall on him. If he wanted to kill Commander Yahong in 1 move, the success rate would not be very high. He would not have much confidence. However, seeing Yuan's expression, he was afraid that if he stopped her now, she would not be happy. Forget it. 1,000 gold could not buy a beauty's happiness. Since Yuan liked it, then let her be. If he really could not kill the 2 brothers in 1 move, then so be it. In fact, there was no deep hatred, so it was not necessary to kill them. At least, Qin Zhao's mood was not that strong at the moment. Therefore, it did not matter. "Okay, then you try another move. You can't play with the 3rd move anymore. You must give it to me," Qin Shao said. Yuan immediately nodded happily and said, Yes, Brother Qin Shao, I understand. I will definitely not fight with you for the 3rd move." Then back off. This lady is going to go crazy and attack with all her strength. Roar. This lady is going to reveal her wild and explosive side. I'm no longer reserved. Hearing Yuan's words, Qin Shao could not help but want to laugh. Yuan, had a wild and explosive side? If she could be so wild and explosive, then it would be really refreshing. Qin Shao really wanted to see this side of Yuan. What was it like? Author Cruel Death said, "The 3rd move is even better." Chapter 2903. Ha! Roar! Yuan shouted loudly, looking like she was going to use all her strength. The 9 flying daggers fused into one and instantly became even sharper and sharper. Not only that, Yuan's hands quickly struck the void, forming a hand seal. As Yuan formed a hand seal, an illusory flying dagger flew out from her body, soaring in the sky and hovering above her head. As soon as the illusory flying dagger appeared, the entire land shook, as if it was going to crawl under the flying dagger. The flying dagger displayed great power, and Qin Shao couldn't help but become more alert. As expected of Yuan, he didn't know what kind of technique it was, but it looked very powerful. This should be Yuan's innate divine ability. Yuan was the daughter of Li Sheng, the daughter of Reincarnation Sovereign, so it was normal for her to have innate divine ability. As soon as the innate divine ability was used, Yuan's greatest power was completely released. Commander Yahong and young Master Yijian suddenly became nervous. They could feel the power of Yuan's power, the power of the 2 flying daggers, the peerless sharpness, and the fierce power that could make the land tremble. Big brother! Young Master Yijian was really scared, and some fear surged in his heart. After all, he was only a first-step ancient saint, and his defensive power was very ordinary. Once the defense of the 9 darkness black turtle shell was broken, he would be in danger of dying. So, at this moment, he naturally panicked. "Shut up!" Commander Yahong shouted. He didn't have absolute confidence, so he could only brace himself to resist. Whether he lived or died, he could only leave it to the heavens to decide. Commander Yahong gritted his teeth and used all his strength to strengthen his defensive shield, to resist Yuan's strongest attack. "Break for this lady!" Yuan suddenly yelled. As soon as she shouted, the 2 flying daggers whistled out at the same time, and the power of the blade soared to the sky, revealing its peerless sharpness. The golden light seemed to have been cast by golden water as it flooded the area. In an instant, it completely annihilated the sky and even covered the original light of the chasm. The saber slashed through the void, causing the entire world to fall silent. Not a sound could be heard. It was as if the entire world had frozen, waiting for the saber to tear through the sky and reach the firmament. The 2 sabers fully displayed the extreme power and sharpness of the sabers. Powerful, sharp, masculine. This was the overbearing aspect of the flying dagger Dao. At this time, Yuan went all out and used her strongest move. This might be the first time she used her strongest move in battle. Clang clang, the 2 throwing knives directly hit the shell of the 9 abyss black turtle, and the collision created extremely intense sparks. Guild leader Yahong's own defensive power was instantly destroyed upon contact, completely collapsing. At this time, both of them widened their eyes and tensed their heartstrings. Their eyes were wide open as they stared at the 2 flying daggers. They were extremely nervous. This was a matter of life and death. If they were not careful, they might really die here. Once the 9 abyss black turtle shell was broken, they would be in great danger. Therefore, at this time, the 2 of them were naturally tense to the extreme, and their palms were covered in cold sweat. Crack! A cracking sound suddenly came from the 9 abyss black turtle shell. Hearing this sound, guild leader Yahong and his companion jumped in fright, and they almost jumped up. It was like a fierce blow to their souls. Crack! Another cracking sound was heard. A few cracks had appeared on the 9 dark mysterious turtles' shell. Moreover, the cracks seemed to be spreading more and more. This was a sign of danger, so guild leader Yahong and his companion immediately became incomparably nervous. Their hearts were already in their throat. The cracking sound continued to ring out, and soon, the entire 9 abyss black turtle shell cracked open. It felt like it was in imminent danger and was on the verge of collapse. If it took a step further, it would definitely be a situation of collapse. But this step, it seemed to be very strong, and did not take a step forward. Finally, Yuan retracted her somewhat weak hand and panted loudly. She had already done her best and attacked with all her strength, but in the end, she was still unable to break the defense of the 9-abyss black turtle shell. This caused Yuan's mood to not be too good. She pouted, and a trace of resentment flashed past her eyes. That broken turtle shell is really hard. This lady has already used her innate ability, but I am still unable to break it. Huff, huff, looks like my strength is still not strong enough. I have to work harder. Yuan muttered to herself, as if she was somewhat frustrated. If this kind of frustration could motivate Yuan and make her work even harder to cultivate, then it would be a good thing. Qin Shao walked over and patted Yuan's shoulder and comforted her. You are already very good. That 9-abyss black turtle shell has already been broken by you, and it only has the last bit of perseverance left. However, it won't be of much use anymore. After all, this 9-abyss black turtle shell is in existence with the bloodline of a divine beast, so it is extremely hard. I'm afraid that an ordinary third-step ancient saint will not be able to break it even if they use all their strength. You are only a first-step ancient saint. It is already very heaven-defying for you to be able to do this. That's true. After all, I am only a first-step ancient saint. It is indeed not bad for me to be able to do this. Hearing Qin Zhao's comforting words, Yuan immediately became happy again. Yuan was actually an extremely simple person. She did not have any thoughts at all. She was also very easy to comfort and coax. In particular, she was very obedient to Qin Shao, so when she heard Qin Zhao's comforting words, she immediately felt relieved and happy. It was easy for her to be happy, and it was easy for her to be sad. It was easy for her to laugh, and it was easy for her to cry. All in all, she was a very simple lady. Her simplicity made people want to protect and cherish her. This was a weakness that people could not help but want to hold in their hand. Alright, Yuan, let me do it now. I will help you solve everything, Qin Shao said again. Yuan nodded and made a gesture to Qin Shao, saying, Yes, you can do it, brother Qin Shao. I believe in you. You can definitely do it. Since Yuan can do this, brother Qin Shao, you can definitely kill those two bad guys directly. Although this is the last chance, brother Qin Shao, you can definitely succeed. I am watching your wonderful performance. Qin Shao pursed his lips, and the corners of his mouth curved into a devilish smile that carried a strong sense of confidence. This was his last chance. He would definitely grasp it. He would definitely succeed. That was Qin Zhao's confidence. Qin Shao held the heaven-opening sword in his hand and looked coldly at Commander Yahong and young Master Yijian. It was like the gaze of the god of death, with a strong murderous intent. Commander Yahong and young Master Yijian escaped from Yuan's hands, but they were not in a hurry to be happy. They immediately entered a tense atmosphere. The two of them also stared coldly at Qin Shao. They looked at Qin Shao and looked at the god of death. But they want to escape death, they want to live from the hands of death. Chapter 2904. This gaze wasn't long, but to the two of them, it was as long as an epoch of the universe. If there was a medicine for regret in this world, the two of them would definitely give up everything and even bear a lifetime of debt in exchange for the medicine for regret. Young Master Yijian was already regretting his actions. It was all because of his lust. Leader Yahong was also regretting that he had always indulged Yijian. He could be considered a veteran of the Jianghu, but this time, he suffered a big loss and suffered a big loss. His heart was burning with anger. He wished he could personally end this disappointing younger brother of his, who only knew how to cause trouble for him. Even if he was lucky enough to survive this time, the giant sword group had already suffered a great loss. It would be difficult for them to dominate the land of Tang City. Wasn't this an extremely heavy blow to him, guild leader Yahong? He had spent so many years of effort and half of it was destroyed. How could his heart not bleed? Block this sword, you must block this sword. Leader Yahong gritted his teeth and prayed in his heart. Young Master Yijian's body had already begun to tremble. An inexplicable fear surged in his heart. He was really scared. The 9-abyss black tortoise shell had already cracked to such an extent. There was no doubt that Qin Shao would be able to break this 9-abyss black tortoise shell when he attacked. As for how strong the final power would be, it was still unknown. Young Master Yijian was only a first-step ancient saint. He didn't have any special defensive treasures. Facing such a situation, he was worried that he wouldn't be able to block Qin Zhao's final attack. So, how could he not be scared? Big brother, you're strong and your defense is strong. Help me block Qin Zhao's attack later. Young Master Yijian cried and begged. Scram, I don't have a brother like you. I can't even protect myself now, how can I take care of you? You're on your own now. Leader Yahong scolded angrily. Big brother, you can't abandon me. I'm your only younger brother. I'm your only relative in this world. Big brother, I've been listening to you all these years. You can't just ignore me. If you don't, I'll really die. My clone is already dead. Nothing can happen to my original body. Otherwise, I will really die. Mr. Qiao Jian begged bitterly. Shut up. Commander Yahong gritted his teeth and cursed. He glared at young Master Yijian and said, You made me like this and you still have the face to say that? I didn't kill you because you're my only brother. I can't even protect myself now, how can I have the energy to protect you? Big brother, you still have me. Even if your clone is dead, you still have your main body, right? This is my true body. If I die, I'll really die. Big brother. Young Master Yijian said anxiously. However, Commander Yahong glared at young Master Yijian with his cold and murderous eyes. Young Master Yijian was so scared that his face turned pale. It was as if he was struck by lightning. He was stunned. What a terrifying gaze. A gaze filled with murderous intent. He had only seen such a gaze when his big brother killed someone. Did his big brother intend to kill him? So scary, so scary. Young Master Qiao Jian felt as though a knife was pressed against his throat. If he dared to say another word, the sharp knife would directly pierce his throat. It was as cold as death. It was as scary as death. At this moment, Qin Shao made his move. His heaven-opening sword slashed down with a swoosh. It tore through the 9 heavens as if it was splitting the heavens and the earth. With one slash, the heavens and the earth were destroyed and the sea turned dark. It was as if the heavens and the earth had entered into chaos and fell into endless darkness. The sword could split the heavens. The sword was sharp. The 5 fundamental laws, the law of immortal Tao, the law of great Tao, and the law of heart. This was the power of a total of 8 laws. The power of the inner world was also displayed by Qin Shao. That terrifying power was comparable to the pure power of a 4th-step ancient saint. At this moment, Qin Zhao's heavy sword had no edge, but it was extremely sharp. All of his power roared out, and it was as if the Milky Way was overturning. When Qin Shao went all out, he could indeed fight against a 4th-step ancient saint. Whether it was power, the sharpness of the sword, or the control of the laws, Qin Shao was very strong. He gathered all these together perfectly and shot them out with all his strength. Naturally, he was terrifyingly strong. If he had 3 chances, Qin Shao wouldn't have revealed all his strength in front of Commander Yahong. He wouldn't have gone all out. However, he had no choice now. He had to ensure that he could kill Commander Yahong and young Master Yijian. The boast he made was going to come true, right? Otherwise, wouldn't he be slapping himself in the face? Therefore, Qin Shao had no choice but to go all out and use his strongest move. The heavens and the earth were destroyed and everything was silent. Purring! The 9-abyss black tortoise shell directly exploded and turned into pieces that scattered in all directions. It couldn't withstand a single blow. How could it block Qin Zhao's sharp power? It's over. Young Master Yijian's face was extremely pale. He knew he was going to die. If his big brother didn't save him now, he would die. As soon as the 9-abyss black tortoise shell broke, he felt the extremely terrifying destructive power surging toward him. In the face of such a powerful force, he only felt that he was like a weak and lowly ant, extremely small and insignificant. Block it, block it, block it! Guild leader Yahong also gritted his teeth and yelled with his eyes wide open. However, when the unparalleled sharp sword slashed down, when the power of the 8 great laws surged and smashed down, when the power of the inner world was everywhere, it was as heavy as Mount Tai. Nothing in the world seemed to be able to stop Qin Zhao's wave of attack. Too strong, too domineering. In an instant, it shattered all of Commander Yahong's resistance. It couldn't withstand a single blow and collapsed like a mud wall. They weren't on the same level at all. No, how can this be? How can he be so strong? Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. This doesn't make sense at all. No matter how strong he is, he can't be so strong, right? Is Qin Zhao really just a brat at the second step ancient saint stage? It doesn't make sense. Looking at his young age, he should have cultivated for at most 100 million years. How can he be so strong? That strength is definitely something that only ancient sages of the 4th step would possess. No matter how young he is, there's no way he could be an ancient sage of the 4th step, right? What's going on? What kind of monster did I provoke? Despair, extreme despair. This was the kind of despair that Commander Yahong had never felt before. Under such extreme despair, Commander Yahong was quickly annihilated by this terrifying power. Dead. A powerful existence who dominated Tang City died under Qin Zhao's sword just like that. No! Lord Qin Zhao, spare me, I know I was wrong. Young Master Yijian desperately begged for mercy, but how could Qin Zhao care about him? This guy was the main culprit. Naturally, he couldn't let him go. It would be difficult to appease Yuan's anger if he didn't kill him. Soon, young Master Yijian's voice was completely annihilated. He was completely dead. He was really dead. His original body and clone were destroyed. Unless a powerful existence was willing to resurrect him, he would be completely buried in the long river of history. However, in order to resurrect a 1st step Empyrean saint, one had to be a 4th step Empyrean saint at the very least. Moreover, one would have to pay a great price to resurrect a 1st step Empyrean saint. Generally speaking, one had to be at the world god realm to do so. However, resurrecting a 1st step Empyrean saint would require a hefty price to pay. Generally speaking, no one was willing to resurrect an ancient saint. This had quite a big impact on him as well. Resurrecting a life was an act that defied the heavens and went against the great Tao. Therefore, it was natural that he would be punished by the great Tao. If he resurrected a weak life form, the impact wouldn't be great. Guild leader Yahong and Mr. Yijian both died under Qin Zhao's sword. Qin Zhao then put away his sword and retracted all of his power. The light dissipated and the heaven and earth regained its tranquility. What was left were 2 cold corpses without any aura of life. The 5 members of the giant sword regiment who had surrendered were all trembling in fear as they looked at Qin Zhao in horror. At this moment, Qin Zhao was a god of death in their eyes. Qin Zhao's gaze fell on them. Seeing Qin Zhao's gaze, the 5 of them were even more frightened. They lost their composure and trembled. Even their leader was unable to retaliate in front of Qin Zhao and was killed on the spot with a single slash. How could they possibly have any strength to resist? Wasn't it courting death to provoke such a powerful and terrifying existence? Plop! The 5 of them suddenly knelt down in front of Qin Shao and begged for mercy. "Young master, please spare our lives. We were just following orders. We didn't mean to harm you." Seeing the 5 of them kneeling down and begging for mercy, Xiao Gu was in a good mood. He curled his lips and said, "TSK, weren't you all very arrogant before? You were so powerful, but now you're so cowardly? You're not good people either. I think we should kill you all, so as not to let you go out and harm others." Hearing Xiao Gu's words, the 5 of them panicked and hurriedly defended themselves. Qin Shao waved his hand and said softly, "Okay, that's enough. There's no need to say anything more. Since I said that I won't kill you if you surrender, I'll keep my word. You're not so abominable that I must kill you. However, I'll still give you a word of advice. Evil is self-destruction. You guys from the Giant Sword Gang aren't good people either. I'm sure you've done a lot of bullying. With such a person leading your Giant Sword group, I don't think there's anything worthy of my attention. So, you're on your own now. If I see any of you doing evil again, I'm afraid you'll end up like them. This time, I'll let you go first. Cram." Qin Shao waved his hand and put away the light. He also put away the space barrier and opened the space. The 5 of them didn't dare to stay any longer. After thanking him, they fled in panic and soon disappeared. Chapter 2905. After sending these people away, this matter finally came to an end. The Giant Sword group was basically crippled, and there was probably no way for them to recover. The 5 people who ran away just now would probably not return to the Giant Sword group. There was no way this news could be concealed. Once it was spread out, it would definitely cause a huge backlash. At that time, the Giant Sword group would probably be swallowed up. The replacement of forces was a very normal thing in this world. This was also a natural law. In addition, the Giant Sword group was a force that did not do much, so it was fine if they were destroyed. Brother Qin Shao, you just said that there really is a treasure in there. Now that the matter is resolved, let's quickly go and check it out. Yuan quickly pulled herself out of the matter just now and said excitedly. To her, this was a fun thing to do. She wanted to have some fun. Okay, then let's go in and have a look. Little Gu, baby Mo, you two stay here. Qin Shao nodded and said. Qin Shao and Yuan quickly entered the cliff cave. They returned to the empty cliff cave. Yuan carefully looked around and frowned slightly. This place is so strange. I feel like I can't sense anything, as if there is really nothing. But I keep feeling that something is not right. But what is wrong, I can't tell. I just have this feeling, it's strange. Qin Shao smiled and said, It's not strange because something is wrong. Because your attainment in the law of space is not that deep, so you may not be able to directly sense where the problem is, but you vaguely feel that there is a problem. The law of space, I seem to have mastered it. Not only the law of space, I have also mastered the other 4 fundamental laws. Yuan winked at Qin Shao and said with a playful face. Hearing Yuan's words, Qin Shao was stunned for a moment, and was slightly surprised, but immediately his face was full of surprise. Who would have thought that Yuan would also become a destiny cultivator? This was truly a miracle. Not to mention the immortal realms, even in the entire Great Thousand Worlds and the 8 Great Saint Realms, those who could become heavenly mandate cultivators were definitely rare existences. Moreover, in order to become a heaven's mandate cultivator, one would need a very long time of accumulation. People like Qin Shao and Yuan who became heaven's mandate cultivators at such a young age were extremely rare. Qin Shao couldn't help but admire Yuan in her heart. Yuan's talent and potential were indeed superior. She was not inferior to her at all. Being able to become a heavenly mandate cultivator was the best proof. Geniuses like Zhang Yang, Xia Dongho, and Fu Zhongshuan had yet to become destiny cultivators. Perhaps they would all become Mandate Realm cultivators in the future, but it would still take a period of hard work to achieve that. Hee, don't be in a daze. I became a heavenly mandate cultivator much later than you, so there's nothing to show off. Anyway, we're all geniuses. Yuan stuck out her pink tongue and smiled mischievously. Qin Shao smiled. Such confident words coming from Yuan's mouth didn't make people feel that she was narcissistic at all. Instead, it felt like she was serious about something. Women were really mysterious. There was always a mysterious power coming from their bodies. Qin Shao didn't waste any time and began to act. Soon, the space barrier here was broken and the barrier was torn apart. As soon as the space barrier was broken, the place changed and directly turned into a huge secret chamber. This secret chamber was still empty. At a glance, there was still nothing in it. Not only was there nothing, but it also gave people a very strange and gloomy aura. It was a very bad aura. Such an aura immediately made people feel a sense of danger. This feeling naturally made Qin Shao put up a high level of vigilance immediately. Subconsciously, he felt that something was wrong. The situation was wrong, very wrong. Yuan also seemed to be a little scared. She went behind Qin Shao and unconsciously held Qin Zhao's arm with both hands. She didn't regard Qin Shao as an outsider and really regarded him as her brother. Or maybe she was scared and didn't care so much that she didn't notice that men and women shouldn't touch each other. With Yuan holding his arm, Qin Shao felt the soft touch from his arm. He didn't have any evil thoughts to feel or think about anything. Qin Shao glanced around coldly and soon his eyes fell on the wall. This was the wall where Lord Xiaoyaozi left his words before. The wall still felt like the wall, but the strange thing was that the words on it were a little different. Compared with the original words, there were more words. In addition to Xiaoyaozi's visit, there was a line of words. Ha ha ha, the fated person of the future generation, if you see this line, then congratulations, you've won the prize. Welcome to the heavenly pit. Seeing this line of words, Qin Shao couldn't help but frown deeply. Won the prize? Jumped into the heavenly pit? What did this mean? According to the literal meaning, this place was not a treasure trove at all. It was just a huge pit. This was very bad news, which made Qin Shao smile helplessly. Fortunately, the only consolation was that he didn't feel any terrible danger for the time being. At least for the time being, it was safe. Therefore, the situation was not very bad. At least there was still a lot of hope. As long as the situation was not too terrible, at most he would suffer a little loss. As long as he didn't die here, it was fine. It was just an ordeal. It was not a big deal. Huff huff. This senior Xiaoyaozi is really bad. Isn't he trying to scam others? Yuan pouted angrily and said. Qin Shao shook his head and said, this matter may not be blamed on Lord Xiaoyaozi. This place is obviously not made by Lord Xiaoyaozi. I guess that the hidden space is made by Lord Xiaoyaozi. However, he could only blame Senior Xiaoyaozi for this. He knew that this was a pit, but he deliberately left a line of words here. After covering it up, it only left, Lord Xiaoyaozi was here. This sentence itself was very confusing. Moreover, Lord Xiaoyaozi also left a note, saying that there was a treasure here. It was a bit of a scam, but Qin Shao felt that this place should not be made by Lord Xiaoyaozi. Maybe he just wanted to make a joke. After all, there weren't many people who could see through the spatial barrier. Those who could enter this place should be relatively strong. Qin Zhao's gaze continued to scan the area. As expected, he soon saw another line of words. This line of notes was obviously different from Lord Xiaoyaozi's. It could be seen that it was left by different people. It was written like this: I was bored and found such an interesting place. So I buried a pit here for the fated people of the future generation to come in. If you can find this place, then congratulations, you've won the prize. Although this pit is a bit of a scam, under normal circumstances, it won't take your life. At most, you'll be trapped for 8 to 10 universe eras. This space is a great Tao space that I accidentally created. When someone comes in, the great Tao space will be activated and dissipate in about 9 universe eras. If you want to leave early, then find a way to break this great Tao space. Remember, you can't use brute force to break it. Unless your strength is above mine, then it's also possible. Otherwise, don't waste your energy and think about how to break it with the great Tao space. Alright, the fated people of the future generation. I just want to trick you for fun. Unfortunately, I won't leave my name. You won't know who I am. You won't even have the chance to scold me. Ha ha, just thinking about it makes me happy. Seeing this line of words, Qin Shao was a little drunk. It seemed that this line of words should be the masterpiece of the senior who created this great Tao space. Just out of a playful heart, he created such a great Tao space. But there was no other way. He, Qin Shao, had already fallen into this divine pit. He couldn't blame others. He could only blame himself for being a little unlucky. However, Qin Shao looked at this problem more optimistically. Didn't he come to the great Tao's sacred realm this time to gain experience? A little bit of hardship was a better way to gain experience. If he continued to gain experience, it probably wouldn't have any effect. Therefore, thinking about it this way, this might not be a bad thing for Qin Shao. Who are these people? Seriously. Why do they all like to play with people? They made us jump into a big pit. This is great. We're all trapped in this space of the great Tao. Judging from the meaning of these words, it's probably not that easy to break out of this great Tao space and leave. Yuan pouted angrily again. Qin Shao shook his head and said, well, it shouldn't be that easy. However, this is still considered good. These two seniors are already considered to be relatively benevolent. This kind of pit isn't scary. It's just a little troublesome. It's not dangerous. At most, it can trap us for some time. It's not easy to find such a good trial. That's why we should be happy. In the great wide world, there are all kinds of people with evil intentions. There are many bad people who purposely leave terrifying pits behind to lure others in and kill them for fun. It's already good that the two seniors didn't kill us. Yuan blinked. After thinking for a while, she nodded and said, yes, it seems to be true. Forget it. Let's start to study this great Tao space and see how to break it. Brother Qin Shao, how about we make a bet? A bet? Qin Shao laughed and said, don't tell me you want to compete with me to see who can break this great Tao space first? There doesn't seem to be anything to compete with, right? Yes. Brother Qin Shao, you're so smart. You can read my mind. Yuan immediately nodded and laughed. Ahem, I'm a roundworm? Qin Shao coughed awkwardly. Yuan was slightly stunned for a moment, and then she seemed to react. She quickly shook her head and waved her hand, saying, No. Brother Qin Shao, you misunderstood. I didn't mean that. Of course, you're not a roundworm. This is just a metaphor. You're comparing me to a roundworm. Then I'm similar to a roundworm, right? Of course, Qin Shao knew that Yuan didn't mean that. She just wanted to make a joke with her and tease her. No, really not. I'm not comparing you to a roundworm. Yes. Oh, I don't know what to say. Anyway, you're not a roundworm. Yuan was so anxious that she was about to lose her composure. Chapter 2906. Seeing Yuan blushing anxiously, Qin Shao couldn't help but laugh. Her current appearance was truly indescribably adorable. There was a certain charm to it. She was cute but also a little delicate, and there was an indescribable seriousness and a little stupidity. This kind of feeling made people want to hold her in their arms and love her dearly. Okay, Yuan, don't joke around. If you really want to play, then I'll play with you. How do we play? What are the rules? Just tell me. Qin Shao said. Only then did Yuan calm down a little. After thinking for a while, Yuan said, "It seems that there's nothing worth gambling with. How about this, brother Qin Shao? If you lose, then you and I will be sworn brothers and sisters. How about that?" Ahem. Qin Shao coughed twice and said, "Don't you always call me brother? I also treat you as a sister. There are so many of us, and we are all brothers and sisters. Do we still want to be sworn brothers? Besides, if I were to marry you alone, what would that count as? If Zhang Yang and the others know about it, won't they scold us to death?" Yuan shook her head and said with a determined look, No, this is different. Although I have always called you brother Qin Shao, you have always taken care of me as a sister. But this isn't legitimate. We haven't spilled blood, and we haven't bowed to the heavens. Without this ceremony, it doesn't feel that we are so close. So, brother Qin Shao, why don't we still be sworn brothers? Didn't Meng Dali mention this before? There are too many people, and it does feel a little awkward. Now there are only two of us. Isn't it just right? Anyway, if you don't say it, and I don't say it, no one will know. Qin Shao really felt a little speechless. He felt that swearing to be sworn brothers was a hot-blooded action. Without this hot-bloodedness, it felt a little strange to suddenly talk about this matter. However, since Yuan had spoken, Qin Shao couldn't say anything. Therefore, Qin Shao asked again, Yuan, what if you lose? Yuan pouted and said, If I lose, then that's easy to handle. Don't worry, brother Qin Shao. I won't let you suffer. If I lose, then I'll become your sworn brother. I'll call you big brother, and you'll treat me as your little sister. What do you think? Qin Shao really had an impulse to vomit blood. When did Yuan learn to be so shameless? Isn't it all the same? Qin Shao smiled bitterly. However, Yuan said in all seriousness, It's different. It's completely different. One was you looking for me, and the other was me looking for you. How could it be the same, right? It's definitely different. Fine. If that was the case, Qin Shao could only choose to admit defeat. Okay. As long as you're happy. Since you want to do this, then so be it, Qin Shao said with a smile. This matter was not a big deal. Anyway, he did treat Yuan as his little sister. Moreover, Yuan was his junior sister, so she could be considered as his little sister. Therefore, it was not a big deal to become sworn brothers. After all, their relationship had reached this point. It was just another ceremony. The two began to seriously examine this great path space. This great path space was not big. It was only the size of a large secret chamber. However, this space was completely sealed, forming an independent sealed space. The surrounding walls were not real. They were born from the Great Path. This space was also filled with the power of the Great Path. It was like countless threads, covering the entire space. If they wanted to leave this space, they must find a way to break this Great Path space. The senior also said that if they used brute force, they wouldn't be able to get out. Although Qin Zhao's strength could reach the level of a fourth-step ancient saint if he unleashed his full strength, it should not be enough to break open the Great Path space. Unless they used the ancient token, it was possible to leave. Of course, even if this was possible, Qin Shao would definitely not use this trick easily. He would definitely try it first to see if he had the ability to directly break this Great Path space and leave here in the best way. This was the most meaningful thing for Qin Shao. This was also a test, a difficult obstacle. His current cultivation was at a time when he urgently needed to undergo hardship. With this mentality, Qin Zhao's heart was naturally able to calm down completely, and he wholeheartedly immersed himself in inspecting this space. He carefully examined everything in this space, not letting go of any details. It was definitely not enough to just rely on the naked eye. After checking for a while, Qin Shao released his consciousness and let his consciousness completely infiltrate this great path space to feel everything in this great path space. Soon, Qin Shao felt that his consciousness had entered a mysterious world of the great path. The laws of the great path were like lines, frames, walls, and bricks. Then, these piled up into a huge and magnificent building. At this time, what Qin Shao had to do was to find a way to break this huge and magnificent building and then find the only exit. This huge and magnificent building was not only huge and complicated, but also like a huge maze. Every checkpoint was guarded by the foundation of the laws of the Great Path. If he wanted to break through this great Tao space, he would have to go through all the trials and clear all the trials. Although Qin Zhao's laws of the Great Path had been cultivated to the minor realm, he felt that if he wanted to break this great path space, he had to cultivate the laws of the great path to the profound realm. This gave Qin Shao a fright. How could it be so easy to break through the laws of the great path to the profound realm? It was too difficult, too difficult. This was equivalent to an increase in cultivation level. However, at this time there was no other way. No matter how difficult it was, he could only break through. Otherwise, he was afraid that he could only use the ancient token to leave here. This was not the choice that Qin Shao wanted. In Qin Zhao's heart, there was still a powerful force that must break this great path space. Cultivation, didn't it require such a wild force? It needed to be hot-blooded and hard-working, and it also needed a wild force. Hoo, brother Qin Shao, this seems to be very difficult. My laws of the great path seem to be only at the minor realm. I didn't cultivate the laws of the great path much before. I just broke through not long ago. I didn't expect that I would have to test the laws of the great path now. What should I do? I feel that if I want to break this great path space, I need to have a very deep grasp of the laws of the great path. Is it not possible to reach the minor realm? Yuan's voice suddenly came. Qin Shao shook his head and replied, I might not be able to reach the minor realm. I'm not very sure. I'm trying. Yuan's voice was heard again. She continued, then this young lady will be at a disadvantage in this competition. Brother Qin Shao, your great Tao should have already been cultivated to the small success realm, right? You have a big advantage over others. But you have to work hard. I won't admit defeat. I will definitely chase you to the end. Oh. Chase you to the end. It was not Qin Zhao's fault that his thoughts were not pure. This sentence was really very ambiguous. Of course, Yuan certainly did not know the ambiguity in this sentence, so she said it completely unintentionally. Qin Shao could only smile bitterly in his heart. To Yuan, there was no difference whether she won or lost, right? Anyway, in the end, wasn't he the one who would suffer a loss? Forget it. Let's not talk about this. It was better to break this great path space quickly. Leaving here was the right thing to do. How Yuan wanted to play, let her be. Qin Shao continued to devote himself to the study and comprehension of this great path space. This was also a kind of understanding and cultivation of the laws of the great path. Chapter 2907. Paper couldn't wrap up the fire after all. No matter how well it was hidden, there would always be a time when it would be exposed. The giant sword group's vitality was greatly damaged, and the members also withdrew and left one after another. Some died, some left, and there weren't many left. As soon as the news spread, naturally, all the forces were eyeing this fat piece of meat covetously. Who didn't want to dominate the land of Tang City? The giant sword group had been dominating the land of Tang City for a long time, and no force dared to fight the giant sword group head-on. But now, the situation was different. All the major forces naturally revealed their ferocious fangs. Soon, there were forces fighting the giant sword group, causing the entire Tang city to fall silent. There was an uproar and chaos, and there were even many people who took advantage of the situation to loot. The giant sword group was completely finished. Many people also sighed with emotion. A force that had dominated the Tang city for so long was finished just like that. The speed was so fast that it made people speechless. They didn't even have time to react. Something that they had never thought of, but it happened. In a quiet palace 10 billion miles away from Tang City, 3 miserable figures were hiding in the darkness. Their bodies were all stained with blood. It was obvious that they had just experienced a bloody battle. The leader was none other than Leader Yahong. Now, his name as the leader of the giant sword group could be considered to exist in name only. Seeing that only 2 people were left with him, Leader Yahong felt an indescribable sadness in his heart. The brothers of the giant sword group, who had licked the knife together for so many years, were either dead or scattered. In the end, only 2 people were left by his side. 1 out of 10 survived. How ironic was this? His life's blood, sweat, and tears had been destroyed in a single day. And all of this, who was to blame? Qin Shao. Leader Yahong's fists were about to shatter. The anger in his heart had also reached the extreme. Hate, he really hated. All of this was because of Qin Shao. Everything was because of Qin Shao. It was because of Qin Shao that he ended up in such a sorry state. It was because of Qin Shao that his huge swords were destroyed here. It was because of Qin Shao that he was deserted like a stray dog. The culprit of all of this was Qin Shao. His hatred for Qin Shao had already penetrated deep into his bones. Qin Shao, you killed my brother, destroyed my giant sword group, destroyed my life's work, and forced me to such a dead end. Even if I die, I won't let you go. I definitely won't let you go. No matter what price I have to pay, I will kill you. Kill you. Leader Yahong gnashed his teeth. His eyes were gloomy and cold. In his mind, he quickly formed a crazy plan. The 2 people following him were clearly in low spirits. The huge blow of the destruction of the giant sword core was hard for them to accept. Big brother, they're too strong. Now that there are only 3 of us left, it's easier said than done to take revenge. Why don't we hide for a while and recuperate first, then think of a way to take revenge? It's not too late for a gentleman to take revenge after 10 universe eras. We don't have to rush, said a second step ancient saint. The other first step ancient saint immediately agreed. Yes, big brother. We only have 3 people left. We can't sacrifice anymore. Otherwise, we won't be able to turn the situation around. Commander Yahong heavily patted their shoulders and said, in times of danger, only the 2 of you didn't abandon Big Brother. Only the 2 of you are Big Brother's true life and death brothers. Big Brother is very grateful to you for this and should also accept this affection. Don't worry, I've already lost so much. I won't act blindly without thinking. I'll only take action when I have a foolproof plan. But we must take revenge. Otherwise, we can only live in this shame for the rest of our lives. It'll make us suffer a fate worse than death. Big Brother has a way. I'll take you to see a powerful senior. I can be considered to have some sort of relationship with that senior. Plus, as long as you can pay the price, he'll do anything. Even if I have to spend all my life savings, even if I have to give up some things, I'm willing. When the 2 heard that, they were overjoyed. It seemed like there was hope for revenge. The 3 of them immediately moved. Celestial Waterhouse. At the peak of a huge mountain, there was a huge lake. There was an opening in the lake, forming a waterfall with a drop of more than 10,000 feet. It splashed up a sky full of mist, filling the entire sky. Under the illumination of the light, it formed a dense mist. Rays of rainbows formed, turning this place into a land beyond the heavens, a true paradise. In the lake, there was a palace floating on the water, looking very sacred. Elegant and leisurely. The entire lake was protected by an incomparably powerful barrier, shrouding it so that outsiders couldn't barge in. At the end of the waterfall, a gate of heaven stood there, as if it was the gate of heaven that guarded everything here. On both sides of the gate of heaven, there stood a ferocious beast with a strange appearance. It was an extremely ferocious beast. These ferocious beasts were extremely violent and bloodthirsty, incomparably savage. As long as the master gave the order, they wouldn't rest until they were dead. They were wild beasts that fought. Once they entered a battle, they wouldn't be afraid of pain or death. They wouldn't give up until they were dead. Moreover, these ferocious beasts had extremely strong offensive power, and they were very good at attacking. These two ferocious beasts were actually first-step ancient saints. Ordinary second-step Empyrean saints would have to avoid such a ferocious beast. Otherwise, if they were to provoke them, their lives would be in danger. Allowing two ferocious beasts to enter the gate of heaven, it was enough to show the supreme aura. Such a majestic aura was enough to deter people from acting rashly here. A boy led Commander Yahong and the other two across the lake, walking towards the palace. Commander Yahong and the other two looked a little nervous. They moved forward cautiously, not daring to do anything improper. They were as obedient as puppets. Very soon, the boy brought the three of them to the door of a hall. The boy coldly said, "Wait here. You can enter after Master opens the door." After saying that, he left directly, ignoring Commander Yahong and the other two. Commander Yahong was very tactful. After nodding, he stood there respectfully and waited. The other two looked nervous and a little excited. The second-step ancient saint whispered, "Big brother, is this the master of Heaven River Palace?" Commander Yahong nodded. The second-step ancient saint was even more excited. He said, "Big brother, you have a lot of connections. If we can get the master of Heaven River Palace to help, we can avenge our great hatred. Qin Shao and the others will definitely die. However, it's said that we have to pay a great price to get the master of Heaven River Palace to help. The master of Heaven River Palace's asking price is very strange. It's not completely measured by wealth. Sometimes there will be some strange requests. If we want to get the master of Heaven River Palace to kill Qin Shao and the others, I'm afraid we'll have to pay a great price." Commander Yahong nodded and said, "The rumors are true. It's extremely difficult to get the master of Heaven River Palace to help. We have to pay a great price. Some people can't even get the master of Heaven River Palace to help them even if they go bankrupt. However, getting the master of Heaven River Palace isn't the most difficult thing. The most difficult thing is to meet the master of Heaven River Palace. The most difficult thing is to meet the master of Heaven River Palace. Not everyone can come to the Heaven River Palace. Because I have some connections with the master of Heaven River Palace, I was able to come to the Heaven River Palace and meet the master of Heaven River Palace. With this opportunity I can talk about the price. No matter how great the price is, I'm willing to pay. No matter what, I'll definitely get my revenge." The other two nodded solemnly. They couldn't help but admire Commander Yahong. Crack! At that moment the door of the palace opened. Commander Yahong said to the two of them, "The master of Heaven River Palace doesn't like to see strangers. The two of you stay here and wait for me." Although they also wanted to see the master of Heaven River Palace, they didn't dare go against Commander Yahong's words. Therefore, they could only stay. Guild leader Yahong strode into the palace, and the palace door closed once again. After passing through the long corridor, Guild leader Yahong quickly saw a figure lying on a huge throne. The figure casually glanced at Guild leader Yahong. He chuckled and said, "Yahong, you still came to beg me." Commander Yahong immediately knelt in front of the master of Heaven River Palace and said respectfully, "Please help me, Palace Master. I'm willing to pay any price." That's not what you said last time. The Master of Heaven River Palace sneered. Commander Yahong's face darkened. He hurriedly said, "That was then and this is now. I believe that you won't lower yourself to the same level as me. This time, please help me." Yahong kowtows. Commander Yahong kowtowed to the Master of Heaven River Palace as he spoke. However, the Master of Heaven River Palace laughed. After laughing, he shook his head and said, "You don't have anything worth my help now. You can't pay the price I need. Therefore, you'd better leave." "What? Can't pay the price?" Commander Yahong's face became rather ugly when he heard that. He stared at the Master of the Celestial River Palace in shock. He could afford it before, but he couldn't afford it now? Was the Master of Heaven River Palace really so temperamental and fickle? Did he no longer need what he wanted? "I can't afford it. I definitely can't afford it. Even if you want my life, I, Yahong, will not frown. As long as the Heaven River Palace Master can help me this time, I, Yahong, am willing to give up everything and listen to your orders." Commander Yahong clenched his teeth and made up his mind as he spoke again. The Master of Heaven River Palace shook his head again and said, "Your giant sword group only exists in name now. That's all you have left. What's the use of your life? What's the use of your submission? That was then and this is now. Previously, I still wanted something from you. Unfortunately, after so long, I'm not that interested anymore. Now, there's nothing on you that can attract me. So what's the use of giving everything you have? Let's go. You'd better save the trouble of taking revenge. Don't waste your efforts. Waste your time. Don't waste your time." Commander Yahong felt extremely uncomfortable when he heard this. How could this be? "I don't understand. I really don't understand. Please enlighten me, Master of Heaven River Palace." Commander Yahong wasn't a fool. Naturally, he could tell that the Master of Heaven River Palace was implying something. NBSB, hurry up and read it. Chapter 2908. You don't understand. I think you don't even know how you died. You are merely a second step ancient saint. There are too many people in this world that you can't afford to offend. Have you lived for so long in vain? The Heaven River Temple Master chuckled and said sarcastically. What did he mean? Commander Yahong was stunned when he heard the Heaven River Temple Master's rebuke. How could he not understand what he meant? Did the Heaven River Temple Master mean that Qin Shao was someone he couldn't afford to offend? Did this kid really have such a powerful background? He was merely someone from the immortal region. Even if he had a powerful background, he wouldn't be able to do anything in the Great Tao Sacred Realm, right? Alright, you can scram now. If you want to die, that's your problem. Don't ask any more questions. The Heaven River Temple Master waved his hand and asked him to leave. Commander Yahong wanted to ask more questions, but when he saw that the Heaven River Temple Master had asked him to leave, he didn't dare to say anything more. He could only leave first. His heart was still filled with doubts, shock, and confusion. He was still wondering who exactly Qin Shao was. What kind of powerful background did he have? Even the Heaven River Temple Master didn't dare to touch him. Could he be a descendant or disciple of a worldly immortal? But that couldn't be right. Even if he had a worldly immortal as a background, the Heaven River Temple Master wouldn't be so afraid. Could his background be even more powerful than that? Although he was still full of doubts, Commander Yahong's thoughts of revenge had been doused by the Heaven River Temple Master's words. Could he only admit defeat? So what if he didn't admit defeat? He wasn't afraid of risking his life, but the problem was that even if he risked his life, it would be useless. Commander Yahong walked out of the hall dejectedly. He didn't say a word and left the Heaven River Temple with the other two. He was extremely depressed along the way. The second step ancient saint couldn't help but ask, "Big brother, what's going on? Is the Heaven River Temple Master's price too high?" Commander Yahong shook his head and said, the Heaven River Temple Master doesn't dare to offend Qin Shao. We can only admit defeat this time. What? Hearing Guild Leader Yahong's words, the two of them were truly quite shocked. Even the Master of the Heaven River Temple did not dare to provoke him? Wasn't that too terrifying? Who was the Master of the Heaven River Temple? He was a fourth-step Empyrean saint who had made a name for himself a long time ago. In the Zilin realm, he was definitely one of the strongest. It was said that even the realm lord of Zilin world had to show some respect to the Master of Heaven Water Palace. He did not dare to provoke the Master of Heaven Water Palace. From this, one could see how powerful the Heaven River Palace Master was. Some even said that if the Celestial River Palace Master wanted to, he could replace the current Master of Zilin Field and unify the entire field. Even if it was just hearsay, it was enough to tell. Even the Heavenly River Temple Master didn't dare to provoke Qin Shao. It was too scary to think about. It was really scary. The two of them looked at each other for a while, but their eyes flashed with a hint of viciousness. It was as if Guild Leader Yahong had suffered a heavy blow. His mood was incomparably low, and he felt as if all his hopes had turned to dust. At this moment, he felt that life was meaningless. Suddenly, puff, puff, two sharp swords pierced through Guild Leader Yahong's saint body. The powerful force was like a deadly venom that quickly devoured Guild Leader Yahong's soul and consciousness, causing his life force to drain away quickly. Guild Leader Yahong was already heavily injured. Now that he was in low spirits, he was defenseless. You! Guild Leader Yahong's eyes widened. He looked at his two brothers with a ferocious and pained expression. He thought he was his most trusted brother. But these two brothers had sneakily attacked him and wanted to kill him. But it was too late. He had no power to fight back. I treated you like my brothers and trusted you the most. How dare you betray me? Damn it, damn it. You'll die a horrible death. You'll die a horrible death. Guild Leader Yahong roared in anger and knelt on the ground in pain. The two men had a crazed look on their faces as the second step ancient saint said, Hee, I'm sorry, boss. We have no choice but to do this. Now that the giant sword group is destroyed, you have no one to rely on. I'm afraid it's impossible for you to make a comeback. What's worse is that you've provoked a terrifying existence. So, if we continue to follow you, we'll be seeking death. But if we leave you openly, we're afraid you'll kill us in a fit of anger. That's why we've decided to go all the way and let you die, big brother. First of all, it'll relieve us of our worries and allow us to leave in peace. Second, if Lord Qin Shao comes after us one day, we can take it out to save our lives. Third, most of the wealth of our giant sword group has always been in your hands. It's time to give it to us. Hee, as long as you're dead, we can rest easy. With your wealth, us two brothers will be able to live a carefree and unfettered life. After leaving Zilin world, we'll find a good opportunity to come out and do something big. Wouldn't that be great? Do you really think we're loyal to you? Do you really think we'll follow you at all costs? Don't be too naive. All these years, when have you really treated us as brothers? You only have your brother Yijian in your eyes. That bastard, he's the weakest and has contributed the least, but he's the most domineering and has received the most benefits. Do you really think we're all very balanced? With a boss like you, we've long had objections. We're just suppressing it in our hearts. You, Leader Yahong was angry, but he was also a little speechless. For a moment, he couldn't say anything. A just cause enjoys abundant support, while an unjust cause finds little support. This world was too cruel and realistic. When he was in power, everyone was extremely loyal to him. They called him Big Brother as affectionately as possible. When he lost power, he ended up being betrayed by his friends and family. In the end, he had to die at the hands of his own people. What kind of tragedy was that? What kind of irony was that? The myriad of emotions of life surged into his heart for a moment, making him feel like he'd been enlightened. But it was all too late. Doing too much injustice leads to one's own destruction. Karma would come. Baby Mo, it's been 1,000,000 years. Why haven't Big Brother and the others come out yet? I'm so anxious, Little Goo asked anxiously. He was an impatient person to begin with. Baby Mo said in annoyance, Little Goo, you've asked hundreds of times. Aren't you annoying? I've heard so much that my ears are about to grow calluses. We're so close to Master. We can sense with our souls, okay? Can't we clearly sense that Master is fine? Master must have obtained some good opportunity, so it's normal for him to be delayed a little. Even if you don't cultivate, I still have to cultivate. Don't disturb me. Go do what you need to do. Isn't the all-knowing book with you? Continue to flirt with your little sister Shu Ling, cough cough. Little Goo coughed awkwardly and said, Little sister Shu Ling is just a book spirit after all. She's not a real life. It's fine to joke and chat with her, but how can I really flirt with her? Shoo shoo shoo. Baby Mo waved his hand at Little Goo. On the other side, in the great path space, Qin Shao and Yuan had been trapped here for 1,000,000 years. Both of them were still trying hard to find a way to break out of this great path space, and find a way to get out. This great path space was very complicated. It was too difficult to break out. However, the good thing was that even though it was very complicated, as long as one could overcome the complicated problems, one could comprehend some of the true essence of the Great Path Law. This was also a very big boost to one's cultivation of the Great Path Law. Therefore, in general, this Great Path space was a space that trapped people. At the same time, it was also a space that allowed people to cultivate and comprehend the Great Path Law. It was a mixed bag. Speaking of which, it was a prank by that ancestor. He wanted to play a joke on the later generations. He dug a deep hole and waited for the fated people of the later generations to jump in. However, at the same time, it also gave the fated people of the later generations a chance to experience hardship. Of course, it was very, very difficult to seize this opportunity. After all, this was only a sealed space constructed by the Great Path Law. It was not a space that was specially designed to teach the true essence of the Great Path Law to the later generations. Therefore, there was a fundamental difference between the two. Relatively speaking, the difficulty was probably no less than 10 times or 100 times. It was precisely because of this that Qin Shao and Yuan were also troubled. They were trapped for 1,000,000 years and still felt a little helpless. It was too difficult to comprehend and cultivate the Great Path purely from this Great Path space. Although the two of them had improved a lot in their comprehension and cultivation over the past 100,000 years, they still felt that there was a long way to go before they could break out of this Great Path space. It's not like that. It's too difficult to rely on pure Great Path strength to break out of this Great Path space and leave this place. According to my estimation, you need to at least cultivate the Great Path Law to the realm of great success. Moreover, it should be at a relatively stable level before you can forcibly break out of this Great Path space and leave from it. However, my current Great Path Law is only at the realm of small success. It's still one realm away from the realm of great success. It's very difficult to advance to the next level of the Great Path Law. Even though I have devoted myself to the cultivation of the Great Path Law for the past 1,000,000 years, this Great Path space has no way to guide my cultivation. Therefore, it's not of much help to my improvement. I still have to rely on myself. Purely relying on my own comprehension of heaven and earth to cultivate, this speed will naturally be very slow. At this rate, I'm afraid it'll be difficult for me to reach that level in 100,000,000 years. If I'm really trapped here for hundreds of millions of years, or even longer, I'll really go crazy. No, I shouldn't be able to break out of this Great Path space like this. There should be other ways. What I want is not to completely master this great path space thoroughly, nor do I want to reach a very deep level. I just need to find a breakthrough point and tear out an opening. Then I can leave this great path space. Therefore, I don't really need to cultivate the great path law to the realm of great success to be able to break out of this great path space. Qin Shao kept analyzing and thinking in her heart. She thought about the corresponding countermeasures and found all the possibilities. Then, she explored and worked hard along these possibilities. After thinking for a long time, Qin Shao finally figured out how to break out of this great path space and leave as quickly as possible. Chapter 2909. This was how cultivation worked. How could one travel thousands of miles without accumulating steps? Under normal circumstances, cultivation required accumulation bit by bit, comprehension, and understanding of what was going on. Then, after accumulating for a long time, the quantitative change would reach a qualitative change, a transformation, and a breakthrough. Comprehension and cultivation required talent. Improvement and breakthrough required accumulation. It required both talent and potential, as well as the accumulation of time. Both were indispensable. Otherwise, it would be difficult to achieve anything. Qin Shao slowly figured out some ways, but even so, it still took nearly 1,000,000 years before he finally understood something and cracked a small hole. Yuan, let's go. Qin Shao immediately said to Yuan. However, Yuan pulled Qin Shao and said with a serious face, "Don't worry, brother Qin Shao. You won and I lost. So, I'll swear to be your sworn brother. Let's bow to heaven and earth first before we go out." Bow to heaven and earth? Hearing this, Qin Shao almost bit his tongue. What did it mean to bow to heaven and earth? But it seemed that they also bowed to heaven and earth when swearing blood. After a moment of embarrassment, Qin Shao really didn't know what was going on. Why did they have to swear to be sworn brothers? Don't stand there. Brother Qin Shao, come on. I'm ready. Right here. Let's bow to this wall. Seeing that Qin Shao didn't respond, Yuan directly pulled Qin Shao over and said to Qin Shao with an excited and serious look. She was serious about this matter. Seeing Yuan's expression and the fact that he had no choice but to agree before, Qin Shao had no choice but to let Yuan do as she wished. Although it seemed strange to bow to heaven and earth, it was fine as long as he didn't think in this way. Flop. Yuan directly knelt down, pulled Qin Shao and urged, "Hurry up, brother Qin Shao." Well, it was fine to swear to be sworn brothers. In fact, Qin Shao did treat Yuan as his younger sister. Firstly, she was a good friend, and secondly, she was his junior sister. With these two relationships, it was not a big deal to become sworn brothers. Having figured this out, Qin Shao suddenly felt relieved. Haha, alright, let's do it then. Qin Shao knelt down without hesitation. Looking at this cute and playful little girl, she felt the burden on her shoulders become heavier. Brother Qin Shao, we don't need to spit blood. Let's just kowtow to the heavens and earth. Do you know what they say? I've read all kinds of things in books. Are we going to say something like, I, Li Yuan, Qin Shao, hereby swear to be sworn brothers and sisters with different surnames? We swear by the heavens, and we swear by the earth, that we will share weal and woe in this life. I don't ask to be born in the same year, month, and day, but I ask to die in the same year, month, and day. Hee, is that so? Yuan said with a smile. Qin Shao smiled and said, whatever. Anything is fine. The main thing is that it's just a ritual. Let's do as you say. Therefore, the two of them swore with their souls at the same time, making an eternal oath to the way of heaven. This was a very solemn ceremony, as if they had made a contract. The ceremony was completed. Yuan was like a happy child. She smiled like a bright flower, jumped into Qin Zhao's arms and hugged Qin Xiao. This was a hug between family members. Brother Qin Xiao, from now on, you are my big brother. In the future, no matter who bullies me, you will be the first to stand up and protect me. Hee, that's great, yeah. Yuan said happily, and she seemed to be calling him brother more affectionately. Qin Xiao nodded. Satisfied, Yuan left the space of the great path with Qin Xiao and soon went out. Xiao Gu was excited. He had waited for almost 2 million years, and he had been anxious to death. This matter was over. After being trapped for nearly 2 million years, he had gained a lot. Although he could not really make the Great Path Law break through to the realm of great accomplishment, it had made Qin Zhao's accumulation much stronger. It was not bad to be able to have such an improvement. It could be regarded as a gain. Qin Xiao and the others left Tang City and headed in the direction of the Fulo realm. Along the way, they were also sightseeing. When there was something to play, they would stop and play. When there was something to cultivate, they would cultivate. When there was injustice on the road, they would also put on a show of helping others. On this day, Qin Xiao and the others walked into a mountainous area and stopped in front of a natural barrier, attracting the attention of Qin Xiao and the others. Qin Xiao sized up this natural barrier, and he clicked his tongue in wonder and exclaimed endlessly. He deeply felt the uncanny workmanship of nature. It was a very steep natural barrier, and it was very difficult to climb this natural barrier. Moreover, there were some obstructive forces, which made this natural barrier, a natural place of danger. However, after looking at it for a while, Qin Xiao could not help but frown slightly. He was a little surprised. No, this natural barrier is not completely natural. It seems that there are some artificial modifications in it. This natural barrier should have been modified by an expert senior, making this natural barrier more powerful and terrifying. Many obstructive forces are connected to form a powerful whole. If that's the case, this natural barrier will become a dangerous place. Interesting. Is this deliberate? Or is there an expert living in seclusion nearby? Qin Xiao was thinking about this problem. He always felt that this natural barrier was very special. It was very likely that he had entered the territory of an expert senior. It was better to be careful when walking outside. He had to be on guard against everything. Some of the senior experts had eccentric personalities. If someone dared to intrude into their territory, they would be enraged and might even be killed. Some eccentric senior experts would not give you a chance to explain at all, regardless of whether it was intentional or not. Therefore, Qin Xiao had to carefully consider this at this time to see if there was such a possibility. Brother Qin Xiao, look over there. It seems that someone is there. Yuan suddenly pointed in a direction and said. Qin Xiao withdrew his thoughts and looked over. Sure enough, he saw a young man moving forward with difficulty in the natural barrier. It was a young man in the second step celestial realm. He was moving forward with great difficulty, but his face was incomparably firm, resolute. The second step celestial realm was considered a very good existence in a small tribe or town. However, in a bigger place, the second step celestial realm was obviously far from enough. Its level was very low. In the eyes of Qin Xiao and the others, it was undoubtedly a humble and weak ant. Brother Qin Xiao, what do you think that person is trying to do? He doesn't care about his life and death and insists on climbing this natural barrier. Why is that? What's behind that natural barrier? Or is he just purely tempering himself? If it's just purely tempering himself, then it seems that this person's perseverance is very good. There's a fierce force in him. As long as he's willing to sweat, then I think he still has some way out. Yuan said with a curious look. Qin Xiao shook his head and said, I don't know. It's hard to say for the time being. We'll know when we continue watching. But I think he has reached his limit. If it continues like this, I'm afraid his life will be in danger. However, looking at his appearance, it seems that he has no intention of giving up. I just don't know how long he can persist. Can he really persist to the end? That shouldn't be possible, right? In the face of life and death, he should be able to let go, right? Yuan blinked. Qin Shao did not speak anymore. The four of them simply moved closer and watched the young man climb the natural barrier there, enduring the terrifying test and obstacles. There was a kind of power in the young man's body that would never give up and would not let go no matter what. This power was very powerful, and it was the power that supported him to move forward. Therefore, even if he had been forced to his limit at this time, he still did not have the thought of giving up. Instead, he had a feeling that the more setbacks he suffered, the braver he became. It was the power of the will to fight to survive. Qin Shao admired this kind of drive a little. He did see a trace of himself in this young man. Of course, the great wide world was so big, and there were actually many people who could do this. It was just that Qin Shao did not travel much outside and had not seen many people, so he felt that he had not encountered many people. If he traveled a lot, Qin Shao would certainly encounter a lot of things at any time as time passed. In the end, he would be numb to it. It's over, it's over. That young man is going to be finished, Xiaogu suddenly said. However, the result was not as Xiaogu said. The young man broke through the limit and crossed a hurdle. This time it should be over, right? Hey, is this boy a cockroach that can't be killed? It was not until the third time that the young man finally could not take it anymore. He finally lost the power to support himself and closed his eyes with a look of despair on his face. Xiaogu shook his head and said with a look of pity, "What's the point? Did he have to risk his life? Wouldn't it be fine if he gave up earlier? This time, it's over. Since he can't create a miracle, I'll give him a miracle," Qin Shao suddenly said and patted Xiaogu. "Why are you still standing there in a daze? Hurry up and save him." "Cough, big brother, he's just an ant. There's no need to save him, right?" Xiaogu said. Qin Shao said seriously, "An ant is also a person. Not to mention that we've been here for so long, it's not right for us to just watch that young man die. Moreover, even if he's just passing by, we shouldn't just leave him to die. Stop talking nonsense. If you don't hurry up, it'll be too late." Xiaogu did not hesitate and immediately attacked. However, while attacking, Xiaogu was still muttering, "Sigh, the weak have no human rights. The dirty and tiring work is all mine. The glamorous and imposing things are all Baby Mo's. This won't do. I Xiaogu can't go on like this. I must find a way to regain my face. Yes, I must cultivate hard and try to surpass Baby Mo as soon as possible. That way I can order Baby Mo around. No, Baby Mo's realm is too high. It's a bit difficult to surpass Baby Mo. Let's forget about it. Yes, it's more practical to change to Miss Yuan. We're all first step ancient saint. There's still some hope to surpass her." "No, that won't do. Miss Yuan is Big Brother's younger sister and the daughter of Holy Sage Supremely. No matter what, I don't dare to suppress her. It's over. No matter how hard I work, it's all in vain. No, it seems that I have to find a new spiritual beast for Big Brother. This is the only way to change my position. No matter what, I'm still someone with some strength and status. How can I always be suppressed?" Author Qinshang said. Third update, Fresh Flowers. There are only 2 days left in this month, dear viewers. Therefore, if you still have fresh flowers in your hands, please don't hide them anymore. If you don't, it'll be a waste. It's a pity just thinking about it. Please support Qinshang. He's currently ranked 8th on the Fresh Flowers list. It's the worst result in the past year. Even if you don't support Qinshang, you should support Qin Shao. Raise the flowers. Chapter 29:10. Xiao Gu saved the young man and brought him to a safe place. The young man looked at Xiao Gu in shock. After recovering from his shock, he quickly regained his composure. He immediately knelt down in front of Xiao Gu and said gratefully, "Thank you for saving my life, Senior. Your aura is so strong. It's much stronger than the fourth step heavenly venerables I've seen. May I ask if you're an ancient sage?" Xiao Gu enjoyed seeing the young man kneel in front of him with a face full of gratitude and admiration. It was a very good feeling. Usually, he didn't have much of a presence and couldn't help much. Therefore, this feeling kept attacking Xiao Gu, making Xiao Gu feel very weak. At this moment, he found the feeling of being high and mighty again. It was really good. "Hee, you must be an ancient sage." Xiao Gu pursed his lips and couldn't help but lift his head and puff his chest to make himself look more energetic. He really was an ancient sage. The young man's face was also full of surprise, and he respected Xiao Gu even more. Although it wasn't his first time seeing an ancient sage, it was definitely his first time being so close to an ancient sage. Not to mention, this ancient sage had just saved his life. To him, an ancient sage was like a god in the sky. It was an incomparably high existence. To be honest, he had also fantasized about becoming an ancient sage one day. If such a day came, then at this moment, three figures slowly walked over. Baby Mo came over and slapped Xiao Gu awake. "Can't you see that master is here? Why aren't you moving aside? You talk too much." Xiao Gu glared at Baby Mo gloomily. Couldn't he let him feel that wonderful feeling a little longer? Although Xiao Gu said so, he still obediently retreated to the side. The young man hadn't completely recovered from the shock just now when he saw three figures appear in front of him. Moreover, there were two great beauties. The Empyrean saint who had saved him earlier was just a subordinate. The one who was truly superior to him was this man who was so handsome that he felt ashamed of himself. The aura of the man before him was clearly much stronger than the Empyrean saint who had saved him earlier. What kind of existence was he? What kind of existences had he encountered? The young man was so excited that he couldn't speak. He didn't expect that the first stroke of luck in his life would come when he was about to die, when he was in true despair for the first time. Speaking of which, this seemed to be a rather strange thing. When the young man saw Yuan and Baby Mo, his eyes widened in shock. However, the young man didn't dare to look any longer and immediately stopped. Although he didn't know who the four primeval saints before him were, he knew that the four primeval saints before him didn't harbor any enmity toward him. In fact, they had even saved him. "Why did you risk your life to climb that natural barrier?" Qin Xiao asked. The young man gritted his teeth and immediately said, "Lord Saint, I want to reach the Tianshui Temple and see the Tianshui Temple Master." "Tianshui Temple? The Tianshui Temple Master?" Qin Xiao frowned slightly. He had just arrived in the Great Tao Sacred Realm and naturally didn't know what kind of place the Tianshui Temple was, nor who the Tianshui Temple Master was. However, from the sound of it, the Tianshui Temple Master should be someone who had gone through a lot. What was the young man's intention for risking his life just to see the Tianshui Temple Master? Who the hell is the Tianshui Temple Master? Is he that powerful? Xiao Gu pursed his lips in disdain. Cough cough. The young man looked embarrassed and said, "The Tianshui Temple Master is very, very powerful. It's said that he's an extremely powerful Empyrean saint in the fourth step. Although I don't know how powerful the Tianshui Temple Master is, I'm afraid no one in our Zilin field dares to provoke him. Even the realm lord of the Zilin field is wary of him. The Tianshui Temple has always been the most mysterious and powerful place in our Zilin field. The The Tianshui Temple Master has always been revered as a supreme being by countless people in the Zilin field. Countless people respect and admire the Celestial River Temple Master. Xiao Gu smacked his lips and muttered, "He's just a Empyrean saint in the fourth step. What's so great about that? He's only slightly stronger than my big brother for now. However, my big brother will definitely surpass him soon. A Empyrean saint in the fourth step is nothing. Who knows, I might be able to reach that level if I work hard." Tisk, shameless. You won't be able to reach that level no matter how hard you work. I don't need to work hard to reach that level, Baby Mo retorted without giving Xiao Gu any face. After being questioned by Baby Mo, Xiao Gu rolled his eyes angrily at Baby Mo and cursed in his heart. Qin Shao finally understood and piqued his interest. The Tianshui Temple, the Tianshui Temple Master. I didn't expect there to be such a place in the Zilin field. He's an important figure. Someone who can make the Realm Lord of the Zilin field wary must be on par with the Realm Lord of the Zilin field. Then he must be an extremely powerful Empyrean saint in the fourth step. Qin Shao asked again, "Then why do you want to go to the Heaven River Temple to see the Heaven River Temple's master?" The young man gritted his teeth and said, "Lord Saint, I have a deep grudge, but I don't have a way to take revenge for now. Therefore, I want to go to the Heaven River Palace and see the Heaven River Palace Master. I want to ask him to avenge me and fulfill my wish." Qin Shao was even more confused. Yuan also asked curiously, "Didn't you say that the Tianshui Temple Master is a powerful Empyrean saint in the fourth step? If that's the case, do you think you can meet the Tianshui Temple Master?" Even if you're lucky enough to meet the Tianshui Temple Master, why would he help you? Could it be that the Tianshui Temple Master is such a good person that he'll help anyone who comes to him for help? Qin Shao shook his head and said, "How can there be such a good person in the world? If that's the case, the Tianshui Temple Master must be so busy that he can't even cope with it. There must be a reason behind this, right?" The young man nodded and said, "Yes, there are some reasons why I desperately want to go to the Heaven River Temple to see the Heaven River Temple Master. It's because the Tianshui Temple Master has a rule. As long as you can reach the Tianshui Temple and meet him, no matter what request he makes, as long as he has the ability to fulfill it and you can pay the price, he'll do it for you. No matter who it is, as long as you can meet his requirements, he'll do it." It's said that the Tianshui Temple Master is a very eccentric person. The price he wants may not necessarily be wealth, but other things. Therefore, if anyone who can meet him is willing to sacrifice everything, they can pay the price that the Tianshui Temple Master asks for. Because of this, the legend of the Celestial River Palace Master is spread everywhere in Zilin world. Countless people want to go to the Celestial River Palace to see the Celestial River Palace Master and ask for his help. There are those who seek revenge, those who seek cultivation techniques or treasures, those who seek information, and so on. Therefore, I also want to go to the Tianshui Temple and see the Tianshui Temple Master. I want to ask him to avenge me. Because that's the only way I'll be able to avenge my deep-seated hatred. Therefore, I want to cross this natural barrier at all costs. This is the first step to reaching the Tianshui Temple. Qin Shao looked at the natural barrier and said, "This natural barrier is only the first step. I believe there are a few more steps to reach the Tianshui Temple, right? Even if you risk your life, I'm afraid you won't be able to cross this natural barrier, let alone the next few tests. It shouldn't be that easy to meet the Tianshui Temple Master, right? Without a certain level of strength, is it possible to reach the Tianshui Temple?" The young man shook his head. After thinking for a while, he said, "I don't know either. I don't know much about the Tianshui Temple, and even less about the Tianshui Temple Master. I've only heard some rumors. But according to what this junior knows, it seems that there are different levels of tests for people with different levels of strength. There are records of heavenly venerables meeting the Tianshui Temple Master. Of course, it's very difficult. Very, very difficult. If it wasn't for that ancient sage saving me earlier, I would have died here as well. It's said that countless people have died in these tests. Countless bones are buried here. It's said that there's a huge skeleton valley over there. It's used to store the dead intruders. That incomparably huge skull valley is already filled with corpses. White bones are everywhere, and an eerie aura surges into the sky. It is extremely terrifying. Qin Shao looked in the direction the young man was pointing. It was in front of them. The young man had obviously not been there before. It was behind the natural barrier. That place was completely blocked by the natural barrier. Qin Shao couldn't see the situation there, but he could feel that there was a ghastly aura there. Indeed, he could smell the gloomy aura of death from afar. Is the Tianshui Temple Master really that powerful? Qin Shao suddenly had a thought. If that's the case, does it mean that I can find the Tianshui Temple Master and ask him about the Lu clan and Jie Gao Jun? When he thought of this, Qin Shao could not get rid of his thoughts. For the time being, he didn't have any channels to find out about these two things. Therefore, Qin Shao had been thinking about this matter and thinking of a way to do it. If the Tianshui Temple Master could really give him an answer, then he could give it a try. Moreover, if he wanted to enter the Tianshui Temple, he had to go through many tests. Therefore, for Qin Shao, this might be an opportunity to test himself. He could try these tests. He could also see how difficult it was to enter the Tianshui Temple. There were different tests for different realms. Qin Shao was curious about the Tianshui Temple Master's methods. After weighing the pros and cons in his heart, Qin Shao made up his mind. Since he had thought of it, he would do it. Qin Shao moved his hand and took out a Qiankuan bag. He handed it to the young man and said, "You're not strong enough for now. Don't try to climb this natural barrier by force. Since we met, it can be considered fate. I have a small gift for you. Take it. Go back and cultivate for a while. It won't be too late to climb this natural barrier when you're confident. No matter what, keeping your life is the most important thing for you to take your revenge." The young man took the Qiankuan bag and was stunned. After a while, he said, "Thank you, Lord Sacred Master. Thank you, thank you." But when he looked up again, Qin Shao and the other three were gone. Author Cruel Death. Here comes the 4th chapter. Chapter 29:11. The Heaven River Temple had 9 layers of obstacles and dangers. The journey was like the 9 heavens. Only after successfully passing through the 9 layers of obstacles could one reach the Heaven River Temple. There was a legend in the Zilin world that those who could enter the Heaven River Temple could ascend to the 9 heavens. The number of people who died in the 9 layers of obstacles was probably in the hundreds of millions. This was enough to show how prestigious the Heaven River Temple was in the Zilin world. However, the 9 layers of obstacles were not too troublesome for Qin Shao. Naturally, he easily passed through the 9 layers of obstacles. Qin Shao and the others arrived at the entrance of the Heaven River Temple. They stood in front of the magnificent gate of heaven. 2 ferocious beasts stood there, roaring at Qin Shao and the others. They bared their sharp fangs. However, they did not intend to attack Qin Shao and the others. They simply wanted to show off their power. "We are here to see the Master of the Heaven River Temple. Didn't you say that we can see the Master of the Heaven River Temple after passing through the 9 layers of obstacles?" Qin Shao said to the 2 beasts. However, the 2 beasts ignored Qin Shao. Instead, they bared their fangs at Qin Shao, displaying their ferocity. "These 2 beasts are quite arrogant. If we were outside, I would definitely bite them to death," Xiaogu muttered. Baby Mo did not give him face and said, "Forget it. With your strength, you can't beat them." Xiaogu looked at Baby Mo resentfully. Would he die if he did not tell the truth? A figure suddenly walked out of the gate of heaven. It was a child. The boy's gaze landed on Qin Shao, and he said with a slight smile, "The four of you, my master would like to see you." Qin Shao gladly nodded her head and followed the boy into the room. After crossing the surface of the lake, the boy led Qin Shao and the other three to the door of a hall. The door of the hall was directly opened. "The two of you can go in now. The two of them can wait here," the child said to Qin Shao and Yuan Yuan. He stopped Xiao Gu, and baby Mo Xiao Gu was unhappy. "Hey, why can't we go in? How can you discriminate against us like this?" The child gave Xiao Gu a strange look and said faintly, "But you're not humans. You're beasts." Qin Shao glanced at Xiao Gu and baby Mo. He gestured for them to wait here and entered with Yuan Yuan. After passing through the long corridor, Qin Shao saw a middle-aged man sitting on a throne. His body exuded a powerful aura. It was indeed the aura of a fourth-step ancient saint. It seemed that the person in front of him was the rumored Heaven River Palace Master. The Heavenly River Palace Master seemed to have expected his arrival. Not only did he send the child to welcome him, but he also prepared a table full of wine and placed it in front of Qin Shao. The Heaven River Temple Master's gaze had already landed on Qin Shao and Yuan Yuan, as though he had been waiting for the two of them to arrive. This was considered a smooth meeting with the Heavenly River Palace Master, right? Even if an ordinary person could pass through the 9 obstacles, it shouldn't be so easy to meet the Heavenly River Palace Master. Therefore, Qin Shao was slightly surprised. It seemed that the Heavenly River Palace Master was very resourceful. It seemed that the rumors about the Heavenly River Palace Master were true. "Greetings, Senior Heavenly River Palace Master." Qin Shao bowed. The Heavenly River Palace Master smiled at Qin Shao and gestured for them to take a seat. Qin Shao and Yuan Yuan didn't stand on ceremony and sat down. They had seen many important people, so they didn't feel nervous or pressured when they saw the Heavenly River Palace Master. They were very calm and collected. "Lord Qin Shao, Miss Yuan Yuan, what a coincidence. You two actually came to my Heavenly River Palace," the Heavenly River Palace Master suddenly said with a smile. Qin Shao had already guessed this, but he was still a little surprised to hear it from the Heavenly River Palace Master. The Heavenly River Palace Master is indeed very resourceful. "We just arrived and the Heavenly River Palace already knows our bottom line." "I'm impressed," Qin Shao said. The Heavenly River Palace Master said, "Since the Heavenly River Palace dares to do business in this area, we naturally have to have some means. One of you is Sage Sovereign Li's personal disciple, and the other is Sage Sovereign Li's daughter. How can I not be aware of such a big background?" The Heavenly River Palace was able to stand tall for tens of thousands of universe epochs because we were very careful at all times. We were always in control of the movements of the 8 great sacred realms. That's how we were able to achieve today's status. Let's not talk about the entire Zilin sector. Even in the entire 3,000 great sacred realms of the Great Tao Sacred Realm, the Heavenly River Palace is considered one of the top in this aspect. "Why, the two of you came to my Heavenly River Palace. What do you want from me?" "You should know the rules of the Heavenly River Palace. My fees aren't cheap. Before you ask for anything, you should consider whether you can afford it. Otherwise, it's better not to ask. If the two of you are just guests, I'll treat you as a guest." Although he wasn't sure if the Heavenly River Palace Master was bragging, he should be a very resourceful person. Reputation was something that couldn't be maintained by lying, let alone for tens of thousands of universe epochs. Qin Shao already knew about this. He said, "Heavenly River Palace Master, I want to ask you to help me investigate 2 things. One is about the Lu clan in Wulua Sector's 9 River Zone, and the other is about Suo Gaojun. I want to know their exact situation." "It's that simple?" asked the Heavenly River Palace Master. Qin Shao nodded. Yes, it's that simple. The Heavenly River Palace Master shook his head and laughed. Lord Qin Shao, are you underestimating yourself or my Heavenly River Palace? I think you should be able to find out such a small thing, right? Even if you can't find out, you can just go to Wulua sector. Saw Gaojun should be quite famous in the Great Tao Sacred Realm. Isn't it easy to investigate him? Qin Shao laughed awkwardly. Speaking of which, these two things weren't that difficult. As long as they went to Wulua sector, it should be easy to find out. Heavenly River Palace Master, to be honest, we just arrived at the Great Tao Sacred Realm. Firstly, we're not familiar with the Great Tao Sacred Realm. Secondly, we just happened to pass by and found out about the Heavenly River Palace. That's why I thought it might save me some trouble and time if I came up and asked. Also, the information we get won't be as comprehensive as the Heavenly River Palace, said Qin Shao frankly. The Heavenly River Palace Master said, Then you might as well say you're here to ask for a drink. That would make it easier for me to accept. Using a sledgehammer to crack a nut really makes me feel awkward. If I didn't believe that the Lord Qin Shao didn't do it on purpose, I wouldn't have let you leave the Heavenly River Palace. Qin Shao, oh Qin Shao, you're making things very difficult for me. In order to not break the rules, I'll give you a condition. However, your matter is really too small, so I can't make any conditions right now. But if I don't make any conditions, I'll be breaking the rules of the Heavenly River Palace. Qin Shao was speechless. Was this matter really that insignificant in the eyes of the Heavenly River Palace Master? It wasn't that exaggerated, right? Qin Shao thought for a moment and said, Then, how about I add another piece of information? I wonder if Senior Heavenly River Palace Master can help me investigate a girl called Gu Lingyue. She should be in the Heavenly Laws Tao Palace in the Elemental Sacred Realm. I know her name, but I'm not sure what she's called in the Heavenly Laws Tao Palace. I don't know if she's still called Gu Lingyue. She left about 30 million years ago. For now, I only know this much. I don't know anything else. The Heavenly Laws Tao Palace. Hearing this, the Heavenly River Palace Master's eyebrows twitched slightly. He looked a little serious. You didn't provide much information. It's indeed a little difficult to investigate the people of the Heavenly Laws Tao Palace. But it's okay. As long as it's not a small character in the Heavenly Laws Tao Palace, I believe the Heavenly River Palace will be able to find out. Let me think about what kind of price I'll make you pay. The Heavenly River Palace Master looked pensive. After a while, he said, How about this, you stay here and accompany me for 100,000 years. We'll drink and chat. How about that? What? Hearing this condition, Qin Shao thought he had heard wrong. Yuan also widened his eyes and looked at the Heavenly River Palace Master in confusion. Looking at it, Yuan seemed to have suddenly thought of something. She immediately shivered and said, Senior Tianshui Temple Master, don't tell me you like that? No, absolutely not. Qin Shao is my brother. I can't have any evil thoughts about him. Hearing Yuan's words, Qin Shao felt both embarrassed and disgusted. This little girl had really learned to be a little bad. Who was the one who had influenced her? Xiaogu? The Heavenly River Palace Master was also embarrassed. He laughed heartily and covered it up. Miss Yuan, you're really good at joking. You're overthinking it. It's just drinking. Besides, aren't you here? The two of you are people I can't afford to offend. Even if I dare to offend anyone, I wouldn't dare to offend you. Otherwise, how could a small Heavenly River Palace Master like me bear the wrath of Sage Li? Hearing this, Yuan patted her chest in relief. Oh, that's good. You scared me. It's good that it's not you. Qin Shao was surprised and puzzled in his heart. Therefore, Qin Shao couldn't help but ask, Senior Heavenly River Palace Master, I really don't understand. You only need to do this to help me. What do you mean? I don't think I have any friendship with you, and I haven't given you any benefits. I'm already very surprised that you're so polite to us. Now that you're doing this, I really don't understand. It was rumored that the Heavenly River Palace Master was an eccentric person. He was definitely not a good person. Even if he wasn't evil, he definitely wasn't easy to talk to or generous. It was really scary to take advantage of others for free. Ah. The Heavenly River Palace Master laughed and said, I've always done things according to my heart. It's fine as long as I'm happy. The price I want has never been wealth. Instead, it's something that I happen to want. To you, it might be worthless, but to this Palace Master, it's a different story. So, do you agree or not? Qin Shao smiled and said, Although I still don't understand why you're doing this for free, it seems like there's no reason for me to disagree. Chapter 29:12. The Heavenly River Temple Master waved his hand and the mechanisms around his throne flew out. The mechanical armor technique was dazzling. It had been developed to a very deep level. Qin Shao was also dazzled. In terms of mechanical arrays, Qin Shao could actually be considered to have done some research, and had also grasped some level of proficiency. However, the mechanical armor technique in front of him was simply too brilliant, too brilliant. Countless grids appeared around the Sky River Temple Master in a mystical and ingenious manner. The Sky River Temple Master quickly moved his hands on the grids. After a long while, the mechanical array technique was completely retracted and the hall regained its tranquility. 2 jade slips appeared in the Sky River Temple Master's hands. The Sky River Temple Master tossed the 2 jade slips to Qin Shao and said, This is the detailed information you asked for about the Lu clan and Realm Lord Suo Gaojun. So fast? This efficiency was really not ordinary fast, causing Qin Shao to be tongue-tied. He had originally thought that the Sky River Temple would need some time to investigate before giving him detailed information. Qin Shao did not expect the Heaven River Palace Master to deliver the detailed information to him in the span of a few breaths. He could not help but admire the Heaven River Palace Master. However, the Sky River Temple Master's words also attracted Qin Shao's attention. Realm Lord Suo Gaojun? He is a Realm Lord? Qin Shao frowned slightly. With this question in mind, Qin Shao began to read the information in the 2 jade slip. Sure enough, the records were very detailed. After reading it, Qin Shao's mood also turned cold and gloomy. The Lu clan situation was indeed very bad. After Elder Lu He's death, the Lu clan had also been suppressed by Suo Gaojuan's schemes and finally withered away. The mighty Lu clan had either died or fled. It had withered away. The current Lu clan was probably less than 1% of what it had been at its peak. Furthermore, the Lu clan was now completely enslaved by Suo Gaojun. They worked hard for Suo Gaojun and lived a miserable life. It could even be said that many of the Lu clan's descendants no longer knew the grievances of their ancestors and were completely loyal to Suo Gaojun. Therefore, the current Lu clan had completely become Suo Gaojuan's pawn that he could use. Suo Gaojun used this method to take revenge on the Lu clan and vent the hatred in his heart. He didn't completely destroy the Lu family. Instead, he tortured the Lu family in this way. He enslaved the Lu family like a slave and tortured them for generations. The Lu clan, which had been powerful back then, was only in name. However, Suo Gaojun had been lucky. More than 10 universe eras ago, he defeated the Sector Lord of Floating Luo World and became the new Sector Lord of Floating Luo World. Currently, Gung Gaojun had ruled Void Sky World for more than 13 universe epoch. After ruling Void Sky World for such a long time, Gung Gaojun had long since established a powerful force that was completely loyal to him. But Suo Gaojun was a tyrant and had a bad reputation in Suo Gaojun. He acted alone and was a dictator. But the people of Suo Gaojun didn't dare to say anything. Over the years, many people tried to challenge Suo Gaojun and replace him, but they all failed. Being able to dominate Suo Gaojun for 13 epochs was enough to show that Suo Gaojun's strength should be very good. Ji Gaojun, you ungrateful dog, you bastard who bites the hand that feeds you. I will definitely not let you off. Qin Shao gnashed his teeth in anger. This was the great hatred of his master, old man Lu He. What Suo Gaojun did to the Lu clan was really infuriating. Qin Shao was certain that Suo Gaojun would do the same. He had already made up his mind to kill him. Oh, interesting. You want to kill Suo Gaojun? Heaven River Temple Master laughed and looked at Qin Shao with interest. Qin Shao didn't deny it. He nodded and said, "Yes, I have a deep relationship with the Lu clan. The Lu clan's hatred is my hatred. Therefore, I want to kill Suo Gaojun to avenge the Lu clan." Heaven River Temple Master smiled and didn't ask anything. Instead, he raised his wine cup and gestured for Qin Shao and Yuan to drink. After drinking a few cups, Heaven River Temple Master said, "Qin Shao, you are only a second step ancient saint. Although I know that you're very strong and have a few helpers, I can't help you. But even so, killing Suo Gaojun is still child's play, right? With my current strength, I definitely can't take revenge. I don't plan to take revenge on Suo Gaojun right away. I'm just making some preparations." Qin Shao nodded and admitted this point. He said, "By the way, Senior Heaven River Temple Master, we just came to the Great Path Sacred Realm and don't know much about it. We didn't come here just for revenge. The main reason is that we want to come to the Great Tao Sanctuary to experience more hardships and improve our strength. I wonder if Senior Celestial River Temple Master has any good places to recommend to us?" The Heaven River Temple Master slowly drank the wine and poured another cup. Then, he gently shook it in his hand. The corners of his mouth curled up into a sly smile. He looked at Qin Shao and said, "You really don't know when to stop. Do you really think I'm a free housekeeper? Why do you have so many questions? Don't you know the rules of the Heaven River Temple?" Qin Shao said awkwardly, "I'm sorry, Heaven River Temple Master. I said too much. I didn't ask all the questions at once. I take back my previous question." Heaven River Temple Master waved his hand and said, "Forget it. Since you asked, I'll answer all your questions. Who asked you to be Saint Venerable Li's personal disciple? It's not a bad thing to let you owe me a favor. I'm letting you owe me a favor. It's not too much, right?" Qin Shao smiled bitterly and said, "It's not too much. It's not too much at all. That's good. It's okay to earn a favor from you." Heaven River Temple Master was satisfied. This made Qin Shao feel like he had been tricked. But speaking of which, Heaven River Temple Master had been very polite to him, so it was not a big deal. Heaven River Temple Master waved his hand and countless grids flew out. Under the exquisite mechanism armor technique, they appeared one by one. Soon, a dozen jade slips fell into the Heaven River Temple Master's hand. He waved his hand and all the jade slips flew to Qin Shao. Qin Shao did not stand on ceremony and picked up one to read. Yuan also read it. According to legend, Burial Mountain is a mountain range that was formed when the Great Tao Sacred Region was first formed. It is said that the gods of the various heavens were buried there, as well as countless treasures, as well as countless dangers. There have been countless intruders, countless people who have obtained opportunities, and even more who have died. Burial Mountain is a mountain completely made up of white bones. Qin Shao casually picked up a jade slip that recorded a jade slip about Burial Mountain. It looked like a place full of yin qi. In fact, Qin Shao did not really want to go there. So Qin Shao put it aside for the time being and continued to read other jade slips. There were a dozen jade slips here with a dozen or so danger zones. They were all places worth exploring. After reading all of them, Qin Shao analyzed them one last time and picked out 3 danger zones: Burial Mountain, Forbidden Dubhe, and Misty Forest. These 3 danger zones were places that could be passed by on the way to Wulur Realm. Some of the more distant ones were not necessary, even if Qin Shao was more interested in them. But there was no need for too many danger zones. If there were too many, he would not be able to take care of them all. So he chose these 3 for now. Qin Shao noted down the others. If there was a need in the future, he could consider them. He'd already received information on Madame Lu and Song Gaojun, and chosen the 3 danger zones. Now he only needed to wait for Gu Lingyue's report to complete the task. But he'd promised the Heaven River Temple Master to accompany him here for 100,000 years. It seemed a little slow. There was wine to drink, but Qin Shao felt that there was nothing to talk about. It was basically the Heaven River Temple Master looking for topics to talk about. Yuan was even more bored. She wanted to leave long ago. But Gu Lingyue's report had not arrived yet. Qin Shao would definitely not leave, so Yuan could only force herself to stay. Staying like this for 10,000 years was simply a kind of torturous torture. Yuan couldn't take it anymore. She couldn't help but pout and ask, "Senior Heaven River Temple Master, isn't your Heaven River Temple very powerful? How come after 10,000 years, you still haven't found that piece of information? It can't be that difficult, right?" The Heaven River Temple Master smiled at Yuan and said, "That's not true. We found it long ago. It's just that I didn't take it out." "You took it out? How can you be so kind? Can you really stay here and drink with me? It's not that easy to find someone to drink with." "Haha, Heaven River Temple Master, you're so mean. Don't make things difficult for us. If we stay here any longer, I'll go crazy. This lady came out this time not to drink with you, but to experience the world, travel the world, and see more of the world," Yuan said with a somewhat unhappy look. The Heaven River Temple Master smiled helplessly and said, all right. I'll give you the information. I won't make things difficult for you." With that, the Heaven River Temple Master waved his hand, and threw a jade slip to Qin Shao. Qin Shao took the jade slip and could not help but feel nervous and excited. Ever since Gu Lingyue left, he had always wanted to know her whereabouts, but there had been no way to get it. Now, he could finally know Gu Lingyue's current situation. How could Qin Shao not be excited? Qin Shao checked the information in the jade slip, and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. After reading it, Qin Shao could not help but frown deeply. Lingyue is actually the successor of the Water Palace, one of the 5 palaces of the Heavenly Law's Tao Palace? She's already the successor of the Water Palace Master. Is she the successor of the Water Palace Master? She's changed her surname to Shui. As the successor of the Water Palace Master, her surname must be Shui, so she should be Shui Lingyue now. Moreover, Lingyue has already broken through to godhood. I didn't expect her to be the reincarnation of a 4th-step Empyrean saint, seeking the path to godhood. Now, she has achieved her dream of becoming a world deity and standing at an extremely high position. It seems that I don't have to worry too much about Lingyue. She's living a much better life than I thought. She's become a world god and the successor of the Water Palace Master. She's standing at an incomparably high position. As for me, I'm only a 2nd-step Empyrean saint. The gap between me and Lingyue is too big. Even if I can find her now, I'm afraid I won't be able to get close to her. The successor of the Water Palace Master and a world god, which one of them isn't a high and mighty figure? This situation could not be said to have stimulated Qin Shao, but it did have some impact on Qin Shao. At the same time, it also encouraged Qin Shao. I must work harder and harder. I must raise my cultivation level as soon as possible. That way, when I see Lingyue one day, I won't appear weak and lowly. Chapter 29:13. Yi City was an ancient and dilapidated city. Although it was bigger than Tang City, and looked more prosperous than Tang City, if one took a closer look, they would find that it was old and shabby. Moreover, it also looked tattered and messy, giving off a foul atmosphere. The history of Yi City was extremely long. It was even said that Yi City had become the center of power in ancient times. At that time, there were no 3,000 realms. Now in Yi City, there seemed to be a little ancient shadow, but its former glory was long gone. Yi City was the closest city to Burial Mountain. Because it was close to Burial Mountain, it seemed to be desolate. No one was willing to live and cultivate here and reproduce. Big Brother, is Yi City really a city that existed in antiquity times? Now it seems to be in a dilapidated state. It belongs to the lawless area and looks chaotic. We just entered the city and saw several corpses along the way. Isn't it too barbaric? Xiaogu couldn't help but say. At this time, Qin Xiao and the other three stood on the edge of a dried-up pool. Looking at the pool, which was full of scars, they couldn't see anything special. Qin Xiao shook his head and said, "I don't know. But it's said to be so. It's possible." Yi City does have a very different feeling from all the other cities we have seen. As soon as I got close to Yi City, I felt an extremely ancient and gloomy spirit. I've never felt this kind of atmosphere anywhere else. Moreover, there are indeed many ancient ruins in Yi City. Although they are not completely preserved, it makes them seem more real. After all, countless years have passed, and no one is in charge of Yi City. It's chaotic here. Naturally, it's a dilapidated scene. It doesn't feel fun here at all. Big Brother, I think we'd better go directly to Burial Mountain to save time, Xiaogu said again. Xiaogu was a playful person. Today, he changed his habit and didn't want to play. He didn't want to play, but Yuan didn't agree. I think it's good here. It's also fun to feel the aura of antiquity times and see the ancient wind. Xiaogu, you're always thinking about nonsense in your head. Cultivation is about the heart. The feelings in the heart are the most important. You have to experience and feel every difference. This Yi City still had many unique features. It was a good opportunity to experience the local customs here. If you can't feel it with your heart, you'll feel bored. When you can feel it with your heart, you'll feel it has a different flavor. What we need is to make it have a different feeling. Cultivation is a matter of time. It's the heart cultivation and the mind thinking. It's not enough to just think without the heart. Different feelings can also be used to comprehend the great Tao of the heavens. This is also a method of cultivation, just of a higher level. Forget it. You won't understand it. Qin Xiao nodded in agreement and gave Yuan an approving look. Qin Xiao had a whole new level of respect for Yuan for him to be able to come up with such a clear and logical explanation. What she said was indeed very reasonable and meaningful. It was worth thinking about carefully. Cultivation was indeed like this. Whether it was walking, seeing, or having to experience something, it was actually a way of cultivation. It just depended on whether you could make good use of it. Cultivation was about the heart. The heart was the most important thing in cultivation. It didn't seem to be a very profound truth, but how many people could really understand it? Some people might have heard of this truth and knew it, but there was no way to do it. Knowing it was nothing. Only when one could do it could it be counted as one's own. Although Yuan was usually a playful person and didn't seem to be too hard-working in cultivation, Yuan was actually cultivating all the time. She had a pure heart for cultivation. She was able to cultivate, improve herself, and make rapid breakthroughs from all things in the world. Qin Xiao was completely relieved. Why was Yuan's cultivation speed so fast? It seemed that Yuan was indeed far less hard-working than he was. However, Yuan wasn't left behind by Qin Xiao in any aspect. Yuan Yuan had also become a mandate cultivator. She had also mastered the 5 fundamental laws and the Great Path Law. In particular, she had already broken through to the profound realm of Flying Dagger. This was something that Qin Shao couldn't compare with. Qin Shao was now in the 2nd step Ancient Saint realm, which was 1 level higher than Yuan Yuan, but this was also because Qin Shao had obtained a great opportunity in Guyong City. "Young lady," suddenly, a voice was heard, interrupting the conversation between Qin Shao and Yuan Yuan. She looked in the direction of the sound and saw a graceful young master walking towards her. He was alone, but he was quite handsome and had an imposing appearance. Judging from his aura, he was a 2nd step Ancient Saint realm man. The young man's gaze casually swept over Qin Shao, then landed on Yuan Yuan. He said politely, "My apologies, I didn't mean to offend you, but I really do feel that we look familiar. I keep feeling like I've seen you somewhere before, so I came forward to ask." "Judging from your aura, it's the aura of the immortal Tao. You must be from the immortal region, right? And you don't have much of the aura of the Great Path on you. You must have just arrived in the Great Path Sacred region, right?" "That's right. What's wrong?" Yuan Yuan blinked and gave the man a strange look. She didn't know him. Qin Shao looked at the man indifferently, but he wanted to laugh inside. It seemed that Yuan Yuan's charm wasn't small at all. Wherever she went, people would think of her. Baby Mo was actually very adorable. He could be considered to be of the same style as Yuan Yuan. However, Baby Mo was from the Beast Clan after all. He had the aura of the Beast Clan. In terms of temperament, there was no way he could compare to Yuan Yuan. Therefore, Baby Mo was naturally far less attractive to men than Yuan Yuan. Even if there were men who would take a second look at Baby Mo, as soon as they sensed the aura of the Beast Clan on Baby Mo, they would immediately give up on the idea. Moreover, Baby Mo was clearly a spirit beast. In terms of status, it would be a little awkward. It would make people give up on the idea even more. It's nothing. I've been to the immortal region before. Perhaps I've seen you once in the immortal region. That's why I found you to be particularly familiar. Just looking at you from afar gave me a very strong feeling. That's why I took the liberty to come forward and get to know you. This is a kind of fate, isn't it?" The man continued. Yuan Yuan blinked her eyes. She looked like she didn't quite believe him. "Really? It can't be that coincidental, can it?" At this moment, Xiao Gu's mouth twitched uncomfortably. If you gave him a chance to speak, he could have said it better. This kind of flirting skill was really a little inferior. Even I, Xiao Gu, who doesn't pick up girls, know this. "Xiao Gu, you mean he's deliberately lying to me?" Yuan Yuan looked at Xiao Gu in confusion. Xiao Gu nodded. "Yes, what else could it be? How could he really have seen you before? Besides, you wouldn't have given him a chance to see you." "Yes, that's true." Yuan Yuan nodded in agreement and said to the man, "You obviously haven't seen me before, so why did you lie to me and say that you've seen me? Are you the kind of person who takes pleasure in lying to girls? I hate people like that the most." Cough cough. The man laughed awkwardly and hurriedly apologized. Sorry, Mississippi. Perhaps I was mistaken. But I really have been to the immortal region. I didn't lie to you about that. Of course, I said that because I really want to get to know you and make friends with you. I think you and your friends have just arrived in E-City, right? I guess you're not familiar with E-City, so I wonder if I have the honor to invite you and your friends for a drink? I can also be a guide and show you around E-City. E-City is quite chaotic. If you don't have someone familiar to show you around, there may be some unnecessary troubles. That way, you might not be in a good mood. Yuan Yuan pouted, blinked, and thought for a while. After thinking for a while, Yuan Yuan said, "It sounds like a good idea. We do want to take a look around E-City. It looks really messy and foul. But I don't want to make friends with you. What should I do? I don't want to know you either. What should I do? My big brother said that if a man is unaccountably solicitous to a woman, he must be hiding evil intentions. He definitely doesn't have any good intentions. If he doesn't want to cheat you of your money, he must want to cheat you of your body. What's more terrible is that he wants to cheat you of both your money and your body. Which one do you belong to? Hearing Yuan's sharp words, the man's face immediately turned red. His face was full of embarrassment. Xiaogu also silently gave Yuan a thumbs up and gave her an admiring look. These words were really sharp and full of killing power. It seemed that the lovely and innocent Yuan had grown up a lot. The man coughed awkwardly and said, "Well, I don't belong to any of them. I just want to get to know you and make friends with you. I think you're very special and have a unique charm. I appreciate you very much. You're hypocritical. To put it bluntly, you just want my beauty. You're cheating me of my body." Yuan seriously educated the man. Her words almost choked the man to death. Qin Shao couldn't help but want to laugh. Now that Yuan could take care of herself, she didn't need to do anything. She was really good. No, I have no intention of deceiving you, and there's no such thing as deceiving you, the man explained again. Although he did have such intentions in his heart, how could he admit such a thing? And it was in public. Even if he wanted to pretend, he had to pretend to the end. Yuan waved at the man impatiently and said, Okay, don't talk so much nonsense. Since you're not, you can leave. I'm not interested in getting to know you or making friends with you at all. If you really want to treat us to a drink, ask my big brother if he agrees. Miss, who's your big brother? The man asked. Yuan proudly pointed at Qin Shao beside her and said, Here, this is my big brother. The man glanced at Qin Shao and felt as if he had been deeply stabbed. He secretly gritted his teeth and turned to leave with a gloomy face. Chapter 29:14. Seeing that the man had left in defeat, Yuan immediately showed a victorious expression. She giggled and asked Qin Shao for praise. Brother Qin Shao, am I very good now? Yes, very good. Qin Shao nodded and gave Yuan a thumbs up with a look of approval, saying, Very good. I feel that you have really grown up now. Now you can take charge of things on your own. In the future, I'm afraid that even if you are alone, you will be able to handle this kind of situation. Yuan smiled again and said, That man is a liar, and he is not handsome. Just looking at him makes people feel uncomfortable. So, I definitely can't let him feel comfortable. Oh my, what a coincidence to see you here, young Master Guan Shuefei. I wonder which family's girl can make young Master Guan Shuefei so tempted? Let me have a look. Right at this moment, a woman's voice sounded out in a strange tone. Upon hearing this voice, Qin Shao frowned subconsciously. His intuition told him that there might be some trouble coming. Qin Shao looked over and saw a man and a woman walking over. The man who had wanted to hit on Yuan just now had not gone far. He was the young Master Guan Shuefei that the woman had mentioned. When he heard the voice, he also stopped and looked over. The man and the woman walked over with a haughty look on their faces. They were full of arrogance, as if they were superior to others. No matter if it was a man or a woman, their faces were brimming with an untamed aura. At a glance, one could tell that they were proud and arrogant. Only people with some status and background could give people the feeling that they were so arrogant and unruly. In particular, the young master beside the woman had an air of arrogance that made people feel uncomfortable. The woman with the strange voice looked very coquettish. Judging from her aura, she was a second-step ancient saint. In terms of cultivation level, she was one level higher than Yuan. Therefore, the way she looked at Yuan was also filled with arrogance. She was looking at Yuan with a condescending aura. She was probably examining Yuan. After sizing her up a few times, the corners of his mouth curled up and he clicked his tongue. His face was filled with contempt and disdain. I was looking for something of the highest quality. Turns out it's just a little girl. Why are you pretending to be so cute? She has no taste, no femininity, no temperament, nothing. She's just a little brat pretending to be innocent. Guanshuefei, oh Guanshuefei, I didn't know you had this kind of taste. Are you a pedophile? I didn't expect you, Guanshuefei, to be such a person. No wonder you don't like to talk to me and my sisters. I finally figured out the reason this year. If that's the case, then Daoba Prince is much stronger than you. Hearing the eccentric woman say that he was stronger than Guanshuefei, the young master was so happy that his eyebrows danced. He was very proud of himself. He even raised his eyebrows at Guanshuefei in a provocative manner. Qin Shao naturally smelled a little of the triangular smell in this, but Qin Shao was very unhappy that Yuan was dragged into it. Yuan was also very unhappy. What did it have to do with her? Why did this woman scold her as soon as she arrived? Yuan felt wronged and unhappy. Guanshuefei's face darkened. Princess Wuyan, what you said just now was too much. Why do you have to hurt her? That girl didn't offend you in any way. Isn't it a bit too much to say such harsh words? If you have any problems, you can come at me. What I, Guanshuefei, want to hand over has nothing to do with you, Princess Wuyan. There's no need for Princess Wuyan to say anything. Prince Wuyan sneered. Ha ha ha, it has nothing to do with me. But I just like to meddle in other people's business. Can't I? What? You can do whatever you want. Are you afraid of being criticized by me? Am I not telling the truth? Did I say something wrong? Isn't she just a little brat? She doesn't have anything she wants. Did I say something wrong? Shut up. Guanshuefei was a bit angry. He shouted. Princess Wuyan, that's enough. I don't want to quarrel with you today. But please don't attack others with such malicious words. No one offended you. You've gone too far. It's better to stop. Humph. Prince Wuyan was also angry. Her face darkened. She snorted and coldly glanced at Guanshuefei. Do I need you to interfere with my business? Am I bothering you? What? She doesn't want to know you and doesn't want to be friends with you. Why are you still so stubborn to protect her? Aren't you cheap? You're the son of the Guan family. When did you become so cheap? You're a disgrace to the Guan family. The more you don't let me attack, the more I want to attack. I only said a few words and you can't stand it anymore? Humph humph. You're looking down on me too much. Then this princess will really let you see the way this princess scolds people today. After that, Prince Wuyan ignored Guanshuefei's anger. She looked at Yuan with a displeased expression and directly scolded. I don't care where you come from, little brat. Don't pretend to be cute in front of me. You're so ugly. Do you really think that you're cute? Don't pretend. It's useless. You can't seduce men like this. Your little tricks are really funny. Don't come out to make a fool of yourself in the future. Get out of E-City. Otherwise, I'll beat you every time I see you. Yuan was very angry. She was really angry. She felt wronged. Who did she offend? Such a crazy woman came out of nowhere and bit her the moment she saw her. It was really infuriating. Brother Qin Shao, someone scolded me and bullied me. I'm not happy. I'm very unhappy. Yuan pouted and looked at Qin Shao with grievance. Xiao Gu clenched his teeth and wanted to eat her. Baby Mo was obedient. Without Qin Zhao's order, he wouldn't act rashly. What are you looking at? You lowly beast. Look at me again and I'll dig your eyes out. Do you think I'm someone you can look at? Prince Wuyan glared at Xiao Gu and scolded him. Xiao Gu wanted to bite Princess Wuyan to death. However, Xiao Gu was no fool. After all, Princess Wu Yan was a second-step Empyrean saint. Moreover, she had a second-step Empyrean saint by her side. Therefore, if little Gu were to make a move, he would definitely suffer a great loss. Brother, I'm also very unhappy. Xiao Guju pouted and said to Qin Shao. Qin Shao was also angry. His eyes turned cold. He looked at Princess Wuyan and said in a deep voice, "Since you're a woman, I can give you a chance to apologize. Apologize to my sister Yuan and Xiao Gu immediately. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences. I should pour water on your face. Who do you think you are? How dare you ask me to apologize? Do you know who I am? You're an outsider. Are you tired of living? Do you think you're so arrogant just because you're a bit strong? I have 10,000 ways to kill you in E-City. Do you believe me? If you don't want to die, then get out of my sight. Get as far away as you can. Don't let me see you again." Qin Zhao's last bit of kindness didn't earn Princess Wuyan's acknowledgement. Instead, she humiliated Qin Shao. Although it was said that a good man didn't fight with a woman, Qin Shao was going to make an exception today. "Enough, Princess Wuyan. Don't go too far. Let's call it a day." Guan Shuifei walked over and shouted at Princess Wuyan. Then he shook his head at Qin Shao and said, "I'm sorry. I've caused you trouble. And Miss Yuan, I'm very sorry. I've caused you trouble. But you'd better leave first. I'll find you later and apologize to you in person. Leave this to me. You'd better go." Guan Shuifei's action surprised Qin Shao a little. It seemed that this guy didn't approach Yuan for the sake of flirting as he had imagined. With such a move, he could be considered a person with a bit of righteousness. No matter what his purpose was, at least he didn't seem so annoying now. However, Qin Shao said, "That's not necessary, Mr. Guan Shuifei. It's none of your business now. It's between Princess Wuyan and me. I don't care who she is, but she can't trample on our dignity. I've made myself clear. It seems that she doesn't have the awareness to admit her mistake. In that case, I think it's necessary for me to teach her how to behave." Guan Shuifei was taken aback by Qin Zhao's decisive and domineering words. He looked at Qin Shao in surprise. Although he could sense that Qin Shao was a second-step Empyrean saint, Princess Wuyan was also a second-step Empyrean saint. Moreover, she was very strong. Moreover, she had the Pusher Prince by her side. Most importantly, both Princess Wuyan and the penniless prince had quite the background. If he were to really offend the two of them, he would definitely be in deep trouble. Therefore, Guan Shuifei thought that Qin Shao would be at a disadvantage, which was why he stepped forward. He didn't expect the other party to be so ungrateful. What an arrogant and overconfident fellow. You men really don't know how to brag. Teach me how to behave? Do you have the ability to do so? Princess Wuyan looked at Qin Shao with disdain and sneered. But, however, as soon as she finished speaking, she felt the space in front of her ripple. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of her. She was shocked. However, before she could react, she felt a palm land heavily on her face. It was a resounding slap. Instantly, she felt a burning pain on her face. Pain was only one part of it. What hurt more was the great humiliation she felt. She, Princess Wuyan, had been slapped in front of everyone. Something like this had never happened before. Ever since she was born, no one had ever touched a single strand of her hair, let alone slapping her. But today she had been slapped hard in the face by someone. Only now did she realize that the person who had appeared in front of her so quickly that she couldn't even react was none other than Qin Shao. A man that she didn't even spare a glance at. However, it was this man who had slapped her so hard that she didn't even have the chance to react. It was a great humiliation. "Bastard, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you." Princess Wuyan flew into a rage out of humiliation. She let out a mad roar and attacked Qin Shao crazily. But, However, as soon as she attacked, Qin Shao gave her another heavy slap. This time, he used a lot of strength and sent Princess Wuyan flying. She fell heavily on the ground in a sorry state. Author Qin Shang said, 4th update, the last day. Handsome guys and beauties with fresh flowers, don't waste them. Give them all a try. Chapter 29:15. Princess Wuyan. Seeing Princess Wuyan in such a sorry state, the flower protector, Prince Thaiba, was both anxious and angry. He quickly went over to help Princess Wuyan up. Princess Wuyan was dumbfounded after being slapped twice in the face. This was a grievance, a humiliation, and a provocation that she had never suffered before. She was angry and aggrieved. Her eyes were red and she almost cried. The domineering woman now acted like a little girl. She looked at Penniless Prince with a wronged expression and said, "Penniless Prince, he hit me. He actually dared to hit me. You must avenge me. Kill him. Kill him." Pushy Prince was secretly delighted. He had been pursuing Princess Wuyan all this time. To have such a good opportunity to stand up for Princess Wuyan was something he had always dreamed of. Therefore, he didn't hate Qin Shao. Instead, he was a little grateful to Qin Shao for giving him this opportunity to protect Princess Wuyan. A hero saving a damsel in distress was something that could only be chanced upon. If he could avenge Princess Wuyan today, wouldn't Princess Wuyan throw herself into his arms? He was excited just thinking about it. Therefore, Pushy Prince patted his chest and promised Princess Wuyan, "Don't worry, Princess Wuyan. Leave this matter to me. I will definitely kill this bastard for you. Whoever dares to bully you will be my enemy. I will never let him go, no matter who he is or how strong he is." Guan Shuifei was really helpless. He was surprised by Qin Zhao's strength and courage, but he was also helpless. Qin Shao was really in big trouble now. It seemed that this situation wouldn't be easily settled. Speaking of which, this matter could be considered to have arisen because of him, but he was clearly powerless now. Therefore, Guan Shuifei could only transmit his voice to Qin Shao, "Lord Qin Shao, you'd better not provoke them. You really can't afford to offend them. If you continue to cause trouble, I'm afraid you and your friend won't be able to leave E-City. Both of them have great backgrounds. You should leave while you can still control the situation. You guys go, I'll stop the two of them. Don't worry about anything else, I'll take care of it. Hurry up and leave. If you don't leave now, you won't be able to make it in time." Guan Shuifei was also a little anxious. However, Qin Shao didn't seem worried at all. Instead, she chuckled at Guan Shuifei and said, "Thank you. We appreciate your kindness, but we really don't need it. This matter has nothing to do with you. It's between us, Princess Wuyan, and Prince Daoba. Don't get involved. I know what I'm doing and I'm confident that I can solve it." Before Guan Shuifei could say anything, Pusher Prince had already walked out. The sword in his hand was pointed directly at Qin Shao. The tip of the sword was blooming with a sharp edge, as if it was charged with electricity, flashing with sparks. It looked very frightening. "Kid, I can tell you very responsibly that you're in big trouble today." "Humph, how bold of you. Do you know who Princess Wuyan is? Do you know the Jade Mountain Dance Tribe? Do you know the Gu Ancient Dao Palace? No one in this region has ever dared to treat Princess Wuyan this way. No one has ever dared to act so arrogantly in front of me. You're really ignorant and fearless. Jade Mountain Dance Tribe? Gu Ancient Dao Palace?" To be honest, Qin Shao wasn't too sure. However, she had heard a thing or two about the Gu Ancient Dao Palace on the way here. She knew that it was the overlord of this region. Generally speaking, the area of 100 cities would be considered as a single region. In other words, the Gu Ancient Dao Palace was the overlord of the area within 100 cities. The palace master of the Gu ancient Tao Palace was unfathomably powerful. According to legend, he was a fourth-step Empyrean saint who had founded the Gu ancient Tao Palace and dominated this region. He was the undisputed overlord of this region. It seemed that the two people in front of her were disciples of the Gu ancient Tao Palace. Using the name of the Gu ancient Tao Palace was no small matter. However, Qin Shao didn't really care. Instead, he said calmly, "So what if you're disciples of the Gu ancient Tao Palace? Do you think you can do whatever you want just because you're from the Gu ancient Tao Palace? Do you think you can bully others just because you're from the Gu ancient Tao Palace? In this world, I believe that there should still be reason, and not just anyone can do whatever they want. Princess Wuyan humiliated my sister multiple times. That's why I couldn't take it anymore and taught her a lesson. If you're reasonable, then this matter will end here. I don't want to pursue the matter any further." "Humph!" The penniless prince sneered and said, "Reason with you? There's no absolute reason in this world. Reason is relative. You have your reasons, and we have ours. If there's an absolute reason, then it's the fist. So what reason do you want me to reason with you? You don't want to pursue the matter any further? It's not your turn to talk big now. I'm the one who's going to pursue the matter. Princess Wuyan said that she's going to kill you, so she's going to kill you. I'll give you two choices. Either you know what's good for you and end your own life. If you do that, you'll be the only one who dies. If you don't know what's good for you, then don't blame me for being merciless. I'm afraid I'll drag your 3 friends down with you. They might even die with you. I don't have much patience. I'll give you 3 breaths of time to consider." Qin Shao pursed his lips and said calmly, "There's no need to consider. Since you don't want to give up and insist on using your fists, then let's do it. There's no need to waste time talking nonsense. Kid, are you really not afraid of death?" The penniless prince was enraged when he heard Qin Zhao's arrogant tone. He'd wanted to show off in front of Princess Wuyan. However, he didn't expect this kid to be so ignorant. Qin Shao said calmly, "You'll have to be able to kill me first." Arrogant. The penniless prince flew into a rage out of humiliation. He was completely infuriated by Qin Shao. All right. Since you insist on courting death, then don't blame me for being merciless. Humph. Don't kneel down and beg for mercy later." With that, the penniless prince made his move. The sword in his hand fiercely stabbed into the void. Suddenly, it was as if the hammer of the thunder god had struck. It was as if a lightning seed had exploded. The tip of Daoba young master's sword suddenly exploded, releasing countless giant lightning snakes that shone in the 9 heavens. In an instant, it completely enveloped the area within a radius of 10,000 miles. It was earth-shattering. Tens of thousands of thunderbolts roared and rumbled, causing the entire E-city to fall into silence. Countless figures were startled and rushed over after hearing the news. The entire E-city was in an uproar. After all, the penniless prince was a second-step ancient saint. Although he'd just made the breakthrough, his strength was naturally very powerful. At this moment, he was triggering the Great Tao, controlling the Dharma, and mobilizing the power of the heavens and the 4 seas and 8 desolate. He looked extremely domineering. Countless lightning snakes lit up the heaven and earth, forming a giant lightning ball that shrouded Qin Shao and the other 3. The ball of thunder and lightning completely covered the void, wanting to destroy everything inside. This method looked really frightening. Guan Shuifei looked solemn. He struggled in his heart and wanted to stop it several times. However, he gave up in the end. Humph! You're overestimating yourself. How dare you be so arrogant in front of me? You really don't know how to write the word death. Since you don't know, I'll teach you. The penniless prince was delighted when he saw the giant lightning ball shrinking rapidly and devouring everything. It was as if victory was already in his hands and he was celebrating in advance. He then looked at Princess Wuyen and said, "Don't worry. They're definitely going to die. As long as it's someone you want to kill, I'll definitely help you kill them." Princess Wuyen nodded in satisfaction and winked at the penniless prince. Okay. Just a wink from Princess Wuyen was enough to make the prince work even harder. The lightning ball shrunk rapidly. Everything was about to end. The penniless prince's smile widened. "It's time to end it." But soon, the smile on the penniless prince's face froze completely. His eyes widened and he was completely dumbfounded. What's going on? He was shocked to see that Qin Shao and the other three were still standing there unscathed. Nothing happened to them at all. Even their expressions did not change at all. What's going on? The penniless prince widened his eyes in shock and looked at Qin Shao and the other three in disbelief. He was truly dumbfounded and confused. It didn't make sense. It was impossible. That powerful move of his just now was close to his full strength. He had absolute confidence in himself. Even a second-step Empyrean saint should have been severely injured after receiving such a blow from him. A first-step Empyrean saint should be dead for sure. However, Qin Shao and the other three were unscathed. Not only were they unscathed, but they didn't seem to have changed at all. This powerful move of his didn't have any effect on Qin Shao and the others at all? How was that possible? The penniless prince couldn't believe it. Impossible. He knew his strength very well and had complete confidence in himself. How could such a situation happen? What was going on? The penniless prince couldn't help but frown. The smile on Princess Wuyen's face froze. After recovering from her shock, she glared at the penniless prince. "What's wrong with you, penniless prince? Didn't you show mercy just now? You always boast that you're very strong and that you're unrivaled among second-step ancient saints. Why are you useless now? Look at the situation now. Why aren't you using your full strength?" The penniless prince felt like crying in the face of Princess Wuyen's angry rebuke. His stomach was full of bitterness. How could he dare to show mercy? How could he not have used his full strength? He'd almost given it his all. It was his strongest move. But the result was still the same. What could he say? Lord Qin Zhao's strength. Guan Xuefei, who'd been worried all this time, was also shocked. He finally understood where Qin Zhao's potential came from. It seemed that he'd underestimated Qin Shao. His strength wasn't as simple as he'd imagined. Could it be that Qin Shao was also a disciple of a major faction? But that couldn't be. After all, he was from the immortal region, not the great Tao sacred realm. No matter how strong a person's background was, that was only in the immortal region. No matter how strong a person's background was, in the great Tao sacred realm, distant water couldn't put out a nearby fire. He wouldn't be of much use. Therefore, even if he had the upper hand now, it wouldn't be of any help. Chapter 29:16. After hearing Princess Wuyen's words, the embarrassed penniless prince had no choice but to attack again. The sword in his hand turned into a boundless expanse as it sliced through the sky. The sharpness of the sword qi was like a waterfall that descended from the 9 heavens. It arrived before Qin Shao in the blink of an eye. The sword contained the power of the great Tao law. Apart from that, it also contained the power of the time law. Although the two powers didn't completely merge, they could still work together perfectly. The full power of the two great laws was unleashed and a powerful great Tao technique was executed, making the sword extremely lethal. However, such power was clearly not enough in front of Qin Shao. No matter how powerful the penniless prince was, he had only mastered 2 great laws. However, Qin Shao had mastered 8 great laws. It wasn't just the 8 great laws. The power of the world in his body was also extremely powerful and strange. In terms of cultivation methods, Qin Shao could be considered to be quite experienced. Therefore, Qin Shao was still very calm in the face of the penniless prince's all-out attack. In his opinion, such a technique was just a small trick that wasn't worth mentioning. Therefore, Qin Shao casually attacked and met the attack with his sword. He used absolute power to suppress the penniless prince and forced him back again. The penniless prince's expression turned even uglier and gloomier after losing again. On one hand, his pride had suffered a great setback. On the other hand, he had boasted in front of Princess Huiyan. Now, he was in an awkward position and couldn't take it back. The penniless prince glared at Qin Shao, feeling extremely uncomfortable. The commotion here had attracted quite a number of onlookers, who were watching from afar. Many voices of discussion rang out. Isn't that the penniless prince? Who is he fighting with? Judging from his aura, he seems to have just come from the immortal domain. The immortal qi on him is very strong. That saint venerable from the immortal region is so powerful that even Prince Daoba suffered a loss in his hands. Isn't that too powerful? Yes, I saw it just now. The Dagba young master attacked twice in a row, but he couldn't do anything to that young master from the immortal region. That young master from the immortal realm is powerful, but he's also more daring. He dares to provoke young Master Daoba and Princess Huiyan in E-City. He really doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Perhaps a newborn calf isn't afraid of a tiger, or perhaps he didn't understand the situation, but he was indeed too impulsive. People from the immortal domain have just arrived in the great Tao sacred realm. No matter what, they should keep a low profile. I'm afraid this matter won't end well. However, that Prince Daoba and Princess Huiyan have always been domineering and barbaric. It would be good for someone to teach them a lesson. Shoo, don't talk nonsense. Do you want to die? How can we, puny little Empyreans, talk about that level of holy Empyrean existence? Hanba, what's wrong with you today? You're considered one of the stronger second-step Empyrean saints in this region. It's difficult for you to meet a worthy opponent. What's wrong with you today? Why is it so difficult to deal with a second-step Empyrean saint from the immortal region? You're not willing to go all out for me, are you? If you continue like this, I'll be angry. Princess Huiyan was very angry when she saw that the Dagba young master failed to do anything to Qin Shao twice. The Dagba young master was really bitter. He had really tried his best. How could he not go all out? But how was he going to explain this? Indeed, he should be relatively strong among the second-step Empyrean saints. It should be difficult for him to meet a worthy opponent. It would be difficult to find a second-step Empyrean saint who could make him feel so frustrated. Even in this region, it should be difficult to find such a person. What made him speechless was that he couldn't figure out the strength of the person in front of him at all. He only knew that he had attacked twice with all his strength, but he couldn't shake the other party at all. Although he didn't suffer a great loss, he clearly understood that the person in front of him was far stronger than him. He wasn't someone he could deal with. Don't force him. He's already done his best. It's just that he's weaker than me, so he can't shake me at all. Do you want to continue fighting? Qin Shao spoke up for the Dagba young master. Although this sentence wasn't meant to humiliate the Dagba young master, it still put him in an awkward position. Princess Huiyan glared at Qin Shao. She wanted to say something, but in the end, she swallowed the words that were about to come out of her mouth. She couldn't defeat the person in front of her with her strength. Therefore, Princess Huiyan could only vent her anger on the Dagba young master. You useless thing. I thought you were a genius, a hero, and a man. I didn't expect that this princess would make a mistake. You can't even protect this princess. You can only watch as this princess is humiliated by others. If you can't even avenge this princess, then what use does this princess have for you? A useless man like you isn't worthy of pursuing me. You'd better go after those mediocre women. You can't match up to me. Don't ever appear in front of me again. Humph. After speaking angrily, Princess Wien coldly looked at Qin Shao. Finally, she gritted her teeth and said, "People of the Immortal Region, you're Qin Shao, right? And Yuan, right? Very good, very good. I'll remember the two of you. Just you wait. Those who bully me won't have a good ending. If I don't kill you, my surname isn't Wu." After speaking, Princess Wien quickly left. Hearing Princess Wien's threat, Qin Shao smiled faintly. He didn't take it to heart at all. He had heard too many threats. There were even threats that were 10 times or 100 times more vicious than this one. But he, Qin Shao, was still alive and well, but most of those who had spoken ruthlessly to him were dead. This woman is really annoying. She's really too unreasonable. Yuan pouted and said. Qin Shao smiled. Yes. If all the women in the world were like you, Yuan, that would be great. Hee, that's not good either. That would be missing the beauty of the world. 10,000 women have 10,000 different styles. If all of them are like me, wouldn't that be boring? Yuan giggled. What he said makes a lot of sense. Qin Shao was stunned for a moment. Then, he couldn't help but laugh. He realized that Yuan was always able to say things that made a lot of sense. Great wisdom was hidden in her innocent and pure body. Let's get down to business first. Qin Shao looked at the penniless prince. Princess Wien has left. Do you still want to fight? Why don't we just let it go? I have no grudges with you. There's no need to fight to the death. The penniless prince glared at Qin Shao. His eyes were extremely cold and flashed with a complicated light. Although Princess Wien had left, it meant that all his efforts to pursue Princess Wien over the years had been in vain. Princess Wien had labeled him as trash. How could he not be angry? Of course, he would vent all his anger on Qin Shao. Humph! The penniless prince snorted coldly. He glared viciously at Qin Shao and said, "Do you think it will end like this? My happiness was destroyed by you. Today, not only did you make me lose face, but you also made me lose face in front of the woman I'm pursuing. She looked down on me like this. It's all your fault. I'll make you pay for it. So, how can I just let it go? How can I just let it go? No, I can't." Qin Shao puckered his lips and shook his head. Why bother? She doesn't like you at all. She just enjoys your pursuit and then orders you to do things. She'll be happy if you can do it. She'll be angry if you can't. Your relationship with her will always be that she's a high and mighty princess. You're not a prince. You're just a pursuer who blindly tries to please her. She'll never see your efforts. She'll only see results. Do you really think it's worth it for you to risk your life for her? You've already done your best. You're far from being my match. I don't want to hurt or kill you. So, let me give you a piece of advice. It's better to know when to stop. Don't make life difficult for yourself. Nonsense. The penniless prince cursed. What do you know? Who are you to talk about the matters between me and Princess Wien? I like her. I want to pursue her. I'm willing to give up everything for her. What can you do about it? If you have the time to care about other people's business, you should be thinking about how to save your own life. Humph! Do you really think I don't have any methods to deal with you? Qin Shao shook his head at the penniless prince's stubborn words. He no longer had any sympathy for him. Since that was the case, he couldn't blame him for being merciless. It was a waste of emotions to sympathize with people like this. They weren't worth it. Princess Wien wasn't a good person. This penniless prince wasn't a good person either. That was why the two of them were birds of a feather. Qin Shao chuckled. I know you still have a life-saving film on you. What else do you have up your sleeve? Don't you want to kill me? If you have the ability to kill me, that's your ability. I, Qin Shao, will naturally admit defeat. But if you attack again, you better think about the consequences. I can still let you go now and not bicker with you. But if you attack again, I won't be as nice as I am now. My patience is limited. I've already given you a lot of tolerance. Bah! The penniless prince spat on the ground in disdain. He directly attacked. Do I need you to do this? Don't act all high and mighty. Take this, people of the immortal region. As he spoke, the penniless prince waved his hand. A ray of light shot out from his hand. It was hard to see what it was, but it was extremely fast and strange. Seeing the thing flying towards him, Qin Shao immediately tried to dodge. However, he immediately realized that the thing seemed to have eyes. No matter how Qin Shao dodged, it continued to chase after him. Moreover, its speed was getting faster and faster, making it harder and harder for Qin Shao to dodge. It was only then that Qin Shao could vaguely see it clearly. It was only the size of an egg. It was a golden lotus-shaped object made of a strange metal. It looked extremely strange. He felt that it contained a terrifying power. He definitely couldn't let it hit him. After dodging for a while, Qin Shao saw that it was too hard to dodge. He slashed down with his sword, intending to break the thing in one strike. However, he didn't expect that the thing would split into two on its own initiative the moment it touched Qin Zhao's heaven-opening sword, and then fly directly into Qin Zhao's body. It directly entered Qin Zhao's body and disappeared without a trace. Chapter 29:17. Big Brother Qin Shao, Big Brother. Master, are you okay? After Qin Shao was hit, Yuan and the other two became worried and quickly rushed to Qin Zhao's side. As soon as that thing entered Qin Zhao's saint body, it instantly enveloped Qin Zhao's soul and bloomed in Qin Zhao's soul, forming a black lotus. It released a deadly aura and wanted to devour Qin Zhao's soul. A terrifying dark aura spread out, wanting to annihilate everything. Qin Shao lost control of his body in an instant. His entire body stiffened as though he had been frozen in place, unable to move. This was because Qin Zhao's soul was completely controlled by the Black Lotus. It was crazily devouring Qin Shao, trying to destroy him. At this moment, Qin Shao felt as if he had fallen into an inescapable black hole. He was falling deeper and deeper, unable to break free. In the end, he could only watch himself walk towards death. What a terrifying method! What kind of treasure was this? How could it be so terrifying? Qin Shao thought that he had been very careful, but he did not expect that he would still be hit. Could only be said that there were really all kinds of strange things in the world. There were many terrifying things that one could not imagine. Big Brother Qin Shao, how are you? Yuan was so anxious that she was about to cry. I'm fine for the time being. You guys support and protect me. I'm fighting against this terrifying power, Qin Shao said with difficulty in a weak voice. After that, there was no more sound and his eyes slowly closed. If it was not for the fact that he was still alive, one would think that he was dead. This scene also caused the onlookers to be flabbergasted, and they were quite shocked. Ah! The penniless prince laughed happily and looked at Qin Shao with a playful look. What are you being so arrogant for? So what if you're a little stronger? Didn't you still fall for my trick? Stop struggling. You won't be able to make it. Even a third-step Empyrean saint won't be able to last more than a year after being hit by the life-locking lotus. I'm going to sit here and watch you, Qin Shao, die slowly. If this young master doesn't show his might, do you really think this young master doesn't have any tricks up his sleeve? The penniless prince was finally in a good mood. As long as he could kill these people from the immortal region, Princess Wuyen would naturally be able to vent her anger and forgive him. Everything came back to him. For this, he had paid a huge price. The life-locking heart lotus was his final trump card. It was an extremely precious item. However, he had used it just like that. As long as he could kill this immortal realm kid and win back Princess Wien's favor, it would be worth it. Yuan Yuan and the other two were furious. Motherf **Ker, I don't care anymore. I'm going to eat him. Xiao Gu jumped up. His temper flared up again. Baby Mo grabbed Xiao Gu and said, "Stay here and take care of Master. Leave this bastard to me. I'll stomp him to death." Yuan Yuan waved her hand and said, "Xiao Gu, baby, stay here and protect Big Brother Qin Xiao. I'm going to teach this bad guy a lesson myself. I'm angry. I'm really angry. I'm very unhappy. Therefore, I want to beat him up." Baby Mo nodded obediently and left Yuan Yuan to deal with the penniless prince. Yuan Yuan glared at the penniless prince angrily. However, the latter looked at the penniless prince with disdain. After all, Yuan Yuan was only a first-step Empyrean saint. Moreover, she was a cute little girl who hadn't grown up yet. Therefore, the penniless prince obviously didn't care about Yuan Yuan at all. The onlookers started to discuss again amidst the oppressive atmosphere. The penniless prince is indeed the penniless prince. He managed to subdue the sacred venerate from the immortal region with one move. Sigh, isn't that so? The penniless prince is a core disciple of the Gu ancient Tao Palace and the son of the Clam City Lord. Furthermore, the Clam City Lord is a subordinate of the Zilin Realm Lord. His relationship with the penniless prince is extremely good. The penniless prince is really willing to go all out. He even brought out such a powerful trump card. He's really going to kill that sacred venerate. It's a pity that the sacred venerate from the immortal region is going to die. That little girl is going to suffer a great loss if she wants to avenge him. This world is cruel. Only the strong are the strong. We can't say anything even if we sympathize with her. Hee. Don't jump to conclusions too early. Why do I feel like the situation might be reversed? Reversed? What's there to reverse? That sacred venerate from the immortal region will definitely die. Will the remaining 3 first-step Empyrean saints be able to defeat the penniless prince? That's right. That little girl is only a first-step Empyrean saint, yet she's here to settle the score with Prince Daoba. She's definitely going to suffer a great loss. The penniless prince really pulled out a chair and sat there, drinking wine. He saw Yuan Yuan walking towards him, but his face was full of disdain. He looked at her indifferently and drank his wine with an arrogant and playful expression. Yuan Yuan walked in front of the despicable prince. Her expression was unusually cold as she said in an icy voice, "What did you do to my brother Qin Xiao?" The penniless prince took a sip of wine and said casually, "It's a life-saving treasure my father gave me. It's called the Life-Locking Lotus. It's enough to kill a third-step Empyrean saint. It's Qin Xiao's fortune that it was used on him. He should be proud that he died under the Life-Locking Heart Lotus. It's just a pity that I used my most powerful life-saving treasure on him. It's like using a butcher's knife to kill a chicken." This wasn't the strength of a first-step ancient saint. It should be the strength of a second-step ancient saint. However, Miss Yuan Yuan was clearly only a first-step ancient saint. It was unbelievable. The penniless prince immediately sensed the power of the 9 Li Sheng's flying daggers and perked up. The penniless prince also realized that he had underestimated Miss Yuan Yuan. She was really extraordinary. It seemed like he couldn't be careless. Qin Xiao was like that before, and now Miss Yuan Yuan was like that as well. Who exactly were these 2 people? They looked ordinary, but how could they be so strong? This was something that even he was puzzled by. He was considered a genius, but compared to the 2 people in front of him, he was nothing. What the hell? The penniless prince cursed in his heart. He didn't dare to hesitate and immediately used all his strength to block Yuan Yuan's flying daggers. Yuan Yuan's strength couldn't be underestimated when she unleashed her full strength. The penniless prince found it difficult to block the flying daggers with all his strength. His expression turned strange. The shock in his heart was unbearable. I've really seen a ghost today. Why are these two people each more powerful than the other? Was she really a first-step Empyrean saint? Why doesn't she look like one? She doesn't look like one at all. This strength, this strange flying dagger. She's a cultivator of the flying dagger Dao and her level is so high. Not only that, but she has also mastered several other great nomological powers. How can she be so strong? To think that a first-step ancient saint could reach such a terrifying level. It's really hard to imagine. The penniless prince cursed in his heart, but he couldn't change anything. He couldn't change the situation in front of him. All he could do was curse in his heart. The onlookers were all dumbfounded. They were all shocked to the point where they couldn't be any more shocked. Bad guy, you're shameless. Humph! Didn't you say that you would only use one hand? Why are you acting shamelessly when we've just started fighting? Yuan Yuan scolded, making the penniless prince's face burn. He was embarrassed. He had been slapped in the face. Author. Savage Death 3rd update. It's the last few hours. Savage Death will continue fighting tonight. Chapter 29:18. The penniless prince felt a burning pain on his face. His face was almost swollen from the slap. Just a moment ago, he had been boasting. Who would have thought that he would be slapped in the face the moment he turned around? He wanted to show off his might and show off his heroic spirit. However, he had never imagined that this Miss Yuan Yuan would actually be so strong. Bad guy, Ba, you don't keep your words. Are you still a man? No wonder. That woman doesn't even like you. Tell me, what makes you worthy of being liked by a woman? Most importantly, he's very ugly. His arrogance is useless. He's really annoying, Yuan Yuan said again. She spoke seriously without any ambiguity. In front of Yuan Yuan, she spoke from the bottom of her heart. However, these words of sincerity were like knives stabbing into his heart. It was a heavy blow to him, making him feel like vomiting blood. He was already furious because of what happened to Princess Wuyan. Now, Yuan Yuan was sprinkling salt on his wound again. It really made him feel like he could not bear it anymore. He could not wait to kill Yuan Yuan. He felt that his last shred of dignity had been ruthlessly trampled under Yuan Yuan's feet. Yuan Yuan attacked again. The 9 swords merged into one, exuding a peerless sharpness that killed everything. Yuan Yuan was going all out, attacking with the strongest edge. Facing this peerless saber aura, the bandit prince turned pale with fright. His nerves were stretched taut to the extreme. He clearly felt that he could not block it at all. As a result, the young master was soon beaten to the point of vomiting blood and fell to the ground. Li Xing's flying daggers pierced several bloody holes on his body. It was quite a shocking sight. Yuan Yuan controlled Li Xing's flying dagger and suspended it in front of the young noble. The young noble couldn't resist at all. He was in a sorry state with an unsightly expression. The penniless prince was on the verge of tears when faced with Yuan Yuan's sharp and domineering attacks. There were a few times when he wanted to admit defeat and beg for mercy. However, if he, the destitute prince, was begging a little girl, a first-step Empyrean saint at that, how could he not embarrass himself? Just a moment ago, he was still acting all high and mighty. Now, he was going to beg for mercy? How could he accept such a huge contrast in such a short period of time? However, he couldn't help but worry in his heart. If he didn't beg for mercy, would he die in the hands of Miss Yuan Yuan? Once a woman really went crazy, it was a very scary thing. Bad guy, what did you do to my brother Qin Shao? Yuan asked angrily. The penniless prince gritted his teeth and replied bitterly, Didn't I tell you? It's my strongest life-saving trump card, the life-locking lotus. I know it's the mind-locking chain. What will it do to my Gij Qin Shao? Do you have a way to save him? Yuan asked. The prince glanced at Yuan. He didn't want to say anything, but Sacred Li's flying dagger was still in front of him. As long as Miss Yuan was unhappy, her knife could threaten his life. Therefore, the penniless prince said truthfully, even a third-step Empyrean saint will die without a doubt. This is my life-saving trump card. Naturally, I don't have a way to save him. Treasures used to kill people are originally unsolvable. You bastard bad guy. Yuan was even angrier. She stomped her feet and looked at the penniless prince unhappily. If anything happens to my brother Qin Shao, I'll be the first to kill you. Don't even think about moving. If you dare move, I'll stab you. If you move twice, I'll stab you twice. If you move a few times, I'll stab you a few times. I'm really angry. Just wait. If my brother Qin Shao doesn't wake up, you'll be in trouble. Seeing the sword hanging in front of him, and seeing Miss Yuan who was so resolute when she was angry, the penniless prince really wanted to cry. What was going on? Why was he so unlucky? What kind of trouble had he gotten himself into this time? He felt really unlucky. He had thought that the situation would be completely under his control after he dealt with Qin Shao. The remaining 3 first-step Empyrean saints were nothing to be afraid of, and he could completely disregard them. However, he had not expected that he would be no match for Miss Yuan even though he had used his life-saving trump card to deal with Qin Shao. His life was in the hands of a first-step Empyrean saint. What was going on? This was simply the biggest joke in the world. It was a great humiliation. Therefore, he did not know if he should hope that Qin Shao would die quickly or pray that Qin Shao would not die so quickly. Otherwise, his life would be in danger. If he could delay it a little longer, he might be able to wait for reinforcements to arrive. On the other hand, Qin Zhao's mind had sunk into a dark abyss and was falling endlessly. The dark power was constantly devouring Qin Zhao's spiritual will, trying to obliterate Qin Shao and trap Qin Zhao's heart. It was as if a cage had been created for Qin Zhao's heart and trapped him within it. At this moment, Qin Shao could no longer feel anything outside. He was completely trapped in the endless dark abyss prison. There was only endless darkness and endless terrifying devouring power. It was constantly devouring Qin Zhao's spiritual will and destroying Qin Zhao's mind. The shackles of the heart, the cage of the heart, and the lost path of the heart. He wanted to break out, but he could not find the direction at all. I should be in a very dangerous situation now. I don't even have the chance to ask for help. I can't even use any of my trump cards. My spiritual will has been locked up. I can't even ask for help from my master. The great wide world is so big. I really can't be careless no matter what. Some have terrifying means, and some don't even have the chance to ask for help. My original body and doppelganger have already fused together. Right now, they are all that I have. If I were to die right now, I would truly die. Therefore, I have to quickly think of a way to break out of this cage. Otherwise, no one can save me. The spiritual will cage mainly targets my heart, then my spiritual will and spiritual will. This is the weakest part of my body. It is indeed terrifying to launch a fierce attack on this area at the same time. If my spiritual will, and spiritual will weren't strong enough, I would have been obliterated when I was attacked. This life-locking lotus is indeed terrifying. No wonder Sir Daoba said that even a third-step Empyrean saint would die without a doubt. However, I, Qin Shao, don't believe in this heresy. I refuse to accept this law. Common sense is meant to be broken. If others can't break it, then let me, Qin Shao, break it. Heart force, spiritual will. This should be the key to breaking out of this spiritual will cage. Fortunately, I am a heart force cultivator. The power of my heart is very strong to begin with. Qin Shao didn't have much opportunity to cultivate his heart force law, so he was still at the initial stage and hadn't broken through to the initial stage. He had broken through to the initial stage in both the Great Tao and Immortal Tao, but his heart force law hadn't improved. This time, it just so happened to give Qin Shao a chance to cultivate the laws of heart force. This was a rare opportunity for Qin Shao. Therefore, Qin Shao devoted himself to cultivating his heart force law. Under the powerful attack of the life-locking lotus, Qin Shao was greatly impacted. The force of this impact just so happened to temper Qin Shao, urging the improvement of Qin Shao's heart force. It could be considered a blessing in disguise. Heart force was the most difficult cultivation path to begin with. There were no good techniques or methods to focus on it. Thus, in order to cultivate the laws of heart, one had to rely on one's innate talent and potential, and two had to rely on one's luck and destiny. There really wasn't any other path. Of the 8 major cultivation paths, the heart force cultivator paid the most attention to talent and potential. This was a cultivation path that relied on talent to make a living. With talent and potential, if one's luck and destiny weren't good enough, it would be very difficult to achieve anything. Qin Shao could be considered relatively good in these 2 aspects, but good luck and destiny weren't common. Thus, Qin Shao's progress on the heart force cultivation path had always been relatively slow. This time, Qin Shao was given a good opportunity. Even if you beat Sir Pusher to death, he probably wouldn't have imagined that Qin Shao was a heart force cultivator. If it was used on anyone else, it would be a sure kill method. However, if it was used on Qin Shao, it would unknowingly help Qin Shao cultivate the heart force law. Thus, the things in this world were really indescribably wonderful. Qin Shao naturally couldn't waste such a good opportunity. He had to grasp it well. Although it was called an opportunity, it was actually an opportunity that had to be grasped. If he couldn't grasp it, he would die. It wasn't that easy to turn this disaster into a blessing. The slightest carelessness could lead to a bad outcome. Qin Shao wholeheartedly immersed himself in the cultivation of the heart force law. He used the power of these shackles to suppress and attack himself. Qin Shao was trying to break through the shackles while Yuan stared at the penniless prince, not allowing him to escape. Her throwing knife was constantly hovering in front of the penniless prince. If he made any move, Yuan's Li Xing throwing knife would stab another bloody hole in his body. At first, Sir Pusher still wanted to play some tricks. He thought that Miss Yuan was just a little girl and it would be easy to deal with her. However, he soon realized that he was wrong. Yuan's thoughts were very simple, but it didn't mean that she was easy to fool. Moreover, she was really angry at this time. Therefore, Sir Pusher tried to play tricks several times, but Yuan's Li Xing throwing knife made bloody holes in his body, increasing his injuries. After a few times, Sir Pusher became completely obedient. He could only wait for reinforcements to arrive. At this time, he was actually praying that Qin Shao wouldn't die so quickly. Otherwise, he might really suffer. He really wanted to cry. What the hell was this? The surroundings were still extremely quiet. The news here had already spread in E-City, attracting countless onlookers. They came and left, one group after another. However, the situation here was still in a deadlock. No one dared to come and break it. Some just wanted to watch the show and didn't dare to join in. Countless discussions filled the entire E-City, which made the city bustle for a moment. The streets and alleys were filled with discussions about this matter. There were even many versions and various rumors that were spread out. Edited by Lifer, Fingerfox. The news on the grapevine was also full of truth and falsehood, spreading everywhere. Qin Shao was still frozen there and didn't wake up. Xiao Gu and Baby Mo stood there with cold expressions. Author Qin Shang said, 4th update. Chapter 29:19. The news naturally reached Clam City very quickly. The Daoba Prince was the son of the Clam City Lord. Now that this matter had blown up, Clam City naturally couldn't sit idly by and do nothing. On the other side, Princess Wuyen naturally wouldn't let the matter rest after leaving in a huff. She also returned to the ancient Gu Dao Palace to find other helpers. What Qin Shao didn't know was that before the danger he was in had been resolved, a new danger had already quietly crept up on him. At the moment, Qin Shao was still trying his best to break through the shackles of the cage and withstand the onslaught of the terrifying power. The mind was like a container. As long as one kept polishing it, it would slowly grow bigger and be able to contain more things. Slowly, it would become stronger. This time, Qin Shao was using the devouring power of the life-locking heart lotus to suppress the power of his mind and urge the power of his mind to constantly improve. He was slowly improving himself through this kind of polishing. In particular, this kind of life-threatening pressure would stimulate his limitless potential and push Qin Shao to the edge of danger time and time again. However, Qin Shao was able to forcefully resist it time and time again. Pushing oneself to the limit was the best form of polishing. This was the cultivation method that had the most significant effect on improving oneself. Of course, this was also the most dangerous way of cultivation. If one wasn't careful, they would probably be consigned to eternal damnation. Therefore, this kind of training was actually an extremely frightening test. Without great willpower, without great talent and potential, without extraordinary mental strength, only death awaited them. On the path of cultivation, every breakthrough was like an army of thousands of men and horses crossing a wooden bridge. Only 1 in a million would be able to cross it. The vast majority of people would either die on the way or be defeated in battle. Time and time again, the process of improving oneself would eventually accumulate and one would be able to make a breakthrough in one go. Time passed quickly and a year had passed. This year was a kind of torture for everyone. They were all waiting to see if Qin Shao would really die. Xiao Gu, Baby Mo, and Yuan were extremely nervous. Their hearts were in their throats as they kept staring at Qin Shao, afraid that something would happen to Qin Shao. The Daoba Prince was even more tormented. He had been praying in his heart that Qin Shao wouldn't die. Please don't die. Generally speaking, even a third-step ancient sage wouldn't be able to live for more than a year. Therefore, Qin Shao should be able to last for at most a year. However, reinforcements might not be able to arrive in time. The Daoba Prince didn't want to die under the flying blade of Yuan. He could only pray in his heart that Qin Shao wouldn't die. What the hell was going on? He was the one who wanted to kill Qin Shao. He wanted to kill Qin Shao. However, now he had to pray that Qin Shao wouldn't die. Wasn't this a slap to his own face? It was ridiculous to think about it. However, there was no other way. If Qin Shao died, he wouldn't be able to escape death either. A year had passed and Qin Shao was still alive. Even though the penniless prince prayed that Qin Shao would be shameless, he couldn't help but feel doubtful after a year had passed. What's going on? Qin Shao really didn't die? How is that possible? He's only a second-step ancient sage. How can he block the attack of the life-lock lotus? My father told me that the life-lock lotus is very powerful. It's a treasure bestowed by Realm Lord Zilin. Third-step ancient sage is bound to die and won't live for more than a year. Qin Shao is only a second-step ancient sage and has lived for more than a year. What's going on? Is his life made of iron? Why can't he die? The penniless prince was feeling very conflicted. He was curious as to why Qin Shao was not dead yet. He did not understand. However, he didn't want Qin Shao to die so soon. If that happened, he would be buried with him. However, he also hoped that Qin Shao was dead. If Qin Shao could survive this tribulation, it would be too terrifying. While the penniless young master was in a dilemma, Qin Shao, who had been frozen in place, suddenly opened his eyes. 2 beams of light shot out from his eyes and pierced the sky. That gaze gave the Daoba prince an inexplicable fright. He had an indescribable feeling. This feeling made the Daoba prince embarrassed and angry. How could he be frightened? The Daoba prince's nerves tightened. Qin Shao had really woken up? Did he really survive the tribulation and break the lifelock lotus attack? How was that possible? Qin Shao opened his eyes. His soul and willpower had returned. Naturally, he had regained control of his body. He could move freely. Seeing that Qin Shao had woken up, Yuan immediately put down the Daoba prince and ran towards him. She almost jumped into Qin Shao's arms. Fortunately, Qin Shao stopped her in time and prevented her from being so indecent in public. "Brother Qin Shao, I knew you would be fine." A smile appeared on Yuan's face again. She was so happy that she danced around. She was in a good mood. The moment she smiled, she felt completely different. When she smiled, she was the adorable little Yuan. "Big brother! Master!" Xiao Gu and baby Mo finally breathed a sigh of relief and became happy. Qin Shao pursed her lips and heaved a sigh. This time, it could be said to be extremely dangerous. Although in the end, he could be considered to have made it through without any mishap, but only he knew how difficult it was to do so. If he was the slightest bit careless, he would have been doomed. Fortunately, he had persevered and made it through. Moreover, it was a blessing in disguise. He had gained a lot of mental energy. "Master, I'll go kill that guy," baby Mo volunteered. Qin Shao waved his hand and said, "No rush. I'll kill him myself. You guys just control him first." Hearing Qin Zhao's words, the Daoba prince wanted to run. However, baby Mo, Yuan, and Xiao Gu had already flown over and stopped him. Yuan took out Li Xing's flying dagger and said rudely, "If you dare take another step forward, I'll stab you a few more times. Move one more time and I'll bite you to death." Xiao Gu was feeling a little proud at this moment and confidently said to the prince. Mo Baobao clenched her fists and waved them fiercely at the Daoba prince. She was clearly threatening him. The Daoba prince was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. He was completely dumbfounded. How could he not know the situation he was in? He couldn't even defeat Yuan, let alone so many people. Moreover, there was also Qin Shao, who was even more terrifying. Therefore, the Daoba prince's face turned pale with fright. He stared at Qin Shao, the man he had almost killed. At this moment, he really regretted praying that Qin Shao wouldn't die. He should have died earlier. Now, Qin Shao wasn't dead, but he was going to die. God, please don't play with me like this, right? However, Qin Shao ignored the Daoba prince for the time being. He touched the sky with his mind and triggered the heavenly Dao. Heavenly might and auspicious signs descended. Holy light shone down from the sky and enveloped Qin Shao, spreading the heavenly grace and triggering the heavenly law. He was going to hiss. Many people couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air when they saw this scene, and they cried out in surprise. He's actually breaking through. God, he was hit by the Daoba prince's life-saving move. Not only did he not die, he actually broke through? Cough cough, the Daoba prince probably wants to die right now, right? What's going on? His life-saving move actually helped this person from the immortal region break through? Broke through? Can he be so heaven-defying? Could it be that he's breaking through to the ancient saint realm? He can't be that monstrous, right? Ha ha ha, I knew it. Don't jump to conclusions too early. It's the Daoba Prince's turn to be unlucky. I'm so impressed. He's a peerless genius. The Daoba Prince is truly unlucky to have offended someone like him. Yes, Qin Shao was indeed breaking through to the Tao of Heart. He'd broken through the shackles of the life-locking Heart Lotus, and his Tao of Heart had improved greatly during the tempering process. Therefore, it was only natural that he'd broken through to the Tao of Heart. It had to be said that Qin Shao had profited greatly from his misfortune this time. Qin Shao hadn't thought that he'd be able to use this opportunity to break through to minor accomplishment. What a pleasant surprise! The Daoba Prince was the most upset of all. What the hell did I do this time? Why do all sorts of unlucky and bizarre things happen to me? Who did I offend? Damned heavens, do you have to play me like this? At this moment, penniless Prince felt like dying. At this moment, he could only watch helplessly as Qin Shao broke through. The only thing that comforted him was that Qin Shao hadn't broken through to the third step of the Empyrean Saint Realm. If he'd really broken through, it would have been over for him. Even his father, City Lord Clamching, wouldn't have been able to save him. Fortunately, it was only a breakthrough in another cultivation path, not a breakthrough in his own cultivation. Very soon, Qin Shao completed his breakthrough in the Tao of Heart Force and broke through to the initial level of mastery in the laws of Heart Force. Because it wasn't a breakthrough in cultivation, the breakthrough didn't cause much of a commotion. It didn't last long, and it didn't bring much improvement to Qin Shao's body or inner world. Of course, even a small improvement was enough to increase Qin Shao's strength by 10 to 20%. At his level, an increase of 10 to 20% was a great breakthrough. It was a great harvest. Completing the breakthrough, Qin Shao's mood was also very good, feeling a burst of joy in his heart. He looked over at the ashen-faced penniless prince and walked over. It's over. The Daoba Prince's heart skipped a beat when he saw Qin Shao walking over. He felt like he was going to die. Qin Shao puckered her lips and chuckled as she gazed at the young master. Now that I think about it, I really have to thank you. Your life-saving trump card actually helped me, allowing me to make a breakthrough in the Tao of Heart Force. Cough cough. The Daoba Prince laughed dryly and waved his hand. No need to be so polite. It's what I should do. Lord Qin Shao, since you've broken through, it's a blessing in disguise. I've helped you, Lord Qin Shao. So, Lord Qin Shao, why don't you let me go? Let's end our feud here. The Daoba Prince wasn't stupid. He understood the situation clearly. If he kept fighting with Qin Shao, he would die for sure. In order to save his own life, he naturally didn't dare to fight with Qin Shao anymore. Therefore, he naturally tactfully wanted to turn a big problem into a small one, and a small one into nothing. His plan was quite good. Unfortunately, he was destined to go in the wrong direction this time. Author. Can't die, he said. 5th update, Cruel Death really went all out today, ending this perfectly. Next month. Let me tell you in advance, it'll be a new month after midnight. Everyone has a guaranteed number of fresh flowers, so please vote for Can't Die so that he can improve his ranking. Unfortunately, he's still 8th this month. Though the ranking isn't ideal, I think everyone has tried their best. There's no need to regret. This is Qin Zhao's belief. Next month, let's fight again and take back the honor that belongs to us. Because of our support, peerless mystical abilities can go further and further, allowing Kenshan to write even more brilliantly. That's why this book doesn't belong to die alone. It belongs to everyone. I'm sure it'll be a beautiful memory for all of us in the future. Chapter 29:20. Humph. Qin Shao sneered and looked at him coldly. A murderous look flashed across young Master Aba's eyes. Young Master Aba also felt Qin Zhao's murderous look. His heart skipped a beat, and he knew that today was not going to end well. He really felt like he had seen a ghost. The situation changed again, and in the end it turned out to be like this. He had already used his life-saving trump card, but in the end, he still ended up in an awkward situation where his life was in the hands of the other party. How sad was this? For a moment of anger, he really ruined his own life. If he had known this would happen, he would have endured it and found help before coming here. I got a blessing in disguise. It's not an opportunity that you gave me. Your original intention was to kill me. To be able to turn this disaster into a blessing, it's my own hard work. In theory, I should thank you. But gratitude is gratitude, and the fact that you want to kill me can't be erased. If you didn't touch my bottom line, I, Qin Zhao, could have been more easygoing and muddled through. Just like before, I gave you several chances to give up, but you? However, young Master Aba is so overbearing and wants me, Qin Zhao, dead. Now that things have come to this, do you really think that I, Qin Zhao, am so easygoing that I will let you go? No matter who it is, as long as you touch my bottom line, I will never let you go. If I really can't afford to offend you, I will remember it for the time being. But if it's not that I can't afford to offend you, I will not let you go no matter how big the risk is. So, you must die today. You must die today. His cold voice was like thunder, and Qin Zhao's murderous look was determined. Young Master Aba was bitterly disappointed. It was over. Was he really going to die today? Save me. Father, save me. But distant water couldn't put out a nearby fire. Guan Xuefei? Young Master Aba suddenly thought of someone. He immediately looked at Guan Xuefei and said, Brother Xuefei, we are brothers from the same sect. We are family friends. You can't leave us in the lurch. This matter is also somewhat related to you. Quickly, help me save my feelings. Tell the Lord Qin Zhao not to kill me. Plead for mercy? Qin Zhao sneered in her heart. It was useless to plead for leniency today. Guan Xuefei shook his head and walked over. Seeing Guan Xuefei coming over, Qin Zhao also looked at him. Is he really going to replace me? Did young Master A plead for leniency? Guan Xuefei walked up to Qin Zhao and said, Lord Qin Zhao, may I have a word with you? At this moment? Young Master Aba looked at Guan Xuefei with a pleading look and kept winking at him, trying to plead for him. Qin Zhao looked at Guan Xuefei and nodded. The two of them walked to the side and activated the restriction so that others couldn't hear their conversation. Are you going to plead for him? Qin Zhao asked straightforwardly. Guan Xuefei shook his head and said with a wry smile, I don't want to plead for him. To be honest, I also think this time, young Master Aba went too far. He deserved to die. It's normal that the Lord Qin Zhao wants to kill him. If it were me, I'm afraid it would be difficult for me to bear. To be honest, I admire the Lord Qin Zhao. First, I admire your strength. Second, I admire your courage. Third, I admire your talent, Lord Qin Zhao. Third, I admire your Lord Qin Zhao's talent. You are not afraid in the face of danger. You can turn danger into safety, and then turn disaster into fortune. It's really amazing. But, there are some things that I also think you can understand, Lord Qin Zhao. You want to kill him? Young Master Aba would not have taken much effort, but young Master Aba has a lot of people behind him. First, his father is the city lord of Clam City, a third-step ancient saint. Even though he's not a three-step ancient saint, he's still a three-step ancient saint. Moreover, as the lord of a city, he has a very deep foundation. Moreover, the city lord of Clam City is a subordinate of realm lord Zilin. Other than his father, the city lord of Clam City, there is also the Gu ancient Taoist palace. You must have heard of the palace lord of the Gu ancient Taoist palace. He is an extremely powerful existence. So, Lord Qin Shao, I think you want to kill him for revenge? I don't think it's a wise move to offend the two powerful forces behind young master by and cause too much trouble for yourself and your friends. If Lord Qin Shao had stopped now, the situation would not have become so tense. Qin Shao pursed his lips and said, Guan Shuefei is kind to young master Aba. I appreciate your kindness and thank you. However, I, Qin Shao, have always had my own rules and I will not change them easily. I am well aware of the situation you are talking about and I understand it very well. However, I am not afraid of anything and I am prepared to deal with anything. I have also thought of all possibilities. Although it is a big trouble, incomparably dangerous, and full of difficulties, I am not afraid to face it all. You cannot stop the storm that is bound to come. It will come anyway. Therefore, what I need to do is not to think about how to avoid the storm. I may be able to hide for a while, but I am afraid I cannot hide forever. Therefore, I might as well let nature take its course and face it calmly. There is no need to worry so much about anything else. Besides, young Master Aba, do you really think that even if I let him go now, will I be able to leave safely just because of young Master Aba? Princess Wu Yan has already gone to call for reinforcements. She will definitely not let me go. Did I humiliate him again? Young Master Aba, do you really think he will let me go so easily? He bowed his head, admitted defeat, begged for mercy, and asked you for help only because he doesn't want to die. He doesn't want to sacrifice his doppelganger and lose his life. Therefore, he can compromise everything. However, once he regains his freedom and his life is guaranteed, his hatred and anger will burn fiercely. At that time, I will be the unlucky one. Therefore, the result will be the same no matter what. Instead of falling into a passive situation, it is better to be straightforward and kill him directly now. This, Guan Shuefei suddenly became silent. He couldn't deny Qin Zhao's words because he knew it was reasonable and it was indeed very likely to happen. Now, it seemed that there was no better way to solve this matter. Alas! Guan Shuefei shook his head and sighed deeply, saying, If so, I wish you good luck, Lord Qin Shao. Qin Shao nodded. Guan Shuefei didn't act blindly? Young Master Aba's pleading made Qin Shao have a good impression of him. At least this man wasn't annoying. Seeing that the two of them had finished talking, young Master Aba suddenly became angry. Brother Shuefei, young Master Aba immediately said to Guan Shuefei. Guan Shuefei took a deep look at him. Young Master Aba glanced at him and sighed silently, saying, If you knew this would happen, why did you do it in the first place? Good luck to you. With that, Guan Shuefei left. Young Master Aba knew that Guan Shuefei's pleading failed, or he didn't plead for him at all. Damn it! Guan Shuefei, you bastard, how can you kick a man when he is down and leave him to die? We are family friends and brothers of the same sect. Has your conscience been eaten by a dog? Young Master Aba immediately scolded him. Guan Shuefei's expression turned ugly, but he didn't want to bother with him. Young Master Aba directly left. Qin Shao walked over with the corners of her mouth slightly raised. She sneered and said, Stop shouting. Do you want others to pay for your own sins? Since there was no room for redemption, then? Young Master Aba also became crazy. He looked at Qin Shao with a ferocious and gloomy face, gritted his teeth and said, Qin Shao, you bastard, kill me if you have the guts. I'd like to see if you have the gut. Humph, don't think that I'm really afraid of you. I just want to give you a chance to reconcile. It seems that you don't know how to cherish it. Alright, come on then. If you have the ability, then come and kill this young master. It's just a doppelganger. I can't afford to lose it. If the four of you don't want to die with me, I'll kill you at any time. I can tell you clearly that as long as I die here today, I can swear and guarantee that the four of you will definitely die. You will never be able to leave this place. Yes, me? Young Master ABA said it. You can try if you don't believe me. Qin Shao chuckled and said, I've seen too many arrogant people, but it's the first time I've seen someone as ignorant and arrogant as you. I know your background, and I know what you're capable of. I also know that I may encounter revenge after killing you. But did you think that you would be able to scare me like that? What are you going to swear on? What guarantee do you have? If I kill you, we won't be able to leave this place? Who gave you the courage? Young Master ABA sneered and said, I have the confidence to say this. You can try if you don't believe me. If it's not like what I said, then I'll believe you. I'll even let you kick my head like a ball. You can do whatever you want with my life. But do you dare? Do you dare? Dare? Crash? As soon as young Master ABA finished his question, he was answered by a sharp light. The sky-opening sword in Qin Zhao's hand slashed down with unparalleled sharpness. Directly from young Master ABA? Young Master ABA's body was cut into two halves. Young Master ABA was cut into two halves and killed on the spot. Qin Shao glanced sideways at the two halves he had cut into two halves. Young Master ABA glanced at him and spat out a few words indifferently. Remove the word. Qin Shao, you'll regret this. You'll regret this. Cut into two halves? Young Master ABA spat out a few words before he was completely dead. He had been seriously injured by Yuan earlier. Now that Qin Shao had attacked him with all his strength, it was naturally a fatal blow that ended his life directly. Young Master ABA was killed by Qin Zhao's sword. Such a heaven-shaking feat truly shocked everyone to the point that they were dumbstruck and incomparably shocked. In an instant, the surroundings became silent. Even a pin drop could be heard. The atmosphere was so oppressive that it was as if it was about to explode. Many people held their breath. It was really hard to believe this scene. Dignified? Young Master ABA, the son of the Clam City Lord and a core disciple of the Gu ancient Taoist palace, was actually killed by a saint from the immortal domain. How domineering was this? He actually dared, he really dared. Quite a few people really prostrated themselves in admiration towards Qin Shao in their hearts. He was a real man. He really dared to kill. He was simply too domineering. Although many people were very happy in their heart. Similar? It was not a big deal for a good-for-nothing like young Master ABA to die. It was not a pity. However, they could not help but be surprised that Qin Shao really dared to kill him. Young Master ABA. Let's go. Kill? Young Master Qin Shao, on the other hand, had an indifferent expression as if nothing had happened. He said to Yuan and the others. Yuan and the others were not worried about anything. They left with Qin Shao with smiles on their faces. The group left E-City and headed for the burial mountain. Author Kan Shang, he said, I have an official announcement. This book is nearing the end. It should be finished in a few months. Therefore, Kan Shang needs to start preparing a new book. Now that I have a good idea, Qin Zhao's update will be a little slower these few days. I need to take some time to prepare a new book. I hope everyone can understand. Chapter 29-21. The trouble that was supposed to come had finally come. Some things couldn't be avoided even if one wanted to. As soon as Qin Shao and Yuan arrived at Burial Mountain, they were stopped by two groups of people. Xiao Gu and Baby Mo were kept into Qin Zhao's inner world. Once they entered Burial Mountain, Qin Shao and Yuan's training began. Xiao Gu and Baby Mo didn't need this kind of training. Naturally, they were kept in the inner world. It was more convenient this way. Otherwise, Xiao Gu would be a burden. During training, Qin Shao preferred to be quiet and focused. It was best if he was alone. The hunchback prince had brought 3 second-step Empyrean saints and 10 first-step Empyrean saints with him. They were a powerful group of 14. On the other side, Princess Wu Yan also brought a man over. Although there were only 2 people on Princess Wu Yan's side, their aura was very powerful. This was a man dressed in golden battle clothes. He was handsome and mighty, with an extraordinary aura and a domineering aura. However, this man in golden battle armor was also a second-step ancient saint. It was just that his aura was especially powerful. Just by standing there, people could feel the powerful aura emitted from his body. They could feel that his strength was extraordinary. It was like a peerless sword. Even if it was locked in a scabbard, it still couldn't hide its sharpness. With one look, one could tell that this man in golden battle armor was an extremely powerful existence. Your Highness 9 disperse. Princess Wu Yan said that she actually invited Your Highness 9 disperse here. The penniless prince was secretly surprised. He was also puzzled. Where did Princess Wu Yan get her charm from? She could even invite Your Highness 9 disperse here? What kind of conditions did Princess Wu Yan offer? He didn't seem to have heard that Your Highness 9 disperse was interested in Princess Wu Yan. However, he heard that Princess Wu Yan once pursued Your Highness 9 disperse but didn't succeed. Why did the current situation seem a little strange? However, the penniless prince didn't think too much about it. Oh, penniless prince, you've really brought a lot of people here. You're not strong enough and caused your clone to be killed. Now you've brought so many people here. You've brought out all the resources of Clam City, haven't you? Is it necessary to bring out so many people just to deal with a second-step ancient saint from the immortal domain? Princess Wu Yan didn't feel the slightest bit of guilt or gratitude for the death of Your Highness 9 disperse. Instead, she mocked to say that Your Highness 9 disperse. The penniless prince's face turned red and he couldn't say a word. His to kill 9 disperse his father. His father was also furious. With a wave of his hand, he allowed the young master to take away the main force of Clam Ching City. To avenge to kill penniless 9 to kill to avenge to kill test to avenge the penniless to kill. Princess Wu Yan couldn't be bothered to pay any attention to the young master. She waved her hand at him and said, "Young master, stand aside and allow me to deal with this kid before I hand him over to you. Don't worry, I'm not interested in this kid's life. I'll leave it to you. But before I kill him, I must teach this arrogant bastard a lesson." Although the penniless prince was unhappy, he felt better because Princess Wu Yan said that Qin Zhao's life was his. Since Your Highness 9 Scatter has made a move, I will naturally not fight for it. The hunchback prince nodded and said. He waved his hand and led his men to the side. However, the young duke said to the others, "Keep an eye on him, don't let him escape. If he tries to escape, then don't bother with His Highness 9 Scatters and the others. Just attack and kill him first." Those people took the order and spread out, forming a big circle, surrounding Qin Shao and Yuan Yuan. Qin Shao ignored them, and looked at Princess Wu Yan and His Highness 9 dispersed. Even the penniless prince addressed him as Your Highness. It seemed like this man in golden armor had a powerful background. From his aura, Qin Shao could feel that His Highness 9 dispersions was indeed very powerful. He should be able to stand at the limit of the second step ancient saint stage. But even so, Qin Shao didn't care. "It's him?" After glancing at Qin Shao and Yuan Yuan, His Highness asked Princess Wu, "What do you think?" Princess Wu Yan hated Qin Shao so much that she gnashed her teeth. She glared at Qin Shao and nodded. "Yes, Your Highness. It's him. It's this kid from the immortal realm. He's the one who spoke rudely to me and humiliated me. He's despicable. Your Highness, you have to stand up for Wu Yan. You have to teach him a lesson and let him know that this is the Gu Ancient Dao Palace's territory. You have to let him know that this is not a place where a brat from the immortal domain can behave atrociously. His Highness Nine Scatter chuckled. His face was full of disdain and arrogance. His Highness Nine Scatter looked down at Qin Shao with the attitude of a superior. His Highness Nine Scatter asked Princess Wuyan, "Wuyan, how do you want to punish this kid?" Princess Wuyan snorted and said, "That will depend on the attitude of that brat from the immortal domain. If his attitude is better, then this princess' anger will subside a little and I will naturally be lenient. If that kid's attitude is still so arrogant, then I will naturally be unhappy. I will definitely punish him severely." His Highness Nine Dispersions chuckled. He glanced at Qin Shao with an indifferent gaze and said, "Brat from the immortal region, you heard it. I believe I don't need to say anything more, right? If you know what's good for you, then you should know what to do." Otherwise, you won't be able to withstand the wrath of His Highness. It doesn't matter if you want to die, but why do you have to implicate others? Clearly, His Highness Nine Scatter's words were full of warning and threat. He was using a superior attitude to oppress Qin Shao. However, his aura was far from being able to oppress Qin Shao. Therefore, his words were destined to have no effect on Qin Shao. Qin Shao picked her ears and looked very indifferent. She turned to Yuan Yuan and said, "Yuan Yuan, there are all kinds of people nowadays. Some are funny, some are interesting, some are self-righteous and don't know what's going on. It really feels like there are all kinds of strange things. This guy, I feel like he's really retarded. Isn't he a little too full of himself?" Yuan Yuan nodded and said with a serious face, "Yes, yes. Brother Qin Shao, his narcissism is even stronger than Zhang Yang's. Zhang Yang is narcissistic. At least he has some sense of propriety. He has the ability to be narcissistic. But some people are not handsome and their temperament is not good, but they are so self-righteous. They even consider themselves as His Highness. I really don't know where they get their thick skin from. Oh, by the way, I remember a saying in my hometown. It's called, 'Ugly people make more mischief.'" Qin Shao said again. Yuan Yuan suddenly laughed happily and nodded quickly in agreement. "Ugly people make more mischief. This saying is so classic. It makes so much sense. Some people are not only ugly on the outside, but they are even uglier on the inside. This kind of person likes to use mischief to attract some attention and make their presence known. If they don't do this, they will feel uncomfortable all over, and they will not be seen by others." The two of them were singing the same tune, insulting His Highness Nine Dispersions with every sentence. Every sentence was like a knife, and could be said to be very vicious. His Highness Nine Disperse's face quickly became gloomy. His eyes were as cold as swords, coldly looking at Qin Shao and Yuan Yuan. Qin Shao and Yuan Yuan were definitely the first people who dared to insult him like this. How could he not be angry? "Your Highness," they actually. Princess Wu Yan was a little dumbfounded. She did not expect Qin Shao and Yuan Yuan to be so arrogant. They were simply too savage. His Highness Nine Disperse was angry. He coldly humphed and said, "It seems like they really don't know the meaning of death. They are courting death. They can't blame others." That's right. They really don't know the meaning of death. Your Highness, you can't let them go so easily. Princess Wu Yan immediately agreed. His Highness Nine Disperse walked out with a gloomy expression. His powerful aura completely froze the air in this area. Qin Shao knew that His Highness Nine Disperse was about to make a move, so he said to Yuan Yuan, "You sit aside and watch the show." Okay. Yuan Yuan nodded and immediately retreated to the side. Clearly, she completely trusted Qin Shao. Gotcha. His Highness Nine Disperse walked over step by step. Qin Shao was still standing there with a calm expression, as steady as Mount Tai, not moving an inch. There was a trace of a smile on his face, as if he was obsessed with confidence. In terms of aura, Qin Shao gave people the impression that Qin Zhao's aura was not inferior to His Highness Nine Disperse. However, if one looked carefully, they would feel that His Highness Nine Disperse aura was not inferior at all. Kid from the immortal region, I have seen many people who are not afraid of death. However, this is the first time I have seen someone who is ignorant and fearless of death like you. It seems like you don't know who I am. In that case, I will let you die with a clear understanding. I am the eldest grandson of the palace master of the ancient Gu Dao Palace. I am also the leader of the third-generation disciples of the ancient Gu Dao Palace, the number one disciple of the ancient Gu Dao Palace, and the number one existence on the ancient Gu list. Kid, are you sure you want to make a move against me? I don't usually make a move, but once I do, there will definitely be bloodshed. His Highness Nine Disperse did not make a move immediately. Instead, he walked in front of Qin Shao and used his aura to pressure him as he spoke again. Qin Shao chuckled disdainfully when he heard that. He pursed his lips and did not laugh out loud. Instead, he nodded cooperatively and said, "Okay, not bad. You are quite famous. Alright, I understand. That's it? That's it?" His Highness Nine Disperse waited for a long time. When he saw that Qin Shao did not say anything else, his expression did not change, and he did not make any move, he was momentarily stunned. He felt as if something was stuck in his throat. He could neither swallow nor spit it out. That's it? His Highness Nine Disperse had introduced himself and put on such a display in order to force this kid from the immortal domain to admit defeat obediently. However, this kid from the immortal domain had not reacted at all? This kid was not taking him seriously at all. What the hell was this? His Highness Nine Dispersions had always used this tactic time and time again. It had always been successful. He felt that given his current strength, status, he did not need to make a move. He only needed to say a few words to intimidate everyone. If he could intimidate others with his aura, he would definitely not use his fists. Using his fists was a sign of weakness, so he had always disdained using his fists. Speaking of which, he had not fought with anyone in a long time. He was also not used to using his fists directly. Are you sure you still want to fight with me? Do you know the consequences? His Highness Nine Disperse could not help but ask again. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.